Hello everyone. Today we're diving into part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In this world, Jiang Chun, a lord with unparalleled talent, holds great treasures and harbors grand ambitions to become the ruler of this realm. Armed with a dark crimson blood chalice, he summons vampire troops to fight formidable enemies single-handedly. In the Battle of the Realm, he made a name for himself by slaying countless demons and amassing vast amounts of blood essence, becoming a legendary figure. Under Jiang Chen's leadership, his territory, Longyuan Town, rapidly rose to power, becoming a formidable force. He not only commands powerful troops but also possesses mysterious blueprints and structures, which form the foundation of his quest for dominance. In the town ranking competition, he defeated Biashio Town with an overwhelming advantage, claiming the top spot. Moreover, he made a fortune by placing a high-stakes bet, winning a massive amount of spirit stones, bringing more resources to his territory. However, Jiang Chen's rise to power also sparked the jealousy of other factions. Mikataho, the ambitious female lord of Biashio Town, was displeased with Jiang Chen's success. She decided to take action, attempting to surpass Jiang Chun by purchasing points for her town, but ultimately failed. Jiang Chun not only demonstrated his strength in battle, but also outmaneuvered his opponent with his strategic brilliance. On the battlefield of glory, Jiang Chen gained fame, leading his Tanine disciples and angels to victory over numerous formidable opponents. His bravery and wisdom made him invincible on the battlefield, ultimately earning the prestigious Golden War name, becoming a revered figure. Yet, Jiang Chen's challenges were far from over. With Qingyu's withdrawal, Diaoao Prefecture plunged into crisis. Jiang Chen decided to lead Longyuan County to declare independence from Qingyu. This decision put him in the spotlight and was essentially a declaration of war against the entire world. But he remained undaunted, armed with formidable strength and unwavering conviction. Under his leadership, Longyuan Town continued to expand, its resources ever-growing. He not only established premium spiritual fields but also planted enlightenment tea trees, enhancing the development potential of his territory. His domain has become a true paradise, drawing attention from countless individuals. That concludes the recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoy Part 2 today. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are watching for the first time, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin the storyline of Part 2. Jiang Chen gently took out a dark red goblet, lightly flicking it with his fingertip, producing a crisp ringing sound. The sound was neither metallic nor jade-like, captivating anyone who heard it. He carefully examined the treasure in his hand, the blood chalice. This magical artifact could absorb and store the essence blood of creatures of exceptional quality or higher, used to summon vampire units. Jiang Chun quickly mastered the rules for using the chalice. The summoned unit's level could not exceed the summoners, the number could not exceed 12, the highest quality was legendary, and the duration was 1 hour. He excitedly realized that this meant he could summon up to 12 vampire princes of the same level. Unlike other summoning items, the advantage of the blood chalice was that it required no energy consumption and did not occupy the population of the territory-only essence blood. For ordinary lords, it might take a year to gather enough essence blood to summon a single vampire prince. However, for Jiang Chun, essence blood was the least valuable resource. With a wave of his hand, countless exceptional quality demon essence blood flew like meteors into the blood chalice. During the Battle of the Rift, Jiang Chen had slain countless demons, and with the 5-fold harvesting boost from legendary farmers, his stockpile of essence blood was staggering. Each drop of exceptional quality essence blood added 1 point to the chalice's reserve. After he infused all the exceptional quality demon essence blood, the chalice held an astonishing 28,328 points. Jiang Chen quickly calculated that summoning a level 20 vampire prince would only consume 600 points of essence blood. Even if it lasted only 1 hour, the blood chalice's value far exceeded that of ordinary legendary equipment. More excitingly, if used by Yin, it could even summon a level 30 vampire prince. While Jiang Chen was immersed in studying the blood chalice's functions, the strong warriors of his territory had easily repelled the wave of vampire invaders. A vampire prince, 3 epic-level vampire dukes, over 100 vampire marquises, and thousands of lower-tier vampires contributed 8 million slaughter points to Jiang Chun, closely matching his previous estimates. Jiang Chen quickly calculated, 3 pieces of bait could at least yield 20 million slaughter points, and the Crystal Valley could generate nearly 20 million in a day. Combined, that would be 40 million. This meant that even if Kita Town purchased 4 small towns to farm points, Jiang Chun would still maintain a 20 million point lead. Victory was assured. Besides the blood chalice, a vampire duke unexpectedly dropped a military token. This was an epic-level military token that could recruit 12 vampire dukes and could be further enhanced. Although vampire units had mediocre attributes, Jiang Chun considered recruiting some as an honor guard in the future. Then, Jiang Chun spent 4 million spirit stones to choose enhancement direction and crafted the ultimate wind bait. Over an hour later, he used up all 3 baits. The wind bait lured a legendary wind elemental, but it only dropped a regular legendary item. In contrast, the dark bait yielded richer rewards, attracting a terrifying king from the dark dimension, a legendary 2-star hero. This generous king contributed a legendary hero token and an advanced soul book to Jiang Chun, saving him 10 million spirit stones and bringing him closer to recruiting his 4th hero. To ensure a stronger position in the slaughter ranking competition, Jiang Chun decided to have the strong warriors work overnight in the Crystal Valley. Although such a demand might drastically reduce loyalty for ordinary lords, under Jiang Chun's prestige, everyone readily agreed. As you command, my lord. After arranging the affairs of the territory, Jiang Chun focused on the Tanine Pavilion interface, continuing to recruit Tanine disciples. For each recruit, he upgraded them directly to level 20, and then sent them to the Trial Tower to advance to Tanine True Inheritance. The first batch of 300 Tanine True Inheritance disciples had all reached level 20, preparing for the army's expansion. Thus, Jiang Chun lay in a rocking chair at the center of his territory, advancing Tanine disciples while reviewing the blueprints he acquired the previous day. 2 hours passed quickly. Suddenly, as he checked the enhancement list of one blueprint, he jumped up from the chair. It was a seemingly ordinary swimming pool blueprint, which could slightly increase the happiness of the citizens as an entertainment building. However, its enhancement list surprisingly included 2 legendary unit building options. Enhancement Direction, Angel Rebirth Pool, consuming 200 million spirit stones. Enhancement Direction, Yaoqi Replica, consuming 250 million spirit stones. This discovery thrilled Jiang Chun, as if he had unlocked new strategic possibilities. In addition to the magnificent epic entertainment buildings like the Huaqing Pool and the Wine Pool, Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel at the blueprints, remarking, "You really can't judge a blueprint by its cover." He studied the blueprint of the Angel Rebirth Pool intently. With Angel Yin providing a level dominion bonus to the Angel species, choosing this structure seemed like an inevitable decision. However, the price of 200 million spirit stones made him hesitate. Typically, the cost of unit building blueprints is indeed higher than other types, but he didn't expect it to be this much higher. Jiang Chun recalled that enhancing the Fountain of Life previously only cost him 100 million spirit stones. Not to mention, he also had to consider the cost of fortifying building resources. Recently, after advancing the Crystal Maiden and enhancing various scrolls, Jiang Chun had only 110 million spirit stones left. He mused to himself, "I hope tomorrow's betting pool brings me a pleasant surprise." Nonetheless, Jiang Chun comforted himself with the thought that, fortunately, the Tianyin Pavilion was fully capable of meeting the current needs for monster farming and combat, so the need for the Angel Rebirth Pool wasn't urgent. The following day at noon, through the information network of Man, Jiang Chun confirmed that Biashio had ultimately scored 4 Sakura towns worth of slaughter points. This news took Jiang Chun by surprise. Yesterday, Biashio Town and Longyuan Town were only 20 million slaughter points apart. Logically, she only needed to clear 3 towns to secure first place. Yet, Biashio seemed to demonstrate her audacity once again by clearing 4 towns. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought, "It's a pity. No matter how cautious she is, there's still a gap as wide as a cheater between us." He chose to trust in Iman's intelligence and, in the final seconds before the betting pool was locked, he unhesitatingly bet 100 million on Longyuan Town, effectively going Allen. After the betting pool was locked, Jiang Chun looked at the total amount in the pool and smiled with satisfaction. The money for the Angel Rebirth Pool is as good as secured, he thought gleefully. The betting pool displayed 1. Biashio Town, 453 million odds, 1.39. 2. Longyuan Town, 122 million odds, 5.17. 3. Laoqing Town, 56 million odds, 10.95. Because the Heavenly Dao updated slaughter points daily and the original 4th place, Shimba Town, had been crippled by Jiang Chun, only 3 towns were bet on in the pool. Thanks to Iman's promotion, Biashio Town's betting capital reached 453 million. Including Jiang Chun's 100 million bet, the betting pool totaled 631 million spirit stones. Seeing the sudden addition of 100 million to Longyuan Town's bet, everyone immediately thought of Jiang Chun. Reactions varied. Iman incredulously asked, "Don't tell me you have another trump card?" Zhu Yeqing curiously remarked, "Wasn't there a truce? Did Brother Jiang secretly wipe out a few more Sakura towns yesterday?" Even in Chuxia, who knew many of Jiang Chun's secrets, couldn't think of any way Jiang Chun could turn the tables. Wei Ming was envious and resolutely stated, "I've really decided this time. No matter what I bet on in the future, I'll blindly follow the boss." Mu Qingxuang reminded him speechlessly, "You've said that many times already." Wei Ming responded in anguish, "But I'm not a mindless person. Reason always prevails." Tu Shanye complained discontentedly, "You're calling me mindless again." Meanwhile, all the Sakura country lords were in a panic. Jiang Chun was truly uncanny. How could he dare to bet 100 million spirit stones on himself in this situation? Even Biashio was somewhat flustered. She seemed to be both reassuring her troops and comforting herself. Everyone, don't panic. According to our intelligence, Longyuan town hasn't attacked any other small towns. In this regard, Biashio was fairly confident. Whether it was the intelligence sent back by Takahashi Mizuki or other sources, they all confirmed this point. The Sakura country lords barely managed to calm down. They preferred to believe Jiang Qian had gone mad, rather than believe he was truly confident of victory. The 10-minute wait passed quickly. Suddenly, golden characters appeared in the sky, now announcing the rankings of the second small town competition in Qingyang County. This time, perhaps due to the daily slaughter points ranking updates, the Heavenly Dao did not announce the rankings from last place. Instead, it instantly revealed all the rankings. First place in slaughter points, Longyuan Town, 146.23 million slaughter points. Rewards for Mayor Jiang Chun, 50 to all attributes, 5 town fortune. Second place in slaughter points, Biashio Town, 124.56 million slaughter points. Rewards for Mayor Biashio 30 to all attributes, 3 town fortune. Third place in slaughter points, Laoqin Town, 113.11 million slaughter points. Rewards for Mayor Ing Man, 20 to all attributes, 2 town fortune. Ninth place in slaughter points, Wuding Town, 53.38 million slaughter points. Rewards for Mayor Wuding Kong, 10 to all attributes, 1 town fortune. Subsequently, the Heavenly Dao added, since Wuding Town's mayor, Wuding Kong, is deceased, the attribute reward will be transferred to Jiang Chun, the first place mayor in this small town ranking competition. Jiang Chun watched this unfold and couldn't help but mutter, this scene feels somewhat familiar. As Jiang Chun found himself at a loss for words, beams of golden light, symbolizing rewards of fortune and attributes, descended from the void. He felt a surge throughout his body, with spiritual energy coursing like a mighty river, and a clarity in his mind that he had never experienced before. His attribute panel showed skyrocketing values. Physique soared to 758 points, spiritual power to 385 points, soul strength to 410 points, and capacity to 335 points. These figures far surpassed those of an ordinary grade lord, even rivaling legendary heroes. A series of system notifications followed. The town's fortune increased, with the Dragon Vein evolution reaching 13, enhancing its effects. What thrilled Jiang Chun even more was his successful bet on the first place in the slaughter points pool, earning a staggering 517 million spirit stones. This windfall was enough to cover the cost of the Angel Rebirth Pool. Yet Jiang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Earning money is becoming increasingly challenging. The channel of Longyuan Town erupted with excitement. Lords cheered and celebrated the town's fortune value reaching 13 points. Some discovered sulfur mines, while others found rich copper deposits near their territories. However, the most astonishing change was yet to come. Mu Qingxuang suddenly exclaimed, "My crystal mine coordinates have changed." Known for her usual composure, this elder lord's reaction highlighted the extraordinary nature of the situation. Wei Ming quickly shouted, "Oh my, the town's space is expanding." This revelation hit like a bombshell. Lords were thrilled, eagerly discussing the benefits of the spatial expansion. Jiang Chun opened the map provided by his teleportation door, discovering that Longyuan Town's diameter had increased by about 100 kilometers. Although still far from the legendary might of a powerful lord, it was a promising start. In the county channel, lords from other towns sent their congratulations. Zhu Yeqing admitted his admiration, while Ing Man jokingly accused Jiang Chun of hiding information about Biashio Town. Jiang Chun responded cleverly, expressing gratitude while maintaining his poise. Though their exchange left others puzzled, Jiang Chun's character earned Ing Man's approval. Speculation arose about the source of Longyuan Town's high slaughter points, with some suspecting the discovery of a secret realm. The silence from the Sakura Nation's lord was taken as tacit acknowledgement of Longyuan Town's strength. At that moment, a teleportation door opened, and 3 heroes along with hundreds of troops filed out. These weary, dust-laden warriors had significantly contributed to the town's victory. Jiang Chun announced that the drunken immortal house had prepared legendary delicacies and fruits to reward everyone's hard work. The rest of the day is free for everyone to do as they please. Those who want to rest can take a break, and anyone interested in training can use the Tanine training rooms, which are now set to run at 10 times the normal speed. As soon as this news was announced, cheers erupted throughout the town, loud enough to shake the surroundings. Jiang Chun looked around at the excited crowd, making mental calculations. Typically, the legendary delicacies and fruits of the territory are reserved for the lord and heroes, as well as powerful units like the Jyotian Saintesses and goddess warriors. Ordinary Tianyin disciples rarely get a chance to taste them. This exception is undoubtedly a huge benefit. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Chun fell into deep thought. After a moment, He took out his communicator and sent a brief message to Wei Ming. Brother Wei, if you have time, please come to my territory. Almost instantly, Wei Ming replied, on my way. Soon, the portal rippled, and Wei Ming stepped out, clearly exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. He looked around, somewhat puzzled, and asked, Boss, do you need something? Zhang Chun sized up Wei Ming and noticed his fatigue, remarking, Brother Wei, you've been working hard lately. Wei Ming grinned, showing a nonchalant expression. To be honest, I've only been sleeping 4 hours a day these days to grind monsters. I was just about to catch up on sleep when I got your summons. Zhang Chun nodded, understanding the situation. Wei Ming's hero is only of rare quality, making it difficult to handle unexpected situations, so he can't be as carefree as Zhang Chen. This is the norm for ordinary lords. Zhang Chun took a shimmering military token from his storage space and handed it over. Take a look at this token, Brother Wei. Interested? Wei Ming took the token and, with just one glance, was stunned. An epic token, and it's bound to the Vampire Duke unit? Zhang Chun had already considered this. After observing and testing with the mind control tower, he trusted his key personnel. For Zhang Chun, the token was not of much use to him, so it was better to convert it into town strength quickly. Strengthening a few individuals would also help divert attention from Sakura country. Zhang Chun chose Wei Ming after careful consideration. Although the little fox is exceptionally smart and aligned with him, she's only 10 years old and somewhat impulsive. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxuang has a military background. Zhang Chun respects the military, but it's a massive entity, so caution is wise. After several seconds, Wei Ming finally recovered. Confirming Zhang Chun wasn't joking, he said with a wry smile, this is too valuable. Our Wei family couldn't afford something like this. Zhang Chun had anticipated this and smiled. If I gave it to you, you probably wouldn't accept it. So how about this? Consider the token alone. Once your territory develops, making money will be easier, and you can pay me back in installments. Wei Ming hesitated, a hint of struggle in his eyes. Finally, he said resolutely, Boss, I'm already at level 5. I'll upgrade my trade center to level 5 and transfer 51 of my territory shares to you. Although my territory isn't worth an epic token, from now on, I'm completely committed to following you. Zhang Chun was taken aback, thinking to himself that he hadn't intended for this to happen. He wasn't interested in shares of an ordinary territory. But from Wei Ming's perspective, joining forces might not be a bad thing. Zhang Chun maintained his composure and said casually, All right, Brother Wei. Rest assured, I won't interfere with your territory's management. Soon, they completed the share transfer. Zhang Chun looked at Wei Ming and suggested, Since you're here, why not take some local specialties back with you? After watching Wei Ming disappear into the teleportation array, Zhang Chen's expression turned serious. He took out a mysterious, glowing fortune gambling token from his storage space and tossed it lightly. Select gambling target, Biashio Town. The wager decree transformed into a beam of golden light that shot into the sky. A golden funnel enveloped Longyuan Town, while its other end flew toward Biashio Town in the distance. This sudden phenomenon caused many lords in Longyuan Town, who were just about to catch up on sleep, to snap their eyes open, completely wide awake. They had recently experienced a similar scene and immediately recognized it as a sign of a fortune wager. Fortune wager, someone exclaimed, and it's initiated by our town. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned northward, where Biashio Town, which had recently secured second place in the town rankings with 6 points of town fortune, was located. At that moment, Wei Ming, who had just returned to his territory, was reveling in the joy of recruiting 12 vampire dukes, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Suddenly, he noticed the fortune wager phenomenon in the sky, and goosebumps rose all over his skin. This is insane, Wei Ming stammered. The passive side of a fortune wager can choose the subject. What if it's resource collection or troop strength? But he quickly changed his mindset, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Although we can't choose the subject, we can choose the wager points. If we're confident of winning, we can seize all 6 points of Biashio Town's fortune in one go. Wei Ming's guess was correct. Zhang Chun had chosen to initiate the wager precisely to seize Biashio Town's 6 points of fortune. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Biashio Town had become somewhat strange. The ordinary lords were still immersed in the joy of securing second place, occasionally cheering. However, the Biashio sisters were seething with rage, almost tearing down Biashio Mai's lord's residence. Longyuan Town, you're dead meat. Biashio Mai gritted her teeth. Once I become the county magistrate, I'll muster an army to annihilate Longyuan Town, leaving no one behind. Purchasing town points and placing bets had nearly emptied the sisters' private funds. To develop quickly, they had no choice but to seek aid from their family and endure the disdain of their peers. At that moment, Biashio Mai suddenly shouted, Yui, Mei, stop smashing things. This is my lord's residence. Her two sisters finally regained their composure. However, just as they calmed down, A golden light shot from the horizon, transforming into several lines of large characters above the town. A fortune wager? Biashio said incredulously. Has Jiang Chun lost his mind, daring to initiate a fortune wager himself? Logically, Biashio shouldn't have reacted this way. After all, this fortune wager was something Biashio Town had long anticipated. However, Longyuan Town's recent achievements had been so impressive that they instilled an inexplicable fear in Biashio. It was indeed absurd for a fully populated town to be intimidated by Longyuan Town, which had only 400 people. Ha ha ha. Biashio Yui suddenly laughed. Look at the wager subjects. It seems Amaterasu is favoring our Biashio Town. The golden letters in the sky read. Longyuan Town has initiated a fortune wager against Biashio Town. Since Longyuan Town initiated the wager, Biashio Town can choose the wager subject. Available subjects: slaughter points, resource collection, troop strength. Selection countdown: 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Upon seeing the wager subject options, Biashio breathed a sigh of relief. We can't gamble on slaughter points anymore. I suspect Longyuan Town has discovered a monster lair. That's the only way they could have acquired so many slaughter points in a single day. And we have a strong chance in both resource collection and troop strength. What do you two suggest? Biashio immediately suggested. Longyuan Town has 13 points of town fortune, so their resource quality is higher than ours. I recommend choosing troop strength. Biashio Yui disagreed. No, troop strength is about who has more weak troops, which would severely impact town development. Besides, even though Longyuan Town only has 400 people, they've secured first place in slaughter points, so they must have numerous powerful troops. Both analyses were reasonable. Biashio hesitated for a moment before making a final decision. I agree with Yui. Given the current pace of county development, the county magistrate contest will likely be triggered within 20 days. We can't afford to create weak troops now and risk losing the bigger picture. With 2 votes against 1, Biashio loudly declared, we choose the wager subject. Resource collection? As soon as she finished speaking, she added regretfully, it's a pity that Longyuan Town encountered such a shortcoming. They'll surely choose the smallest wager of 1 point of fortune. Biashio Yui, however, laughed. 1 point is fine. After all, it's free. 3 seconds later, the golden letters in the sky updated. Biashio Town has confirmed the subject. Resource collection. Longyuan Town has confirmed the wager. 6 points of town fortune. Wager established. Settlement time. 3 days later at noon. Resource points can be viewed in real-time updates. The Biashio sisters stared at the sky in disbelief, their mouths agape. 6 points of fortune? Biashio murmured. Did Longyuan Town really choose the maximum wager allowed by the rules? Are they really that bold? Could they have a resource lair in addition to a monster lair? Regardless of what trump card Longyuan Town held, Biashio Town had no retreat. My Hojo's voice suddenly rang out in the town channel, her command resounding like thunder. All lords, immediately recruit as many peasants as possible. Exploit every resource point in the town to its fullest, whether rare or common. If you have any treasure chests, open them right away. Jiang Chun watched the resource points on the screen fluctuate and shook his head in regret. It's a shame that the resource points refresh in real time. There goes the chance to set up a betting pool. This scene reminded him of the early days when the resource leaderboard was a fresh challenge. He recalled the rules of fate wagering. The initiator could overdraw the town's fate into negative values, but couldn't force the opponent into a similar situation. This meant that for a town with 0 fate, fate wagering posed no threat. This is why fate was considered so precious. Jiang Chen mused that if not for this limitation, he could have chosen the already demolished Wuding town for wagering, overdrawing a significant amount of fate, allowing Longyuan Town to rise as an independent world. Talents like Shin Hakiyuchi, who are both inept and reckless enough to drive a town's fate into the negatives, are indeed rare. Fortunately, Hojo Town didn't opt for a troop strength competition. Otherwise, Jiang Chun would have had to upgrade the Tanine Pavilion to its maximum level and train Tanine disciples like mad. With the support of the ethereal and Tanine techniques, even a level 1 Tanine disciple could achieve an astonishing combat power of 100 stars. Once the wager was established, Jiang Chen immediately issued instructions on the town channel. Brothers, you've all seen the fate wager announcement, right? For the next 3 days, everyone focus on resource extraction. Though logic told the lords of Longyuan Town that it was unlikely they could outdo the numerically superior Hojo Town in resource gathering, as Wei Ming said, sometimes it's best not to overthink and just follow the leader's orders. Meanwhile, the county channel also displayed the wager rules. Zhu Yeqing, in a rare moment of mischief, remarked, logic tells me Longyuan Town is bound to lose, but I dare not say anything now, for fear of being proven wrong. Ing Yimin chuckled, haha, just blindly trust Longyuan Town. But to bet 6 fate points, has Longyuan Town really discovered a resource haven? To this, Jiang Chen only smiled mysteriously without offering an explanation. In truth, There was no secret resource haven. He didn't need one, as he had already confirmed during the town's first resource collection ranking that high-grade resources obtained through enhancement also counted towards the score. Conveniently, he planned to build the Angel Rebirth Pool, which required the enhancement of legendary resources. Just then, Jiang Qin's communication device buzzed. It was a video request from Enchuxia. When the video connected, she wore a peculiar expression, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's up? Spit it out," Jiang Qin urged. Enchuxia hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. After this spatial expansion, a mysterious entrance suddenly appeared in the dwarf mountains. "It seems it's a resource haven. Do you want to check it out?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin was momentarily at a loss for words, standing there in silence. A few minutes later, Jiang Qin and Enchuxia arrived at the dwarf mountains, just a few kilometers away from the Dwarf King's palace. There, a portal several meters high seemed embedded in the cliff face, shimmering with a mysterious light. As Jiang Qin gazed at this entrance to the secret realm, he was overwhelmed with emotions, and could only express his awe with a simple amazing. Standing beside him, Enchuxia explained in detail, "I've done some preliminary exploration. This is a single-player resource realm, guarded by the dwarves, and it shouldn't be too difficult." She went on to describe the many advantages of the realm, including a boss, extra monster loot, and abundant resources. After listening, Jiang Qin decided to explore it himself. He entered the realm with the Jotian Saintess and a humanoid dragon, and was instantly transported to an underground mine. Dim corridors were lit by oil lamps, and in the distance, the clinking sounds of dwarf miners at work could be heard. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin ordered an attack. The Jotian Saintess and the humanoid dragon swept through the mine like a storm, quickly clearing out the enemies. Each enemy defeated yielded energy, spirit stones, and various mineral resources. 10 minutes later, Jiang Qin and his team reached the deepest part of the Minea domed underground plaza about 100 meters across. It was swarming with over 100 monsters, and at the center stood a level 30 mountain guardian as the boss. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. This boss was of exceptional quality and offered great value. After the battle, Jiang Qin quickly calculated the gains. This exploration contributed approximately 130,000 resource points to Longyuan Town. He couldn't help but feel that even without further action, Longyuan Town had at least a 50% chance of winning in the resource wager. Back outside the realm, Jiang Qin reported the situation to Enchuxia and entrusted her with the important task of selecting lords to clear the realm. Although Enchuxia teased Jiang Qin about being a hands-off leader again, she seriously considered the specifics of the operation. Finally, Enchuxia raised a crucial point. "If we organize the town lords to clear the realm on a large scale, it won't remain a secret." Her words conveyed a concern about the potential challenges that might arise in the future. Jiang Qin nonchalantly said, "The Dwarf King's palace, this epic military structure, has already made Longyuan Town a target. Sooner or later, trouble was bound to come. Don't worry, I'll handle it." His tone was relaxed, but a flash of caution appeared in his eyes. According to the real-time intelligence provided by Gaoqiao Mizuki, Sakura Country was already planning to send its elite forces from Qingyang County for a night raid on Longyuan Town, aiming to execute a decapitation strike against him. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, "These people coming are just delivering themselves to be defeated." At that moment, a dramatic shift occurred on the resource leaderboard of Qingyang County. Longyuan Town suddenly overtook the previously leading Biashio Town, achieving a stunning points reversal in less than an hour. This news swept through the entire county like a whirlwind, leaving everyone astonished. Soon, word spread to every corner of Qingyang County about the discovery of a resource secret realm in Longyuan Town. Dragon Country's lords were ecstatic, their faces beaming with triumphant joy. Inman couldn't help but exclaim, "I really have a magpie's mouth. I just casually mentioned it." Ironically, the resource collection challenge, which turned into this whole debacle, was chosen by Biashio Town themselves. This colossal blunder made the Biashio sisters the laughingstock of the county, with even the lords from Sakura Country affectionately dubbing them the Biashio Three Fools. This nickname nearly drove the sisters to madness, reportedly almost causing an internal rift because Biashio may had initially suggested choosing military strength over resource collection. Despite this, Biashio Town did not give up. They launched a frenzied counterattack. The next morning, the resource leaderboard showed Longyuan Town at 3.5 billion, Biashio Town at 2.9 billion. Although trailing, Biashio Town's momentum remained strong. In Jiang Qin's territory, the round table was still laden with a sumptuous feast. Man, savoring the delicious food, couldn't help but praise, "Jiang Qin, the food in your territory is really good." Jiang Qin responded with a smile, "It's just cafeteria food. Everyone makes do with it. Stop bragging." Man rolled her eyes at Jiang Qin, then began sharing the latest intelligence with Longyuan Town's core members. "Biashio Town has gone crazy," she exclaimed in amazement. "They've redeployed every resource point, useful or not, to full operation. They're even heavily guarding an ordinary stone mine in the outer region, with farmers working in shifts. Mu Qingshuang, with a thoughtful expression, said, Biashio town's actions must be severely affecting their troop and hero upgrades. For the past 2 days, the warlords arranged by Inchuxia had been diligently completing the secret realm early each day. Meanwhile, Biashio town demonstrated remarkable resilience, using their shift strategy to once again surpass the points in the latter half of the night. Now, Longyuan town had just finished today's secret realm, temporarily leading by 60 million points, but the gap was closing rapidly. Ng Inman shrugged, glancing at Jiang Chun. What can we do? Your mayor is ruthless. With 6 points of town fortune, if Biashio town loses, it's like going back to square one. Wei Ming immediately declared, we have to give it our all too. Even if it affects our troop and hero upgrades, it's worth it. After all, there's a 12-point fortune difference at stake. Plus, we can't always rely on the boss for everything. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even the little fox looked determined, waving her tiny fists. Zhang Chenjij, resource points aren't just your responsibility, so you can focus on upgrading. You've always led us to victory. This time, let us lead you. A warm feeling surged in Jiang Qin's heart as he gently ruffled the little fox's head, remarking, Yu has grown up. The little fox straightened her back proudly. Yu has always been big. There's another way. A glint of inspiration flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes, as if he had found the key to solving their predicament. He looked around at the leaders of Longyuan town and said in a deep voice, everyone, I have a plan that might relieve our urgent crisis. The crowd was instantly captivated by Jiang Qin's aura, holding their breath in anticipation. Without keeping them in suspense, Jiang Chun revealed his bold proposal. Let's overwork the dwarf mines. It might lead to the premature collapse of the secret realm, but it's better than halting everyone's progress. His words caused an immediate uproar. And Chuxia looked surprised but then showed approval. However, Mu Qingshuang frowned, her voice tinged with concern. But this secret realm is precious. It contains abundant high-level resources and energy. Everyone voiced their opinions, leading to a heated debate. At that moment, Jiang Chun suddenly raised his hand to silence them. His profound gaze swept over everyone present as he said resolutely, give me some time to think this over. I'll have an answer soon. His words stirred a ripple of excitement, and the crowd fell silent. Whatever Jiang Chun decided, they were ready to fully support him. This was the charisma of a true leader, whose words could determine the course of events. After a few had left, Jiang Chun stood alone at a vantage point, his gaze sharp and focused. He had already made up his mind, waiting only for the right moment. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed, and with a wave of his hand, he opened a deep space and stepped into it without hesitation. In this mysterious space, Jiang Chun took out the coveted pool blueprint. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, consume 200 million spirit stones, choose enhancement options, and Angel Rebirth Pool. As his words echoed, a powerful energy wave swept through the space. The Angel Rebirth Pool, a highly desired unit building, was about to grace Longyuan town. Jiang Chun was secretly delighted. Although the individual combat power of Tanine's true transmission was comparable to Angel's, the cost-effectiveness and potential of Angel's were significantly higher. Jiang Chun initially planned to let Biashio town suffer a bit before plunging them into despair. This would weaken his opponent while satisfying his mischievous streak. But now, delaying Longyuan town's upgrade was clearly not worth the risk. With the big picture in mind, he had to make a decisive move. The attributes of the Angel Rebirth Pool unfolded in Jiang Chen's mind. A unit building that can recruit angels, archangels, principalities, powers, virtues, and dominions. Required materials, 3,000 legendary Holy Spirit stones, 1,000 legendary Star Moon Gold, 1,000 legendary Soul Nourishing Divine Wood. Jiang Chun took out an ordinary stone and began a frenzy of enhancements. Consume 14,000 spirit stones, choose enhancement direction. As the enhancement completed, Longyuan town's resource points soared like a runaway horse. In a flash, the points skyrocketed. 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. In just over an hour, Longyuan town's points had increased by over 5 billion, nearing the 8.6 billion mark. This scene astonished everyone, even leaving Inchuxia in awe. Zhu Yeqing murmured in disbelief. Could the rumors be wrong? Is Longyuan town's secret realm actually a medium-sized resource realm? Otherwise, even at the cost of lifespan, it's impossible to amass such an enormous amount of resources. In the Longyuan town management group, the recently departed leaders were equally baffled. Huang Xin exclaimed, am I seeing things? Wei Ming regretted, I just ordered to abandon upgrading, sending all units to guard external resource points. Tu Shanye pouted, I wanted to give Jiang Chen a lift, but now there's no chance. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Biashio town. My Biashio was frantically destroying everything around her, roaring, Baka, flatten Longyuan town, tear Jiang Chen apart. Yet, No matter how much she cursed, nothing could change the fact that Biashio town had lost. A 5 billion gap was like an insurmountable chasm. Unless a miracle occurred, Biashio town had no hope of recovery. Finally, the system notification rang in Jiang Qin's ears. Angel Rebirth Pool construction complete. As the light faded, a white jade pool with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared before Jiang Qin. The milky white water shimmered with a holy glow, and at the center stood a statue of a female angel, her 6 wings spread, one leg slightly bent, as if ready to soar into the sky. Jiang Qin carefully examined the attributes of the Angel Rebirth Pool. Legendary quality, type barracks, area 1,000 square meters. It could recruit units including epic-level angels, archangels, principalities, and legendary-level powers, virtues, and dominions. Jiang Qin knew that angels came with their own equipment, making their upgrade energy consumption about 1.5 times that of dragons. Whether this energy for equipment trade-off was worthwhile was a matter of perspective. After a moment's thought, Jiang Qin decisively ordered, recruit 12 powers, 12 virtues, 2 dominions, all female. Given the choice of gender, why not opt for the more visually pleasing option? With Jiang Qin's command, the divine light of the Angel Rebirth Pool intensified, as if countless stars twinkled in the water. 10 minutes later, a graceful figure emerged from the pool. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her face was stunningly beautiful. She wore armor that clung to her curves, holding a sword against her chest. Her 4 wings fluttered gently behind her, emitting a holy glow. The newly born angel opened her clear eyes and bowed slightly to Jiang Qin. Her voice crisp and melodious. Lord, Power Angel Eve greets you. Before Jiang Qin could respond, Eve suddenly exclaimed, your territory possesses an angel hero? And with rank command. Eve belonged to the angel race, with a level 1 quality of legendary gold equipment and a holy set power of 28. Her skills included divine flame, divine judgment, and divine persuasion. Jiang Qin examined these attributes and nodded in satisfaction. Angels, like dragons, are inherently powerful races with significant advantages but limited growth potential. In contrast, humans may start weak, but once they reach legendary quality, they often surpass these naturally strong races, as exemplified by the 9 Heaven Saints. However, with Angel's innate equipment and Yan's level command boost, their level 1 power reached an impressive 28 stars, comparable to Brahma Heaven in the past. Overall, as a flying unit, Angels offer a much better cost-effectiveness than dragons. Soon, the first Power Angel and Principal Angel were recruited. The Power Angel skills included Divine Strike, Angel Sword, and Heaven's Guard, while the Principal Angel possessed Divine Scepter, Mind Link, and Damage Link. Among these, the Principal Angel's skills were particularly noteworthy. The Divine Scepter allowed them to perceive battlefield situations and make correct tactical decisions. Mind Link enabled the mental connection of multiple angel units for instant command execution. Damage Link could transfer some of the damage received by one angel to others. Although these skills didn't directly enhance attributes, they could increase an angel squad's combat effectiveness by at least 30% in small team battles. Jiang Qin summoned 2 principal angels, Hathaway, Heloise. Each of you will lead a squad of 6 power angels and 6 skill angels, then head to Crystal Valley for monster hunting. With a wave of his hand, he upgraded all 26 angels to level 13, consuming 1,100 million energy. This was all the energy he had left, as angels required several times the energy to level up compared to the true sound transmission. However, given the angel's attributes and the principal angel's command abilities, Crystal Valley posed little threat to them. At that moment, Yin suddenly landed in front of the teleport gate. She had made a significant discovery while exploring an unknown map and was about to report to Jiang Qin. But before she could enter the gate, she saw numerous figures exuding a holy aura emerging from it one after another. Angels? Yin was stunned and then thought of a possibility, incredulously asking, did the Lord recruit so many angels at once? Is it a unit building? The angels also noticed Yin. Hathaway, the principal angel, stepped forward and slightly bowed. Are you Lady Yin? We come from Paradise Mountain and thank you for your command boost. Though one was a technology angel and the other a magic angel, Yin felt an immediate kinship with the angel race. I come from Erlo Heaven. Let me introduce you to the environment here. What pleased Yin most was that Jiang Qin had recruited only female angels. Due to her upbringing, she had a strong aversion to male angels. The Lord is so considerate, she secretly praised. A system prompt popped up. Yin thinks you're considerate, affection 1, current 97 points. Considerate? Jiang Qin was taken aback, then remembered Angel Yan's background setting, and couldn't help but laugh. Heaven knows, he hadn't thought much about it. He just found female angels more pleasing to the eye. Soon after, Angel Yin returned to the territory, excitedly reporting, Lord, 300 kilometers south of Crystal Valley, I've discovered a Goblin territory. Goblin territory? Jiang Qin's interest was piqued. As the unit with the strongest solo combat power and the ability to fly, Yan's main task was to explore high-level maps. After several days, there was indeed a significant discovery. Describe the situation in detail, Jiang Chun commanded. Yin nodded and began to describe in detail. To the south lies an endless mountain range, giant eagles, steam cannons, and a river. Hearing river, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had a legendary shipyard blueprint, but such a building could only be constructed near water, so the blueprint had been gathering dust in the warehouse. Considering Yan's description of the terrain and his own combat power, Jiang Chen whispered, "Just wait 2 more days." "Yes, Lord," Yan replied loudly. 2 days later, in the skies above an endless mountain range, hundreds of mountain eagles were fiercely attacking the intruders daring to invade their airspace. Angel Sword. Power Angel Avril's longsword suddenly extended several meters with a sword light, slicing off one wing of the opposing mountain eagle. The unbalanced eagle crashed heavily onto a cliff hundreds of meters below, shattering into pieces. Divine Persuasion. Skill Angel Eve pointed her sword, and a holy light instantly descended onto another mountain eagle's head. Its eyes struggled for a moment, then it unexpectedly turned its claws and fangs towards a nearby comrade. "Holy flame!" cried Eve, as her entire body was instantly engulfed in sacred fire. She dove downwards, attaching the searing flames to several of the massive mountain eagles. Amidst their harrowing screams, the fire resolutely consumed these gigantic creatures. Across the battlefield, similar scenes unfolded repeatedly. Despite the mountain eagles being generally above level 45, they were no match for the formidable legendary troops. Jiang Chen stood on Long Jio's broad back, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. He was very satisfied with the powerful combat capabilities displayed by the angels, particularly impressed by the command abilities of the 2 chief angels. Through mental links, they could issue dozens of precise commands in an instant, showcasing micromanagement skills that even surpassed Jiang Chen, the scholar. Soon, hundreds of mountain eagles were completely annihilated, and the battle was drawing to a close. Near noon, Long Jio soared over a towering 1,000-meter peak, revealing a breathtaking view. A mighty river surged from west to east, spanning several kilometers wide, exuding grandeur. Jiang Chen noticed several steam-powered warships patrolling the river, indicating the extraordinary significance of this place. On the high ground by the riverbank stood a territory with a diameter of nearly a kilometer. It was a typical steampunk-style domain, with various metal structures gleaming coldly in the sunlight. In the square, steam airships frequently took off and landed, while steam mechs shuttled back and forth at the city gate, presenting a bustling scene. Jiang Chen quickly confirmed that this was a level 10 Goblin territory, even higher than the Crystal Castle. At that moment, a burst of jubilation erupted in the Longyuan town channel. "Ha ha ha, the luck wager has finally settled. Our town now has 19 luck points. Fantastic, the town space has expanded again." Jiang Chen opened the county channel and saw announcements scrolling by. Longyuan town has won the luck wager against Biashio town, gaining 6 luck points, currently at 19 points. 2 days ago, after Jiang Chen's intervention, Biashio town had already given up on this luck wager. The outcome didn't surprise anyone, but Zhu Yeqing couldn't help but exclaim, "19 points of town luck. Brother Jiang has single-handedly secured the majority of our town's luck." In the 2 town ranking competitions combined, the Heavenly Dao awarded a total of 34 luck points. Longyuan town now held 19 points, with Yiming town and Laoqin town each having 2 points, the remainder divided among several powerful towns of the Sakura nation. A disgruntled town chief from Sakura, named Shirata Orishida, remarked, "Once our great Sakura Empire wins the county chief position, we'll immediately mobilize an army to wipe out Longyuan town. All the luck in the world will be for nothing." His Shirata town, one of Sakura's powerful towns, ranked in the top 10 in both domain and slaughter points, currently holding 2 town luck points. Yiren sneered, "Are you dreaming? Sakura Nation has lost every gamble so far, and you still think you can win the county chief position?" Shirata Orishida retorted, "The county chief battle is about having more and stronger supporters, not the bravery of a single town. People of the Dragon Nation, you're just waiting for your downfall." Seeing this, Jiang Chun calmly posted a message. "Luck wager token, click to view." Instantly, the token's illustration appeared in the channel. Xiao Wushang excitedly said, "Jiang Chun actually has another luck wager token. Haha, why not clear out Shirata Town's luck to stop his arrogance?" After a moment of silence, system notifications flashed repeatedly. Notice, Shirata Orishida has withdrawn a message. Notice, Shirata Orishida has withdrawn a message. Shirata Orishida's attitude shifted dramatically, respectfully saying, "Jiang Chunkuan, I spoke out of turn under the influence of alcohol, please forgive me." Such a sudden change in demeanor instantly drew a chorus of boos. Ying Man immediately put on an adorable expression, blinking her large eyes and saying, "Sell it to me, please Omega." Although she rarely acted cute given her status as a big shot, She didn't hesitate to use her charm this time. Jiang Chen chuckled at the sight and then spoke earnestly, "Everyone, level up to 6 as soon as possible and build an embassy." Yi Iran asked excitedly, "Are we betting on alliances?" Ng Inman laughed heartily, "Haha, a few towns in Sakura country have luck points reaching 2. It's indeed more profitable to form an alliance before betting. I'll cover the cost of the betting token." Her generous spirit made Jiang Chun even more fond of this wealthy benefactor. Meanwhile, Bai Tianji complained bitterly, "You people from Long Country are really wicked." With that, he closed the county channel. Jiang Qian turned his attention to the Goblin territory in front of him and began to ponder carefully. He commanded his troops to land on a shallow beach 2 kilometers away from the territory. As expected, their presence was immediately detected by the advanced surveillance buildings within the Goblin territory. Shrill alarms blared, and squads of towering mechs quickly ascended the city walls, ready for battle. Soon, a rather sarcastic voice echoed, "Humans? Angels? Dragons? No matter who you are, leave the great Grutu's domain now, and merciful as I am, I might forgive you." Jiang Qin inwardly mocked. Why do they all say the same thing? He knew well that Goblin Technology's defensive weapons had a range far exceeding that of dwarf rocketeers, so for this expedition, he chose not to bring any dwarf rocketeers. Instead of acting rashly, Jiang Chun ordered the Crystal Maiden beside him, transform into crystal ants and infiltrate the city. Crystal ants were a recent transformation template acquired by the Crystal Maiden. Jingy responded respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Before the words had fully left her mouth, 12 Crystal Maidens swiftly transformed into giant ants and burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. A few minutes later, Jiang Chun waved his hand and decisively commanded, "Attack! Leave no one alive." Angels and dragons soared into the sky, and ground troops charged forward, leaving only a few to guard Jiang Chen. Chaos erupted in the territory ahead, with countless crystal blades faintly visible dancing in the air. The Goblin Lord Grutu's furious voice rang out again, "Damn you, shameless humans, is sneak attack all you know?" Taking advantage of the chaos within the city, Jiang Chen's troops breached the Goblin territory's defensive perimeter. Immediately, defensive buildings, warships, and long-range troops opened fire, bombarding them with a barrage of shells of various calibers. The defensive structure's firepower far exceeded that of same-level hero troops, especially considering the Goblin territory was level 10. Even goddess warriors would hesitate to take some of these attacks heeding. A loud crash echoed as a Tanine disciple had all escape routes cut off, and the void barrier of the great Sumeru sword style barely held for a moment before being sliced in half by a blade car. If not for the Fountain of Life, and the necessity to build a dock here, Jiang Chun wouldn't have been so reckless. Half a minute later, despite losing several Tianyin disciples, Jiang Chen's forces reached the city walls. Cynthia, now level 25, shouted, "Thunder battle form," with lightning enveloping her as she leaped over the 10-meter-high wall, piercing the cockpit of a formidable elite mech with her spear. "Human, your opponent is me," a voice roared as a 3-meter golden mech charged at Cynthia. Clang. Cynthia stepped back a few paces, a glint of excitement in her eyes. Now that's more like it. The extraordinary hero, Goblin Slayer, using its level 52 advantage, was evenly matched with Cynthia. Meanwhile, dragons circled in the sky, spewing black flames into the territory below. 12 powerful angels also descended into the city, wreaking havoc, with the slightly weaker Tianyin disciples following closely, leaping onto the walls. For Jiang Chun, although some Tianyin disciples fell, victory was only a matter of time. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. With a series of mechanical clattering, the Goblin territory's Lord's Manor transformed like a precision instrument, quickly reassembling into a colossal mech dozens of meters tall. "Goblin Guardian," Jiang Chen murmured with a hint of regret as he gazed at the giant robot before him. "What a pity. It's only of epic quality." Goblin Guardian. Race, Goblin. Level, 54. Quality, Orange Epic. Combat Power, 1758. Skills, Humans, prepare to die. Grutu's voice boomed from within the Goblin Guardian. A massive sword, several dozen meters long, slashed down, targeting Long Jiao, who was happily spewing fire. Despite its massive size, the Goblin Guardian moved with surprising agility, and it seemed Long Jiao was about to be cleaved in two. "For the Lord," Long Jiao shouted his last words in loyalty, fully expecting to perish. Clang. A 5-foot-long thunder blade intercepted the Goblin Guardian's attack. Although Yan's attributes were somewhat lacking, both his wormhole defense barrier and thunder power were fully developed level skills. "Your opponent is me." Finally encountering a worthy opponent, Yan's inner warrior spirit ignited fiercely. Meanwhile, Long Jiao, realizing he hadn't died, flapped his wings and fled. "Yan, even though I knew I wouldn't die, you saved me again." Grutu's angry voice echoed once more from within the Goblin Guardian, clearly infuriated by the sudden turn of events. "Mighty angel hero, why do you serve a lowly human lord? If you join my domain, the position of Lady of the Manor is yours for the taking." These words struck Yin like a sledgehammer, hitting her most sensitive spot. A flash of anger crossed Angel Yan's eyes as her entire being was suddenly enveloped in a terrifying storm of thunder. Through gritted teeth, she spat out two words: "Die now." The Goblin territory, though boasting 4 heroes with power comparable to goddess warriors, was vastly outnumbered. 12 goddess warriors alone were a formidable force, not to mention the powerful units like the Crystal Maiden and the Celestial Maiden. The battle erupted swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, all Goblin units were slaughtered except for the Goblin Guardian. Yin, although assured of victory, felt somewhat disgruntled. She quickly retrieved a bottle of immortal elixir and drank it down. Instantly, she felt a surge of energy within her, with her attributes significantly enhanced. Just as Yin was about to strike, a loud crash echoed. The massive form of the Goblin Guardian suddenly knelt to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "Noble human lord, I am willing to surrender and become your vassal." The Goblin Guardian's voice was filled with fear and pleading. Having witnessed his troops being annihilated and facing a much stronger opponent, he had long harbored thoughts of retreat and now dared not act the hero. Angel Yin, seething with rage, shouted sternly, "From arrogance to subservience, you have no dignity of a true warrior. You're as shameless as the Sakura people." She recalled the contemptible behavior of the Sakura people she had encountered during expeditions with Jiang Chun and felt even more disdain. However, such a significant decision was not hers to make alone. As she hesitated, Jiang Chen's voice thundered like a storm, "Kill." Upon hearing this, the Goblin Guardian seemed to gain a burst of energy, leaping up and dashing towards the riverbank. He seemed to believe that diving into the river would be his salvation. But the Crystal Maiden had already laid a trap. Hundreds of crystal beams rained down on the Goblin Guardian, immobilizing him. At the same time, a nearly 100-meter-long energy sword formed above his head. "No!" The Goblin Guardian's despairing cry had barely escaped his lips when the heavenly blade struck down. The terrifying energy cleaved his massive body in two, the metal at the cut melting instantly and dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound. The inside of Grudo was vaporized without a trace. Jiang Chun had arrived at the city wall, preparing to survey the battle. Suddenly, a battle report left him stunned. "Your hero Yin has slain the Goblin Lord Grudo Epic. You have gained energy 2.16 million, Spirit Stones 300,000, Epic Treasure Chest 1, and Epic Tech Crystal 1. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, "Tech Crystal?" The epic technological crystal shimmered with a brilliant light, embodying boundless knowledge. Jiang Chen gazed at this powerful crystal, calculating his next move. Though his territory lacked technological buildings, he recalled Yin mentioning that such a crystal could accelerate the cultivation of her divine body. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen invested 19 million spirit stones to enhance the crystal to legendary quality. With a flash of golden light, he tossed the crystal to Yin. Yin caught the crystal, her expression serious as she expressed her gratitude. She explained that the divine body, though rated as an A-grade technique, was purely a technological creation. Since she had been summoned to the battlefield of all races shortly after its formation, her divine body remained at the entry level. Yin quickly absorbed the crystal, and a nebula-like radiance emanated from her body, flickering brightly. A minute later, the light subsided, and Yin opened her eyes, joyfully announcing that her divine body had reached the proficient level. Jiang Chen immediately checked the changes in Yan's attributes. Initially, the entry-level divine body provided a 100 boost to all attributes, but now it had surged to a 300 boost. Yan's combat power instantly increased by 200 stars, securing her position as the strongest in the territory with her legendary 1-star quality. After handling this unexpected boon, Jiang Chun turned his attention to the celestial prompt. The system inquired whether he wished to occupy a newly discovered, unclaimed wilderness territory. Jiang Chun chose to occupy it, recognizing its strategic importance despite not increasing the population limit. This former Goblin territory boasted a robust defense system with dozens of blade cars, combat bunkers, and scatter towers, requiring minimal additional defense. Jiang Chun particularly noted the natural harbor on the southern side, already equipped with a rare-quality steam shipyard. Not satisfied with the existing facilities, Jiang Chun decisively ordered the demolition of the shipyard. The system notified him of gaining a substantial amount of rare materials and a steam shipyard blueprint. Jiang Chun stored the blueprint in his backpack, then retrieved the dark dock blueprint he had obtained earlier. "Construct," Jiang Chen commanded, and the pre-prepared materials instantly transformed into a massive shipyard spanning 100 meters in diameter. This legendary building could construct various ghost-type ships, and Jiang Chen wasted no time ordering the construction of a ghost mothership. By evening, a dazzling light shot from the shipyard, striking the rushing river. As the light faded, it revealed a massive black ship, 200 meters long and 60 meters wide. Jiang Chun carefully examined the attributes of this legendary ghost mothership. Equipped with a powerful weapon system, featuring a ship spirit captain, and possessing capabilities such as shielding, deep-sea diving, and stealth. This formidable warship would undoubtedly significantly bolster Jiang Chun's naval power. With 1,200 armor points and a 2,000 level energy shield, Jiang Chun nodded with satisfaction. These were merely the stats of a level 0 ghost mothership, yet they were already impressive. The name Ghost evidently came from its stealth and deep diving abilities, rather than its energy attributes. Jiang Chun pondered that although this legendary warship was immensely powerful, its energy consumption was enormous. Only high-grade spiritual stones could recharge it, making it a burden for ordinary lords to maintain. Let's go. Let's board the ship. Jiang Chun eagerly stepped onto the deck. As soon as he set foot on the ship, a holographic figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Greetings, my lord. I am Xiaomei, the captain of the ghost mothership, the holographic image announced. Jiang Chun was taken aback. Xiaomei? A female captain? He scrutinized the figure before him. She wore a shirt and jacket with leather boots, a decorative rapier slung across her slender waist, exuding a wild aura. Jiang Chun thought to himself that with an eye patch, she would perfectly resemble a classic female pirate. Xiaomei smiled and explained, My lord, I am the ship's spirit, capable of manifesting any appearance you wish. She glanced at the women around Jiang Chun and continued, Based on my initial observations, I believe this appearance and name suit your aesthetic preferences. Of course, if you prefer a burly man, I can transform into a big guy. No, no big guy. Jiang Chun immediately rejected the idea. This is just fine. Xiaomei gave a graceful bow. As you wish. Over the next half hour, Jiang Chun toured the ghost mothership. Beyond its formidable combat capabilities, the ship was equipped with all essential amenities like dining areas and bedrooms, making it a veritable floating fortress. The more Jiang Chun saw, the more pleased he became. After the tour, Jiang Chun gave an order to the chief angel, Hathaway. Lead a squad of angels with the ghost mothership downstream to explore the waters below. With a river of this scale, the downstream area is likely to be a vast body of water, possibly an ocean. Angels, being flying units, are better suited for maritime operations. After some thought, he added, If you reach a level 60 monster map, cease exploration and return immediately. Maps beyond level 60 are too risky for the angels at this stage. Hathaway and Xiaomei responded in unison. As you command, my lord. Watching the massive ghost mothership sail downstream, Jiang Chun returned to Longyuan town via the Goblin territory's teleportation array. He didn't rush to upgrade the ghost mothership or even build a second one. After all, a warship's level couldn't exceed that of the shipyard, and upgrading the shipyard was costly. Jiang Chun planned to explore the seas with his companions once his forces had cleared a safe zone. He was already contemplating unlocking the tailor shop at level 7 and figuring out how to acquire some bikini blueprints. However, plans couldn't keep up with change. Jiang Chun's ideas were soon completely overturned by the events that followed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room where Jiang Chun was enjoying a hearty breakfast. Suddenly, several prompts from the heavenly path flashed, interrupting his meal. Your ghost mothership has left the county's jurisdiction. Your ghost mothership has discovered Sunset Bay. Jiang Chun put down his utensils, frowning slightly. It's already left Qingyang County's jurisdiction so quickly, he murmured, then a smile of delight spread across his face. Beyond Qingyang County, it's the ocean, just as I thought. Haha, the resources at sea are just as abundant as those on land, and there's no one to compete with me for theory all mine. Just as he was lost in thoughts about the future, a battle notification popped up. Your unit, Eve, has killed a sea serpent, gaining energy 52, spirit stones 10, votes 4. Votes? Jiang Chun was taken aback, then quickly ordered, claim the rewards. In the blink of an eye, a gold-edged card appeared in Jiang Chun's hand. The card read, Vote. Cast your precious vote for the county chief candidate you support. The event has not yet started. Jiang Chun was speechless at first, then furrowed his brow. So this time, the fight for county chief is going to rely on gathering votes. He fell into thought, recalling the usual brawls on battle maps for the county chief position. Despite facing overwhelming odds, Jiang Chun had never been afraid. But elections were a different story. Dragon Nation lords were already scarce, and the privileges of a county chief far surpassed those of a town mayor. Winning support from individuals like Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing was not guaranteed, and the Sakura Nation's lords were not monolithic either. Jiang Chun could foresee a fierce competition among many contenders. However, Jiang Chun quickly calmed down. He analyzed. It seems that only monsters outside the county maps drop votes. I have a legendary warship, legendary units, and the added benefit of the dragon vein drop rate. Most importantly, the fight for county chief won't start for at least 10 days, giving me a significant head start. He smiled confidently, So what if I can't gather votes? I can just vote for myself? As he pondered, another battle report flashed. Your unit, Avril, has killed a sea serpent, gaining energy 57, spirit stones 10, vote 6. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up as he quickly noticed the pattern. For every 5 levels a monster's level increases, it drops 1 more vote, also influenced by the dragon vein drop rate. Realizing this key factor, Jiang Qun sprang into action. He intensified resource reinforcement, continued building ghost motherships, and recruited angels. Upgrade. Jiang Qun decisively spent 210,000 energy to upgrade the newly recruited Power Angel to level 20. After completing the operation, he couldn't help but sigh, still short on energy. Despite acquiring another lightbait and harvesting nearly 1,000,000 energy in recent days, the energy required to upgrade angels was exorbitant, second only to legendary heroes. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days in Yongye Town, reaping the Sakura Nation's elite army. While Jiang Qian was fervently building ships, Takahashi Mizuki suddenly received a communication request from Kamaya Yuichi. Kamaya Yuichi gave a slight bow, speaking with a serious tone. Miss Takahashi, Jiang Qin's self-created exceptional units have gained fame across the land, attracting a squad of dragons to his cause. He is a grave threat to our Sakura Empire. We have decided to adopt your suggestion and launch a night raid on Longyuan Town tonight to eliminate Jiang Chun. That's great. Takahashi Mizuki didn't hide her joy and inquired, what lineup is the Empire planning to deploy? Jiang Chun does have a squad of dragons, so we must not underestimate him. Kamaya Yuichi replied confidently, rest assured, Miss Takahashi, I will personally lead the operation, assembling 20 squads of epic units and over 100 squads of exceptional units, all at level 25 or above. Furthermore, we've obtained substantial support from the military. 20 Shikigami Lords will also take part. As long as Miss Takahashi opens the portal to Jiang Qin's territory, even if he is formidable, he will be doomed. Takahashi Mizuki frowned slightly, saying, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. I still feel Jiang Chun might have hidden aces, so I believe the lineup might not guarantee absolute success. Kamaya Yuichi pondered for a moment, then said, please wait. Soon, he spoke again. The military has accepted Miss Takahashi's suggestion and agreed to deploy 40 Shikigami Lords. Although Takahashi Mizuki still felt it wasn't enough, she understood how challenging it was to cultivate Shikigami Lords. 40 was nearly the entire reserve of the Sakura military in Qingyang County. Jiang Qin, busy reinforcing resources, immediately received a message from Takahashi Mizuki. Ha ha ha, excellent. You've done well. Jiang Qin had just been lamenting his lack of energy, but the Sakura people were now organizing a group to deliver resources. The 40 Shikigami Lords alone, even if not fully developed, could each provide at least 1,000,000 energy. Takahashi Mizuki nodded excitedly. Wipe out the Sakura dogs in one fell swoop. In the dead of night, a seemingly inconspicuous Sakura territory had transformed into a living hell. Flames of war raged, screams echoed, and the entire territory was engulfed in chaos. Why are you killing us? You're not our lord. You're a demon. How could this happen? The lord of Sakura's eyes were filled with fanaticism, and the mourning band on his head fluttered in the wind. He wielded a katana, moving with astonishing speed among his own men, each strike claiming a life. Elite heroes, soldiers, and peasants looked on in disbelief as their once kind lord transformed into a killing machine. A strange paralysis swept over the crowd, leaving everyone frozen in place, able only to watch as death approached. The air was thick with fear and despair, as blood boiled and souls screamed silently. The young lord swung his blade, severing the last man's head, and raised his hands high, shouting, Great Inagami, I offer the blood and souls of my comrades to summon you. The Shikigami Lords were one of the most extreme factions in Sakura. This unique lordship system was established by Jimu Tenno, known as Su Fu. Legend has it that Su Fu, fleeing the wrath of Qin Shi Huang, made a pact with the dark spirits of the spiritual realm, thus creating the Shikigami Lords. The core principle involves personally killing close ones to harness resentment and blood energy to summon dark spirits. The stronger and closer the victims, the more potent the effect. On the battlefield of myriad races, this means that units with higher affinity and loyalty provide greater power. Becoming a Shikigami Lord requires not only exceptional talent, but also a ruthless nature, completely devoid of humanity. Therefore, even within the Sakura military, Shikigami Lords are rare and valuable. As the last body fell, a massive spectral claw appeared at the edge of the magic circle. Soon, a gigantic evil spirit in the form of a dog struggled to emerge. It hungrily absorbed the blood energy and resentment permeating the air, and then leapt up to merge with the young Sakura Lord. In an instant, the young man's form expanded rapidly, stopping only when he reached 4 meters in height. Sharp fangs and claws protruded from his hands and feet, his spine arched, and he transformed into a fearsome humanoid demon dog. Such powerful strength, he growled, his voice still tinged with a hint of reason. It's a pity the target developed too quickly. We didn't have time to reach our full potential, or I would be even stronger. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the terrifying creature stepped into the portal and vanished. In numerous cherry blossom territories, a similar scene was unfolding simultaneously. At this moment, the domain of Kamiya Yuichi had already gathered a formidable army. Dozens of powerful warlords, thousands of mid to high-level troops, and even hundreds of flying creatures like dragons and griffins, all to prevent Jiang Qin from escaping on a dragon. The Shikigami Lords appeared one after another, each exuding a suffocating aura of violence. Their presence was so imposing that even legendary sword masters couldn't help but take notice. Kamiya Yuichi turned to the young cherry blossom warrior beside him, complimenting, "Mr. Koizumi, we are grateful for the military's strong support this time. With so many Shikigami Lords on our side, Jiang Qin is doomed." Koizumi Shiro, a major in the cherry blossom military, was born in Qingyang County and was serving as the temporary commander of the Shikigami Lords. He explained, "Each time a Shikigami Lord acts, they pay the price of sacrificing all their subordinates. It's said that some powerful Shikigami Lords can endure for years, even decades, and their outburst of power is comparable to mythology. The Shikigami Lords are a blessing from His Majesty Emperor Shinmu to our great Cherry Blossom Empire. With the Kamiya and Hojo families joining forces, our military couldn't stand by." Koizumi Shiro added with a hint of regret, "It's a pity that only 20 days have passed since the district opened. Their heroic troops are too weak. The strongest among them are only equivalent to a one-star legend." Kamiya Yuichi nodded in understanding. "Please convey the gratitude of the Kamiya family to General Koizumi." Koizumi Shiro nodded in agreement and then urged, "Everyone's here. We should move quickly, or the evil spirits will corrode the Shikigami Lord's minds." With a serious expression, Kamiya Yuichi immediately contacted his vassal lord, Miyamoto. Shortly after, Miyamoto emerged from the teleportation array and respectfully reported, "Gentlemen, I've already met with Miss Takahashi and instructed the Onmyoji to conduct a life scan within a 30-kilometer radius. Everything on the other side seems normal." Koizumi Shiro praised, "Lord Kamiya, your attention to detail is remarkable." Kamiya Yuichi humbly replied, "There's a saying in the Dragon Nation, better safe than sorry." After confirming safety, Kamiya Yuichi led the way into the teleportation array. The territory was silent at midnight, and Mizuki Takahashi warmly greeted them. "Welcome, Lord Kamiya, Lord Koizumi." Koizumi Shiro remarked, "Who would have thought that this peaceful and serene land of Longyuan Town would soon become a bloody battlefield?" The Cherry Blossom army quickly passed through the teleportation array, making the territory crowded. Mizuki Takahashi inquired, "Is everyone here?" "Everyone is here." Kamiya Yuichi nodded. "Please proceed, Miss Takahashi." Mizuki Takahashi first waved to close the teleportation array, then smiled. "Please wait a moment." As she spoke, she tore open a silent scroll. Kamiya Yuichi was surprised. "A silent scroll? Isn't it a bit early to use it? Jiang Qin's territory is the battlefield." "Battlefield?" Mizuki Takahashi clapped her hands excitedly. "Haha, this is the battlefield." Koizumi Shiro sensed something was wrong and tried to return to the teleportation gate, only to find it closed. He demanded harshly, "Miss Takahashi, what are you doing?" At that moment, 4 giant portals opened from the east, south, west, and north sides of the territory. Angels, dragons, hill kings, crystal maidens, and other extraordinary human troops poured out, surrounding the territory. Dragons? Angels? Kamiya Yuichi was furious. Jiang Qin actually has such powerful troops? "Fool!" Koizumi Shiro shouted. "Mizuki Takahashi, you're insane. How dare you betray the Empire? Don't you know the consequences? Your family, even your clan, will face the Empire's harshest punishment." "For the Dragon Nation," Mizuki Takahashi declared loudly, "to sacrifice for the Dragon Nation is the greatest honor of the Takahashi family. Those unwilling to sacrifice for the Dragon Nation deserve to die." Kamiya Yuichi looked at the fanatical Mizuki Takahashi, trembling. "This is madness. Absolute madness." Suddenly, Koizumi Shiro acted, beheading Mizuki Takahashi with a single stroke. He pointed his blood-stained sword forward, shouting, "He only has a squad of angels and dragons. They're not our match." Shikigami Lords commenced the slaughter. At this point, the 4 portals had closed. Kamiya Yuichi, looking at the enemy lineup, sighed with relief and shouted, "Indeed, Jiang Qin is too arrogant." Koizumi Shiro reminded, "Lord Kamiya, this is the opponent's home ground. To prevent Jiang Qin from calling for reinforcements or using portals to escape, seal the space immediately." "Thank you for the reminder, Lord Koizumi." Kamiya Yuichi quickly took out a space-sealing scroll. "Seal?" Koizumi Shiro praised. "Well done." Kamiya Yuichi laughed. Jiang Chun has relied on luck to get this far, but he's still a country bumpkin at heart. He has no idea of the Shikigami Lords' power. Both were full of anticipation, waiting for the Shikigami Lords to perform. But what they witnessed next would be etched in their memories forever. A lizard Shikigami Lord with one-star legendary strength collided head-on with a human female warrior radiating lightning, in a clash devoid of any embellishment. With a swift motion, Cynthia's spear pierced through the lizard-like Shikigami Lord's supposedly impenetrable scales. Blood splattered as the spear trembled, releasing a devastating shockwave that tore the powerful lord into pieces. The scene was gruesome, with flesh scattered everywhere. Ga Kamihachiyu abruptly halted his charge, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible! Koizumi Shiro exclaimed in shock. That was one of the strongest Shikigami Lords. Trying to maintain composure, he shouted to rally his troops. It must be Jiang Qin's hero empress. She's just one person. There's no need to fear. Before he could finish, another Shikigami Lord fell at Giselle's hands. Kamihachiyu watched in stunned silence as one after another, seemingly invincible Shikigami Lords were slain. Meanwhile, angels and dragons soared above, mercilessly slaughtering wyverns and griffins. Legendary units. Kamihachiyu muttered, a hint of madness in his eyes, and even more powerful than dragons. He urgently commanded, Swordmasters, join forces with the Shikigami Lords to take down these female warriors. However, the command failed to turn the tide of the battle. Although the Nine Heavens Saint was slightly inferior to the goddess warriors, she was far from being comparable to ordinary legendary units. With a serious expression, Zazai Tian chanted, Heavenly Sound 9 slashes, sending 9 sharp sword energies piercing through the Shikigami Lord's vital areas like the forehead and heart. Several hundred meters away in the sky, Jiang Chun put away the spatial sealing scroll he was about to use. Although the battle unfolded within Longyuan town's borders, he had planned to seal the area as a precaution. Unexpectedly, Kamihachiyu acted first. Reports flooded in. Your unit Cynthia has killed Lord Inoue Yuga, gaining energy 1.89 million. Your unit Fanine Tian has killed the Swordmaster, gaining energy 260,000. Standing on Long Jia's back with his hands behind him, Jiang Qin mused, Shikigami Lords are truly fascinating. He calculated in his mind. In terms of energy, wiping out an ordinary territory, including its lord, would yield only about 100,000 energy. For him, the speed of energy acquisition from conquering a small town was not even faster than the Crystal Valley. But after merging with the evil spirit, Shikigami Lords became a source of millions of energy in an instant. Among the 3 heroes, only Lihani stood beside Jiang Chun, holding her whooshing sword, watching the battle below. The Empress and Angel Yin flew on either side of Long Jio, looking slightly bored. Woken up in the middle of the night with warnings of a formidable enemy, they were greeted with this scene instead. The Empress yawned. Losing interest? Is that it? Jiang Chun chuckled. Don't worry, there are still tasks for you later. Hearing Jiang Chun's words, the two of them finally showed some interest. The Empress sighed helplessly. Why is it every time the goddess warrior takes action, people mistake her for me? Jiang Chun consoled her. It just shows how famous you are. The Empress gave Jiang Chun a charming glance in response. Ever since the Empress's favorability reached 99 points, her demeanor had become increasingly alluring when no one else was around. Jiang Chun thought to himself, almost to level 7. He recalled that most structures would see significant upgrades at level 7, 12, 18, and 25. For instance, once the Lord's Manor reached level 7, they could recruit a 4th hero. He couldn't help but anticipate what new features the Tanine Pavilion would gain at level 7, and whether it would push the Empress's favorability to 100 points. As Jiang Chun was lost in thought, Lihani timidly spoke up, Lord, why aren't we rescuing Lord Gaoyu? The young girl's tone revealed a long-held curiosity. As a newcomer freshly trained and sent into the world, Lihani's temperament was not yet as seasoned as the veteran, Shueyu Sword Immortal. Jiang Chun collected his thoughts and said solemnly, battles always have sacrifices. However, he knew in his heart that after today, even the Sakura nation would realize that Takahashi Miyue was compromised. This pawn had lost its value. Besides, she was an evil Sakura nation spy, unworthy of sympathy, and freeing up a slot in the mind control tower was beneficial. More importantly, Jiang Chun had already selected a new candidate for control. Jiang Qin's might quickly crush the Sakura nation completely. The enemies were in disarray. Someone shouted, we can't win. Everyone scatter and flee. Another responded in despair. No, the blood crystal bat is too fast. We can't escape. Someone attempted to plead. I was bewitched by Kamihachi. Please spare me, Jiang Chunkuan. As a defeated lord, my family will surely pay a hefty ransom for me. Fool, are you still dreaming? Another retorted angrily. We've seen Jiang Qin's power. He won't let us leave alive. However, whether they chose to flee, surrender, or fight to the death, the outcome was inevitable. Strangely, Jiang Qin's forces seemed to deliberately avoid targeting these lords during the attack. As time passed, sword masters fell one by one, not to mention the ordinary elite troops like the Kamakura samurai. If not for Koizumi Shiro deploying a powerful defensive artifact at a critical moment, the battle might have ended much sooner. 10 minutes later, corpses littered the territory inside and out. Jiang Chun looked at the remaining few dozen lone lords and smiled. Welcome to Longyuan town as guests. How do you find our welcoming ceremony? Jiang Chun didn't immediately strike them down, seemingly offering them a glimmer of hope. Kamihachi Yuichi immediately knelt, raising his katana with both hands, bowing respectfully. Jiang Chun-kun, your strength has earned my respect. I finally understand why Miss Miue switched sides. I too wish to pledge my allegiance to you. Koizumi Shiro shouted angrily, Kamihachi, I misjudged you. Then he turned to Shinshia, commanding, kill them. Wait. Before Koizumi Shiro could finish his sentence, he fell to his knees with a thud, speaking coldly, my grandfather is General Koizumi Masaharu. If you kill me, you will surely incur his wrath. This kneeling threat was something Jiang Chun had never seen before. He couldn't be bothered with the two and casually selected 3 Sakura Lords. Take these 3 back to the territory first. I want to interrogate them in batches. Jiang Chun knew he couldn't leave any survivors, but it seemed a waste not to extract some value from them before they died. The silent scroll used by Takahashi Miue was of exceptional quality, while the spatial seal scroll used by Kamihachi Yuichi was merely rare. Thus, even outside the spatial seal's range, these 2 Sakura Lords couldn't communicate with the outside world. Jiang Chen opened a portal and returned to his territory with the 3. As soon as they stepped in, the mind control tower's blue light enveloped the 3 Sakura Lords. Jiang Chun had upgraded the mind control tower to level 4, leaving 3 slots available besides the 2 other Mei agency female spies. The 3 Sakura Lords were instantly controlled, sobbing and repenting, Master, we know we were wrong. Jiang Chun smiled. As long as you understand your mistakes. Now hand over all your assets and then atone with your lives. Grateful, the 3 agreed. Yes, Master. They began transferring their assets to Jiang Qin, including food, equipment, military tokens, and blueprints from their warehouses, everything they could transfer. After completing this, the 3 bowed respectfully to Jiang Chun, drew their katanas, and ended their own lives. The mind control tower's control units reverted to 25. 3 people, 6 million spirit stones, not bad. Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. Though these 3 weren't from prominent families, their families were at least comparable to the Kamigawa Lin family in wealth. Bring in the next 3. Jiang Chun ordered. The second batch of 3 soon arrived. Before they could react to the bodies on the ground, they too were controlled by the mind control tower. In this manner, dozens of powerful warlords handed over all their assets before meeting their demise. Ironically, none of the Sakura Lords resisted. They obediently awaited Jiang Chen's interrogation in batches. Eventually, only Kamiya Yuichi and Koizumi Shiro remained. When Jiang Chen assessed their wealth, he was pleasantly surprised Kamiya Yuichi possessed 60 million spirit stones, and Koizumi Shiro had 15 million. This was just a fraction of what they brought to the battlefield of the myriad races. Jiang Chun considered sending Kamiya Yuichi back to Blue Star to gather more funds, but ultimately abandoned this high-risk idea. From the several dozen Sakura Lords, Jiang Chen amassed a total of 150 million spirit stones, skyrocketing his total to 360 million. What generous benefactors! Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel. This fortune was just what he needed to urgently construct a fleet of ghost motherships. Even more astonishing was the energy value, which soared to 98 million, nearly breaking the billion mark, surpassing even the contribution from the 100,000 Sakura soldiers in Eternal Night Town. Jiang Chen didn't immediately utilize this windfall. Instead, he ordered Kamiya Yuichi to contact Biashio Mai, falsely claiming the mission was accomplished. Kamiya Yuichi respectfully replied, Yes, Master. In Biashio Town, despite the late hour, Biashio Mai was too anxious to sleep, pacing back and forth in her territory, awaiting news from Kamiya Yuichi. Suddenly, a video call request came through. Upon answering, Kamiya Yuichi, beaming with delight, reported, Miss Biashio, mission accomplished. Jiang Chun has been slain by me. The video background showed they were in Kamiya Town, with Koizumi Shiro equally overjoyed beside him. Biashio Mai was overjoyed at the news, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. That's wonderful. The great Sakura Empire will forever remember your deeds. Kamiya Yuichi smiled and responded. Although Biashio Town didn't contribute personnel, it played a crucial role in facilitating this mission. So Miss Biashio deserves a share of the spoils. With that, he sent Biashio Mai images of 3 legendary pieces of equipment. Kamiya Yuichi suggested, open a portal for us to come over and celebrate properly. Though she found it a bit odd, Biashio Mai, blinded by greed, agreed, feeling secure within her own territory. Soon, Kamiya Yuichi and Koizumi Shiro stepped through the portal, followed by several graceful figures. Just as Biashio Mai was about to inquire, Kamiya Yuichi tore open a silent scroll. Realizing something was amiss, she had no time to act before Yin unleashed a terrifying aura, forcing all hero units in Biashio's territory to involuntarily retreat. Taking advantage of this moment, the Empress activated her cloud shadow technique, swiftly crossing dozens of meters of space, effortlessly taking down two sword masters before seizing Biashio Mai and making a swift escape. By the time the others reacted, the Empress had vanished beyond the portal. Biashio Mai's subordinates shouted, "Damn it! Release our lord! Kill them and rescue our lord!" However, before they could act, Biashio Mai reappeared, stopping her heroes and troops. She addressed Kamiya Yuichi and Koizumi Shiro. "Thank you both for helping me rediscover the meaning of life." Kamiya Yuichi earnestly replied, "Please bring Yui and Mei back to the right path as well." Biashio Mai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's necessary. Sisters, let me guide you to enlightenment." A few minutes later, the three Biashio sisters knelt together before Jiang Chun, a sight that was truly lamentable. Mei and Yui's eyes sparkled with a light of conviction as they clenched their fists and resolutely declared, "For our master, for the Dragon Nation." Seeing this, Jiang Chun exhaled a sigh of relief, silently thankful that although the recent actions were risky, they were ultimately successful. As a lord, my Hojo could have closed the territory's portal at any time, which wouldn't have been dangerous but would have caused complications for the Empress and her group returning to Longyuan town. Fortunately, in her panic, my Hojo forgot this detail, allowing Jiang Chun's plan to proceed smoothly. Despite the risks involved, the rewards were substantial. The strongest lord in Sakura country within Qingyang County had become Jiang Chun's informant, and the deaths of Kamiya Yuichi and Takahashi Mizuki opened doors for new opportunities. Jiang Chun instructed the three sisters, "Without my orders, just continue developing your territory as usual. Also, find a reason not to return to Blue Star in the future." My Hojo nodded solemnly. "We understand. There are still many strong members of the Hojo family who could easily control us again." Jiang Chun nodded with satisfaction, choosing not to use them for surprise attacks on other Sakura country town leaders. The intelligence value of the three sisters was far more significant than killing hundreds of Sakura lords. The next morning, exclamations echoed across Qingyang County. "Lord Inoue has fallen. Lord Kojima is dead too." The news of warlords' deaths spread through the towns, causing quite a stir. However, due to the secrecy of the operation, very few were in the know, and naturally, no one publicized such a disgraceful event. Several managers in Longyuan town noticed something unusual, but seeing Jiang Chun offer no explanation, they wisely remained silent. Only Ying Yimin sent a brief message. "Impressive." Jiang Chun couldn't help but admire the strong intelligence network of the Xian Qining clan. In the following period, Qingyang County remained calm. One day, Jiang Chun was listening to my Hojo's report. She detailed the uproar and anger this event had caused within the Sakura military, the Plum Agency, and among dozens of lord family heads, as well as their confusion and speculation about the internal situation of Longyuan town. My Hojo concluded with an expression of admiration. "To the Sakura people, Longyuan town is like a bottomless pit. Whoever enters is doomed." Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt relieved and decided to shift his focus to more important overseas matters. After the report, my Hojo handed over two blueprints, Summer Cool and Pink Temptation. Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction, suddenly realizing that as an entertainment lord, he had been too focused on warfare lately, somewhat neglecting his main role. Another day passed, and Jiang Chun's Lord's Manor upgraded to level 7, unlocking new buildings and hero slots. At level 7, ordinary lords could finally recruit rare units in bulk, such as the human heavy cavalry. Jiang Chun was planning his next big moves. In a regular blacksmith or tailor shop that comes with a territory, without any special enhancements, the highest quality of mass-produced equipment is limited to rare level. Even if the building is upgraded, it only increases the level of the forged equipment, not its quality. Jiang Chun handed over two enticing Summer Cool dividend blueprints to the tailor and eagerly opened the territory panel. His eyes quickly scanned through the regular attributes and then focused on the buildings section. Currently, the special buildings in Jiang Chun's territory include the Fountain of Life, Tanine Pavilion, Drunken Immortal Tower, Angel Rebirth Pool, Lighthouse, Mind Control Tower, Tower of Heaven's Wrath, Dark Dock, and Mysterious Cottage. Each building has its unique purpose, but due to financial constraints, Jiang Chun could only choose two to upgrade. The system prompt sounded. "Your building, Fountain of Life, has been upgraded to level 7, enhancing its functions." Jiang Chun immediately checked the attributes of the level 7 Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life Legendary Level 1. Units within a 30-meter radius of the Fountain of Life can quickly recover from injuries, replenish spiritual power, and repair their souls. 2. At level 7, each unit can be revived 10 times daily. 3. Without damaging the foundation of the fountain of life, it can produce 2 bottles of life essence and 30 bottles of life water daily. Ha ha ha, 2 bottles of life essence every day. Jiang Chun exclaimed excitedly. Although no new special effects appeared, his primary concern was the life essence. By comparison, the daily 30 bottles of life water seemed less significant. Jiang Chun quickly calculated. This means, at level 12, it would be 3 bottles daily, and at level 18, 4 bottles. He estimated, with just a dozen more bottles of life essence, my aptitude could be raised to a level, matching a legendary hero. It seems this goal could be achieved before I become a county magistrate. What thrilled Jiang Chun even more was discovering that life essence had remarkable effects on cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. Next, Jiang Chun proceeded to upgrade the Tanine Pavilion. The system prompt sounded again. Your building, Tanine Pavilion, has been upgraded to level 7, unlocking the Tanine branch building and the Sect fortune function. Jiang Chun's spirits lifted as he carefully reviewed the new information. Tanine Pavilion Epic level. Sect techniques, Ethereal art level, Tanine art level. Sect skills, Great Sumer sword style level, Tanine 9 kills level. Sect buildings, Enlightenment room 60, Spirit gathering room 60, Energy gathering room 60, Training tower 1, Tanine branch 0. Sect fortune, 11220. Jiang Chun quickly opened the description for the new building. Tanine branch, a troop building that can recruit a branch master exceptional hero and Tanine disciples exceptional troops. Creating the building blueprint requires 10,000 points of Sect fortune, and this building is restricted to female human lords. A troop building? And it comes with a hero? Jiang Chun remarked in surprise. It seems they were right all along. Since the global announcement of Jiang Chun's creation of an exceptional troop type, various factions have flocked to him, eager to establish connections. Even the Jiangnan military district didn't lag behind, extending gestures of goodwill through Mu Qing multiple times. The goal of these factions was straightforward. They hoped to secure the priority to purchase troop tokens or building blueprints once Jiang Chun reverse engineered them. However, Jiang Chun was well aware that the so-called self-created troop types were all gifts from the Empress. Not only could he not reverse engineer building blueprints, but even troop tokens were beyond his capability. Hence, he had previously paid little attention to this matter. Who could have predicted that it would unexpectedly yield benefits? Jiang Chun focused intently on the description of the Tanine branch. As an exceptional troop building, it had no trial tower, and all recruits were ordinary Tanine disciples. He continued to examine the sect's fortune information. All Tanine disciples, including branch disciples, could produce sect fortune daily. This fortune could be used for Tanine true transmission advancement, cultivation method upgrades, and skill upgrades. The current sect fortune had reached its cap of 11,220 points. Jiang Chun exhaled lightly, inwardly marveling at the power of the Tanine Pavilion. With just 200 points of sect fortune, the Tanine true transmission could advance to epic 2-star. 500 points could elevate the Miaoju from beginner to proficient. However, considering the long-term benefits, he decided to first promote the Tanine branch. The only dissatisfaction Jiang Chun had was that the Tanine branch could only be constructed by human female lords, which greatly limited its spread. He decisively chose to create a blueprint for the Tanine branch. The system prompted him to select sect cultivation methods and skills. Jiang Chun was surprised by this level of freedom, realizing he could prepare a full version for his own people and sell a stripped-down version externally. Without hesitation, he selected all skills and cultivation methods. After the creation, Jiang Chun lost 10,000 points of sect fortune in exchange for a construction blueprint of the Tanine branch. Unfortunately, as a branch, the blueprint lacked an enhancement sign. As Jiang Chun pondered whom to give the blueprint to, he suddenly received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. And Chuxia had transferred 5 million spirit stones to him through the exchange. Jiang Chun looked around in surprise, wondering if his territory was under surveillance. At that moment, Chuxia's video call came through. Upon answering, she nervously said, "We agreed before that I'd pay 5 million spirit stones for the priority recruitment rights to the Hill King of the Dwarven Palace." Jiang Chun recalled their previous agreement but questioned. "I remember the refresh time for the Hill King is a month. There should still be a few days left, right?" And Chuxia sighed in exasperation. "I mean, how long has it been since you paid attention to the Dwarven Palace? Even if it's in the wild, it's an epic troop building, can't you show it some respect?" Under Yan's command, the strength of any angel in Jiang Chun's ranks surpassed that of the Hill King. He had long lost interest in the Dwarven Palace. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chun realized, it's the blessing of the town's fortune, isn't it? The town's fortune can enhance even wild creatures, so enhancing wild buildings is no surprise. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. The newly refreshed Hill King is yours." And Chuxia was overjoyed, thanking him profusely. Seeing her flushed face, Jiang Chun made a decision. "I'll send you a blueprint. See if you can construct it," he said, ending the call immediately after. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression shifted, showing a hint of helplessness. He waved his hand to lift the tavern's restriction. An elven bard quickly emerged from the tavern, approached Jiang Chen, and said hopefully, "Lord, I've returned. Now that you're at level 7, if you don't mind, I'd like to become your hero, never to betray you." This handsome elf, Orlando, had visited multiple times. He patted his chest and continued, "I possess a great skill, windwalk, and dual sea leadership in archers and hunters. Perhaps soon, I can advance to an epic hero." In recent times, due to Jiang Chen's widespread fame, mid-tier heroes occasionally visited his tavern. Orlando was among them, arriving just as Jiang Chen's reputation was soaring. For the second time, as Jiang Chen's town had just broken through, Orlando eagerly showed up at the tavern, teary-eyed, pleading to become the hero of the place. Jiang Chen glanced at the overly familiar elf, thinking to himself, "Even epic heroes don't catch my interest, let alone you." He politely declined Orlando's request, using the excuse that all hero slots are filled. However, the elf's persistence surprised Jiang Chen. As soon as Jiang Chen's castle reached level 7, Orlando appeared once again in the dilapidated, level 0 tavern. Jiang Chen stared at the uninvited visitor, his mind racing. Could he have sensed the aura of the Fountain of Life? With no other option, Jiang Chen attempted to pass the problem to someone else. "Orlando, I already have a hero token. If you don't mind, I could introduce you to my friend Huang Xian. I'm sure you'll be highly valued there." Hearing this, a hint of grievance flashed in Orlando's eyes. "You must dislike me because I'm not a woman, right?" Jiang Chen clenched his fist, resisting the urge to punch. He took a deep breath and reminded himself, 9 years of compulsory education saved you. According to the People's Education Edition, Article 72 of the Multitude Battlefield Customs, avoid offending natives, especially native heroes, unless absolutely necessary. He might be the heir to a kingdom or a sacred son of an immortal sect. Seeing Jiang Chen's determination, Orlando could only sigh. Perhaps only a hero above epic level no. An epic level female hero would be worthy of you. He bowed gracefully, "Lord, we shall meet again." With that, he walked into the tavern. A system notification popped up. Neutral hero Orlando has left the territory. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, feeling wary. What a hassle. Orlando's parting words made him 80 sure that the elf had sensed the aura of the Fountain of Life. Fortunately, the elf's arrogance, while annoying, also made them more principled, unlikely to easily start a conflict. Setting aside the matter of Orlando for the time being, Jiang Chen took out the legendary hero token dropped by a terrifying king hero earlier. "Recruit," he muttered softly. The scene shifted to Enchuxia's territory. And Luoshi, using the excuse of accompanying her daughter for a trade, visited again to enjoy the hospitality. She grew more pleased with Jiang Chen, teasing, ambitious, capable, principled, and handsome. The only notorially a problem is that he has too many beauties around him. Usually, upon hearing such jokes, Enchuxia would have jumped over to act playfully. But this time, she looked up and found her precious daughter standing still, eyes filled with disbelief. "What's wrong?" Enchuxia asked, following her daughter's gaze, her expression turning peculiar. "If my eyes aren't deceiving me, Jiang Chen has reverse-engineered the architectural blueprint of a Tanine disciple." In Luo, she was taken aback for a moment, standing up abruptly with disbelief. "What did you say?" And Chu Xia calmly took out the blueprint for the Tianine branch and set its attributes to be visible to all. "Mom, take a look yourself." She handed over the blueprint, her tone tinged with a sense of pride. In Luo, she took the blueprint and examined it carefully. After a moment, she murmured to herself, "This is unbelievable. Normally, deducing a military token from troop types would take years. Even deducing troop buildings can take years. How did Jiang Chen manage it so quickly? He recently made billions of spirit stones." And Chu Xia added with a pout, "And he's fast at whatever he does." In Luo, she was amazed. His ability to spend is incredible. And this troop building is called the Tianine branch. Does Jiang Chen have a headquarters as well? And Chu Xia couldn't help but tease her, "Mom, I think you've been more shocked this month than in all these years combined." "Indeed." And Luo, she said with a sigh, "The last time I was this shocked was when I found out I was pregnant with you." The information was so overwhelming that even Chu Xia was stunned. Realizing she had let something slip, and Luo, she quickly changed the subject. "Quick, check if we have enough resources. I wonder if this exceptional troop is stronger or weaker compared to ordinary exceptional troops." And Chu Xia quickly checked her warehouse and said with delight, "Hine stones, blue rain gold. We have enough resources." Soon, the Tianine branch, covering hundreds of square meters and slightly smaller than the Tianine pavilion, rose from the ground. When they saw the Sect's skills, the mother and daughter fell into silence again. An exceptional troop with innate A-level practices and skills was already worth more than an ordinary epic troop. When the first Tanine disciple was recruited, and they saw the combat power in the 90s, they were already numb. In Luo, she solemnly said, "The value of the Tanine branch far exceeds that of the Dwarven Palace. Upgrade to level 7 as soon as possible, then recruit a branch master." And Chuxia tentatively asked, "Mom, we can't just take such a valuable blueprint for free, can we?" "We can't take it for free. I'll go and earn some money." In Luo, she stood up, her face full of conflict. "If this continues, I'll be drained by Jiang Chen." And Chuxia, however, held in Luoshi's hand and softly said, "If it becomes too difficult, you can use me as collateral." Meanwhile, Jiang Chun welcomed a new hero on his side. Watching the female mage emerge from the portal, he smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, we have a magic hero." This female hero wielded a staff as tall as herself and wore a loose mage's robe that couldn't hide her striking curves. Her face was remarkably exquisite, perfectly blending innocence and allure. Jiang Qin examined her attribute panel. Jaina Proudmoore. Legendary. Level 1. Affection 75. Attributes: Physique 10, Spirit 32180, Soul 35180, Capacity 10. Equipment: Aghanim's Staff. Practice: Order Power Beginner level. Skills: Frost will beginner level, Flame will beginner level, Arcane will beginner level, Teleportation beginner level, Blizzard beginner level. Hero Command: Human Mage level, Worship level. Combat Power 111. Indeed, the daughter of the Admiral. Jiang Chan nodded to himself. Jaina's attributes and skills were formidable, especially her impressive array of magical skills. And just as he was forming a navy, summoning Jaina with level Worship Command was a stroke of luck. The only question was, which period's Jaina was this? At that moment, Jaina opened her eyes, looking bewildered. "I had just joined Master Antonida's, and now I've been summoned here. Did I mess up my summoning spell? Material plane, ether plane, elemental plane, astral plane. But this battlefield of the myriad races, I doubt even my master has heard of it. The world truly is wondrous." She curiously surveyed her surroundings, levels, attributes, such peculiar rules. And there are humans, elves, dwarves, orcs here too. Finally, she turned her gaze to Jiang Chen. "Are you my lord?" Seeing Jaina's naive and easily deceived demeanor, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, it's early Jaina, not the later saintly Jaina. Though her personality is a bit naive and soft, with my guidance, she'll be a tremendous asset." Jiang Chen stepped forward and offered a skill book with a smile. "Jaina, I have a spellbook here. See if it's suitable for you to learn." Jaina instinctively took the book and exclaimed, "Meteor Hell, a legendary spell? I probably can't handle it." "Wait, in the battlefield of the myriad races, you can learn as long as you have the skill book." Watching her affection level soar, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, easily deceived. The Hell of Falling Stars was indeed a contribution from the Abyss Lord during the Battle of Domain Break. This revelation thrilled Jaina, but her expression soon turned wistful. She softly said, "I wonder if I can ever return to the material realm to see my father again." Jiang Chun silently mused, "Give your father a break?" But outwardly maintained a calm demeanor, casually suggesting, "Of course you can, as long as you work hard to improve your strength." Hearing this, Jaina nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with determination. "Yes, rest assured, my lord. The Proudmoore family is never short on determination and perseverance." She couldn't help but admire this lord, who not only generously gifted her spellbooks upon their first meeting, but was also so handsome. At that moment, Jiang Chun received a prompt from the Heavenly Tao. Upgrade: the first branch of the Tianyin Pavilion is completed, spreading the influence of Tianyin Pavilion. Empress's favorability 1. Current favorability 100 points. Notification: favorability reaching 100 unlocks new functions. Click to view. Jiang Chen didn't need to check to understand what a favorability or loyalty of 100 points meant. Never betray. Able to follow the Lord back to the main world, and those unspoken understandings. He realized that changing the relationship with a subordinate before reaching 100 points could lead to unpredictable risks. As Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a small, fair hand waved in front of him. Jaina timidly asked, "My lord, what are you thinking about? Your smile is a bit intimidating." Jiang Chen immediately composed himself and said, "Level up." A cascade of upgrade glows enveloped them, propelling Jaina directly to level 30, consuming 1,200 universal energy. This was precisely the resource Jiang Chun had reserved for his fourth hero. It proved that Jaina perfectly met his expectations. Jiang Chen took the still-dazed Jaina, overwhelmed by her sudden power surge, and headed towards the teleportation array. "Come on, I have just the task for you." Jaina snapped back to reality and marveled. "My lord, you are so strong." Arriving at the Goblin territory, a A brand new ghost mothership was being launched. Jiang Chen briefly explained the situation overseas and instructed Jaina. Your task is to farm as many votes as possible. He handed over command of the overseas operations to Jaina, along with 10 bottles of life water to replenish her magical energy. Initially nervous about the heavy responsibility, Jaina quickly gathered her resolve. Rest assured, my lord, Jaina will not let you down. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire how some people are natural leaders. He watched as the 11th ghost mothership, carrying Jaina and a squad of angels, sailed downstream, thinking to himself, with the Empress in Crystal Valley and Jaina overseas, I can take another vacation. Just as Jiang Chen returned to his territory, a video call request from Ying Yinman appeared. She looked hopeful as she asked, Jiang Chen, both Iran and Wushang have established embassies. Shall we form an alliance? Is it 6 books now? Although it's nearly 10 days later than Jiang Chen, it's still quite fast. Jiang Chen said cheerfully, all right. Ying Yiman, do you want to initiate, or should I? You spend, you initiate. Ying Yiman rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, with a hint of playful reproach in her tone. You're always thinking about money. As they were discussing, a message flashed like lightning across the county channel. Laoqin Town, Longyuan Town, Yiming Town, Yongye Town, and Yinyu Town have formed an alliance named Long Alliance. This brief announcement caused a stir in the channel, followed by a moment of silence. Why have the mayors of these towns in Long Country reached 6 books so quickly? A voice broke the silence. Reaching 6 books is no big deal. I've reached 6 books too. Another voice retorted defiantly, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Biashio has also reached 6 books, right? The worry is, if they initiate a destiny gamble, or worse, an alliance gamble. This comment caused some panic. Shiroda Arishida quickly intervened. Let's talk this through. Jiang Chengkuan, Long Country and Sakura Country are friendly neighbors. Constantly engaging in destiny gambles isn't a solution. Takeda Shinichi dismissed the concern. Shiradasan, among those 5 towns, 3 have only half their population left. Even if Longyuan Town and Laoqin Town are strong, with Yinyu Town and Yongye Town dragging them down, what are you afraid of? Yamamoto 46 chimed in. Exactly. You're being so submissive. It's a disgrace to our great Sakura Empire. Shiroda Arishida was infuriated and shouted, Fools! Can't you see we have only 4 towns? And Yamamoto, you coward, why haven't you committed seppuku yet? Takeda Shinichi was momentarily confused. Why 4? In an alliance destiny gamble, both sides must have an equal number of towns. Just then, a new announcement appeared. The Long Alliance has initiated a destiny gamble, targeting Shiroda Town, Mudo Town. Jiang Chen selected 5 towns, precisely all the towns in Sakura Country with 2 points of destiny. Takeda Shinichi finally realized and exclaimed, why include Mudo Town in the gamble target? Where's your honor, Long Country? Other Sakura lords also caught on and exclaimed in shock. Ah, Mudo Town has been slaughtered by that butcher Jiang Chen, and is now a wasteland. This is effectively 5 against 4. Long Country people are so cunning and malicious. Jiang Chen coldly interjected. Someone just called me a butcher? His words hit like a heavy hammer, silencing the Sakura lord instantly. According to the gambling rules, the initiator can choose the target and the stakes. Typically, towns capable of acquiring destiny points are not weak. The reality is similar. Without Mudo Town, Jiang Chen wasn't confident he could win the gamble with the 2 burdensome towns. At that moment, Jiang Chen received a notification. Leader Ying Yiman has sent you 1 billion spirit stones through the marketplace. Jiang Chen accepted the money without hesitation. Even though the single-player gamble would have earned him 2 destiny points, it was like he was helping several towns advance. Soon after, another notification came. Leader Zhu Yeqing has sent you 20 million spirit stones through the marketplace. Note. Thanks, brother Jiang Chen, for the boost. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and decided to return the money, adding a note. The gambling fee has been covered by the major winner. If you wish to give it to her. Although Jiang Chen liked money, he still had principles. Quickly, the opposing 5 towns decided on the gambling subject, troop strength. Jiang Chen couldn't help but remark, they're practically handing it to us. He then unhesitatingly chose a 2-point destiny stake. The gamble was set. Subject, troop strength. Stake, 2 destiny points per town. Settlement time, 3 days later at noon. In the newly established Long Alliance channel, Ying Yiman sneered, Ha, they're trying to force us to deploy trash troops. They'll be disappointed. A leader from Laoqin Town named Biashio Tian excitedly said, Hee, Sister Ying gave me an epic troop token, 10 excellent troop tokens, and dozens of rare troop tokens. Being favored by Ying Yiman, he was undoubtedly a descendant of the Laoqin people. With the surname Bai, he might even be a descendant of Wu Anjuan. And Chuxia, having just built an excellent troop building, confidently said, I'm going to deploy 10,000 troops this time. The Tanine disciples, given their cost-effectiveness, could definitely be a main force even for a warlord like Luashi, who had been developing for over 20 years. So Chuxia could confidently deploy troops without needing to disband them after the gamble. They could just upgrade slowly. The town map was getting bigger anyway. This was the reason for Jiang Qin's earlier remark. Sakura country had been nothing but generous to him, providing money and energy when needed. Now, just as Jiang Qin wanted to expand the Tianyin branch, Sakura country chose troop strength for the gamble. Other towns expressed their gratitude to Jiang Qin. Yiren. Thank you, Elder Jiang Qin, for the boost. Jiang Qin quickly clarified. The gambling fee was covered by your sister Ing, Xiao Wushang. Then we thank the big shots, as both my and Yiren's towns aren't fully populated, dragging the big shots down. Zhu Yeqing said generously, we're all compatriots from Long Country, no need to be so formal. Late at night, in the Tianzi private room of the drunken Immortal Tavern, Jiang Qin and the Empress sat on the terrace, drinking and chatting. Fan Yintian and Zizishan attended to them nearby. The Empress raised a cup of celestial brew, her cheeks flushed with a hint of inebriation. Thank you, Lord, for bringing Tianyin Pavilion to new heights. I toast to you once more, she said with a tipsy glint in her eyes. This must be the 30th cup by now. Jiang Qin clinked glasses with the Empress, downing the drink in one go. The warmth of the liquor spread through his body. The Empress was visibly intoxicated, propping her chin on her hand, her gaze dreamy. I just realized, the Lord's drinking capacity is truly impressive. Jiang Qin chuckled inwardly, knowing that with his near four-digit physique, getting drunk was no easy feat. He replied earnestly, if you want to do something peculiar to me, I'm completely on board. No need to get me drunk. This remark brought a rare blush to the Empress's cheeks, and she lowered her head. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Qin laughed heartily and pulled her into his embrace. She let out a soft yelp but didn't resist. Nearby, Fanning Tian immediately covered Zizishan's eyes with her hand, sternly saying, you're too young to watch. Yet, her own eyes were glued to the couple, not blinking once. Though Jiang Qin was bold, he wasn't one to perform publicly. He swept the Empress off her feet, and with a swift step, they vanished from the room. Let me go. Sister Zizishan struggled to free herself from Fanning Tian's grasp, anxiously asking, where did they go? The Lord and the Empress? Fanning Tian sighed regretfully. I suppose they've returned to the Lord's manor. Zizishan excitedly suggested, shall we crash their bridal chamber? Her words were cut short by a playful knock on her head from Fanning Tian. What kind of nonsense is swirling around in your little head? Fanning Tian said helplessly. Time flew by, and much later. The Empress lay lazily in Jiang Qin's arms, her eyes full of amazement. My lord, your strength is truly formidable. She had been confident in her abilities, only to find herself thoroughly bested. Jiang Qin, hearing this, was displeased. Is it just my strength? Her words reignited the Empress's fighting spirit. She sat up, eyes glinting with a challenge. My lord, I think we should go for 2 out of 3, no, 3 out of 5. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed. Jiang Qin stretched, feeling completely at ease, as if all the tension had been released. He turned to look at the Empress beside him, still asleep, her face showing signs of exhaustion. Good thing I chose to cultivate the 8-9 mystical art, Jiang Qin thought with relief. But he also felt a sense of urgency. The cultivation of the 8-9 mystical art couldn't be neglected. He needed to advance further to ensure absolute safety. As was his routine, Jiang Qin checked the battle reports. One entry immediately caught his attention. Your hero, Jaina, has slain the epic Hydra, gaining energy 1.18 million, spirit stones 150,000, an epic treasure chest 1, and votes 920. An epic level creature at level 56 yielding nearly 1,000 votes was astonishing. Jiang Qin mused. He glanced at his current vote count, 165,852. That's quite a surplus. Jiang Qin thought. However, considering he had 11 ghost motherships hunting offshore, plus the Dragon Veins bonus, this number wasn't surprising. After carefully tucking in the Empress, Jiang Qin quietly got out of bed. The 7th level Lord's Manor was a luxurious 3-story building. The 3rd floor was his private space. The 2nd floor housed several heroes, and the 1st floor served as a reception area. As Jiang Qin descended to the 2nd floor, he saw Yin opening her bedroom door. Morning, Yin, Jiang Qin greeted, noticing something off in her demeanor. You seem a bit out of sorts today? Yin managed a faint smile. It's nothing, just a bit tired from map exploration these days. Before Jiang Qin could inquire further, she quickly added, if the Lord has no other orders, I'll continue with the exploration. With that, she spread her wings and swiftly flew out of the manor. Soon after, Li Hani's door opened. She emerged, yawning and greeted, Good morning, my lord. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, her expression shifted to one of panic. I need to head to the Crystal Valley to hunt monsters, so I'll be off now. She hurriedly dashed down the stairs. Watching Li Hani's hasty departure, Jiang Qin couldn't help but wonder, Did those two eavesdrop last night? At that moment, his stomach growled in protest. Oh well, let them listen if they want. Jiang Chen shrugged. Yesterday took quite a toll. I should replenish my energy first. With that thought, Jiang Chen swiftly made his way to the VIP dining room. Dragon's tooth porridge, legendary fruit platters, a seafood feast, a lavish breakfast awaited him. As he savored the meal, he opened several channels to browse. Initially just to pass the time, a message from a fellow lord caught his attention. I know the details of the county chief contest now. Click to view the ballots. A female lord from the Sakura Empire excitedly announced this in the county channel. She continued to boast, haha, I just got an exquisite Class C ship. I was planning to explore resources at sea, but after killing just a few dozen monsters, this thing dropped. The ocean is only 500 kilometers from our town. It's amazing. This message was like a bomb, causing an uproar in the county channel. Moments later, several bigwigs from the Sakura Empire angrily rebuked the female lord. Shiroda Orishida angrily said, Idiot, how could you reveal such important information publicly in the county channel? Takeda Shinichi sternly scolded, This is a leak of our great Sakura Empire's military secrets. You should be court-martialed. Yamamoto 46 coldly added, If I were you, I would commit seppuku immediately. Faced with the criticism from the bigwigs, the female lord, clearly just an ordinary player, panicked. She quickly apologized, Yes, I know I was wrong. I'll retract the message right away. However, it was too late. The message had already caused a stir in Qingyang town. Conversations buzzed in the channel. Wow, I thought the county chief contest would be a battle map skirmish. Didn't expect it to be an election. Do only see monsters drop ballots? I must buy a warship when I return to Blue Star. A plain warship probably costs thousands of spirit stones. I can't afford it. Some players from the Sakura Empire began to gloat. Haha, Amaterasu has blessed us. Our great Sakura Empire has 10 times the population of the Dragon Nation. If it's an election, the county chief's position is ours. However, the Dragon Nation players were not intimidated. Huang Xian mocked, How many times has Amaterasu blessed you? But what's the use if you don't seize the opportunity? Wei Ming also sneered, Don't forget, in 2 days, the few towns you have with 2 points of luck will be plundered by us. Sakura players immediately retaliated. Idiot, Dragon Nation people, don't be arrogant. The outcome of the luck gamble isn't decided yet. The two sides once again engaged in a heated verbal battle in the channel. Meanwhile, in a private room, Jiang Chun calmly put down his chopsticks. He thought to himself, this secret about the ballots might not be discovered by him alone. Others might also have started secretly farming ballots. However, the female lord from Sakura was too careless. Jiang Chen analyzed, now every lord knows the importance of ballots. Even if they don't want to run for county chief, a ballot can fetch a high price, a great opportunity to make a profit. But as the total number of ballots increases, the proportion of ballots I hold is diluted. He felt slightly relieved, thinking, fortunately, from the female lord's words, it seems the drop rate for ordinary lords is not high. Jiang Chun predicted, next, warships and dock blueprints will become hot commodities. He said with some regret, unfortunately, like recruiting troops, the activation of warships is an entropy-increasing process. Without special sealing items, it's irreversible. Otherwise, I could sell ships for profit. I can't sell the Ghost Mothership, but ordinary warships would definitely sell for a high price. Jiang Chen was secretly glad he still had a steam dock blueprint, which was undoubtedly a considerable asset. 2 days later at noon, the system notification sounded. This luck gamble has ended. Your town's Dragon Alliance has 1, Town Luck 2, current Town Luck is 21 points. The Dragon Alliance won with a 5-4 advantage. Along with powerful lords like Jiang Chen, Ing Inman, and Inshuxia, who could take on hundreds alone, the Dragon Alliance easily secured victory in the gamble. On Longyuan Town's dome, a line of golden text appeared. Numerous golden beams of luck merged into the town, causing the space to expand again. The dragon vein in Jiang Chen's territory became more solid and joyfully circled around Jiang Chen. The same situation occurred in Laoqin Town, Yiming Town, Yongye Town, and Yinyu Town. The county channel was flooded with news of the victory, and all the Dragon Nation lords were jubilant. Zhu Yeqing sighed, considering all the town-ranking battles and luck gambles, this might be the only time without an upset. Huang Xian proudly replied, because our leader didn't side with the underdog. Jiang Chun closed the chat channel and opened the attributes of the Tianine Pavilion to check the Sect's luck. The value showed 10,512. Finally over 10,000 again. Jiang Chun rejoiced inwardly. Taking advantage of this luck gamble opportunity, Jiang Chun built a large number of residences to increase the population limit, then recruited 2,000 ordinary Tianine disciples. Longyuan Town's space continued to expand, and with fewer lords originally, the per capita area was abundant, especially for Jiang Chun as the mayor. He had these Tanine disciples slowly farm monsters near the territory, which wasn't very dangerous. Meanwhile, Chusha's Tanine branch was also expanding rapidly. In just a few days, the Sect's luck at Tanine Pavilion broke through to 10,000 points again. Jiang Chun suppressed the urge to upgrade troops and decided to continue expanding the Tanine branches. He ordered the creation of Tanine branch blueprints, ensuring that all techniques and skills were inherited. Soon, another Tanine branch blueprint appeared in Jiang Chen's hands. He sent a message to the little fox. Yeah, come here. Soon, a portal appeared out of thin air, and the little fox hopped out, landing beside Jiang Chun. Tilting her head in curiosity, she asked, Jiang Chun, why are you looking for Yaya? Without a word, Jiang Chen handed over the blueprint he was holding. The little fox took a look and immediately became so excited that her ears turned pink and her fluffy tail wagged rapidly behind her. This was a sign of extreme excitement among the Celestial Fox clan. She exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Chun, did you reverse engineer the troop building blueprint so quickly? It took a while for the little fox to calm herself down. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, she suddenly realized, no wonder you asked me to gather hyene stones from Sister Chusha's resource point a few days ago. Hehe, if I'm not mistaken, Sister Chusha has already built the Tanine branch, right? Jiang Chun nodded with a smile, offering no further explanation, and simply said, you saw the message in the group just now, right? I betting Jia will spend a fortune to buy votes when the time comes. This time, when traveling to Blue Star, try to get a few high-quality warships to earn some money by selling votes. The little fox raised her head and solemnly declared, Yaya won't sell the votes, because Yaya wants to give them all to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun ruffled the little fox's head with a grin, saying, such a good kid. All right, since Yaya is quite the little tycoon now. Yes. The little fox nodded in agreement and then said, this blueprint is too valuable. Yaya will trade 51 of her territory shares for it. She clearly didn't realize the true value of the blueprint in her hands. Recalling Wei Ming's previous example, Jiang Chun nonchalantly replied, as you wish. After the transaction was completed, the little fox was eager to return and construct her exceptional troop building. But just a few steps away, she curiously turned back. Under Jiang Chen's puzzled gaze, she pressed her forehead against Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen's first thought was that the little fox was going for a hug, but just as he was about to speak, he saw her using her paw to measure from her own head to Jiang Chen's body. She looked up and, realizing she only came up to Jiang Chen's chest, asked in confusion, Jiang Chen, have you grown taller recently? Jiang Chen's expression froze. Although he was only 18 and practicing the supreme skill of Biju Xiangong, which had indeed made him grow taller in the past half-month, the word grown always felt a bit awkward to him. After the little fox left, the notification of the second Tanine branch being completed soon arrived. The Empress immediately sent a message through the heart of the Lord. Master is so kind. I will serve you well tonight. Over the past few days, their relationship had become intensely passionate. Except for the first day, the Empress seemed more radiant and energetic, while Angel Yin and Lihani appeared increasingly weary, with Lihani even developing dark circles. Gazing at the Empress's message, Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before replying, let Fanning Tian handle the monster hunting at the Crystal Valley. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the sea. In recent days, the Ghost Mothership had explored a relatively safe area offshore. As an important part of future strategy, Jiang Chun felt it necessary to see it for himself. Coincidentally, Jaina was encountering trouble and needed strong support. As for the county town, with the Kataho sisters acting as informants, nothing could escape Jiang Chen's notice, allowing him to venture out without worry. Late at night, in the luxurious bedroom of the Lord's mansion, after an intense battle, Jiang Chun reached out and a golden stream of energy appeared in his palm. The Empress, realizing his intention, quickly said, Master, the Sect's fortune should be kept for developing the branches. However, before she could finish, Jiang Chen gently pressed the energy onto her forehead. The Empress took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and focused on adapting to the surge of power within her. Jiang Chen stood nearby, completely captivated by the Empress's graceful figure, while quietly contemplating the remarkable increase in her attributes. Though not the most elite among A-level techniques, the enhancements from mastering the ethereal art were still astonishing. Physique 600, Spirit 600, Soul 360, and Bearing 360. Compared to the beginner level, these attributes had increased sixfold. Jiang Chun couldn't help but imagine how incredible the boost would be if it were advanced to the minor achievement stage. Unfortunately, the required Sect fortune was beyond his current means. After a moment, the Empress slowly opened her eyes, a peculiar light flickering within them. In an instant, she flipped over, pinning Jiang Chen beneath her, and with a seductive gaze, she teased, My lord, let me show you the power of the mastered ethereal art. The next morning, Jiang Chen struggled to get out of bed, grumbling, that was a mistake. I was so focused on strengthening the Empress before setting sail that I forgot about this. He devoured a breakfast meant for several people and downed a whole bottle of life essence before finally regaining his energy. Instead of setting off immediately, Jiang Chun first visited the Crystal Valley. As he approached, the crystal castle shimmered like ripples, and the gentle face of the Crystal Mother appeared. Lord Jiang Chun, your growth is truly remarkable. Although the Crystal Clan is usually emotionless, Jiang Chun detected a hint of surprise in the Crystal Mother's expression. Jiang Chun smiled calmly. You're too kind. I've come to exchange for the second batch of Crystal Maiden embryos. If the Crystal Mother focused her efforts, she could produce one embryo per day. Jiang Chun planned to gather enough for a small squad at once. The Crystal Mother nodded slightly, then softly said, Lord Jiang Chun, I have an unusual request, if I may? Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Your request wouldn't happen to involve the legendary Crystal Maiden, would it? The frequent presence of Crystal Maidens here made it impossible to hide their ascension to legendary status from the Crystal Mother. The Crystal Mother was surprised that Jiang Chun had guessed her intentions and continued, You can exchange one legendary embryo for 12 ordinary ones? Jiang Chun shook his head in refusal. You must be joking. The Crystal Mother persisted. 24. Jiang Chun was taken aback by her insistence. After a brief contemplation, he set his terms. 1 for 36. That's my final offer. Jiang Chun's firmness wasn't about making things difficult for the Crystal Mother or fearing her growing strength. It was simply because the cost of enhancing the embryos was higher. The Crystal Mother was silent for a long time before finally agreeing. Deal? Subsequently, 12 blood crystal bats emerged from the Crystal Castle, gently placing the embryos before Jiang Chun. After completing the transaction, Jiang Chun used the teleportation portals to reach the Goblin territory. At the port, his newly recruited first ghost mothership was docked and ready. As soon as Jiang Chun appeared, 2 squads of angels flew out to greet him, forming a line on either side. The ship's spirit, Xiaomei, also appeared on the deck. Lord, it's an honor to serve as your vessel. Accompanying Jiang Chun on this journey, besides a squad of angels, were the Empress, Yin, Zizishan, Long Jiao, and 24 Tanine disciples. Standing at the bow, Jiang Chun softly commanded, Let's set sail. Yes, my lord. With the order given, the massive warship slowly departed the port, following the current. Jiang Chun soon realized that the waterway, known as the River of Tears, was rich in monster resources. It didn't take long before dozens of merfolk warriors, freshwater nagas, and river demons swarmed toward them, some even attempting to climb the ship's hull. Chief Disciple Li Yin shouted, Sisters, defend the ship? Yes. The 24 Tianyin disciples were more than capable of handling these ordinary monsters. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun returned to the spacious deck, lined up the embryos and declared, Consume 3 million spirit stones. Enhanced the legendary embryo. After enhancing all 12 Crystal Maidens to the legendary level, Jiang Chun's assets fell below the billion mark once more. Had it not been for the recent transfer of 1 billion spirit stones from Yemen, he might have faced bankruptcy. With the Ghost Mothership's deck towering over 10 meters high, the view was exceptionally expansive. Jiang Chun leaned back in a rocking chair, enjoying the morning breeze as he gazed at the rushing river and distant rolling mountains, feeling more content than ever. He began to consider the current economic state of his territory. The Level 7 Drunken Immortal Tavern's daily gourmet production brought in millions of spirit stones. Selling junk equipment, tokens, and blueprints earned tens of thousands daily. The diluted life water, though less effective, could finally be sold freely, adding another significant source of income. The idea of diluting the life water originated from Li Hani's dark circles. At 20, Li Hani was also a beauty enthusiast. To get rid of her dark circles, she thought of using life water as an eye cream. Finding direct use too extravagant, she cleverly added some water. This simple act of dilution broke the limitations of her thinking. After testing, it was discovered that even when diluted 1,000 times, the water of life still retains the effects of a rare quality potion, capable of restoring the energy and healing the wounds of ordinary troops. This finding not only greatly enhances the utility of the water of life, but also provides a new specialty product for the territory to sell. However, in light of the upcoming mayoral contest, these gains seem insignificant. Jiang Chun decided to only set up betting pools for the election, avoiding any vote canvassing or buying activities. He confidently thought that with his current vote-rigging speed, no one could surpass him, ensuring a hefty profit. In the early morning, the warm and gentle sunlight spilled over the deck. Long Jiao transformed into its true form and lay comfortably on the deck, squinting its eyes. It was filled with joy, not only because of the bright sunshine, but also because the Lord had brought it along on this voyage instead of the goddess warrior. To Long Jiao, this undoubtedly reflected its status in the Lord's eyes. It smugly thought to itself that, although it was just a mount, in the Lord's words, the driver of a great leader is equivalent to a middle manager. Other dragons hoping for the Lord to ride them probably wouldn't even get the chance. Suddenly, a tremor was felt. Jiang Chen abruptly opened his eyes to find a blanket covering him and the sun already setting. He realized he had fallen asleep and felt a bit annoyed. He muttered to himself about the sunlight, the deck, and bikini. She was only missing the bikinis. However, he quickly consoled himself, thinking, there's always tomorrow. Nearby, the Empress, noticing Jiang Chen being awakened, apologized. Our mothership just entered the sea and encountered a level 59 exceptional six-armed Naga. Yen has gone to hunt it down. Jiang Chen stood up and looked around, noticing the vast expanse of salty ocean ahead. The Empress smiled and added, with so many strong fighters on board, the speed of clearing monsters is fast, so the journey proceeds quickly. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding and then ordered, stabilize the mothership and contact Jaina. Soon, a magic circle appeared out of thin air on the deck. Jaina emerged from it, gracefully executing a noblewoman's salute, and said, good day, my lord. Empress sister, Yin sister, I'm Jaina, pleased to meet you. The Empress, watching the slowly dissipating magic circle, marveled. Is this magic? Truly amazing. Yan's eyes also gleamed with curiosity as she remarked, the precision of this teleportation ability is comparable to a wormhole system, and it seems to cover even greater distances. Jaina smiled and explained, I specialize in the power of order. With my current ability, I can teleport several hundred kilometers. In this sea area, that distance is more than sufficient. Upon reaching the open sea, Jaina immediately allocated combat zones for the 11 ghost motherships. She not only served as the fleet's tactical commander, but could also lead angelic forces to support any mothership through teleportation when encountering formidable monsters. Just a few days ago, an epic-level Hydra was swiftly defeated by 2 squads of angels under her command. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Chen got straight to the point. Jaina, tell everyone about the trouble you've encountered. Jiana Zheng nodded solemnly and announced to everyone, our target is a small island. Not only does it host an epic-quality Hydra nest, but it also has a lighthouse that can enhance our warship speed. Capturing them will boost our combat efficiency by at least 20%. She paused before continuing, however, the island is guarded by a group of Hydras, with a legendary leader boasting a combat power of 3,400 stars. This is why I sought the Lord's permission. Jiang Chen realized that this was the first legendary boss he had encountered in the wild map. A combat power of 3,400 stars was lethal for a level 20 angel, and even a level 30 physical-type crystal maiden would struggle to last a few rounds. Hiko immediately stood up, eagerly saying, my lord, let me be the vanguard. I've been brimming with energy from listening to music every night with no outlet for it. Jiang Chen glanced at the energy reserves, noting that over 1,000 units of universal energy had been accumulated in the past day. He made a decisive call, upgrade. As waves of light passed over them, both Hiko and the Empress were upgraded to level 35. Although the Empress had slightly higher attributes, Hiko's skills were stronger, and both could barely withstand the boss's attacks. With these 2 tanks, the battle became much more manageable. Jiang Chen quickly mobilized the entire army and soon reached the island Jiana had mentioned. The island spanned only 10 kilometers, with a prominent lighthouse at its center. At the edge was a writhing mass of Flesha Hydra, nest about 100 meters in diameter. A massive epic-grade Hydra lay lazily on the beach, basking in the sun. Jiana added, there are at least 1 more epic grade and a dozen elite grade Hydras. Jiang Chen nodded and swiftly laid out his tactics. Once the battle begins, the Empress and Hiko will engage the big boss, while everyone else clears out the smaller enemies. The mothership will focus fire on the epic grade Hydra. Understood, my lord. Everyone, including the 11 ship spirits, responded in unison. Under Gianna's command, the main cannon of the Ghost Mothership reached an energy level of 2,600 points. At her command, 11 massive beams of light shot out, turning the sea into a mist and hitting their target with precision. Roar, the sunbathing epic-grade Hydra let out a pained howl as its massive body was riddled with holes. A system prompt popped up. Your Ghost Mothership has slain the epic Hydra, earning 1.2 million energy, 160,000 spirit stones, 1 epic military token, and 980 votes. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together instinctively, thinking this is what a man's romance is all about. Knowing that upgrading consumed enormous resources, all warships were still at level 2, equivalent to a level 15 unit. If he could upgrade them all to the current max level of 7, even a single volley could make a legendary Hydra beg for mercy. This salvo stirred up a hornet's nest. 9 enormous heads rose slowly from the sea, each attached to necks several meters long. Judging by the proportions, the body below the water was likely over 100 meters in size. Jiang Chen quickly checked the monster's information. Cadre, race, amphibian. Level, 56. Quality, golden legend. Combat power, 3428. Skills? It turned out to be from a prestigious lineage. The Kadra family was a renowned lineage among Hydras, with famous strong members like Idra and Hydra. All 9 of Kadra's heads spoke simultaneously, roaring in a universal language, "Insignificant humans, how dare you harm our beautiful wife?" While aware that beauty standards varied across races, Jiang Chun couldn't help but glance at the riddled Hydra. As expected, the 9 heads started arguing. Humans must die. I'll cut them into pieces. No, no, no. Humans taste better roasted. I want that dragon. Nobody else touches it. Fortunately, the 9 heads quickly reached a consensus and emitted a strange cry. Suddenly, countless serpent heads emerged from the sea. A quick count revealed 2 epic grade, a dozen elite grade, and over 100 rare grade hydras. Kill all the invaders, Kadra ordered, slicing through the waves at a speed 50 faster than the ghost mothership. Boom boom. The secondary cannons roared continuously. The Empress and Hiko led over 100 angels and hundreds of ghost fighters into the air, and the battle erupted instantly. Even the rare-grade hydras had a combat power of 700 to 800 stars, and a 4-winged angel could only barely hold them off. The Empress and Hiko, however, directly confronted Kadra. Boom. Hiko activated the wormhole defense barrier, slamming into the hydra's light attribute head. The massive impact caused the head to tilt back, halting the giant body. Angel, die. 9 types of elemental magic spewed from the different mouths. In an instant, the area of several hundred meters was engulfed in ice, fire, lightning, and venom, transforming into a zone of deathly energy. Cloud sword art. Taking advantage of the moment Hiko drew the fire, the Empress let out a soft command. A white sword aura, tens of meters long, shot out like an arrow, precisely hitting the neck of the Hydra's light head. Instantly, a gruesome wound, 1 meter deep and 10 meters long, appeared on the massive creature's body. However, to this giant beast, the injury was as insignificant as a mosquito bite. The light head was furious, roaring, "Damn it! Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Before the words were even finished, a warm glow descended, and the ghastly wound healed in the blink of an eye. The flame head turned impatiently and scolded, "You just got a scratch. Why waste your energy on healing? Can't you just endure it?" Unwilling to back down, the light head retorted immediately, "When you get injured, don't expect me to heal you." The quarrel among the 9 heads was incessant, irritating the Empress, who couldn't help but shout, "Is this the Hydra's mental attack?" At that moment, Yan's figure shot out from the energy storm like lightning. After gulping down a bottle of life water, she panted, "What terrifying magical attacks! The multi-attribute magic can resonate and amplify each other. I almost didn't make it." Despite the difficulty, the Empress and Yin managed to barely hold off the formidable Hydra creature. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, the situation was much more favorable. After chanting spells for several seconds, Jaina suddenly waved her hand and shouted, "Frozen domain." In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding kilometer of sea plummeted, and visible frost spread rapidly. The speed of the 20-plus hydras caught within dropped drastically, turning them into easy targets for the warships, ghost fighters, and angels. The main cannon of the ghost mothership was particularly formidable, capable of obliterating a rare hydra with each shot. However, this power came at a steep cost. If spirit stones were used to replenish its energy, each shot would consume tens of thousands of them, a staggering expense even with Jiang Chen's ability to enhance high-grade spirit stones. High above, Long Jiu carried Jiang Chen and Zizai Tian, hovering at an altitude of several hundred meters. Reports of battle updates continuously reached Jiang Chen's ears, mostly of enemy kills, with occasional allied casualties, all within his acceptable range. Beside him, Zizai Tian's eyes glimmered with envy as she remarked, "I really envy the Angel Sisters for being able to fly. Fighting at sea is so convenient." This seemingly offhand comment sparked an idea in Jiang Chen's mind. Though flight skills were rare, with his current influence, acquiring a manual wasn't difficult. Previously, he hadn't specifically sought flight skills, considering that the disciples of Tanine already had an abundance of techniques and skills. Just the great Sumi sword style alone, an A-level skill, was enough for many Tanine disciples to practice for a lifetime. Additionally, since most battles had been on land, and flight skills consumed spiritual power, they hadn't been a priority. But now the situation was changing. With more naval battles and the unlocking of the Sect's fortune ability, which could enhance the disciples' skill levels, Zizai Tian's request warranted serious consideration. As Jiang Chen pondered, the battle below was nearing its end. The 10-kilometer stretch of sea had turned crimson, with the scattered bodies of over 100 Hydra creatures floating around. The heavy scent of blood even attracted numerous nearby sea monsters. Jaina was already on her way to support Yin and the Empress. Kodila, encased in ice crystals, was her handiwork. When Jiang Chun saw an angel squad attempting to encircle Kodila, He immediately shouted sternly, "Angel Squad, fall back." With Codilla's magical power, a level 20 angel will surely perish in droves. He then commanded, "Ghost Mothership, approach and fire the main cannon at full power." Boom boom, the deafening cannon fire echoed through the skies. The main cannon, with an energy level of 2,600, wasn't enough to deliver a fatal blow to Codilla, but each shot tore its flesh apart. The light head kept showering itself with radiance to heal, but after a few minutes, it suddenly cried out in panic, "I can't do it anymore. I'm out of energy." Sensing the unfavorable situation, the poison head also shouted, "We can't win. These two little ones seem to have endless spiritual power. Let's escape." The thunder head, enraged by this, roared, "The Dela clan only dies in battle. There are no deserters. I will shatter the darkness with thunder." The dark head immediately retorted, "Thunder. You know I hate that line the most. Are you looking for a fight?" And so, the nine heads squabbled once more, adding a touch of absurdity to the battlefield's clamor. 9 of Kodra's heads were caught in a conflict. Half of them were itching to dive into the deep sea and escape, while the other half were filled with the desire to fight to the death. This internal struggle left Kodra's massive body frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. "Yin, prepare the heavenly blade strike." Jiang Qin's furious shout echoed like thunder, shaking the surroundings. His eyes glinted with a chilling light as he gritted his teeth and commanded, "I despise deserters the most. Cut down those heads trying to flee." Long before the battle began, Jiang Qin anticipated the possibility of this cowardly group attempting to flee, so he laid an intricate trap. Gianna and the Crystal Maiden's control skills were poised like loaded cannons, ready to fire. Even the Phantom Mothership was prepared to transform into a deep-sea predator and give chase. In an instant, a colossal energy blade, 100 meters long, materialized out of thin air, dazzling and radiant. It seemed like a divine sword of retribution descending from above, slicing down upon Kodra. The sound of the blade meeting flesh pierced the air, followed by a resounding thud as the venomous head that attempted to escape fell into the sea, creating a massive wave. "That's the fate of deserters," the thunderous head mocked coldly, its voice dripping with disdain and contempt for its companion. In the blink of an eye, a few breaths passed. Suddenly, a golden battle report flashed before Jiang Chun, as if celebrating his victory. "Your hero Yin has slain the legendary Kodra, gaining energy 12.1 million, spirit stones 1.5 million, legendary Hydra figurehead 1, votes 6,800. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled like stars, his heart racing. It wasn't the 6,800 votes that excited him, but the legendary Hydra figurehead. This was a rare treasure on par with the blood chalice. Eagerly, he checked its attributes. Legendary Hydra figurehead. Effect: Aura of Dominance. Reduces nearby monsters' attributes by up to 30. Effect: Terrifying Presence. Actively use the Expel skill to instill fear in monsters approaching the warship. Effect: Swift as the Wind. Increases the warship's sailing speed by 50. Effect: Fortress of Steel. Enhances hull durability by 30. Effect: Everlasting. Automatically repairs damaged hull, doubling energy recovery speed. "This is a perfect artifact for me," Jiang Chen marveled, then gestured towards the Phantom Mothership beneath him. "Equip." In a flash, the ship's spirit May appeared like a mirage, overjoyed, and exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, thinking that May would surely become a reliable ally like Longjio, helping him conquer the seas. Although the fierce battle lasted only a mere 10 minutes, it inflicted significant losses on both sides. 5 angels heroically sacrificed themselves, but were resurrected in the territory. The Tanine True Transmission suffered even more, with 6 casualties. Fortunately, those accompanying Jiang Chun had their life imprints stored in the Dark Plane by Yin, allowing them to revive on the spot without any loss. Afterward, Gianna, like a meticulous general, began directing her subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Jiang Chun, surrounded by the Empress and Yin, confidently set foot on the small island. Suddenly, a system notification sounded like heavenly music. "Wild troop building Hydra nest discovered. Would you like to occupy it?" Jiang Chun unhesitatingly chose Occupy. The system immediately provided detailed information. Output: Legendary Hydra Monster 130 days, Epic Hydra Monster 13 days, Exceptional Hydra Monster 1 day, Rare Hydra Monster 1 day. Inventory: Legendary Hydra Monster 1, Epic Hydra Monster 2. Being able to recruit legendary units made this Hydra nest as valuable as a dwarf palace. However, after careful consideration, Jiang Chun decided to forego recruitment. Although Kodra seemed formidable, it was merely a facade. At the same level, any angel under Jiang Chen's command could easily defeat it. Next, Jiang Chen's attention was drawn to the majestic sea lighthouse. Once again, he chose Occupy without hesitation. The system then provided the lighthouse's detailed information. See Lighthouse. Effect: Swift movement, increases allied warship speed by 20. Effect: Keen vision, doubles allied warship sight range. Effect: No escape, enemy warships cannot hide. Note: Effective range of 200 kilometers. For Jiangqin, this lighthouse, despite its 200-kilometer range, was far more valuable than the Hydra nest. It was one of his primary objectives for this expedition. The increased vision and speed meant a significant boost in vote farming efficiency. In addition, the island concealed over 100 resource points, including an epic-quality resource point considered a rare treasure. Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary luck, as if blessed by Anchuxia herself. With the battlefield cleared, night had quietly fallen. Jiang Chun instructed Gianna to continue leading the team in monster hunting, while he opened the Dragon Alliance channel to post an urgent purchase request. Seeking 2 flight skill books at a high price, cultivation, magic, or technology types are all welcome. Interested parties, please contact me. Barely had he finished speaking when someone responded. The system notification sounded. Xiao Wushang has sent you the skill book Wind's Wings 1 through the trading post. Before Jiang Chun could reply, Xiao Wushang eagerly sent a private message. Brother Jiang Chun, please don't mention money. You saved hundreds of lives in Yongya town last time. If we were to repay that debt, our entire town would be bankrupt. Jiang Chun felt a warmth in his heart and didn't insist, but sincerely said, "Thank you, Brother Xia, for your generous help. I'll send you some special products from my territory as a token of appreciation." With that, he promptly selected a batch of rare delicacies to send over. Xiao Wushang reluctantly replied, "All right, then I'll humbly accept." At that moment, Ying Yiman suddenly interjected, "Jiang Chun, are you purchasing flight skills to prepare for vote farming in the outer seas?" Her keen observation surprised Jiang Chun. Although he already had a dragon mount, being able to fly himself would undoubtedly provide more security. Jiang Chun candidly admitted, "That's pretty much the plan." Ying Yiman, her eyes twinkling, continued, "I have a book on cloud riding, a simplified version of the Celestial 36 techniques, cloud riding and fog driving, a peerless secret technique. Would you be interested in checking it out?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun quickly opened the compendium and was taken aback. The cloud riding skill was a level skill, equivalent to epic level. Moreover, it was a flying skill, incredibly valuable. Jiang Chun initially intended to settle for a basic skill, thinking he could enhance it later. Little did he expect to acquire such a precious treasure. Just as he was about to refuse, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the skill behind, Tenjianshu. Cloud riding. This is one of the top-tier skills among the 36 heavenly techniques. It's said that when mastered, it can even reach mythical levels. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. This skill book must have been prepared for a master, right? Yingyin smiled generously and said, "That's right, but I have more at home. I'll just grab another copy next time I return to Blue Star." She paused and added half-jokingly, "I'm also worried you might run into trouble at sea." Her words warmed Jiang Chen's heart. He replied with a smile, "In that case, I should send you some local specialties in return." With that, he promptly sent 100 dragon tooth rice grains to Ying Yinan through the trade market. Ying Yinan initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the quantity of dragon tooth rice, she exclaimed, "Wow." Jiang Chan chose dragon tooth rice because he knew Ying Yinan possessed the ancestral dragon bloodline. The rice contains a trace of divine dragon aura, making it a perfect gift for her. Sure enough, Ying Yinan immediately sent a private message. "You really have the time-space farm. Do you have more dragon tooth rice? Name your price. I'll take it all." Although dragon tooth rice isn't particularly rare for the Xianqin family, Ying Yinan often has too many things to bring back when returning to Blue Star, and food usually ranks last. Jiang Chun replied with a chuckle, "I have some stock left. I'll definitely reach out when I need money." Ying Yinan pretended to be disappointed and said, "Then I'll have to hope you go broke soon." At that moment, Yi Iran suddenly spoke in the Dragon Alliance channel. "Everyone, I've just confirmed that about 600 kilometers south of Misty Rain Town is the coastline. My portal can reach there. Fellow members looking to go to sea to earn votes can come through my territory." Zhu Yeqing responded excitedly, "Fantastic. We've been searching for a coastal dragon country town all day, and it turns out Misty Rain Town is the one. I'll pay double for the portal." Yi Iran quickly declined. "No need for that. All portals are free. Misty Rain Town has already benefited greatly, and this is the least we can do for the Dragon Alliance." Other lords of Misty Rain Town also expressed their support, showing a united front. Ying Yinan then replied, "In that case, my old Qin Town lord will head to the open sea via Misty Rain Town tomorrow. Thanks for the help, Iran." Yi Iran promptly agreed. "No problem, Sister Ying, anytime." Seeing this, Jiang Chun closed the chat interface and turned his attention to the enhancement list of the 2 skill books he had just acquired. His focus was primarily on the Wings of Wind. Soon, Jiang Chun made his decision. He spent 12 million spirit stones to enhance paths and, upgrading the wings of wind to the wings of the wind god. Then he spent another 14 million spirit stones to enhance path, obtaining the ability of cloud riding. The captain's cabin of the ghost mothership, though dimly lit, was luxuriously furnished. After the battle, Jiang Chun handed the wings of the wind god to the empress. This granted all Tanine disciples another powerful skill. If not for the affection cap of 100 points, the empress's affection level would likely have skyrocketed to unimaginable heights. Of course, Jiang Chun didn't give without receiving. The empress finally donned the summer cool attire she had initially resisted. Meanwhile, an amusing debate was taking place on the deck. Zizishan and Long Jiao were arguing over who had a closer relationship with the Lord. Zizishan proudly stated, "Sister Jiao, I'm the Lord's maid, bodyguard, and masseuse." However, Long Jiao silenced Zizishan with a single retort. "I'm ridden by the Lord every day." Just then, Zizishan froze. She exclaimed, "Wings of the wind god." She then attempted to channel her spiritual power, and wind elements gathered, forming a pair of miniature azure wings on her back. The young girl curiously flapped her wings and shot forward instantly. "Haha, I can fly now. Thank you, my lord," Zizishan shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Long Jiao tilted her dragon mouth and then leaped off the deck, soaring into the sky. "Little Zizai, let's see who's faster." The ship's spirit, Xiaomei, suddenly appeared, yelling into the sky, "Little Jiao, how many times have I told you? Be gentle when you take off, know your own weight." The next day, Jiang Chan stood on the deck, beginning to learn cloud riding. As the jade scroll vanished, the profound technique was instantly imprinted in Jiang Chen's soul. Heart and spirit is one. Nature of heaven and earth. Dissipate impurities. Jiang Chun silently recited the incantation. The system prompt soon sounded. Your cloud riding has reached the beginner level. With a thought, a soft cloud appeared beneath Jiang Chen's feet. Jiang Chen bent down to touch the cloud, finding it as soft as dough. He stepped onto it gently and commanded, "Go." In an instant, the scenery blurred past, and the mothership quickly shrank into a tiny dot. The surprised exclamations of Yin and the Empress echoed in his ears. Jiang Chen marveled at the incredible speed, even more so at the lack of wind resistance, as if the space on the cloud was completely isolated from the outside world. With a thought, the cloud seemed to come alive, wrapping around Jiang Chen like a cocoon. Given his current level of spiritual power, the cloud's defense was strong enough to withstand a full-force strike from a level 20 angel sword. Fast and defensive, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this legendary technique known as the 36 Heavenly Gangs. The only downside was the high energy consumption, but fortunately, he had the water of life to replenish himself. Jiang Chen slowed down, and Yin and the Empress quickly caught up. Yin exclaimed, "Such speed! Such an amazing skill!" Jiang Chen laughed heartily. "Of course, this is the essence passed down by our Dragon Kingdom ancestors." Soon after, Long Jiao and Zizishan anxiously caught up. Seeing Jiang Chen had mastered the flying skill, Long Jiao seemed a bit downcast. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if Long Jiao was worried about losing his job. He landed on Long Jiao's back and patted him lightly. "Let's go. There's nothing like riding on Xiao Jiao." Relieved, Long Jiao turned his worry into joy. "All right, my lord." Days later, Jiang Chen lay back in a deck chair wearing only a pair of shorts, enjoying a massage from Zizishan. His muscles, like chiseled marble, were on full display. A few bold Tianyin disciples donned their summer attire, adding to the pleasing view. If other new lords saw this scene, they'd be green with envy. While they toiled away leading their teams, worried about falling behind, Jiang Chen was already living a lavish, carefree life. Jiang Chen sighed, "The mothership is great, but it lacks a swimming pool." Just then, a notification from the heavens sounded. Jiang Chen perked up and opened the county channel. A series of golden announcements flashed. 100 lords have reached level 7 in Qingyang County, triggering the election for county chief. Rules: at noon today, every territory can open a portal to the open sea. When defeating sea creatures level 40 or above, in addition to the usual energy and item rewards, you can earn extra votes. Votes are non-transferable. The 100 lords with level 7 territories are candidates. The candidate with the most votes will become the county chief. Settlement time: tomorrow at noon. Note: Qingyang County, located by the sea, frequently faces attacks from sea creatures. Therefore, only those recognized as warriors are eligible to become county chief. Jiang Chen was in high spirits. Haha, the event lasts only one day. Not bad. The election was triggered sooner than I expected. At this point, only a select few lords can venture into the open sea to gather votes. The county channel buzzed with heated discussions, mostly complaints. Some lamented being only at level 5, others struggled with level 25 troops against level 40 sea creatures, and some gave up after previous defeats. Nevertheless, some powerful warlords seized the opportunity. Xiao Wushang pledged to cast 160 votes for Jiang Chen, repaying a past debt from the Eternal Night Mountains. Others were selling 108 votes at high prices. Most lords were collecting votes to sell, even many candidates had given up the race. However, the next announcement stunned everyone. The third town ranking competition in Qingyang County has been triggered with the following rules. Ranking criteria: number of votes obtained in the county chief election. Town chief with the most votes, all attributes 80, town fortune 8. Second place, all attributes 50, town fortune 5. Third place, all attributes 30, town fortune 3. The rule announcement sent the entire county into an uproar. They combined the town ranking competition with the county chief election? Damn, there's no choice but to compete now. Ha ha ha, does this mean my votes just increased in value? Bai Tianji immediately announced he was buying votes at high prices. When questioned why he was selling votes before, he explained, my chances of becoming county chief are slim, but getting into the top 10 is doable. There's only one county chief, but the town ranking has 20 spots. Bai Tian Town had previously lost its fortune to Jiangchun, so they wouldn't miss the chance to regain it. With the Bai family's power and resources, making the top 10 was hopeful. Many Sakura Town chiefs who initially planned to drop out also expressed willingness to buy votes at high prices. In the Dragon Alliance, Yiren worriedly said, combining it with the third town ranking competition, we have less than 100 towns, it's really unfair. The top 20 will likely be dominated by Sakura Country again. Xiao Wushang saw it as a positive, because this way, Sakura Country Lords can't unite. Yiren realized, that's right, if the Sakura Country Lords' votes are spread among a dozen people, our chance of winning the county chief position greatly increases. Suddenly, a timid voice from a Dragon Country Lord suggested, in that case, should we reach a consensus and decide who to support first? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, as the presence of the three influential figures complicated the election. Ying Yinman and Zhu Yeqing, descendants of royal lineage, carried the formidable reputation of Xianqin and Mingyu. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, though of humble origins, had achieved remarkable victories recently, aided by the legendary dragon, saving numerous leaders of the Dragon Nation. The crowd was at an impasse, unsure of whom to choose. After a brief silence, Zhu Yeqing broke the stalemate, declaring firmly, at this moment, the Dragon Nation must unite. I hereby withdraw my candidacy for county leader. Her words resonated with the spirit of selflessness. Yiren couldn't help but admire such noble character. I am truly impressed. By withdrawing, Zhu Yeqing not only gave up the position but also forfeited the top 20 attributes and fortune rewards, earning the respect of everyone present. Jiang Qun secretly admired her decision, knowing he couldn't be as selfless. He then laughed and said, everyone, sell your votes to Ying Man. I won't compete with my modest means. Jiang Chun understood that the election was essentially a contest of financial power, in which he couldn't match Ying Man's vast resources. Furthermore, her feat of vanquishing Sakura Town had made her a renowned figure among the leaders of Qingyang County's Dragon Nation. Jiang Chun calculated that, besides his staunch supporters like Chuxia and Little Fox, most leaders would likely choose the highest bidder. His votes had already surpassed 7 figures, ensuring victory. Recently, with his disciples mastering flight skills, he had built a mothership and deployed all his flying troops overseas, further boosted by the sea beacon, doubling his efficiency in defeating monsters. Jiang Qin's generous gesture was met with applause. Ying Man, feeling conflicted, quickly regained her composure and said, thank you both for your support. I truly wish to compete for the county leader position. I promise to buy all votes from Dragon Nation compatriots at the highest price. Shortly after, Jiang Chun received a notification from the exchange. Ying Man had sent him 100 million spirit stones. She followed up with a private message. Jiang Chun, this is compensation for you and Xiao Zhu. Once I become county leader, you two can decide between yourselves who will be the captain and the assistant. Jiang Chun promptly replied, a gentleman values wealth, but acquires it with integrity. He returned the spirit stones without hesitation. Winning the spirit stones fair and square through a bet was far more satisfying. Besides, he had a premonition that Ying Man might undergo another bloodline evolution tomorrow. If he accepted the spirit stones, this young lady might come with her troops to claim them back. After some thought, Jiang Chen announced in the county channel, such a grand occasion. I've opened a betting pool at the exchange on who will win the county leader position. Place your bets. The Dragon Alliance, being the backbone of all Dragon Nation leaders in Qingyang County, made a decisive move. With Ying Man's generous offer, all leaders quickly united. They worked diligently to collect votes in support of Ying Man. One person passionately declared, my grandfather was a victim of the 632 massacre. I want no spirit stones, only to drive the invaders out of Qingyang County. The crowd echoed, that's right. Win the county leader position and drive the enemy out of Qingyang County. Meanwhile, aboard the epic battleship Shenwei, Ying Man was puzzled. It's one thing for Jiang Chen to withdraw from the competition, but now he doesn't even want the money. Has he changed his ways? Meng Tian, beside her, chuckled. Talking patriotism without considering interests is just playing games. In the end, elections are about spending money. Jiang Chen understands this well, so he might as well do a good deed and leave a good story behind. Still, knowing when to stop and earning money with integrity, Jiang Chen is indeed impressive. Ying Man felt something was amiss but, given the circumstances, could only shake her head and say, "All right, let's not think about Jiang Chen anymore. Sister Meng, what do you think our chances are this time?" Meng Tian pondered for a moment. Although Qingyang County has 1 million leaders, only a few thousand can go overseas to collect votes. Including our old Qin town, Dragon Nation leaders make up about 1/10. With the support of the Royal Highness, Old Qin Town's 200 war leaders have much greater naval power than ordinary leaders. Adding support from Yiming Town and Longyuan Town, as long as Sakura Nation remains divided, we have a great chance. Meng Tian harbored an unrealistic hope that Jiang Chun would perform another miracle, allowing the princess to undergo another bloodline evolution. Compared to this, the county leader position seemed less significant, but she knew this was almost impossible. Ying Man nodded continuously as she listened, then lamented. It's a pity that the 100 Battles Armor Army isn't suited for naval warfare. If only we knew the rules of heaven earlier, we could have brought more Iron Eagle warriors. Meanwhile, Zhu Yeqing was performing the 7 Stars Destiny technique. As she illuminated the 3rd star, it seemed to activate a switch at the divine storage point. Her muscles bulged instantly, veins protruding like worms on her face, her aura multiplying several times over. It lasts only 10 breaths, but that's enough. With a gentle flap of her wings, Zhu Yeqing's figure traversed several hundred meters in an instant. Mountains and rivers under the moon. Boom. A colossal golden fist imprint, the size of an acre, erupted. Within the imprint, mountains stretched for miles. The bright moon hung high, exuding overwhelming power. The epic level 49, 6-armed Naga looked utterly shocked. She couldn't understand how a level 30 human suddenly became so powerful, and hastily gathered a magical shield to defend herself. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the shield barely withstood the attack. However, before the Naga could catch her breath, a barrage of punches rained down on her like a storm. Her shield wavered under the relentless assault, and eventually shattered after dozens of blows. With a puff, the powerful level 49 epic Naga instantly turned into a mist of blood and vanished into the air. Zhu Yeqing's figure flickered as he swiftly returned to the ship. Although he quickly dispelled the 7-star life technique, his face immediately turned a deathly pale. With trembling hands, he pulled a bottle of life water from his pocket. Gulping it down in one go, Zhu Yeqing finally recovered from his near-death state. His complexion gradually regained its color, and he took a deep breath, exclaiming excitedly, "Phew! That was exhilarating." Looking at the empty bottle in his hand, Zhu Yeqing remarked with a hint of regret, "It's a shame there's only one bottle of life water." Then, he opened the battle report interface and nodded in satisfaction. 412 votes, not bad. He turned to the Jin Iwei guards behind him and commanded, "Let's go. Continue gathering votes, and fully support Sistering in winning the mayoral position." The Jin Iwei guards looked at him with admiration and loudly responded, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, the lords of Sakura country felt a bit troubled seeing the unity of the Dragon country. They began to openly conspire in the county channel. Shinichi Takeda was the first to speak. "Gentlemen, the people of Dragon country have united as one. If we compete against each other for the top 20, the mayoral position might really be snatched away by them." Shiroda Arishida frowned and replied, "That's true, but who would willingly give up the attributes and town fortune?" Yamamoto 46 suggested, "I propose that Miss Mai Hojo takes charge of coordinating the votes for Sakura country." Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but wonder if he had already controlled this person and then forgotten about it. Shiroda Arishida exclaimed in surprise, "Yamamoto, you finally had a smart idea." Mai Hojo then calmly stepped forward, "Since everyone trusts me, I will take on the responsibility of organizing Sakura country's votes. I will ensure we secure the mayoral position while maximizing the benefits for all of you." She looked around and continued, "To those town leaders interested in ranking, please send me a screenshot of your Spirit Stone interface so I can assess your financial capability. Rest assured, I will keep your information confidential." Mai Hojo, like a loyal hound, reported the latest intelligence to her master, Jiang Chun. "Master, the votes in Sakura country have been distributed as per your wishes. Should anything arise, I will report immediately." Her voice carried a hint of flattery, yet she couldn't hide her inner pride. Jiang Chun let out a soft hum, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Though young and ambitious, this lord understood the art of alliances well. Second place? Humph, let Lao Town have a taste of success, he mused to himself. After all, the fortune wager is yesterday's news. This little advantage is better given to our own. Unexpectedly, Mai Hojo hesitated, her brow furrowing as she said, "But master, there are too many votes from Sakura country. To avoid suspicion, those eyesores from Sakura country's top, May 20th, still hold significant positions." "No matter." Jiang Chen waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. His attention shifted instantly. "Tell me, have you figured out the details of those Sakura leaders' assets?" My Hojo perked up, as if finding an opportunity to earn merit. "I wouldn't dare neglect my duties." She quickly sent over a detailed ledger. This lists all the Sakura leaders coveting the town rankings, all meticulously recorded. "Please have a look." Jiang Chen's eyes scanned the ledger like a radar. It detailed 34 Sakura town leaders, with the wealthiest named Sakurai Hidaichi, possessing a staggering 28 million spirit stones. Even the least wealthy had millions. While they might not match top figures like Zhu Yeqing or Shin Baiyu, they were the last of the fat sheep among the Sakura leaders. "Well done. Excellent work." Jiang Chen rarely praised, remember? "Report any movement immediately." My Hojo nodded respectfully but hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Master, should I secretly maneuver for Longyuan Town? Although it might expose my identity, securing a top 10 spot would be a piece of cake for you." Jiang Chen sneered. "No need. Just focus on handling the Sakura country votes." He already had a plan. Once the county chief was elected the next day, the identities of the Hojo sisters would inevitably be exposed. He rejected the proposal simply because he disdained it. His votes had already surged past the million mark like a relentless tide. After ending the video call, Jiang Chan summoned his confidant, Li Yin, asking for pen and paper. His gaze, godlike and overseeing, began sketching out the future on paper. 1. Longyuan Town, votes 1 million. 2. Laoqin Town, votes 500,000. Pausing at the third entry, Jiang Chan pondered briefly before decisively writing. 3. Yiming Town. In no time, the top 20 rankings were all listed on paper. Jiang Chun rose and walked to the ship's edge, lightly flicking the paper in his hand, murmuring, "This is tomorrow's heavenly ranking." He reveled in the thrill of having everything under control. No wonder so many are obsessed with power. This feeling is simply irresistible. With that, Jiang Chen released the paper, letting it drift away into the vast sea, as if declaring himself the master of this world. Meanwhile, Donghai City welcomed an unexpected guest. Luoshi had to put aside her work, respectfully inquiring, "General Xia, your esteemed presence here raise it concerning the election for the county chief of Qingyang County?" Xia Jia, the old fox of the Jiangnan military district, despite his silver hair, remained vigorous. His voice was thunderous, shaking one's core. "You and I both know, the county chief can extend the permissions of arbitrary gate to the entire county map. It's practically an unbeatable divine weapon. If Longhua fails to secure the county chief position, all efforts of these youngsters in Qingyang County will be wasted." And Luoshi understood the underlying message, responding earnestly, "Rest assured, General. I've mobilized all resources in Donghai City to provide the strongest naval forces and warships for the new leaders in Qingyang County. You know, my precious daughter is also striving there." She couldn't help but reflect. Moreover, the leaders of Jiangnan province have reached a consensus to forego the rewards of the town rankings and fully support the chosen prodigy from Longzhou to become county chief. Xia Jia couldn't help but admire. "I've heard about this. The foresight of these young ones puts us old folks to shame. Especially that Jiang Chun, a student from a humble background, his vision is truly the nation's pillar." His tone shifted suddenly, his expression turning serious. "There's another major issue. Just now, a county named Deshan has elected its county chief, and Sakura country, leveraging its numerical advantage, succeeded." And Luoshi was shocked, quickly asking, "What about the Longhua leaders in that county? Are they safe?" Xia Jie reassured, "Luckily, before Sakura country could implement spatial lockdown, most Longhua leaders managed to escape using relocation orders." And Luoshi breathed a sigh of relief. She knew well that all older regions, even new blood from the upper world, came from these batches of new regions. These new leaders were indeed the future stars of Longhua. Suddenly, inspiration struck in Luoshi. "You specifically told me this. Could it be? Deshan County and Qingyang County are in the same prefecture?" "Exactly." Xia Jie nodded heavily. "This was top-secret intelligence gathered by a brave warrior from our military district who infiltrated the prefecture at the risk of his life." And Luoshi eagerly inquired, "Which prefecture?" "This is invaluable information. I must quickly inform my beloved daughter so she can prepare." "Territorial Prefecture." Xia Jie's voice boomed like a thunderclap, or you could call it Territorial Island. At that moment, as if telepathically connected, and Chuxia suddenly initiated an emergency video meeting for Longyuan Town's management. Though Jiang Chan was a bit surprised, he immediately joined, ready to face new challenges. Once everyone had arrived, and Chuxia's face relaxed into a smile, she began, "Does everyone have their ticketed battleships? I brought back 3 unactivated ones this time." Her gaze swept across the group, and seeing everyone nod in confirmation, she proceeded to share the information she had just obtained. Fishing Island? Jiang Chun repeated the name softly, his brow furrowed. And Chusha noticed his reaction and asked curiously, "What's up, Jiang Chun? Have you heard of this place?" Jiang Chun snapped out of his thoughts, shook his head and smiled. "No. Go ahead, Chusha." He simply found the name reminiscent of an island from a past life, but quickly dismissed the thought. And Chusha nodded and continued, "Based on the current information, Daoyao State, where Qingyang County is located, is a massive island situated between the Dragon Nation Zone and the Sakura Zone. The island has 32 counties, with lords not only from Sakura Country but also from Lighthouse Country, Southern Stick Country, and Asen Country. The exact proportions are still unclear." She paused and added, "Every year, when a new area opens, major forces scramble to gather intelligence and map out the area as quickly as possible. It's thanks to Chushia's connections that we got this information so quickly." Jiang Chun listened thoughtfully. Qingyang County was not only coastal but also part of a massive island. For newcomers, this environment had both advantages and disadvantages. Those with high-quality warships and sea combat skills would develop much faster in a maritime setting than inland. And Jiang Chun happened to be in that category. And Chuxia continued, "This news will spread quickly, so take the opportunity to stock up on naval units, warships, and items. Prices are bound to rise soon. If Ing can become the county magistrate, we can form a fleet and explore the vast seas." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Little Fox chimed in, "What if Sister Ing loses the election?" And Chuxia sighed, "Then we might have to abandon Qingyang County." Little Fox, somewhat dissatisfied, said, "I think Jiang Chun should be the spokesperson for Dragon Nation. It's a pity he's so selfless and gave the opportunity to Ing." Wei Ming and Huang Xian echoed her sentiment. A few days ago, Jiang Chun had shared the Wind God's Wing skill with 2 branches of the Tanine sect. After Wei Ming, he also gave the Epic Soldier token dropped by the Epic Hydra to Huang Xian. These actions made them more loyal to Jiang Chun, and they felt indignant on his behalf. And Chuxia glanced at Jiang Chen and remarked, "I heard the Jiangnan Military District has recently honored Jiang Chen as a model for patriotic education and started promoting him in a limited capacity. If it goes well, it might even be included in textbooks." Jiang Chen was immediately flustered upon hearing this and quickly waved his hands. "No way. I'm not that noble. Don't put me on a pedestal. Let the military district promote Zhu Yeqing instead." He thought to himself, "This is practically setting me up for a fall. By tomorrow afternoon, who knows if I'll be facing online backlash." Wei Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were gazing at a modern-day hero. "The boss has done so much for us and the Long Kingdom without seeking credit, without pride, and without expecting anything in return. He's practically a living legend." His voice was filled with excitement and respect. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxuang had a sudden flash of inspiration and slammed the table. "Wait a minute. Your words are brilliant. Not seeking credit, not being proud, not expecting rewards. This is the Three-Nose spirit. I must report this to the military district and make it Jiang Chen's exclusive slogan." Her eyes shone with fervor, as if she could already see the slogan spreading throughout the Long Kingdom. Jiang Chun, hearing this, felt a headache coming on. These guys were actually playing with propaganda slogans? He waved his hand helplessly, just wanting to escape the awkward situation. "I'm done talking. I'm going to cast my votes." Before he finished speaking, he was ready to hang up the video call. Unexpectedly, even the usually silent little fox spoke up, her voice tinged with surprise and sudden realization. "Even at a time like this, you're thinking about voting for Sister Ing? I think I'm beginning to understand Brother Jiang Chen's intentions." Jiang Chun couldn't listen any longer, and without a word, he directly ended the video call. The busy signal, beep beep beep, seemed to mock his predicament, making him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. Meanwhile, the voting campaign was in full swing. Thousands of lords swarmed into the coastal area of Qingyang County, the scene reminiscent of 1,000 troops crossing a great river. Among them were powerful figures like Ing Inan, who commanded multiple warships like Lords of the Sea. In this narrow sea area, encounters with enemies were inevitable. What started as a monster-grabbing operation quickly escalated into thrilling naval battles between old adversaries. Sensing the precarious situation, Jiang Chun made a decisive call. He ordered the participating lords of Longyuan Town to form indestructible fleets in groups of 10. Although this reduced efficiency, it greatly increased safety. As for the core members, each was a master of unique skills. Whether they commanded epic units or were disciples of Tianyin, they were practically the overlords of this sea. They were already being kind by not bullying others, akin to the greats of the sea. That night, Jiang Chen stood alone on the deck, facing the biting sea wind, and opened the real-time updated voting leaderboard. As the data refreshed, his gaze became increasingly sharp. 1. Biashio Town, 3,033,663. 2. Laoqin Town, 2,304,202. 3. Sakura Town, 601,584. Looking at the top 20 on the leaderboard, Jiang Qin's lips curled into a confident smile. The plot of the Sakura Nation was simply to keep Biashio Mai in the position of mayor, while other small towns, as long as their votes were slightly inferior, could be ranked according to strength, and being in the top 20 was considered passing. In the eyes of the Sakura Nation lords, their plan was seamless. Little did they know, in Jiang Qin's eyes, his plan was the one truly watertight. He then opened the trading post betting pool, revealing astonishing information as the numbers fluctuated. 1. Biashio Town, 38.32 million. 2. Laoqin Town, 9.8 million. Since votes couldn't be directly traded, they could only be redeemed with screenshots after voting. In this situation, the votes scattered among thousands of lords couldn't all be cast at the last moment. If someone voted incorrectly or was even bought off by the opponent, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the current situation was quite clear. Biashio Town was sure to win, Laoqin Town was catching up but still lacking, and other small towns were already out of the game. As a result, the betting pool had only two options left, as if it were a two-horse race. Currently, the total bet amount was just over 40 million. Jiang Qin chuckled inwardly, confident that before the betting pool closed tomorrow, there would be another wave of impressive increases, and that's when the real show would begin. Just then, the ding-ding-ding of a notification interrupted Jiang Qin's thoughts. It was Inan requesting a video call, and Jiang Qin accepted it without hesitation. Jiang Qin, those guys are too cunning. Inan's voice was filled with urgency and anger. Biashio Mai has actually unified the vote distribution. Even though we have 30,000 votes left in Laoqin Town, plus Xiaozhu's 40,000, according to my intelligence, Biashio Town also has significant reserves. The situation is dire. Jiang Qin, unfazed, reassured Inan, don't worry, I'll make up the missing votes for you. I guarantee you'll turn the tide. Inan's eyes lit up with hope at his words. You haven't cast your votes yet? This is truly a timely help. Jiang Qin replied confidently, I can't promise much, but surpassing Biashio Town is a piece of cake. To giving Inan more confidence, Jiang Qin adjusted the camera to reveal half of the ghost mothership's hull, its massive silhouette looking especially imposing in the moonlight. Inan gasped in amazement. Oh my god, this battleship is incredible. She knew that size didn't necessarily equate to quality, but a ship of this scale was definitely not ordinary. Half-jokingly, she asked, is this the legendary battleship? Then she composed herself and said seriously, if you're really this confident, then I'll place a big bet. It could also raise the odds against the Sakura Nation, killing two birds with one stone. Jiang Qin was secretly pleased, falling right into his plan. Bet as much as you like. 100 million isn't too little, a billion isn't too much. After all, it's all profit. Why hold back? Of course, encouraging Inan to bet was mainly to use her funds to raise the odds against the Sakura Nation. No matter how much she bet, he planned to repay her in full as a gesture of goodwill to an ally. I trust you. Inan nodded firmly but then looked at him suspiciously. But why aren't you betting this time? Aren't you usually the one who loves this kind of thrill? Jiang Qin shrugged helplessly. Oh, don't mention it. I'm broke now? Inan's eyes widened. No way? You've blown through all those billions of spirit stones? Jiang Qin replied honestly, not all gone. Still have a few million left. Barely enough to scrape by. Inan's curiosity was piqued, her eyes shining with intrigue. I've heard rumors that you created your own units through sheer spending. Have you actually reverse-engineered formation talismans, or even unit buildings? Jiang Qin sighed. Looks like it's been a while since you visited the Chuxia territory. Want to come and see for yourself? Inan paused, then said, wait, let me think about it. Shortly after, Inan reappeared on screen, her face full of shock and disbelief. My goodness, you've actually reverse-engineered unit buildings. It's a miracle. So, if I gave you 10 billion spirit stones, could you create epic units? Epic units, even in the higher realms, were considered formidable forces. This suggestion was tantamount to asking Jiang Qin if he could perform miracles. Jiang Qin chuckled. Why don't you give me 10 billion spirit stones first, and we'll find out through practice? This teasing remark earned him another eye roll from Inan, as if to say, you just love to brag. Ending this explosive conversation, Inan closed the video call in high spirits. Jiang Qin was equally delighted, feeling as if victory was within reach. He gazed at the bright moon over the sea and softly commanded, return to the territory. The voice of the ship's spirit, Little May, responded respectfully, like a loyal servant answering her master's call. As you command, my lord. I shall do my utmost. Time flew by, and soon it was noon the next day. The betting pool was set to close at 11:50, with the election deadline at 12 o'clock. These 10 minutes would decide everyone's fate. Jiang Qin knew that the real show was just beginning. The current time is 11:45. The votes for Biashio Town have surged to 410,000, surpassing Laoqin Town by a full 70,000 votes. A look of anxiety is etched on Inman's face. Throughout the morning, she has repeatedly sought assurance from Jiang Qin about their chances. Each time, she received a confident affirmation, yet unease lingered in her heart. Finally, Inman made a bold decision. She instructed her team to place a series of small bets totaling 500 million spirit stones on Laoqin Town. This move immediately raised the odds in Sakura Nation to over 5, triggering a frenzy of betting. The lords of Sakura Nation, like sharks sensing blood in the water, couldn't suppress their greed, even considering the possibility that Laoqin Town might have an ace up its sleeve. Moreover, reports from Biashio Town indicated that Miss Biashio might seem confident of victory, hinting at a substantial number of votes still in hand. Consequently, both the second-generation nobility and ordinary citizens of Sakura Nation began betting wildly. In no time, the total bets on Biashio Town skyrocketed to 756 million spirit stones. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was amused to find that the bets on Longyuan Town had increased by another 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chun promptly asked in the Longyuan Town channel, Yeah, did you place that 1,000 spirit stone bet? Looking innocent, the little fox replied, Nope, I don't want to be called brainless again. Wei Ming awkwardly admitted, Boss, that was me. Jiang Qian shook his head speechlessly. Mu Qingshuang said helplessly, You picked the wrong time for a brainless bet. And Chuxia couldn't help but tease, You don't have Yaya's luck, so don't try her brainless bets. The little fox complained, I didn't even place a bet, so stop calling me that, okay? Feeling embarrassed by the criticism, Wei Ming quickly pleaded, You're right, sisters. I was just betting for fun. Suddenly, the little fox changed her tone. Well, since I'm called brainless whether I bet or not, I might as well bet 1,000 spirit stones for fun. It's not like I'm short on money. And Chuxia sighed. I forgot Yi is a little rich girl now. Jiang Chun watched as another 1,000 spirit stones were added to Longyuan Town's bets and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He knew they were using this banter to relieve their stress. After all, the moment that would determine the fate of Qingyang County was fast approaching. 5 minutes flew by. In the final seconds, Jiang Chun decisively placed a 10 million spirit stone bet on Longyuan Town. This wasn't to dilute Wei Ming's and the little fox's shares, but rather out of concern that other lords might bet on the underdog. However, Jiang Qin's worries were unfounded. Once the betting pool was locked, the final results showed. 1. Biashio Town, 796 million spirit stones. 2. Laoqin Town, 517 million spirit stones. 3. Longyuan Town, 10.002 million spirit stones. Aside from Jiang Qin's 10 million spirit stones, only Wei Ming and the little fox each bet 1,000 spirit stones as a token gesture. After securing the spirit stones, Jiang Chun wasted no time, not even pausing to gauge everyone's reactions. He led the strong warriors of his territory through the portal to Biashio Town without hesitation. Jiang Qin's ambitions extended far beyond spirit stones and fortune. He was after something even more crucial attributes. Determination gleamed in his eyes as he prepared to showcase his skills in Biashio Town. The plaza in Biashio Town was bustling with excitement. Invited by the Biashio sisters, 29 of the top 100 lords from the Cherry Blossom Nation, including by Tian Jixia, Takeda Shinichi, and Sakurai Hidaichi, gathered there. Out of the list of 34, only 5 were absent. In the plaza, the lords conversed in small groups, the air filled with tension and anticipation. Despite being in the same faction, the caution of entering another's territory was evident on everyone's face. However, with Biashio Mai about to become the magistrate of Qingyang County, no one dared to miss this grand event. Each lord was accompanied by their strongest heroes and elite troops, remaining vigilant at all times. Standing in the center, Biashio Mai's eyes glimmered with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, after today, Qingyang County will embark on a new chapter. Bai Tian Jixia raised his glass and shouted, a toast to the great Cherry Blossom Empire. Takeda Shinichi followed suit. Thanks to Miss Biashio, we've achieved the greatest benefit with the least cost. A toast to Miss Biashio. The crowd responded enthusiastically, and as glasses clinked, vigilance gradually gave way to merriment. Biashio Mai's lips curled into a slight smile, a barely noticeable coldness flashing in her eyes. Just then, the numbers on the betting board suddenly changed, and Takeda Shinichi, who had wagered a considerable amount of spirit stones, was the first to notice the anomaly. Huh? Why did someone bet 10 million on Longyuan Town? As soon as he spoke, Bai Tian Jixia stood up abruptly, staring at Biashio Mai in horror. Miss Biashio, what are you doing? In her hand appeared a silencing scroll, and the entire county fell into silence instantly. What am I doing? Biashio Mai sneered. You cherry blossom dogs, offer everything for my great master. Before she finished speaking, the teleportation array on the territory flickered repeatedly. Jiang Qin emerged from the light with the Empress, Yin, and Li Hani, exuding an imposing aura. Sakurai Hidaichi shouted in disbelief. Jiang Qin, the Biashio family is colluding with the Dragon Kingdom? This scene was a bolt from the blue for everyone present. Biashio Mai declared loudly, for the master, for the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chun surveyed the surroundings, a satisfied smile on his lips. The hour has come. Allow me to send you all on your way. In a moment of desperation, Bai Tianjixia shouted, everyone. Jiang Chun only has 12 dragons. If we escape the silenced area, we can expose the Biashio family's crimes and rally the Biashio town lords to counterattack. However, they quickly despaired as they realized their proud high-level troops were like paper before Jiang Chen. In less than a minute, the battle was over. Jiang Chen dragged the still shouting Bai Tianjixia back to the territory, a streak of blue light falling upon the latter's head. Bai Tianjixia immediately became submissive. Master, before I die, please allow me to surrender all my assets. As soon as possible, I'm on a tight schedule, Jiang Chun replied coolly. A few minutes later, all 29 Cherry Blossom town leaders had paid up and were dispatched. As for the Biashio sisters, Jiang Chun decided to keep them for now, considering their exceptional qualities and strength could still be of use. This operation not only netted Jiang Chun 1.2 billion spirit stones, but also brought valuable attribute enhancements. Afterward, he opened the chat channel, noticing many had taken note of the 10 million spirit stone bet on Longyuan Town. In the Dragon Alliance channel, and Chuxia exclaimed, Jiang Chun, was it you again? Wei Ming excitedly chimed in, it must be the boss, haha. Little Fox regretted, I should have gone all in without thinking. I really missed out on $1 billion this time. A few minutes later, Ing Inman finally spoke, Jiang Chun, you sly fox. Zhu Yeqing also sighed, is this a deja vu? Facing everyone's questioning, Jiang Chun calmly responded, to achieve a better outcome, I kept this from you all. Also, Ing Inman, your spirit stones will be returned in full shortly. With Jiang Chen's confirmation, everyone's last doubts dissipated. Ing Yimin was fuming with anger, glaring at Jiang Chen with gritted teeth as she said, do you think I care about those 2 coins? But you deceived me. Jiang Chen remained unfazed and retorted, even though you're the boss, you can't just accuse me without reason. Think carefully, did I really deceive you? Before he could finish speaking, Ing Yimin flicked her finger, and a flash of light appeared. Instantly, 100,000 votes landed on Laoqin Town. The numbers on the screen skyrocketed, and Laoqin Town quickly surpassed Biashio Town. Ing Yimin was taken aback, replaying Jiang Chen's words from the previous day in her mind. Upon reflection, he had indeed only promised that Laoqin Town's votes would surpass Biashio Town, not that it would take first place. But given the situation yesterday, weren't those statements essentially the same? Zhu Yeqing quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Sister Ing, calm down. Although Brother Jiang is somewhat cunning, he's doing it for the sake of Dragon Country. Xiao Wushang chimed in. Exactly. Now Dragon Country not only has the county chief, but also secured the first and second places. Ing Yimin was left speechless. After calming down, she realized that if Jiang Chun could indeed secure first place without soliciting votes, whether he concealed it or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. Without Jiang Chun, she might not have even surpassed Biashio Town. Just then, Yiren suddenly asked, Jiang Chun, you voted 100,000 for Laoqin Town. Do you have enough votes left for yourself? 100,000? Jiang Chun replied with a smile. And who said Dragon Country can only take first and second places? Watch me elevate us all. With that, Jiang Chun waved his hand again, casting another 500,000 votes on Yiming Town. Yiming Town's rank soared, coming right after Laoqin Town, pushing Biashio Town to third place. Meanwhile, aboard the overseas warship Invincible, Zhu Yeqing stood stunned on the deck, watching the scene unfold before him. He muttered to himself, this is just unbelievable. I did nothing and ended up in second place. However, the most shocking part was yet to come. The vote counts for Yongye Town and Yinyu Town also suddenly surged by 100,000 each, propelling both small towns into the top 10. Zhu Yeqing couldn't help but exclaim, wow, just how many votes does he have left? Before he could finish, the leaderboard changed once more. The original top 10 towns each dropped a rank, and a new name appeared at the top, Longyuan Town, with 666,666 votes. Zhu Yeqing staggered, quickly grabbing the ship's rail for support. He thought to himself, this is too outrageous. Counting the votes he cast for our towns, each got over 100,000 votes, it's just too incredible. Even our ancestors' achievements at his age pale in comparison. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhu Yeqing. A person like Brother Jiang, blessed with such fortune, must become a friend, or even family. I recall my third uncle's cousin is exceptionally beautiful and talented. I must introduce her to Jiang Chen. With this in mind, Zhu Yeqing sighed, Brother Jiang, the gift you've given is beyond measure, so I can only repay it with my sister. Meanwhile, Jiang Qun glanced at the more than 700,000 votes remaining in his backpack and decided not to continue voting. For Yingye Town and Yinyu Town, 100,000 votes were sufficient. As for Yiming Town, it was purely out of admiration for Zhu Yeqing. He initially planned to cast 1 million votes for Longyuan Town, but now deemed it unnecessary, as the top 4 were already under his control. Ultimately, he chose the auspicious number with 6 sixes over 6 eights. Jiang Qun looked around at everyone, a slight smile playing on his lips. All done? Are you all satisfied? In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Qun's actions left nearly 1 million lords in Qingyang County utterly speechless. The bustling channels of the county town, Dragon Alliance, and Longyuan Town fell into a sudden silence. Several seconds later, Iran managed to squeeze out a single sentence. Over 1 million votes? Beyond that, she could only repeatedly exclaim, "Holy crap," unable to find words to describe her feelings. The overwhelming shock even made her forget to thank Jiang Qun for bringing Misty Rain Town into the top 10. Zhu Yeqing sighed. I bet brother Jiang Qun started voting early. Yinan speculated, even if he did, it wouldn't be enough. The warships you showed me yesterday, there must be more than one. She finally conceded. After all, Jiang Qun not only helped her secure second place but also assisted in her bloodline evolution, leaving her with nothing to complain about. Meanwhile, the lords of Sakura country descended into chaos, this time driven by fear. The transition from heaven to hell happened within a minute. They were bewildered. What just happened? How did Biashio town drop to 4th place in just a few seconds? Amaterasu, this can't be real. My spirit stones. I wagered 2,000 spirit stones. A lord from Shirata town sought guidance, Mayor. What should we do? But after calling out for a long time, there was no response. He opened the town's lord list and was stunned. Why is Lord Shirata Orishita's avatar grayed out? Oh my god. Lord Shirata is dead. Damn, our mayor has fallen too. He was fine just 10 minutes ago. This realization prompted more lords to check their town lists, only to find that their mayors had mysteriously perished. Panic began to spread. What's happening? Is the apocalypse upon us? It must be Jiang Qun. It's that sneaky Jiang Qun's doing. But how did he manage it? Could he be using curse magic? Huang Xin laughed. Haha, well done, boss. But why did the boss kill so many Sakura town mayors at this critical moment? The little fox was the quickest to react. Attributes? Haha, brother Jiang Qun did it for the attributes. Many immediately caught on, instinctively clutching their chests as a thought crossed their minds. Where on earth did this monstrous Jiang Qun come from? Those who didn't catch on were still asking, what attributes? Iran groaned. Did you forget about the attribute rewards for deceased mayors from the previous town ranking competitions? Inan's eyes were red with envy. Nearly 200 points in all attributes. Zhu Yeqing muttered blankly. If I had that, I wouldn't need 7 stars to tear apart a dragon with my bare hands. As everyone was still reeling in shock, noon arrived. The sky was engulfed in golden light, overshadowing even the sun. Lines of golden text appeared in the sky. County leader election results. Jiang Qun, mayor of Longyuan Town, has been elected as the county leader of Qingyang County. Authority increased. This is the people's choice. Please assist your beloved county leader in defending the county and resisting foreign enemies. Many Dragon Country lords couldn't help but complain. Heavens, are you blind? You call this the people's choice? Clearly, it's Jiang Qun's own choice. Exactly. Who among the people voted for Jiang Qun? The announcement continued. Now announcing the rankings of the 3rd Qingyang County Town competition, Heaven instantly displayed all town rankings. First place in voting, Longyuan Town, votes 666,666, rewards Mayor Jiang Qun with 80 to all attributes, Town Luck 8. Second place in voting, Old Qin Town, votes 512,860, rewards Mayor Yinan with 50 to all attributes, Town Luck 5. Third place in voting, Yiming Town, votes 500,000, rewards Mayor Zhu Yeqing with 30 to all attributes, Town Luck 3. Fourth place in voting, Biashio Town, votes 472,235, rewards Mayor Biashio Mai with 20 to all attributes, Town Luck 2. The rankings filled the sky up to the 20th place. Then, a series of messages quickly followed. Due to the death of the 5th place Mayor Sakurai Hidaichi, his attribute rewards are inherited by the 1st place Mayor Jiang Qun in this town ranking competition. Due to the death of the 8th place Mayor Shirata Orishita, Zhu Yeqing murmured as he read the messages, like a divine demon sent from above, truly a force to be reckoned with. Brother Jiang Qun strategizes with precision, leaving no stone unturned. County leader. Luck, spirit stones, attributes. He misses nothing. Just when I think I've grasped his potential, I realize I've greatly underestimated him. There was one thought he didn't voice. The plan to have my cousin seduce Jiang Qun needs to be put into action as soon as possible. Watching the scene unfold before her, Yin Man couldn't help but exclaim, is this guy some kind of gluttonous beast? Her tone was a mix of astonishment and a touch of helplessness. On the other hand, Yiren looked completely satisfied, beaming as she said, "The most amazing thing is that when Jiang Chen eats meat, even those of us who are just tagging along can get full from the leftovers." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had just experienced a grand feast. Meanwhile, Longyuan town was undergoing dramatic changes. Space was expanding, dragon veins were evolving, resources were mutating, and monsters were advancing. This series of transformations drove everyone in town to a frenzy. The streets echoed with cheers of "Long live Jiangchen," and people's faces were alight with joy and excitement. "Ha ha ha, now our Longhua has firmly established itself in Qingyang County," an excited townsman exclaimed. "I'm so glad that I insisted on staying in Longyuan town back then." Driven by sheer passion, another person chimed in. "I wonder what expression those who moved away would have now?" "What else?" "Regret." Someone nearby laughed. "Now if they want to settle in Longyuan town, they have to pay the boss 10,000 spirit stones first." 10,000 spirit stones? Someone gasped. "Is the household registration in Longyuan town that valuable?" As the townsfolk were engaged in lively discussions, beams of golden light descended one after another centered around Jiang Chen. His body began to swell, his mind became clearer, and the spiritual power within him surged incessantly. Jiang Chen's momentum was climbing steadily, as if about to break through some barrier. Surveying the surroundings, Jiang Chen marveled, considering Longyuan town's current map area, population size, and resource density. The per capita resources here must be dozens of times more than those in an ordinary small town. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took out a bottle of life essence and gulped it down without hesitation. A strong premonition welled up inside him, was on the brink of a breakthrough. As the life essence entered his system, a prompt from the heavens immediately followed. Notification: your aptitude has increased to grade A, with the following compensatory attributes: Physique 180, Spiritual Power 180, Divine Soul 215, Capacity 172. From epic to legendary, this was a transformative enhancement. The sudden surge in all attributes made Jiang Chen feel a burning heat throughout his body, but he didn't stop. He took out another bottle of life essence and drank it down without hesitation. The 8-9 Arcane Art. It's time to break through. Jiang Chen thought silently, beginning a new round of cultivation. However, Jiang Chen's series of astonishing actions within just 10 minutes left all the major figures, who were closely watching the selection results for the Qingyang County Magistrate, utterly dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Inside the command center of the Jiangnan Military District, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could be cut with a knife. A hot-tempered general suddenly couldn't contain himself any longer and sprang to his feet. "Why hasn't the news come back yet? I can't wait any longer. I'm going to the intelligence department myself." Before he could finish his sentence, the door to the command room burst open. An intelligence officer rushed in, panting, with a look of excitement mixed with complexity on his face. "Report, the results of the Qingyang County mayoral election are in. Our nation has won the position, but..." Before the officer could finish, the entire command room erupted in cheers. Even the seasoned generals wore expressions of delight, while the younger officers pumped their fists in excitement. However, Xia Jie keenly noticed the officer's hesitation. He frowned and demanded sharply, "But what?" "Stop beating around the bush and report the situation in full." The officer felt wronged by the reprimand but dutifully continued. "The one who won the mayoral position is not the Xianqinzing family lord, but Jiang Chen." As the officer elaborated, the general's expressions shifted from excitement to shock. Jiang Chen not only secured first place for himself, but also led 3 small towns into the top 10. Such an achievement was simply unbelievable. For a moment, Xiajia was at a loss for words to describe this monstrous feat. Suddenly, he turned to an old colleague beside him. "Old Su, I believe you've been using Jiang Chen as a benchmark in the new recruits training, haven't you?" Old Su's face turned pale instantly, and he hurriedly stood up. "Excuse me for a moment." With that, he quickly left the command room. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, Luoshi stared blankly at the intelligence report in her hand, the same question echoing in her mind. How did Jiang Chen do it? Even with an epic warship, it's impossible to garner 1,000,000 votes. Could he have created a high-quality warship himself, or perhaps discovered a wild shipyard? After the initial shock, Luoshi began to worry for Jiang Chen. She had warned him more than once to keep a low profile, but this achievement would undoubtedly attract more attention from the big players, which was definitely not a good thing. With this in mind, she immediately used her administrator status to enter the battlefield of all races. Little did Luoshi know that the attention Jiang Chen had drawn this time far exceeded her imagination. In the third heaven, a magnificent palace stretched for tens of thousands of miles, towering into the clouds. Countless celestial soldiers exuding powerful auras patrolled the skies day and night. This was Xianying Palace, located at the center of Xianying town. After thousands of years of fortune plundering and the suppression of the 9 cauldron artifacts, the space of Xianying town had expanded to countless millions of miles, with an influence range beyond measure. At this moment, the ruler of this celestial realm, Ingzheng, was not in a pleasant mood. Dressed in his imperial robe, his gaze sharp as lightning, he stood with hands behind his back, looking down at the kneeling middle-aged lord, Zhao Gao. Meng Tian and Bai Zong have been lords for thousands of years, and yet they can't even contend with a mere child. Ingzheng's voice was full of authority, causing the very air in the jade-scene immortal hall to freeze. Zhao Gao quickly agreed. This Jiang Qian, a mere first-rank commoner, has repeatedly deceived the young lord and even refused the proposal to become a vassal lord. His crimes are unforgivable. I suggest we immediately send someone to capture him to avenge the young lord. Ingzheng snorted. And then what? Kill such a genius? Besides, do you want to expose the identity of my youngest daughter? Zhao Gao hastily kowtowed. Your Majesty is wise. It was my oversight. After a long silence, Ingzheng spoke again. The new region's all-races prodigy battle is about to begin, isn't it? This Jiang Qian dared to bully my daughter. Although it's despicable, it inadvertently helped my youngest daughter reach a bloodline evolution rate of 0.12 in a month. Doesn't he like money? Contact him secretly and buy the Qingyang County mayoral position for my daughter. Zhao Gao immediately complied. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will handle it. Once Zhao Gao left, Ingzheng's figure dissolved into light, revealing it was merely a divine avatar. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Qingyang County. A Sakura town leader shouted orders. Qingyang County is too dangerous. All units prepare for relocation in 1 minute. He was one of the Sakura 34, who had refused an invitation from Kataho due to his dislike of socializing, unknowingly saving his life. His samurai, panicked, said, Lord, Ball is still offshore. He won't be able to return in time. The town leader replied without hesitation, Leave him. A minute later, a golden beam shot into the sky. This prominent town leader, abandoning a month of development, fled Qingyang County in haste. Similar scenes played out among other Sakura leaders. Jiang Qian exhaled softly, feeling the turbulent power surging through his meridians. A slight smile appeared on his face as he thought, Who said it takes years to go from beginner to proficient? It's not that hard after all. Thanks to the continuous attribute rewards and countless life essences, Jiang Qian's mastery of the 8-9 arcane arts had advanced in less than a month. If the esteemed members of the Second Heavens Chan sect saw this, they would likely exclaim that it was a miracle. With his proficiency in the 8-9 arcane arts, Jiang Qian's attributes significantly improved. Physique 900, Spirit 300. His status panel reflected a dramatic change. Level 20. Attributes: Physique 878900, Spiritual Power 805, Spirit 780300, Carrying Capacity 725. Cultivation Technique: 8-9 Arcane Arts Proficient. A-Class Aptitude. Combat Power Evaluation 1047. Jiang Qian marveled to himself. These level 20 attributes are unbelievable, even more so than what's described in novels. Just 10 minutes ago, his physique was only in the 700s, and now it soared beyond 1700, far surpassing the goddess warriors of the same level. To test his newfound strength, Jiang Qian casually threw a punch. Without any special skills or techniques, the air in front of him churned violently, sending dust and stones flying. Any ordinary monster caught within would likely be pulverized. The Empress, who had been standing by to guard Jiang Qian, was stunned and exclaimed, Master, how did your physique increase so much? Jiang Qian glanced at the Empress and softly uttered, An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The Empress's cheeks flushed with a hint of red, as if remembering something. Once accustomed to his surge in power, Jiang Qian turned his attention to the announcement he hadn't had the chance to check earlier. The mayor of Qingyang County has been selected and joined the provincial channel. County mayors and city officials have unlimited messaging rights. Town mayors and officials can send 10 messages per day, and ordinary lords have no messaging rights. Jiang Qian thought to himself, Without strength, there is no voice. This may be unequal, but it's fair. He immediately opened the newly appeared provincial channel in the chat and was surprised to find there are already 7 counties with elected mayors. The selection of a mayor requires 100 town mayors to reach level 7, indicating that the previous 6 counties may not have a supreme leader, but their overall strength is formidable. What surprised Jiang Qian even more was that besides Qingyang County, there was another county from the Dragon Kingdom. The provincial channel was bustling with messages, but Jiang Qian quickly used the filter function to find several mayors' information. One message stood out. Zhao Lingshan, greetings to the brothers from the Dragon Kingdom. I'm the mayor of Hosong County. Is Mayor Jiang Qian available for a chat? Jiang Qian frowned slightly. Hosong County? It is evident that the name of this county was changed later, and with the county magistrate's surname being Zhao, the origins are quite apparent descendants of the Song royal family from the 6th Heaven realm, which was destroyed by foreign invaders. If Zhu Yuanzhang had not risen so powerfully, the Dragon Kingdom would have already been severed in the 6th Heaven realm. The appearance of Jiang Chun on the state channel caused quite a stir. Various factions greeted him, either in a friendly or hostile manner. Andrew, representing the Free Will Lords group, welcomed him. Toyotomi Hideki provocatively invited him to a duel, and Li Jiangyi attempted to recruit him into the Southern Stick Nation. In response to these greetings from different stances, Jiang Chun simply replied, "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Chun, the magistrate of Longyuan County. Magistrate Ling Shan, you are welcome to visit Longyuan County whenever you have time." Immediately, Jiang Chun used his magistrate authority to rename Qingyang County to Longyuan County. He did not linger on the state channel, but turned to handle affairs within the county. Opening the county channel, Jiang Chun issued a strong announcement. "I declare that from this moment, Qingyang County is Dragon Kingdom territory. All Sakura Lords must leave Qingyang County within half an hour, or face lethal consequences." This announcement sparked cheers among the Dragon Kingdom Lords, while the Sakura Kingdom Lords fell into panic. Some were reluctant to abandon their structures, some were caught off guard without a city relocation order, and others suggested collective resistance. However, faced with the potential use of space-sealing scrolls by Jiang Chun, the Sakura Lords could only console themselves with the thought that the scrolls were limited in number. Jiang Chun ignored these reactions, focusing on exploring the new magistrate privileges he had acquired. He concentrated on 4 main privileges: expanded teleportation range, household registration management, attribute bonuses, and fixed-point territory relocation. Jiang Chun quickly shared the teleportation privilege with several mayors of the Dragon Alliance, preparing for upcoming actions. Utilizing the fixed-point territory relocation privilege, Jiang Chun reorganized the layout of Longyuan Town. Centering it around his territory, he cleared a 300-kilometer diameter no man's land, claiming 20 of Longyuan Town's land and resources for himself. This move laid the foundation for future recruitment of Tanine disciples and daily monster hunting. After the half-hour deadline passed, Jiang Chun checked the household registry and found 520,000 Sakura Lords still remaining. He immediately convened a Dragon Alliance video meeting, announcing the next step: "I will share the locations and numbers of all small towns with you. From now on, freely hunt the Sakura Lords." In response to Mu Qingshuang's concerns, Jiang Chun and Ying Yinman were resolute in their decision to act. Jiang Chun even declared that no tactics were needed, showcasing his domineering presence as a strong leader. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chun appeared outside Suzuki Town, 5,000 kilometers away. He issued a challenge on the county channel. "Listen up, Sakura Kingdom Lords. Didn't you say that wherever I attack, you would send reinforcements? Well, I am now outside Suzuki Town. Come and support it if you dare." Upon hearing those words, the mayor of Suzuki Town was thrown into a panic. He urgently called out, "We need reinforcements." This plea acted like a spark, instantly igniting the fervor of some radical Sakura Lords. "Lord Suzuki, open the portal for me. I'm coming over immediately," one eager lord shouted. "Fools, those people from Longwa are too arrogant. Are they looking for a fight?" Another lord angrily chimed in. However, among the Sakura Lords, there were also those who remained calm. An older lord frowned and said, "If we all go to support, what if Jiang Chun seals the town? We won't be able to leave. The gap in authority and strength can't be bridged by calmness." Another lord said heavily, "Do you have any other solutions? If we don't support, Jiang Chun could use his authority as a county chief to defeat us one by one," a strategic-looking lord analyzed. "In that case, we might as well relocate now. This is an open strategy." A few minutes later, Jiang Chun stood on high ground, overlooking the throngs of Sakura Lords rushing in. He estimated that there were several thousand, nearly 10,000, warlords coming to support. Quite cooperative, Jiang Chun mused to himself. If the Sakura Lords didn't gather together, it would have been a bit tricky. For ordinary people, defeating regular lords would be quite rewarding. But for Jiang Chun, whether it was the Crystal Valley or overseas monster hunting, his efficiency far surpassed that of ordinary lords. Jiang Chun tore open a scroll and shouted, "Spatial seal." The Sakura Lords exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chun really sealed? After using a silent scroll again, Jiang Chun coldly ordered, "Cynthia, lead the goddess warriors to guard the town's teleportation point. Empress and Yin, you lead the Tianine disciples and angels into the town. I want this town completely wiped out." "Yes, my lord," the Empress and Yin responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with battle intent. Lihani, clutching his sword, asked urgently, "What about me?" "You follow me." Jiang Chun replied briefly. He chose not to enter the sealed area himself to handle unexpected events. Apart from Jiang Chun, the others' encirclement was also very successful. The only thing that left Jiang Chun a bit dissatisfied was that he thought he had done Zhu Yecheng such a big favor, and the guy should at least thank him with some spirit stones. 1 billion wouldn't be too much. a million wouldn't be too little. But instead, he just said, "From now on, we're like family." Jiang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Even the descendants of the Ming Emperor play it cool. On the battlefield, Zhu Yeqing threw a punch, mountain and bright moon. Instantly, dozens of Ronin turned into blood mist. Ha ha ha, exhilarating, he laughed. With dozens of epic units, the Jinyui, beside him, harvesting the Sakura territory. Zhu Yeqing downed a potion, feeling his spiritual power quickly recover, and praised. Jiang Qin's estate's Snow Moon Elixir is really something, not only restoring spiritual power but also refreshing the mind. This potion was originally developed by Li Hani to treat dark circles, but Jiang Chun decided to name it Snow Moon Elixir. Soon, the Jinyui reported respectfully, "Master, the enemy has been completely eliminated." Zhu Yeqing chose to demolish the territory and then ordered, "Next target, the Sakura territory 30 kilometers southeast." Jinyui quickly responded, "According to the vein-seeking technique, the aura of that territory has disappeared, likely relocated from the county." Zhu Yeqing sneered, "A bunch of cowards. Do they really need to be attacked at their doorstep?" On another front, the Tanine disciples' battle was equally impressive. Great Sumerus sword style. Tanine 9 kills. With the command, over 100 Tanine disciples formed a battle array, easily crushing the coalition of several lords. Tu Shanyaya watched in excitement, her fluffy tail wagging rapidly. "So strong. The Tanine disciples forming the Sumeru battle array are truly powerful," she exclaimed. Although they're just ordinary lords, her Tanine disciples are only level 20, and they haven't even used the wind god's wings. "I've decided, from now on, I'll only recruit Jiang Qin's Tanine disciples. I won't trade them even for epic units." Similar scenes played out repeatedly. All the Sakura lords were suffering immensely. Support? As soon as there were too many people, Jiang Qian would fly over to seal the town, and everyone in the town would seemingly vanish. No support? Then they could only watch as their target town was slaughtered. As for retaliating and attacking a town in Longyuan, sorry. A Sakura town attacking a Longhua town might take hours to get there, while Longhua's support would arrive in just 1 second. This battle was unwinnable. The fight had barely started, and the Sakura lords were already collapsing. "Gentlemen, I'm retreating first. If I don't leave now, it'll be too late," one lord shouted in panic. "Fools, what are you afraid of?" another lord said, trying to hold on. "There are so many of us. Even if Jiang Chun kills us, it'll take him a month." "All right, then let Jiang Chun start with you," someone nearby mocked. "Well, the lord was at a loss for words. Just then, Jiang Qin's voice came through, "Sakuraji town. I'll be there in 1 minute." As soon as he finished speaking, the 300-plus lords in Sakuraji town vanished within a minute. Jiang Qin, flipping through the household register, counted the remaining Sakura lords, 330,000, 180,000, 50,000. A few hours later, fewer than 1,000 Sakura lords remained, those who truly refused to leave. Jiang Qin, unmerciful, issued a kill order. As night fell, Jiang Chun looked with satisfaction at the clean and clear household register and posted an announcement in the Longyuan County channel. "The Sakura lords have been completely cleared. We have won." Instantly, the entire Longyuan County erupted in celebration, with cheers echoing far and wide. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before initiating a video conference. "Is anyone willing to take on the role of county assistant?" he asked directly. Although this position wielded significant power, including overseeing territory migrations and household registrations, it was also a demanding and taxing job. Jiang Qin secretly hoped not to burden Chuxia, his lucky star, with the tedious affairs of county administration. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Yinman eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, "I want to be the county captain." Jiang Chun shot her a helpless glance and clarified, "I meant the county assistant, not the county captain." He explained, "The county captain is responsible for troop types and hero attribute enhancements." Nonetheless, Jiang Chun felt a bit relieved. At least she hadn't suggested buying the county head position, which was a sign of progress. The system promptly announced, "Ying Yinman has been appointed as the county captain of Longyuan County." At that moment, Yiren suddenly spoke up, "If Brother Jiang trusts me, I'd like to try the county assistant position." "Of course, I trust you." Jiang Qin replied without hesitation, "The job will be demanding, but I believe in you, Yiren. Erase a blueprint for a troop building as your salary." If no one had volunteered for the county assistant role, he would have had to turn to a headhunting firm to hire a professional manager at a high salary. Yi Yiren was about to decline when she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my!" Jiang Qin noticed and smiled slightly, thinking that the Tianyin division needed more promotion. Recently, Tianyin Pavilion had accumulated tens of thousands of faction fortune points, which, if used to enhance the Empress's skills, would instantly surpass Yin. The system announced again, "Yi Yiren has been appointed as the county assistant of Longyuan County." Ying Yinman couldn't help but sigh. With over 900 unattended small towns to manage, Yiren will be busy. Xiao Wushang also remarked, owning a small town with just a few dozen people is an incredible resource per capita. Jiang Chen chuckled, high risk, high reward. After all, we defeated enemies 10 times our size. As night fell, Jiang Chen had just finished a sumptuous dinner at the drunken Immortal House and enjoyed a massage at the Carefree Heaven when a system notification caught his attention. Notification: Zhang Hao has forcibly migrated to Longyuan County. Notification: Zhang Hao has forcibly migrated to Longyuan Town. What the heck? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Who is this bold person? He quickly analyzed the situation. A regular migration token only allows for random migration to towns with open permissions, but a high-level migration token can enforce migration. However, the cost is steep, with building levels dropping at least one level and territory unit attributes severely penalized. The most crucial point was that even successful migration would be futile. Although even the county head couldn't expel him, they could certainly annihilate him. Jiang Qin's mind raced. Could this person be targeting me? Sure enough, the lord named Zhang Hao immediately contacted Jiang Qin, saying directly, "Greetings, Lord Jiang Qin. I am Zhang Hao, here on behalf of the Xianqining family concerning Miss Ying Yin Man." Jiang Qin's mind raced, thinking, so, this has alarmed Ying Yinman's family. He furrowed his brow. What do they mean by concerning Ying Yin Man? Could it be that Ying Zhang has misunderstood something? Then, a thought crossed Jiang Qin's mind. Could this be a case of the girl's family trying to break up a couple? His eyes lit up. In such scenarios, the girl's family usually offers money for the guy to leave. Could this be easy money? 1 minute later, Zhang Hao appeared from the teleportation array like an apparition. His gaze was immediately drawn to the towering Tanine pavilion at the center of the territory, and he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Is this the troop building you've reverse engineered? It's simply a masterpiece. His voice was filled with awe and admiration. Fully aware of the gravity of his mission, Zhang Hao quickly composed himself and respectfully said, "I'm just a messenger, please bear with me for a moment." With that, his fingers danced skillfully, swiftly setting up a simple yet mysterious formation. Instantly, an enigmatic aura surrounded him, as if it originated from another world. Descend. With this low command, Jiang Qin instantly went on high alert, his muscles tensing. He knew well that this was merely a minor display of will, and the true mastermind was still behind the scenes. As the descent completed, Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly turned inscrutable. He first surveyed his surroundings, as if appraising a toy soon to be his, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Qin, speaking in a superior tone, "Kid, do you realize you've stepped into a trap?" Jiang Qin inwardly chuckled at the clumsy intimidation tactics, typical of a third-rate villain. But on second thought, considering Ying Zheng's status, it was quite normal for him to delegate such dirty work to a subordinate. So, he asked casually, "May I know your esteemed name, senior?" "Zhao," Zhang Hao replied, realizing he hadn't frightened Jiang Qin, and repeated, "Kid, do you really not know the trouble you've landed yourself in?" A flash of insight struck Jiang Qin, and he immediately guessed the other party's identity. He asked calmly, "Senior Zhao, from which celestial court have you descended? Care to try some earthly delicacies?" Zhao Gao was momentarily speechless. This kid was not playing by the rules. He had descended numerous times before, and people usually begged for mercy upon seeing someone of his stature. A few words typically sufficed to settle matters, especially since he represented the mighty Qin dynasty. Yet, this young man showed no fear and even dared to joke with him. "Kid, do you know?" Zhao Gao began again, only to be impatiently interrupted by Jiang Qin. "A great catastrophe, right? I get it. Senior Zhao, name your price. How much to avert this disaster?" Despite being irked by Jiang Qin's attitude, Zhao Gao couldn't help but admire his cunning. 10 billion spirit stones, he blurted out, naming an astronomical figure. Jiang Qian sighed inwardly, noting that the Qin dynasty was indeed wealthy, but outwardly he agreed without hesitation, "Deal. I'll take it." Zhao Gao nodded in satisfaction. "Kid, you know how to take a hint." Jiang Qin patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Lord Zhao. I, Jiang Qin, am a man of my word. Although that Ying Yin Man girl keeps pestering me, as long as the spirit stones are in place, I'll ensure I stay far away from her." The more Zhao Gao listened, the more he sensed something amiss, and he became furious. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Qin looked Zhao Gao straight in the eye and retorted, "And what riddles are you spinning, sir?" Zhao Gao sneered, "Kid, taking the wrong medicine is one thing, but saying the wrong words could cost you your head. Then out with it. What do you want exactly?" Jiang Qin inquired with feigned respect. Zhao Gao, looking down on him, declared, 10 billion spirit stones, and you hand over the county magistrate position to Miss Ying Yin Man. Take her right out the door." Jiang Qin scoffed, 10 billion spirit stones? You might as well rob a bank. That amount wouldn't even buy the neighboring Hosong County, let alone our Longyuan County. Seeing Zhao Gao's expression shift unpredictably, seemingly considering raising the price, Jiang Qin laid it all out, "Don't bother. I'm absolutely not selling Longyuan County. The county magistrate comes with a 10 all-attribute boost. Can spirit stones buy that? Besides, only by becoming county magistrate can I have a shot at the prefecture governor position in the future. The governor's boost is even more significant than the magistrate's, and I don't want to miss that opportunity. Zhao Gao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. You may not know who I am. Jiang Chen interrupted rudely. Then why don't you enlighten me? Who exactly are you? Zhao Gao was so infuriated he nearly passed out. Ultimately, he held back his rage, but before leaving, he left an ominous parting shot. Young man, don't burn all your bridges. Leave yourself an out. After Zhao Gao's will withdrew, Zhang Hao awoke as if from a dream, drenched in cold sweat. Forcing a smile, he said, Lord Jiangchun, I'll take my leave for now, but I may return in the coming days. Watching Zhang Hao stagger into the teleportation portal, Jiang Qin frowned. Judging by Zhao Gao's cautious demeanor, it's likely that this attempt to buy the magistrate position was Ying Zheng's idea. Seems like a father's love for his daughter. Wasting no time, Jiang Chun opened the county interface. Soon, an explosive announcement refreshed. Ying Yinman had been stripped of her county lieutenant position. Ying Yinman's video request hit like a bomb. In the video, the young girl was trembling with anger, like an enraged little lion. Jiang Chun, are you deliberately messing with me? You gave me the county lieutenant position only to take it back. Are you trying to humiliate me? Unfazed, Jiang Chun matched her anger with his own, pointing at her and unleashing a tirade. Ying Man, I thought you were straightforward, but you're as cunning as a fox. You think sending someone named Zhao to intimidate me would make me submit? Let me tell you, fortunes change. Don't underestimate the young and poor. Even if your ancestor Ying Zheng himself showed up, I wouldn't bow. Ying Man was taken aback by the unexpected outburst. What Zhao? Realizing something, her expression darkened, and she gritted her teeth. I'll get to the bottom of this. Early the next morning, Ying Man returned with Zhao Gao, who had descended once more, to personally apologize. Zhao Gao seemed like a different person, bowing and apologizing, claiming yesterday's actions were entirely his own, with no connection to the lord or lady. To show sincerity, Ying Man also shared a significant piece of news. East Sea, Free Will, Fortune Temple. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up, as if seeing a new opportunity. Since Ying Man was so earnest, Jiang Chen decided to let bygones be bygones, forgiving them and reinstating Ying Man's position. As for what Zhao Gao truly thought, only he knew. But Jiang Chen didn't care, as long as Ying Man served as a shield. After dealing with the Qin dynasty's mess, Jiang Chen hurried to the Goblin territory. Dark Hollow upgrade. With confirmation that Diaozhou was a massive island and now having ample funds, it was time to fully develop the navy. Especially with the recent exciting news about the Fortune Temple, said to unlock new miraculous functions at levels 3, 7, and 12. Jiang Chen eagerly anticipated what surprises Dark Hollow would bring. As soon as the notification for reaching level 3 of the Shadow Dock faded, a new system alert popped up in front of Jiang Chen. All battleships have unlocked the grappling gun. This news made his eyes light up, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Nice, very nice, Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Once the grappling gun is fired, it can lock the battleship to its target. This is crucial for controlling sea battles. He recalled the fierce battle with the Hydra and imagined future combat scenarios. If we encounter such troublesome monsters again, firing a dozen grappling guns will make it difficult for them to move, let alone escape. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, determined to continue upgrading. Following his command, thousands of units of resources dissipated like steam. Soon, a new notification sounded. The Shadow Dock reached level 7, unlocking the function of the Ghost Mothership to carry buildings. This information made Jiang Chen pause for a moment, then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to unlock this feature. He quickly grasped the meaning of this new function building carrying, which meant he could now construct buildings on the mothership. A vision crossed his mind. A swimming pool on the deck, bikini-clad women frolicking within. The final piece of his dream was finally in place. Of course, the pool was secondary. Jiang Chen immediately ordered, build a teleportation gate. Complete it now. No sooner had he spoken than a teleportation gate appeared at the bow of the ship. As a territory-built structure, the teleportation gate required no blueprints to construct. With it, Jiang Chen could travel between his territory and the battleship at will, no longer needing to worry about spiritual energy depletion. After all, he could always return to the spring of life in his territory for replenishment. Jiang Chen glanced at the energy levels and waved his hand decisively. Upgrade. Straight to level 5. With the consumption of 7,839 units of energy, Ghost 1 instantly reached level 5. Once the dazzling upgrade aura dissipated, Ghost 1's size had visibly increased by about a third. Jiang Chen quickly reviewed the changes in its main attributes. Quality, Legendary. Level, 5. Weapons, Main Cannon Power 25001. secondary cannon power 100024, shield power 3000, ghost fighters 60, armor 2000, maximum speed 120 knots, energy 600, 006, 0000. Main cannon with 2500 power. Even half of a level 30 legendary hero wouldn't survive a shot. Jiang Chen marveled. And the number of ghost fighters has increased to 60, each as powerful as a same-level griffin. Most importantly, these fighters don't take up territory population. This is truly an invincible battleship. After expressing his amazement, Jiang Chen turned his attention to other structures. He quickly upgraded the Angel Rebirth Pool and the Drunken Immortal Tavern to level 7. The level 7 Angel Rebirth Pool granted the main angel a new skill, Resurrection, which could revive a recently deceased unit. Although it wasn't as powerful as Yan's Dark Dimension imprint, it significantly enhanced the main angel's support capabilities. The Drunken Immortal Tavern, upon reaching level 7, unlocked the special effect Home of Culinary Arts, allowing for the training of high-quality chefs. Jiang Chen thought that with more chefs, production would naturally increase, leading to considerable income. At that moment, the Empress suddenly cried out, "Master, be careful." Jiang Chen sensed something amiss and quickly turned around. A vague shadow materialized out of nowhere, lunging toward him. The Empress unleashed terrifying spiritual energy, positioning herself in front of Jiang Chen. However, to her shock, the shadow seemed to exist in a different dimension, bypassing her and merging into Jiang Chen's body. A system warning immediately sounded. Lord Nanami Junichiro has cast the Black Death Curse on you. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed. Following this, the system notification reappeared. The Black Death Curse has been dispelled. What was that? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Meanwhile, in Deshan County, several Sakura Nation lords sat solemnly opposite each other. On a nearby altar lay the lifeless body of the Sakura Lord, Nanami Junichiro. With a face full of sorrow, Deshan County Mayor Toyotomi Hideaki said, "Lord Nanami used his life to curse Jiang Chen. He is a hero of our great Sakura Empire. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen lacks any sense of honor. I've challenged him to a duel of life and death on the state channel multiple times, but he seems oblivious." A plump female Sakura Lord coldly remarked, "Jiang Chen cruelly murdered family members of Kamaya, Mori, Koizumi, and Oda, and used vile methods to control the Hojo family's 3 daughters. He deserves to be executed. Dying from a curse is too easy for him." Toyotomi Hideaki sighed. Jiang Chen has received multiple heavenly Dao rewards, and his physique must have exceeded 300 points, possibly reaching 400. The stronger the physique, the higher the resistance to curses. Otherwise, Lord Nanami wouldn't have needed to use his life to cast the curse. A mustached man exclaimed, "Lord Nanami was our Sakura Nation's most powerful curse lord in the Diaoao state. Jiang Chen is doomed." Others chimed in with agreement. "Finally avenged my brother. Honor the spirits of the Sakura Lords of Qingyang County in heaven." Back with Jiang Chen, the Empress anxiously checked him over. Almost in tears, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Jiang Chen rubbed his itchy nose, looking perplexed. "Nanami? If I remember correctly, the Nanami family is among the most powerful curse lord families in Sakura Nation. But this curse was so weak. Could it be that Nanami Junichiro just wanted to say hello?" Jiang Chen quickly realized the crux of the matter. "No, wait. I have a physique close to 2,000 points. In these sneaky tactics, dream assassination relies on the soul, and curse assassination on physique. Perhaps, it's not that the curse is weak, but that I'm too strong." Although the curse seemed like a farce, it served as a wake-up call for Jiang Chen. He realized that despite his formidable strength, he couldn't afford to become complacent and must remain vigilant at all times. As Jiang Chen was pondering how to deal with the threat of the curse, his phone suddenly buzzed with a video call notification. Seeing that it was Chusha calling, he immediately answered the video call. On the screen appeared not only Chusha's face, but also the figure of Luashi, the city lord. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "City lord, it's been a while." Seeing Jiang Chen safe and sound, Luashi visibly relaxed. However, her expression quickly turned serious. "Jiang Chen, we've just received news that in a town called Fukuchuan in Sakura County, there is a direct descendant genius from the Chihai family. Considering you are now a thorn in the side of Sakura Nation, I worry he might use curses against you." Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "This Chihai family genius, could he be Chihai Junichiro?" Luashi was momentarily stunned, then sighed. "It seems you have your own sources of information. I must have been overthinking." Jiang Chen quickly replied, "I just found out by chance." "Thank you for the warning, City Lord." Although it was a coincidence this time, Jiang Chen knew he still needed Luashi's intelligence support. Besides, it was only polite to express gratitude when someone offers a friendly warning. Luashi looked relieved. Jiang Chen observed her closely and noticed a trace of fatigue in her expression. He asked with concern. City Lord, you don't seem to be in the best of spirits? And Chuxia pouted and bluntly said, it's all about making money. Making money? Jiang Chun was puzzled for a moment until a system notification chimed. Notification. And Chuxia, the Lord, has sent you 20 million spirit stones via the exchange. Jiang Chun suddenly understood. This was the payment for the Tanine division. The usual price for standard, excellent grade unit building blueprints is around several million spirit stones, but the Tanine disciples offer tremendous value, even surpassing epic grade units, thus priced at 20 million spirit stones. And Luoshi half-jokingly said, I've practically started selling off my assets to gather this 20 million. As a well-established lord of over 20 years, and Luoshi finds it easier to make money than new lords. However, her expenses are also greater, like opening a portal to an outer battlefield, which could cost millions of spirit stones. Lately, Jiang Chun has been offering so many valuable items that Luoshi feels a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Chun understood well that this mother-daughter duo never wanted to take advantage of others. Although the Tianine division was indeed worth the price, 20 million spirit stones was quite a high amount. He didn't refuse and readily said, in that case, I'll accept the payment. And Luoshi sighed with a hint of resignation. Jiang Chun, if you come up with any more good stuff, I might not be able to afford it. And Chuxia firmly declared, we definitely won't buy any more. Jiang Chun thought for a moment and then said, I'll send you something to look at. Don't rush to make a decision just yet. Moments later, the Yin family stared wide-eyed at the bottle in Jiang Chun's hand. Life essence? And one that can enhance one's potential. And Luoshi and Chuxia exchanged a shocked glance, both struck by a terrifying thought. If the curse had targeted Chuxia earlier, she might not have died, but she would have suffered greatly. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew that mastering the 8 and 9 profound arts wasn't an overnight achievement. This bottle of life essence might not have a significant effect on him anymore, but for others, it was a chance for a complete transformation. Do you need it? Jiang Chun asked with a playful glint in his eyes. And Luoshi took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. I'm going to find a way to get money. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through her mind. The fact that Jiang Chun could produce life essence indicated he had at least used one bottle himself. Coupled with the heavenly Tao's attribute bonuses, ordinary curses were indeed unlikely to harm him. Yet, being smart, and Luoshi chose to keep this understanding to herself. And Chuxia tugged at her mother's hand, whining, Mom, if you keep buying, I'll turn into a leech living off my parents. And Luoshi gently patted her daughter's head, soothing her, in my heart, you've always been my little leech. 3 days later, a crowd gathered again near the altar, this time including several county leaders. Toyotomi Hideki was furious, slamming the table with a loud bang. It's one thing that Jiang Chun isn't dead, but he's reportedly still alive and kicking. A plump woman quickly chimed in. That boy must have some treasure that can resist curses. It must be. At her words, everyone present wore a frustrated expression. Could it be that Jiang Chun was truly destined to survive? Someone couldn't help but look up and sigh. Amaterasu, why do you protect a man from Longwa? If you favor Jiang Chun so much, why not take him away? Toyotomi Hideki clapped his hands, interrupting their complaints. All right, everyone. We've now captured 27 cities in the state. It's said that the military from Longwa has offered high prices to Lighthouse, South Korea, and North Bear counties. Let's focus on how to respond to this. As for Jiang Chun, no matter how strong he is, he's just one person. We'll deal with him later. Meanwhile, in Jiang Chun's territory, the core members of the Dragon Alliance had gathered. Jiang Chun met Zhu Yeqing and Yi Yiren in person for the first time. After brief introductions, Mu Qingshuang updated everyone on the Jiangnan Military District's decision. Ing Yiman frowned. I can understand allying with North Bear, but why also with Lighthouse in South Korea? Mu Qingshuang patiently explained. The number of county leaders in Daoyao State is roughly 50 from Sakura country, 30 from Longwa, and the remaining 20 from other countries. Although the current situation is much better than when we first broke through the domain, you know that in large-scale wars, individual strength becomes insignificant. Moreover, we only have tens of thousands of lords in Longyuan County. The government has paid a huge price to win over these counties. Jiang Chun didn't mind. I'm willing to follow the military district's arrangements on this matter. As long as these counties don't cause trouble, I won't bother with them. Mu Qingshuang was relieved by Jiang Chun's agreement. Jiang Chun, can you join the Alliance's video conference later? Of course, when is it? It's already started. Great. Jiang Chun quickly opened the video conference channel and enlarged the screen so everyone could see it. Currently, there were only 3 people in the channel, all county leaders from Longwa, including Zhao Lingshan, the leader of Hosong County. Upon seeing Jiang Chun online, Zhao Lingshan enthusiastically said, Jiang, you're making waves. According to the latest ranking from Tianji Hall, your self-created unit, the Tianine Disciples, has risen to 58th place among the outstanding troops in the Blue Star District. Jiang Chun was surprised. 58th? Why so low? Zhao Lingshan was speechless, while Zhu Yeqing whispered to Jiang Chen, Brother Jiang Chun, 58th place is already impressive. My ancestor Zhu Di's self-created unit, Duoyin Sanwei, is only ranked 72nd. Jiang Chen chuckled without comment. It seemed Tianji Hall's information was outdated, at least unaware of the function wings. Otherwise, the Tanine disciples could definitely rank in the top 30 or even higher. Zhao Lingshan continued, I heard you've reverse engineered the troop building blueprints. Could you sell me a few? Sure. But you'll have to wait your turn. Jiang Chun replied with a smile. If you're in a hurry, you can trade with a cup of wine skill book, 1 for 1. Zhao Lingshan regrettably said, the cup of wine skill is extremely rare. I don't even have the privilege to learn it. Ying Man whispered to Jiang Chun. She's lying. Jiang Chun was amused. It seemed the Ying family had thoroughly investigated the situation in Daoyao State. Soon, representatives from Lighthouse Country, Andre, Asen Country, Apu, South Korea, Lijiangyi, and North Bear Country, Alexei, entered the meeting one after another. Andre is a descendant of one of the 12 directors of free will, a status that sparked murmurs in the meeting room. Ying Man glanced around and continued to introduce the backgrounds of the other attendees. Apu's ancestor was Au, she said in a low voice, a powerful lord whom even my father often praised. Unfortunately, she shook her head. Au's descendants have not lived up to his legacy. Her gaze shifted to another participant. Li Zhanai is from the Li family of the South Stick. You know, the family that's always claiming to be a branch of the Li family from the Tang dynasty. This remark elicited a few chuckles. As for Alexei, Ying Man continued, he is a descendant of St. Peter. In our seventh heaven, St. Peter is considered one of the most formidable domain lords. Being well-informed, Ying Man naturally took on the role of commentator. The representative from the Dragon Kingdom's military was a middle-aged colonel named Li Feng. It's said that to take charge in the new zone, he gave up a territory he had managed for over 20 years in the old zone. Li Feng stood up and spoke in a booming voice. As mentioned before, if we can seize Daoyao Prefecture, the territorial slots in the prefectural capital, he continued to promise various benefits, but Jiang Chun listened with an increasingly furrowed brow. Ying Man couldn't help but interject, if that's the case, won't half of the prefectural capital's benefits be handed over to these few counties, allowing the lords of these countries to enjoy greater privileges than our Dragon Kingdom lords? Currently, the Dragon Kingdom has 9 counties in Daoyao Prefecture, while the other 4 countries combined have only 6. Mu Qingshuang sighed helplessly. If we unite, we might still claim half the benefits. But if these counties lean towards the Sakura nation, we'll lose the entire prefecture. After all, we were born in a frontline war zone. She shook her head with a bitter smile. These counties are clearly waiting for the highest bidder. At this point, Li Feng had finished outlining all the terms. Andre from Keilang County suddenly smiled and spoke up. Colonel Li's terms are indeed sincere. But there's one more condition. Li Feng's expression turned serious. Please, Mr. Andre, go ahead. Andre rose gracefully, bowing politely before saying, we all know that Lord Jiang Chun managed to secure the position of county head of Qingyang County. Pardon me, it's now Longyuan County. There's much speculation outside that Lord Jiang Chun has seized a highly productive epic-level shipyard. His gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chun. Since we are allies now, we should be open and share resources. What do you say, Lord Jiang Chun? The meeting room fell into a hush, with all eyes on Jiang Chun, waiting for his response. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. The people from Longyuan County wore expressions of anger, and the little fox was so furious that her tail stood on end. She glared at the person who suggested sharing resources, cursing inwardly at this scoundrel for putting Jiang Chen in a difficult position. Li Zhanai and AP supported the proposal quickly, their eyes gleaming with greed, suggesting that treasures like the Tianine division and the time-space farm should also be shared. Alexei, slightly more rational, expressed a willingness to purchase at market prices. The tension in the room escalated, and even other county chiefs from Longhua began to stir. Though they remained silent, the glint in their eyes betrayed their desire for Jiang Chen's resources. Jiang Chun keenly observed the subtle changes in everyone's expressions. He leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture, and said to Andre with ease, Mr. Andre, please have a seat. There's no need to be so formal with me. Disregarding Andre's stiff expression, Jiang Chun turned to Li Feng and asked directly, what does the officer mean by this? Li Feng immediately raised his voice, responding firmly, personal property is sacred and inviolable. Rest assured, Brother Jiang Chun, with the military district here, no one can morally coerce you. As the temporary leader of the war zone, Li Feng knew Jiang Chen far better than anyone else present. From Jiang Chen's birth to his recent rise to county chief, all information had been meticulously analyzed by a professional team. The conclusion was clear. While Jiang Chun felt a sense of belonging to Longhua, he was no naive hothead easily swayed by passion. Instead, he was a savvy and worldly individual. More importantly, Jiang Chun not only possessed great fortune but was also an undeniable genius, with many innovative ideas. Notably, his concept of Pink Sixie had reportedly been recognized by the highest institute in Longhua and was poised to create an undefeatable new military unit. Li Feng understood that forcing such a genius into becoming a bloodthirsty ruler or pushing him towards the enemy camp would have dire consequences. Jiang Chen appreciated Li Feng's stance and decided to take a relatively gentle approach to resolve the current predicament. Without showing any sign of his strategy, Jiang Chen remarked, "I heard there's a fortune temple discovered in Keilang town. How about sharing that too?" This statement immediately drew everyone's attention to Andre. A fortune temple was a priceless treasure. Andre's face changed drastically as he asked in astonishment, "How did you know about the fortune temple?" Jiang Chen didn't answer directly but continued, "How about this? I'll trade an epic warship for the exact coordinates of the fortune temple. Then, everyone can compete for it based on their abilities. What do you say?" Andre snorted and fell silent. Li Feng secretly admired Jiang Chen's cleverness. This was indeed a brilliant way to defuse the situation. "If you want me to share my treasures, shouldn't yours be shared as well?" After some twists and turns, Li Feng, with a firm stance on Jiang Chen's issue, finally reached an agreement with several counties. Just as he was about to announce the end of the meeting, Zhao Lingshan suddenly shouted, "Look, the county ranking competition has been triggered." Jiang Chen immediately opened the state channel, where a pinned announcement caught his eye. Commencing the first county ranking competition, rules are as follows. Ranking content. Lord Slaughter points. Click for detailed rules. First place county reward. County chief all attributes 100, county residents all attributes 40, county chief's town fortune 10, other towns fortune value 2. Second place county reward. County chief all attributes 50, county residents all attributes 20, county chief's town fortune 5, other towns fortune value 1. Third place county reward. County chief all attributes 30, county residents all attributes 10, county chief's town fortune 3. Settlement time. 12 p.m., 15 days later, with daily noon refresh of the points list. Ing Yimin excitedly looked at Zhu Yeqing. "Xiao Zhu, Lord Slaughtering is your forte." Zhu Yeqing was initially pleased but then sighed. "Against ordinary lords, I have the confidence to take on 1,000. But our county has only a few tens of thousands of people, while other counties have at least hundreds of thousands." This statement cast a shadow over everyone present, even causing Jiang Chen to frown. As a scholar, he was well aware of the county ranking competition rules, but he couldn't keep the Sakura country lords within the county. If the competition were about resource points or agricultural indices, Jiang Chen would be confident as long as he was willing to spend. But with Lord Slaughter points, it was a tricky situation. At that moment, Wei Ming suggested, according to the rules, killing monsters every 5 levels higher doubles the slaughter points. In our small town, there are quite a few strong individuals, particularly the formidable Zhu Yeqing. Jiang Chen suggested aiming for the top 10, but Xia immediately objected, saying, not to mention the farming and entertainment lords, even the warlords rarely fight monsters themselves. Forcing them to battle suddenly might result in a lot of casualties among the lords. However, Jiang Chen keenly caught the crucial piece of information. Killing monsters with every 5-level advantage doubles the kill points? He quickly checked the scoring rules and confirmed it was true. With his mastery of the 8-9 mystical skills, attribute books, legendary items, and heavenly rewards, Jiang Chen's combat strength far exceeded his level, making him adept at taking down higher-level monsters. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen suggested, "The points reset daily. Let's have our brothers in Longyuan County try their best for a day and see our ranking by tomorrow noon. If there's hope, we'll go for it." But Xia has a point too. So remind everyone that safety comes first. Jiang Chen pondered internally how many points he could rack up in a day if he went all out. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhu Yeqing confidently declared, "With my current strength, I can defeat monsters 25 levels above me." Jiang Chen quickly advised, "Then aim for 20 levels above, as bosses could be dangerous." "I know." Zhu Yeqing nodded firmly. "If there's a chance for the top 10, I'll invite my Zhu family siblings over. Most of them are martial lords." Ing Man praised, "They say Mingyu is full of war gods, and it seems the reputation is well deserved." Having reached a consensus, Yi Yiren immediately announced Loming's decision on the Longyuan County channel. The sudden Lord Kill Points ranking contest elicited varied reactions from the county leaders in the livestream. Zhao Lingshan was a bit frustrated. Lord Kill Points? After driving out the Sakura Lords, Longhua Lords in Hosong County are down to 600,000, not much of an advantage. Chao Zicheng analyzed, according to the rules, numbers matter, but what really counts is which county has more martial lords. After all, martial lords can kill higher-level monsters. Andre chuckled. Mr. Chao is right. Even with only tens of thousands in Longyuan County, There's still a chance for the top 10? Although his tone was sincere, it was clear to everyone he was being sarcastic. Jiang Chun was unfazed. We're just testing the waters. We'll see everyone's points tomorrow, and if we're too far behind, Longyuan County will drop out of this ranking contest. After leaving the video call, Jiang Chun complained to Ng Man, "Hey, when can we get the coordinates for that fortune shrine?" Ng Man replied helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. Only Andre and a few trusted aides know the coordinates. Besides, that shrine is in a level 55 monster area, and with our current levels, we probably can't raid it even if we knew the coordinates." Just as Zhu Yeqing was about to leave to hunt monsters, Jiang Chun suddenly thought, "Wait a minute. Equipment can also enhance a lord's combat power. I have some gear here. See if anyone can use it. Any extras can be distributed to the other town lords." Jiang Chun opened several equipment warehouses, and everyone gasped in astonishment. "Wow, how did you get so much gear? Did you rob a bunch of people? And there's so much excellent equipment." Apart from the equipment Jiang Chun farmed himself, the gear taken from the Sakura lords he controlled made up a significant portion of the top-tier equipment in the county. The combined wealth of these lords was a sight to behold. "These were just leftovers picked by the Tanine disciples," Jiang Chun remarked nonchalantly. After everyone dispersed, Jiang Chun mailed a bottle of water of life to Zhu Yeqing, concerned that he might push himself too hard and get into trouble. Next, Jiang Chun didn't rush to hunt monsters, but instead reviewed his collection of junk sets and skill books. After a few minutes, he quietly said, "Consume 20 million spirit stones to enhance Origin Divine Fist. Upper. Consume 4 million spirit stones to enhance 7-star Immortal Armor. Consume 4 million spirit stones to enhance." To achieve great things, one must first have the right tools. Jiang Chun had transformed into a mad alchemist, spending nearly 40 million spirit stones in one go to craft a dazzling set of level 20 legendary equipment and acquire a powerful legendary skill Origin Divine Fist. This skill, comparable to the 8-9 mystical arts, reached legendary status with just its first part and was a closely guarded secret of the 9 purities Supreme Heaven. If not for the life and death ranked match, Jiang Chun would never have been so extravagant. 40 million spirit stones were enough to build 2 ghost motherships, but for a higher score bonus, he chose not to upgrade, holding firmly at level 20. Even so, with his new gear, Jiang Chun's combat power surged like a runaway horse, shooting up to 1450 stars, and his physique broke through the 2400-point barrier. With a swift step, he dashed into the portal and instantly appeared on the deck of Ghost 1. The warship was surrounded by a level 60 sea zone, with hundreds of elite frigate birds fiercely attacking this uninvited guest. The Empress was commanding the defenses and, upon seeing Jiang Chun appear, rushed to his side like a protective mother hen. "Master, what are you doing? This is a level 60 monster zone. It's too dangerous." Before she finished speaking, her eyes lit up. "Wow, your outfit is absolutely stunning." Jiang Chun smirked mysteriously. "Watch me. This new skill will help us break through the siege." New skill? Just as the Empress spoke, Jiang Chun, like a tiger ready to pounce, took a deep breath, targeted the densest area of monsters, and unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, with thunderous roars echoing in the Empress's ears. Even the massive Ghost 1 sank by an inch or more, as if slapped by an invisible giant hand. Next, a fist imprint expanded like a balloon, rapidly growing to the size of several acres. The elite frigate birds in front of it had no chance to struggle, exploding into clouds of blood mist. The punch was unstoppable, sweeping hundreds of meters before gradually dissipating. However, a striking black mark remained in the void, with flickering space bubbles, as if the world was about to collapse. System notifications bombarded Jiang Chun's vision like cannonballs. "You killed an elite frigate bird, gaining energy 1468, spirit stones 180, lord slaying points 3072, and a fine treasure chest 1. You killed." The base score for a level 60 monster was 6 points, and killing monsters 5 levels higher doubled the points. Jiang Chun's punch exceeded by 40 levels. Combined with the elite quality bonus, the points snowballed wildly. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Chun laughed heartily, filled with the ambition of conquering the world. He began to assess his combat power carefully, having killed dozens of elite monsters with a single punch, the damage even overflowing. It was like he had activated a cheat. No wonder Zhu Yeqing is obsessed with martial lordship. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Jiang Chun looked at his fist, excited like a child. And this is just the entry-level Origin Divine Fist. If I could reach minor achievement, perfection, or even transcendence, wouldn't I soar to the heavens? The only downside was the massive consumption of spiritual power. After the punch, Jiang Chun felt as if half of his spiritual power had been drained, like being squeezed dry. Everyone on Ghost 1 was stunned by this earth-shattering punch, then erupted in deafening cheers. "Long live the Lord! Invincible!" Invincible. The sound waves seemed to shake the entire sea. The Empress's eyes widened, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Master, did your attributes soar again? This fist technique is too monstrous. It's like a human-shaped nuclear bomb. At that moment, the heavenly notification suddenly sounded, as if acknowledging Jiang Qin's strength. Out of respect for the strong, Angel Yan's favorability 1, current favorability 98 points. Soon after, Angel Yan descended onto the deck like a shooting star. With a face full of disbelief, are you really the Lord? Not some great power in disguise. The ship's spirit, Xiao Mei, also appeared, complaining with a pout, Lord, you almost stepped on me just now. Are you planning to ascend to the heavens? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed, full of heroic spirit, and ordered, Xiao Mei, head to the level 70 monster map immediately. Today, let's show these monsters what true terror is. Xiao Mei was startled. Isn't that too risky? It's like dancing on the edge of a knife. No problem. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and added, just avoid legendary monsters. We're strong, but we shouldn't be overconfident. Level 70 epic monsters have about 4,500 star combat power, and with the current lineup on the ship, it's like cutting through butter. Moreover, Jiang Chen still has energy reserves, and if they encounter a legendary monster, they could temporarily upgrade Ghost 1 to level 7 to escape without issue. Just one strike and I earned over 100,000 points. Plus, I have a few lures on hand. Securing first place is practically guaranteed. Jiang Chen thought, eyes gleaming with ambition. Soon, Ghost 1 cut through the waves like a sharp knife, piercing the heart of the level 70 monster zone. The ordinary monsters here had 1,000-star combat power, and except for the Empress and Yin, even ordinary angels dared not leave the mothership's protective shield for fear of being devoured by monsters. Heavenly Pivot Sword Chi. Jiang Chen stood atop the mast like a war god, lightly waving the 7-star celestial sword. A concentrated sword chi shot out instantly, like a galaxy slicing through the night sky, splitting an elite tiger shark warrior in 200s of meters away. This was one of the sword chis from the 7-star set, not as overwhelming as the Origin Divine Fist but energy efficient for sustained attacks. System notifications chimed again, as if celebrating Jiang Chen's achievements. You killed an elite tiger shark warrior, gaining energy 1880, spirit stones 180, lord slaying points 14336, and a fine treasure chest 1. Though the energy gain wasn't much, the points multiplied several times, as if printing money. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen excitedly unleashed dozens of sword chis, like a dazzling fireworks display, eliminating all tiger shark warriors in sight. Another tens of thousands of points were added, and Jiang Chen downed a bottle of Snow Moon Eye, softly saying, Xiao Mei, patrol this sea area. Today, let's make our presence known. At your command, Lord. Xiao Mei responded enthusiastically, seemingly infected by the killing spree. Though in control, Jiang Chen didn't venture further for safety's sake. During the search for monsters, he opened the Longyuan County channel to check on others' progress. Haha, finally killed a monster. A level 25 one, 2 points in the bag. Wow, brother, aren't you level 30 already? That's impressive. Ugh, I'm grade talent. Just here to make up the numbers. Seeing these messages, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. Most people are still ordinary. Back in the day, his grade talent was considered genius at Donghai 3rd High, but now it seems insignificant. Someone questioned, with just a few thousand people in our county, is it really meaningful to risk fighting monsters ourselves? It feels like we're just doing the work for others. And Chuxia immediately responded energetically, cross-level monster kills yield terrifying points. We have many strong ones in our town, like Zhu Yeqing who can kill monsters 25 levels higher. Let's all work hard today, and see what miracle we can create. Maybe we'll make a name for ourselves. Zhu Yeqing chimed in. That's right. Each monster I kill gives me over 100 points. It's like grabbing money. According to Jiang Chen, Zhu Yeqing had already reached level 40 and ventured into the level 60 monster map alone, without even taking guards, practically dancing on a knife's edge. As a martial lord, the strongest force is always oneself. It's thanks to Jiang Chen's water of life that Zhu Yeqing dared to be so reckless. Little Fox suddenly interjected, Brother Jiang Chen got so many heavenly attribute rewards, he must also be able to kill monsters 20 levels higher. Maybe even more impressive than Brother Zhu Yeqing. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, thinking to himself, little girl, you have no idea. I'm currently wreaking havoc in the level 70 monster zone. He then closed the chat channel, ready to focus on monster hunting. It was time to give it his all. Frankly, this was the first time since the server opened that Jiang Chen fought so hard. Except for eating and sleeping, all his time was devoted to monster hunting, practically burning his life force. By noon the next day, Jiang Chen stretched, his bones creaking as if falling apart. He eagerly opened the Lord Slaying Points leaderboard. In 10 minutes, the leaderboard would update for the first time. Jiang Chun was curious to see if his efforts would shock everyone and make a stunning debut. The Longyuan County Channel was like a pot of boiling oil, exploding with excitement. An audacious lord, full of bravado, declared, "Brothers, I've racked up over 8,000 points today. Hope I didn't hold us back." His words were met with thunderous applause. "Damn, that's impressive. You must have taken down over 1,000 monsters." "Haha, not really. It's just years of honing my combat and sword skills, plus the artifact bestowed by our leader, Zhu Yeqing. You must be venturing into high-level maps, right? Be careful out there. Don't risk your life for Longyuan County's honor. Thanks for the concern, everyone. Don't worry, I'm tough." The channel was buzzing with camaraderie, as if Longyuan County had become a paradise on earth. Just then, Xiao Wushang burst in, brimming with enthusiasm. "Folks, I did the math. At this rate, our county's points could hit 80 million. Yi Irin quickly retorted, "Is that all? Longyuan County is full of hidden talents and top-tier players." Wei Ming couldn't help but join in the excitement. "If we break into the top 15, we could compete for the ranking rewards. Longyuan County will soar." As everyone was caught up in the fervor, Jiang Chun received a video call from Enchuxia. As soon as the screen connected, Enchuxia exclaimed, "Jiang Chun, why are you still drifting at sea?" Then, with a gleam in her eye, she asked, "Guess how many points I scored this time?" Jiang Chun pondered briefly and guessed, 600,000? Enchuxia triumphantly announced, "Haha, wrong. It's a whopping 800,000. Jiang Chun was taken aback. "You must not have slept at all." Thanks to consuming the miraculous life essence, Enchuxia's aptitude had surged to clevel. Coupled with her top-tier gear, she could easily take down monsters 15 levels higher, and even 20 levels higher with some caution. "Of course, I had to give it my all on the first day to boost Longyuan County's morale." Enchuxia yawned, then curiously asked, "How about you? With your incredible attribute bonuses, taking down monsters 25 levels higher should be a breeze, right?" Jiang Qin paused and calmly stated a staggering figure. "Me? Just over 1 billion. Enchuxia rolled her eyes dramatically. "Oh, come on. Stop joking around." As they chatted casually, Enchuxia suddenly tensed up. "The points are about to update." At midnight, the Lord Kill points were updated as scheduled. Upon seeing the results, Jiang Chun couldn't help but gasp. This is huge. 1. Longyuan County, 2.68 billion. 2. Keilang County, 2.42 billion. 3. Deshan County, 2.25 billion. 4. Wei County, 2.21 billion. 5. The county channel exploded with activity. Huang Xian, as if struck by lightning, exclaimed, "Can someone tell me what the hell just happened?" Wei Ming was so excited he could barely speak. "I'm telling you, Longyuan County, we're first." Someone curiously asked, "Iron, you mentioned a lot of top players. Just how many are there?" "Over 100. Yi Irin was momentarily stunned by the results, but as the deputy of the county, she couldn't afford to lose composure. She steadied herself and explained, "Haha, Longyuan County is full of hidden talents. How else could we defeat the tenfold stronger leaders of Sakura country?" She made a mental note to have a good chat with Jiangchen later. Her words, though vague, had an unexpectedly positive effect. "Oh my god, there must be over 100 players capable of taking down monsters 20 levels higher. So the top players had a plan all along. Brilliant. If we clinch first place, our small town could change its fate. Don't celebrate too soon. It's just the first day. There are tough battles ahead." "Exactly. Everyone, keep pushing forward and don't hold back the top players." The channel's energy surged like a tidal wave, growing stronger with each comment. Ing Yimin and Zhu Yeqing remained silent, both aware of Longyuan County's capabilities, casting their gaze towards Jiang Chun. At that moment, Little Fox suddenly chimed in, boasting, "Haha, I've scored 1 million points. Am I proud or what?" Jiang Chun couldn't help but admire her in his mind. Yu is so clever and thoughtful. Knowing her well, scoring even 10,000 points would be impressive. Clearly, Little Fox was already working on her diversion tactics. In reality, Jiang Qian had astonishingly accumulated 1.4 billion points in just one day. He had intended to gauge the gap between Longyuan County and other counties by going all out, but unexpectedly, he catapulted them to first place. Across the video, Enchuxia finally snapped out of her daze, rubbing her eyes to ensure she wasn't dreaming. Once she confirmed reality, she looked at Jiang Qian, incredulously blurting out, "You 1 billion, are you kidding me?" Jiang Chun replied solemnly, "Director In, now's not the time for jokes. Please start working on strategic misinformation. But 1 billion points, that's like taking down monsters how many levels above?" And Chuxia accepted the astonishing fact and couldn't help but remark, "Looks like you reacted even faster than me. We're not the only dark horse." Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the second place Keilang County. Look at Keilang County, with only 400,000 leaders, Yet they've climbed to second, even surpassing Deshan County. They're our biggest rivals. Deshan County, the first to elect a county leader in Diaoyou Prefecture, being outdone by Keilang County was a huge embarrassment. And Chusha nodded thoughtfully, analyzing, the leaders from Lighthouse Country are tough. Most of them have enhanced their bodies with nanotechnology. While this limits future growth, their early-stage explosiveness is terrifying. Meanwhile, Keilang County, dubbed a dark horse by Jiang Chun, was already in chaos. In the Keilang County Channel, the lords of Keilang County gathered in the town square, fervently discussing the latest rankings. Among them, a burly lord exclaimed, about a quarter of the lords in Keilang County have undergone nano-enhancements, yet we lost to Longyuan County, which only has a few thousand people? Another lord, wearing glasses, interjected, I heard Longyuan County has a martial merit lord from the Zhu family of Mingyu. No matter how strong a martial merit lord is, they can only earn a few million points at most. A tall, thin figure remarked dismissively. Well, it depends on how strong the martial merit lord is, an elderly lord said, stroking his beard. After all, every 5-level leap in monster slaying doubles the points. If they can manage a 30-level leap, one monster could yield nearly 1,000 points. Don't forget Jiang Chen, a young female lord reminded them. Jiang Chen has repeatedly received rewards from the Heavenly Tao, which means hundreds of points in all attributes. Andre stood at the edge of the crowd, listening to the analysis with a dark expression. Just yesterday, he was mocking Longyuan County, and today he felt like he'd been slapped hard. Damn Jiang Chun, damn Longyuan County, he cursed inwardly. That's 10 points of township luck and 100 points in all attributes. Clenching his fists, a flicker of determination crossed Andre's eyes. Lord Slaughter is a specialty of our Lighthouse Nation. If we miss out on first place this time, with only 400,000 people in Keilang County, we may never have another chance. Taking a deep breath, he quickly headed toward the broadcast tower in the town center. Soon, his voice echoed through every corner via the county channel. My friends, for whatever reason, Longyuan Town has become our formidable adversary. To claim first place, let's all start grinding now. Immediately afterward, Andre issued a recruitment notice on the state channel. Keilang County is offering high salaries for martial merit lords. I will provide advanced city relocation orders. Interested parties can send their attribute screenshots to me privately, thank you. Just then, the avatar of Toyotomi Hideyoshi suddenly lit up on the channel. His voice carried a hint of mockery. Longyuan Town must have used powerful items, like magic scrolls, to temporarily surge to first place. I believe with nano-enhancements, Keilang County will eventually prevail. Andre felt pleased hearing this and courteously replied, Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Toyotomi. Unexpectedly, Toyotomi Hideyoshi continued, If I were Jiang Chen, I would willingly let you take first place. After all, you are allies. Andre's brow furrowed. Realizing this was an attempt to sow discord. Although he knew Toyotomi Hideyoshi's intentions weren't good, the words resonated with him. He chuckled coldly and replied, Unfortunately, not everyone is as sensible as you, Mr. Toyotomi. On the other end of the virtual channel, Colonel Li Feng, who had been silently observing, wore a grim expression. He glared at the exchange between Andre and Toyotomi Hideyoshi on the screen, gritting his teeth as he muttered, This guy, just after allying with my Dragon Nation, is already cozying up to Sakura Nation. The schemes of the Lighthouse Nation are as sinister as a serpent's tongue, leaving one chilled to the bone. The adjutant seethed with anger, gritting his teeth as he said, Those shameless scoundrels, trying to hike the price. What a pipe dream. Li Feng furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Longyuan Town is hardly more than a tiny ant hill. How could it achieve such a miracle? A sudden realization struck him. Could it be Jiang Chun pulling the strings from the shadows again? The adjutant shook his head in resignation, sighing, Lieutenant Mu is tight-lipped. She claims it's all confidential regarding Longyuan Town, and she's just as puzzled about the point's mystery. Enough. Li Feng slammed the table. I'll head to Keilang Town myself. Even if that Andre is a real pain, I'll have to grit my teeth and negotiate. In no time, Li Feng returned to his territory in a fury, cursing, Those insatiable beasts. They dare to expect us to pressure Longyuan County into giving up the first place? Who do they think they are? The adjutant was stunned. Such underhanded tactics. It's absolutely despicable. Li Feng's expression was as dark as a storm cloud as he gritted his teeth. They are not of our kin. Their hearts must differ. Andre clearly harbors wild ambitions. We must prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, having had enough of the drama, decisively closed the chat channel. He sent a mysterious message to Little Fox, Yeah, come to the territory quickly. There's a treasure waiting for you. Like a whirlwind, Little Fox dashed into the territory, jumping with excitement. Brother Jiang Chun, what's the amazing thing you have for me? Open your mouth. Jiang Chen's command was like thunder. Ah, little fox obediently opened her mouth like a bird waiting to be fed. Without another word, Jiang Chen poured a vial of life essence down her throat. Instantly, little fox's face bloomed like a peach, sweat pouring off her like rain. Brother Jiang Chen, I feel like I'm on fire. Little fox whined, then frowned. Wasn't it supposed to be fragrant sweat? Why does it smell like a garbage dump? Jiang Chen silently stepped back, thinking that the smell of cleansing impurities was indeed comparable to a biochemical weapon. Suddenly, little fox exclaimed, "Oh my gosh! My aptitude is skyrocketing, from level to clevel, shooting through the roof." With one miraculous potion, little fox's power tripled, making her seem like a completely different person. Hurry up and take a bath, Jiang Chen ordered coldly, then get back to grinding points, no slacking. Yes, sir. Little fox joyfully skipped into the portal. Jiang Chen then contacted Wei Ming and Huang Xian, handing each of them a vial without a word. Drink it, then grind points for me. This scene made Jiang Chen mock himself. Am I really becoming like the legendary old pervert from Sakura country? The two were filled with gratitude, especially Huang Xian, who came from a humble background. After following Jiang Chen, he not only became a big shot in Longyuan County, but now also leaped to a clever genius. It was like an ordinary person ascending to the heavens, achieving success in one step. Huang Xian insisted on offering 70 of his territory shares, and Wei Ming followed suit. Jiang Chen accepted it all, knowing that with the long-term testing and the insurance of the mind control tower, these people were trustworthy talents. Watching Wei Ming leave, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Finally, I can take a break. At least a few hundred fewer monsters to grind every day. As for Mu Qingxuang, her status was too sensitive, so Jiang Chen decided to observe her a bit longer. He secretly planned, if Xiaozhu can bring in a few more martial merit lords, that would be perfect. Each martial merit lord was a formidable force, capable of holding a position single-handedly. Although their aptitude might be average, as their territories developed, their personal attributes would improve rapidly. Just like Zhu Yeqing, who, despite having only level aptitude, could now wrestle with a 2-star epic hero. Just then, 6 beams of golden light descended over Yiming Town, like gods descending from the heavens. This was the sign of a territory migration. But recently, with Yi Irin frequently adjusting Longyuan County's territory, the surrounding lords were used to it. Little did they know, these 6 were not natives of Longyuan County, but formidable figures brought in from distant places, or even the heart of Dragon Country using advanced city transfer orders. The 6 quickly made their way to Zhu Yeqing's territory, clearly old acquaintances. A spirited young woman spoke directly, "Brother Xiao Qingzi, I heard you're going to introduce me to my ideal partner?" Zhu Yeqing almost choked on his saliva. Cough, cough, cough. Xian, let's hold off on that. Show your prowess in the Lord's Points competition first. Zhu Yeshuan immediately protested. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough for someone? Well, Zhu Yeqing hesitated. It's hard to say. Zhu Yeshuan was so angry she could grind her teeth. Zhu Yeqing was equally troubled. The recent explosive points competition was simply too outrageous. Although Tushan Yeye immediately boasted about scoring 1,000,000 points, Zhu Yeqing was highly skeptical. After all, even wearing an epic set and grinding points fiercely, he could only manage a measly 400,000 in a day. Zhu Yeqing's internal alarm bells were ringing. This was most likely Jiang Chen stirring up trouble again. Everyone knew Jiang Chen's lord talent was green hills and clear waters, a definite entertainment lord. Yet, all this time, Jiang Chen had not only taken on the roles of both warlord and farming lord, he now seemed to be eyeing the martial merit lord's job too. Was there no room left for others? In any case, everyone focus on grinding points. I'll find an opportunity to introduce Brother Jiang to you all. A day later, the points were updated again, shocking everyone. 1. Longyuan County, 563 million. 2. Keilang County, 555 million. Keilang County seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, narrowing the gap to within 10 million. Rumor had it that Andre was racking his brains, recruiting some martial merit lords. But Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief because he had slacked off today, grinding 3 hours less. Zhu Yeqing had brought in 6 direct descendants of the Zhu family, each a top martial merit lord. Ying Yinman had also made a big move, recruiting over a dozen martial merit lords. Although not as formidable as the Zhu siblings, they were no less than in Chuxia and others. Plus, seeing the glimmer of victory, the lords of Longyuan County were working tirelessly, day and night. Finally, some rest. Jiang Chen felt as comfortable as a lazy cat. He had accumulated 7 pieces of various attribute baits, ready to trigger a beast tide and unleash another storm of blood and chaos. At that moment, Ying Yinman suddenly questioned in the management group, "We're all working so hard. Why does it feel like the points aren't increasing much? Is someone slacking off?" Jiang Chen was slacking because he was busy enhancing resources. "Complete immediately," he commanded, and a giant structure on the deck of Ghost 1 rose instantly. Huaqing Pool construction completed, consuming 43,200 spirit stones. This epic Huaqing Pool was gradually upgraded from an ordinary swimming pool. At level 0, it was already 40 meters long and 30 meters wide, shrouded in mist, like a fairyland. Standing on the deck of Ghost One, it was practically a mobile palace. And Jiang Chen didn't build Huaqing Pool for pleasure. He couldn't wait to open the Huaqing Pool's interface. The quality of the Huaqing Pool is truly epic, boasting a 1,200 square meter area with a myriad of functions. Jiang Chen marveled quietly. Impressive. It even purifies itself, so there's no need to change the water. He quickly slipped into a pair of large shorts and slowly stepped into the pool, reclining on a dragon-shaped bed carved from exquisite warm jade. Ah, so comfortable. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, the humid air filling his lungs and making him feel completely revitalized. He whispered, "Water massage." Immediately, the currents in the pool began to swirl, as if countless gentle hands were softly kneading his body, so soothing that he couldn't help but let out a moan. In this state of extreme relaxation, Jiang Chen quickly entered a meditative state. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, feeling completely refreshed from the exhaustion of the past 2 days of overtime. He calculated that the effect was better than several hours of deep sleep, meaning he would only need a tenth of the time for rest each day, leaving more time for training, battling, and strengthening. Empress Yin, this pool is quite something. Jiang Chen called out, just as the Empress donned a cool summer outfit and elegantly entered the pool, lying beside him with half her shoulder exposed. She said softly, "Master truly knows how to enjoy life." Jiang Chen responded smugly, "Master not only knows how to enjoy, but also how to let you enjoy." With that, he playfully launched a water massage attack on the Empress. Yin, standing at the pool's edge, watched with envy but hesitated due to her revealing summer attire. Jiang Chen teased, "Yin, are you having some impure thoughts? We're comrades, and sharing a bath is just for better combat readiness." A minute later, Yin finally decided to join them, and Jiang Chen secretly admired her perfect figure. Noticing his gaze, Yin gave him a glare and turned to present only her beautiful back. Suddenly, a portal shimmered, and Gianna appeared on the deck. As the naval commander, she regularly reported to Jiang Chen. Seeing the three in the pool, Gianna paused for a moment, then cheered and changed into a pink, alluring outfit, leaping into the water without hesitation. Jiang Chen caught a glimpse and couldn't help but admire Gianna's stunning figure. Beside the Huaqing Pool, surrounded by beauties, Jiang Chen felt extremely content. But he soon remembered his duty to continue battling and complained, "Damn fate, forcing this lord-killing ranking." After a brief chat with Gianna about work, he stepped on clouds and flew out of the Huaqing Pool, resuming his monster hunting endeavors. By evening, Jiang Chen returned to his territory and immediately ordered the upgrade of the Lord's Manor. Build an 8th level Lord's Manor. Complete immediately. The system notification followed, expanding the territory to 330,000 square meters and unlocking the potion shop building. Surveying the densely packed buildings, Jiang Chen remarked, "Finally, there's room to build more houses." He quickly commanded, "Construct 500 residences. Complete immediately. Recruit 5,000 Tanine disciples." On the newly expanded land, 500 houses sprang up instantly, and the deep space Tanine pavilion began to hum with activity. A week passed in the blink of an eye, with Kailang County continuously recruiting martial lords, steadily increasing their daily kill points. However, Jiang Chen focused on monster hunting and resource strengthening, widening the gap between the two counties. The latest score update showed Longyuan County leading by over 200 million. During this time, Jiang Chen's number of level 1 Tianyin disciples surged, providing him with over 1 billion energy daily. He began upgrading high-level units, spending 22 million and 10 million energy to elevate Cynthia and Longju to level 40. Not only did their attributes significantly improve, but they also unlocked powerful new skills. Cynthia's attribute panel flashed before Jiang Chen. Race Goddess Warrior, level 40, Quality Golden Legend. Physique 360, 0720, Spirit 1080, Soul 1080, Load 1440, Combat Power 1980. Skills include Thunder Battle Body, Spear Master, Thunder Projection, and the newly acquired Thunder Step. Jiang Chen carefully examined the description of Thunder Step. This skill could exponentially increase Cynthia's speed and even allow her to momentarily walk on air. He nodded in approval, realizing this would greatly enhance Cynthia's mobility. Next, the attribute panel of Black Dragon Xiaoju appeared. Race Dragon Clan, level 40, Quality Golden Legend. Physique 2080, Spirit 1760, Soul 1920, Load 0, Combat Power 1440 star. Skills include Dark Breath, Magical Dragon Scales, Heart of Fury, Passenger Flight, and the newly acquired Black Hole. Jiang Chen studied the effects of Black Hole. Although not as powerful as a black hole in the physical sense, Within a range of several hundred meters, even angels of the same level would struggle to escape. Against lower-level monsters, it could cause immense damage. Jiang Chun couldn't help but remark, finally, Xiao Jiu can stand tall as a dragon. He noticed with some regret that the Crystal Maiden hadn't acquired any new skills. However, 500 Tanine disciples and 156 angels had all leveled up to 25, and the other ghost motherships had reached level 4. These advancements left Jiang Chun quite satisfied. At that moment, the communicator sounded a notification. Jiang Chan glanced at it and saw that Mu Qingxuang had sent a video conference invitation. He promptly accepted and joined the meeting. Once everyone was present, Mu Qingxuang spoke with a serious expression. Everyone, Andre has shared the coordinates of the Fortune Temple with the military district. And Chusha frowned and asked, is he really that generous? Mu Qingxuang shook her head and shared a photo. Take a look, everyone. The guardian of the Fortune Temple is a level 54 legendary sea dragon. Kalayang County organized an assault yesterday, and it ended in heavy losses. With their resources, it would take at least another half-month to complete the raid. Rather than waiting for other counties to discover the temple's coordinates, they decided to sell it for a good price now. Upon hearing about the level 54 legendary monster, everyone excepting Inman and Jiang Chun gasped. And Chusha hesitated and said, isn't this too difficult for us new lords? Inman nodded in agreement. It is indeed dangerous. Without an epic battleship, we should probably sit this one out. By the way, Xiao Mu, what are the rules for distributing the temple's fortune? Mu Qingxuang replied, Sister Ing, the temple distributes according to battle contribution. Inman nodded, satisfied with the fairness, and then turned to Jiang Chun. You heard that, right? Fortune is distributed based on contribution. Shouldn't your fleet go all out? Show us what you've got. Jiang Chun smiled and asked the question that concerned him most. Do we have the exact coordinates of the Fortune Temple? Mu Qingxuang shook her head. Andre's plan is to finalize the participants first, then he will personally lead us there. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. If he had the coordinates, he could raid the Fortune Temple on his own. A level 54 legendary sea dragon was weaker than the Hydra he had previously defeated. However, he had a lingering doubt. Could this be a trap? Perhaps Andre had secretly colluded with Sakura Nation to lure and eliminate the strong warriors of Dragon Nation? Although both sides were currently allied, such a possibility couldn't be completely ruled out. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chun said, let me know once the action time is confirmed. With his strength, even if there was a conspiracy, Jiang Chun was confident in handling it. Ing Man immediately declared, I'm in too. Zhu Yeqing followed suit. Count me in. When it comes to fortune, no one wants to miss out on the opportunity. Ing Man frowned at Zhu Yeqing. Xiao Zhu, your battleship is only of excellent quality, isn't it? Zhu Yeqing quickly explained. I may not have an epic battleship, but I have 6 siblings. They're all strong military lords, and together our strength is above level 40 epic heroes. Jiang Chun couldn't help but comment, isn't that like the 7 brothers of Calabash? Ultimately, the participants from Longyuan County were determined to be Jiang Chun, Ing Man, and Zhu Yeqing. After the meeting, to be cautious, Jiang Chun sent a message to Jiana. Lead your team to the East Sea area and stand by, keep a low profile, and avoid being discovered by other lords. Although the exact coordinates were unknown, the Fortune Temple must be located in the offshore area of Kalayang County. Another day passed. In a nearshore area of the East Sea, dozens of massive battleships were already anchored, with the lowest quality being excellent. Suddenly, a portal 200 meters wide opened on the sea surface, and the enormous hull of Ghost One slowly emerged. Following closely were Iman's Shenwei and Zhu Yeqing's Dauntless. Once the 3 arrived, they immediately joined the temporary channel organized by Li Feng. Zhao Lingshan gazed at the massive Ghost One, which dwarfed her own battleship, and couldn't help but exclaim, is this Brother Jiang Qin's battleship? Judging by its size, it must have reached level 7 or even 8. Chao Ziqing chimed in. While size is just one measure of a battleship's power, Brother Jiang Qin's ship stands out just by its appearance. No wonder he was able to single-handedly sway votes in an entire county. Humph. Ing Man snorted, frowning slightly. Who decided that each lord can only deploy one battleship? Are they afraid Jiang Chun will steal all the glory? She recalled the previous directives, clearly meant to limit lords like Jiang Chun, who owned multiple battleships. Of course, Ing Man herself had more than one epic battleship. Colonel Li Feng quickly explained. This was Andre's request, though the military district will compensate Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun waved it off with a smile. You're too kind, Officer Li. I'm just a newbie. I'm more than happy to tag along with you all and learn from the best. Despite his words, Jiang Chun felt a bit sorry for Colonel Li Feng. As the apparent head of the operations in Diaoyou Prefecture, he had to bow to the whims of these lord families. The influence of lord families had been growing, while the military district's power waned. If the lord families of Diaoyou Prefecture united, they could easily overpower the military forces. Chao Ziqing suddenly frowned. I have a feeling Andre has ulterior motives. Sharing the Temple of Fortune and limiting Jiang Chen's power seems suspicious. Zhao Lingshan nodded in agreement. Let's deploy all our reconnaissance methods. With our combined strength, we should be safe if we take precautions early. Unbeknownst to them, 11 massive ghost motherships were silently lurking 1,000 meters deep beneath the sea. Hundreds of ghost fighters were already dispersed over a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Just then, a portal opened on the sea's surface. Several enormous battleships slowly emerged, and Andre's hearty laughter followed. Ha ha ha. My apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Li Feng immediately said, there's no time to waste. Please lead the way, Mr. Andre. Andre replied enthusiastically, of course. With that, several battleships from Kalaying Town took the lead, with the Dragon Nation Alliance's ships following closely behind. 2 hours later, the fleet seemed to pass through an invisible barrier. Jiang Qin's vision suddenly cleared, revealing a breathtaking sight. So it was a hidden barrier, he realized. No wonder even the Ying family couldn't find any leads. Looking up, he saw a majestic temple floating hundreds of meters above the sea. Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel. If Andre hadn't led the way, it would have taken ages to find such a temple by chance in the vast East Sea. Within the barrier, the view was remarkably expansive. Jiang Chen's gaze drifted over the shimmering sea and settled on the Grand Fortune Temple in the distance. The temple hovered about 10,000 meters from the fleet, suspended several hundred meters above the sea like a slowly rotating planet. Golden rays occasionally cascaded from the temple, drawing countless marine creatures to swim around it. In Jiang Chen's line of sight, there were thousands of various monsters, with countless scales and claws occasionally emerging from beneath the sea. At that moment, a series of prompts echoed in his mind. You have discovered the Fortune Temple. The Fortune Temple is occupied by the evil Sea Dragon clan. Successfully driving out or defeating the monsters before you will earn you rewards based on your contribution. Note: attracted by fortune, this sea area will continue to draw sea creatures until the Sea Dragon King is defeated. Upon reading the last note, the phrase monster farming paradise flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that the Sea Dragon King was unlikely to be as passive as the benevolent Crystal Mother. Others also heard the celestial prompt. Chao Zicheng questioned sharply, Mr. Andre, you never mentioned that the boss here was a hero unit. Andre chuckled and replied, isn't that even better? With everyone's strength, taking down a legendary hero unit shouldn't be difficult. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately used telepathy to ask Gianna, have you detected anything unusual? Gianna quickly reported back, Lord, within 100 kilometers of the barrier, no enemies detected. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, pondering, could I have been overthinking it? Is Andre genuine in his cooperation? Neither Ing Yimin, Chao Zicheng, Zhao Lingshan, nor anyone else sensed anything amiss. Li Feng temporarily set aside his doubts and commanded loudly, everyone, let's finish this quickly. Divine Might, Phantom, Hurricane. He outlined the strategy, positioning a dozen epic warships at the front and the rest behind, advancing toward the temple. Above each warship, hundreds of troops soared into the sky. Jiang Chun surveyed the scene, noting that the thousands of airborne troops were all epic flying units, including over 100 two-winged angels. This didn't even account for the ranged and melee units remaining on the ships. The elite forces gathered from millions of lords were impressive, even to Jiang Chen. Such a large-scale operation immediately drew the monster's attention. Roars of dragons echoed through the sky as countless sea creatures swarmed toward the fleet. Ha ha ha, brothers and sisters, attack! Zhu Yeqing laughed heartily, spreading his wings and taking to the sky. With a move called Mountains and Rivers Bright Moon, he smashed the head of a rare sea serpent to pieces. Zhu Yeshuan was not to be outdone, shouting, Iron Horse Glacier, a Saiyan sword energy, dozens of meters long, shot from her hand, leaving everything it touched cloaked in extreme frost. Sea serpents caught by the sword energy shattered like fragile icicles, scattering countless blood-red ice shards. Li Feng couldn't help but murmur, the royal family of Ming Domain is full of heroes. How great it would be if Ming Domain, instead of Qing Domain, ruled the seventh heaven. Jiang Chen also glanced at the valiant young woman, thinking, Iron Horse Glacier. Its power seems to have reached a minor completion. Xiao Zhu has gathered quite the capable team this time. He promptly ordered, Heavenly Sound Disciples, make your move. Yes, came the response as 300 Heavenly Sound Disciples ascended from the Phantom One. The rest remained on the deep-sea mothership, ready to be teleported if needed. The appearance of the Heavenly Sound Disciples immediately drew everyone's attention. They were aware of Jiang Chen's creation of this extraordinary troop, and now they could finally witness its combat prowess. This was the first battle for the Heavenly Sound Disciples in front of outsiders. Ing Yimin was unsurprised, having learned about the Heavenly Sound Disciples' potential from Manchukuo. However, Zhao Lingshan and others were intrigued, wondering, Jiang Qin's self-created heavenly sound disciples are flying units? Weren't they supposed to be ranged units? How did they become flying units? Someone quickly noticed the truth. Whoa, they're not flying units. It's a flying skill. Judging by their speed and agility, it must be at least a level skill. The leaders began to discuss excitedly, and soon someone noticed something even more unusual. Zhao Lingshan wondered, why do I feel these units are as strong as my epic units? Chao Ziqing's eyes widened. It's been over a month since Brother Jiang Chun created his extraordinary units. Could it be? Has he made another breakthrough? Has he created epic units? Zhao Lingshan. But there's been no announcement from the celestial realm. Chao Ziqing. Maybe it's a prototype. The heavenly sound disciples and the regular disciples looked indistinguishable, so everyone assumed they were seeing level 40 extraordinary units. If they knew these units were only level 25, their eyes might pop out of their heads. Meanwhile, Li Feng's eyes shone with admiration, murmuring, a genius. An absolute genius. He felt immensely relieved. Colonel Li Feng felt relieved that he hadn't offended Jiang Chun over the Andre incident. He realized that while Diaoaozhou was a strategic location, if Jiang Chun could truly create an epic unit, its value might far exceed that of the entire Diaoaozhou. He decided to report this matter to the generals immediately and even considered how to recruit Jiang Chun into the Jiangnan military district. As Li Feng's mind raced with possibilities, Jiang Chun suddenly received a notification from the Tao of Heaven. Zhao Lingshan, a lord, had sent him a skill book called Cup Wine through the trading post, with a note saying, Brother Jiang Chun, exchange this for a Tanine division blueprint. This skill is a family secret, previously hidden. Please forgive me. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up, realizing that Zhao Lingshan had finally recognized the strength of the Tianyin disciples and was tempted. Although Cup Wine was only a level skill, it was a rare treasure. He quickly retrieved the skill book from the trading post and decisively said, Enhance. The newly acquired Cup Wine skill book was instantly upgraded to an A level. Jiang Chun carefully examined the new effects. 1. Absorb the command effect of an enemy hero and partially transfer it to a designated ally hero. 2. Protect the command of an ally hero from weakening skills. Note: only Lord units can learn this. The effect and duration depend on the soul attributes of both parties. Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. This skill not only weakened enemy hero command but also strengthened ally heroes. Even if only partially, it was already extraordinary. He immediately learned the skill, feeling the skill book transform into a stream of light integrating into his body. He then quickly created a Tianyin division blueprint and sent it to Zhao Lingshan, fulfilling his promise. Suddenly, Ing Yimin sent a video request, getting straight to the point. Sell me a Tianyin division blueprint. Jiang Chun was puzzled. Do you really need it? Aren't your units all epic with level command? Ing Yimin explained with some frustration. Sister Ming just reminded me that Tianyin disciples are perfect for farming low-level monsters. I should have thought of that. Jiang Chun understood but still had doubts. Does your Lao Qin town have enough space for monster farming? Ing Yimin confidently replied. It's just 10 points of fortune, right? This time the fortune temple is distributing fortune based on battle contribution. Maybe after today, Lao Qin town's fortune will be enough. Seeing Ing Yimin's confidence, Jiang Chun didn't say more and readily agreed. All right, I'll send you the blueprint right away. Soon, the transaction was completed, and Jiang Chun received another 20 million spirit stones. On the battlefield, Ing Yimin's Iron Eagle warriors, under the dual enhancement of Lord Talent and Hero Command, performed outstandingly and became the center of attention. However, their brilliance was overshadowed the moment the dragons took action. Seeing the monsters had gathered sufficiently, Jiang Chun softly instructed Long Jiao, Xiao Jiao, it's your turn? Long Jiao, eager to act, responded, Yes, my lord, watch closely. 12 dragons soared into the sky, quickly transforming into massive creatures 50 meters long. Due to the powerful new black hole skill, Jiang Chun had spent over 1 billion energy to raise the other 11 dragons to level 40. Since it was already known that he possessed dragons, this was his demonstrated combat strength. The sudden appearance of the dragons immediately drew the attention of Zhao Lingshan, Chao Ziqing, Li Feng, and others. While the world knew Jiang Chan had dragons, the actual combat power of the dragons was a mystery. Even though they were somewhat prepared, what happened next left them astonished. Long Jiao flew over the densest area of monsters, lightly flapped its wings, and uttered a low command. Black hole. A 10-meter wide black void suddenly appeared on the ocean's surface below, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The space within hundreds of meters around the black hole was violently distorted, with waves visibly rippling as if they were tangible. Dozens of creatures caught at the edge of the black hole found their bodies cracking under the invisible force, emitting heart-wrenching howls. Despite their desperate struggles, they were like clay in the hands of an invisible giant, reduced to fragments within just 3 seconds. The black hole's power extended for hundreds of meters. Distant creatures sensed the danger and frantically tried to escape. However, Except for a few exceptional mid-level bosses, most of them could only watch helplessly as they were dragged inexorably towards the black hole's center. This scene left everyone present in awe. Someone exclaimed, "Is that a black hole?" Unlocking such a powerful skill at this level, Jiang Qin's dragon lineage must be incredibly noble. Voices of admiration rose one after another. No wonder Jiang Qin surpassed many noble families to become the governor. First, he had tremendous prestige. Then dragons joined him, always a step ahead. As if to confirm everyone's astonishment, the remaining 11 dragons also unleashed black holes. In an instant, the area within several kilometers turned into a death zone. Countless low-level creatures torn apart, staining even the sea a glaring red. This terrifying scene sent shivers through everyone present. Ying Man gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with both defiance and resignation. Once again, he's stolen the spotlight. He's too monstrous. Why do I feel like the commoner while he's the noble heir? Zhang Chun almost laughed when he heard noble lineage. In reality, when these dragons were first recruited, they didn't even have names, let alone noble lineage. However, as a founding contributor to the territory, Jiang Chun had been feeding them legendary spiritual items, especially the dragon tooth rice imbued with the essence of divine dragons. Perhaps that's why they could unlock the black hole skill at level 40. The Empress, who had spent the most time with the dragons, was also pleased for Dragon 9. This skill is impressive. Little 9 can finally hold its head high. Jiang Qian, however, frowned and said, "It's just too wasteful, not even leaving behind any corpses." This display was just the tip of Jiang Qian's capabilities, yet it had already shaken all the lords present. On the epic warship Hurricane, Andre's eyes were red with envy. Damn it, why do these things appear in the hands of a commoner? I'm one of the heirs of free will. These should be mine. County Captain Edmund quietly asked if they should take action, but Andre suppressed his anger. Not yet, we still have to wait. The Sea Dragon King hasn't appeared. Let's wait until they're both exhausted. Edmund nodded, then wondered aloud. Strange, it's been a while, and we haven't seen even one epic-level creature. It wasn't like this last time. Just as he finished speaking, a 55-level epic sea dragon, tens of meters long, suddenly leaped out of the sea, making everyone tense. Although all the lords present had the power to slay this boss, doing so without injury would require some effort. Li Feng shouted, "Miss Ling Shan, could you handle this epic sea dragon?" Zhao Lingshan agreed, but immediately noticed something was off. This sea dragon doesn't seem to want to attack. To everyone's surprise, the epic sea dragon, after leaping out of the water, immediately fled in the opposite direction. Someone exclaimed, "What the heck? Is it running away?" Suddenly, the sea dragon let out a mournful cry and began to struggle violently. Yet, no matter how it thrashed, its massive body sank slowly, eventually disappearing beneath the blood-stained sea. This sight sent chills down everyone's spine, even those like Andre who had been here before. A question rose simultaneously in their minds. What lies beneath the water? Below the unseen surface, harpoons several meters long pierced the sea dragon's body, with thick chains extending into the dark depths of the sea, where 3 massive shadows were faintly visible. Jiang Qin murmured, "That's 5 epic creatures already. But where is that legendary sea dragon king?" As soon as he spoke, a familiar invisible ripple suddenly spread across the battlefield, instantly covering the entire area. This is the deep sea realm. A sense of familiarity flashed through Jiang Qin's mind as he recalled seeing a similar phenomenon on the Phantom Leviathan. Just as he pondered this, a massive figure, stretching over 100 meters long, emerged from the sea. So, it's a water source technique. Jiang Chun felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, this Sea Dragon King doesn't seem too bright. If it hadn't activated the deep sea realm, I might not have noticed its presence. The sudden appearance of the Sea Dragon King served as a wake-up call for Jiang Chun. He realized he had a weakness in his detection abilities. While dealing with weaker enemies was manageable, facing enemies of the same or higher level, especially those with stealth capabilities, could be problematic. Jiang Chun made a mental note to quickly master a detection skill upon returning. Since the Sea Dragon King was also a hero unit, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate to use his newly acquired skill Cup of Wine. A green light instantly descended upon the Sea Dragon King's head. The system prompt immediately followed. You used Cup of Wine, reducing the Sea Dragon King's hero dominance effect by 40. Please select a hero to enhance. Empress. Jiang Chun decisively chose. The Empress hero dominance effect increased by 10. The system prompted again. Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. He knew that the effect of the Cup of Wine skill was related to the soul attributes of both parties. Even with his strong attributes, he couldn't compare to a level 50+ legendary monster. Achieving such an effect was already quite impressive. This action seemed to infuriate the Sea Dragon King. It immediately swung its massive body towards Jiang Chen's direction. The appearance of a legendary monster made everyone present tense up. Li Feng barely had time to shout, "The Sea Dragon King is too strong. Everyone prepare," when an unexpected change occurred. Roared, the Sea Dragon King suddenly let out a painful roar, thrashing wildly on the sea surface, turning the water beneath it blood red. Chao Zicheng shivered at this sudden turn of events and exclaimed, "Whoa, not again!" A level 54 legendary monster, and a hero unit no less. Its power was incredible. Unfortunately, beneath it were a dozen legendary motherships. Harpoon guns with barbed hooks clamped onto the Sea Dragon King's body, slowly dragging it into the deep sea. In just a few seconds, the massive body of the Sea Dragon King completely vanished from sight. Glug glug, a few large splashes appeared on the sea surface, and then everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. This bizarre scene left all the lords present in fear. Someone exclaimed, "This is too eerie. What's lurking beneath the sea?" Another lord speculated, "Could the level 54 Sea Dragon King just be a minor boss? Is there something even more terrifying down there?" Someone else worried, "Could it be a passing powerful sea creature? Will it attack us?" One even lamented, "Oh no, I have thalassophobia." Li Feng gritted his teeth and ordered, "Quickly clear out the remaining monsters, get the luck reward, and withdraw from the barrier of the luck shrine immediately." Only Ying Yimin looked at Jiang Chen thoughtfully, filled with doubt. Could this have something to do with Jiang Chen again? But if it is, does he have some special submarine-like warship? But what kind of warship could drag a level 54 legendary hero unit underwater? Jiang Chen paid no mind to the speculations around him. The legendary Sea Dragon King had already been beaten to death by Angel Yin, Crystal Maiden, and Goddess Warrior. Although naval combat wasn't their forte, their current strength was at least twice as strong as when they faced the Hydra. Within a minute, Jiang Chen began gleefully counting the Sea Dragon King's spoils. Just then, Jaina sent an urgent message. "Lord, a large fleet suddenly appeared outside the barrier. They seem to appear out of nowhere, and it looks like they're coming for you. I apologize for the oversight." "No worries." Jiang Chen actually felt relieved. They've finally shown themselves. Although he didn't know how these enemies had hidden their tracks, as long as they were out in the open, Jiang Chen feared nothing. He firmly believed that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were as fragile as paper, easily crushed. A minute ago, the tension aboard the Hurricane was palpable. Andre wore a grim expression and cursed, "Damn it. I wanted that legendary sea dragon to take them down with it, but who knew things would change like this? What's lurking underwater?" Edmund urgently reminded him, "There aren't many monsters left. If we don't act now, the fortune rewards in the temple might be snatched by the people from Longhua. Although the plan has changed, with Sakura Nation's ambush, we can still wipe out this elite force from Longhua." Andre nodded through gritted teeth. "The arrow is on the string and must be released. I'll notify Mudo Kiku now." He paused, offering a reluctant explanation. "Our free will values contract spirit the most. If Jiang Chen hadn't pushed us too far, we wouldn't have betrayed our allies." Edmund agreed wholeheartedly. "I understand. Jiang Chen is infuriating. It's one thing not to hand over the treasure, but to compete with us from Kalaying County for the top spot in the county tournament? He disregarded our alliance first. Compared to him, the Sakura people are more sincere." After sending the message, the two quickly arrived at a concealed teleportation portal. Andre whispered, "Let's return to our territory. This area's space will soon be sealed." If Jiang Chen were here, he would be shocked to discover that the Hurricane was a warship capable of carrying structures. Andre looked around, regretful. Such a pity for a warship like this. Edmund was unfazed. "Nothing to regret. The Sakura people promised us a Mirage ship." He sighed. Who would have thought they'd deploy so many Mirage ships in Daoyo province? A hint of satisfaction flashed across Andre's face. The Sakura people are not only vying for the state capital, but probably also aiming to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has considerable strength, but doesn't know how to bide his time. This time, he's doomed. Edmund hesitated for a moment. Should we inform Mudo Kiku about the mysterious presence in the deep sea? Andre shook his head with a smile. "Let it be. The less trouble, the better. Our task is merely to lure them into the trap." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was intently watching the footage from the Ghost Fighter. He marveled. So many Mirage ships, truly impressive. It's said that Mirage Chi not only provides perfect invisibility, but also has the power to seal space and silence. Seeing it today, it's truly deserving of its reputation. No wonder it could evade the detection of blood crystal bats and ghost fighters. Even the intelligence network of the Xianqinin family was unaware. In the footage, 10 kilometers from the Fortune Temple's barrier, the once calm sea suddenly rose with thick white fog, enveloping tens of kilometers of the sea area. Then, numerous warships of varying sizes emerged from the fog, some as small as a dozen meters, others over 200 meters long. These warships surrounded the Fortune Temple in multiple layers. Jiang Qian noticed a 100-meter-long tall building ship continuously emitting white fog, a replica of a mirage ship. Though only of epic grade, its stealth capability far surpassed ordinary warships, involving complex spatial technology. Watching the densely packed warships in the footage, Jiang Qian mused, the enemy's numbers are unexpected. Just to be safe, he waved his hand, and several beams of light flashed in the deep sea. Instantly, all ghost motherships upgraded to level 5, consuming over 200 million energy from the reservoir in an instant. After the upgrade, Jiang Chun looked at the mirage ship in the footage and chuckled softly, haha, I betting E-Man will be cursing up a storm again. Sure enough, reconnaissance ships sent by others soon relayed the news. Worse still, someone discovered the entire sea area was now space-sealed. Mirage ships? E-Man gritted her teeth. That traitor Su Fu. The situation left most lords in panic, with only a few managing to stay calm. We're surrounded. Judging by the enemy's numbers, there must be over 10,000 warships. Our warships are strong, but they can't withstand over 10,000 warships. I told you, the Lighthouse Nation people can't be trusted. You're just saying that now. If you really suspected Andre, you wouldn't have come today. Is he insane? Does he think ambushing us won't lead to us retaliating against him? Where's Andre? Get him out here. Li Feng had always been wary of Andre, so when forming the formation, he strategically placed the hurricane in the center under the guise of protection. This isn't good. Chao Ziqing suddenly exclaimed. Andre must have abandoned the hurricane and already left using a space artifact or teleportation portal. He immediately commanded his troops to break the hurricane's shield. The discovery that the hurricane was abandoned left Zhao Lingshan exclaiming, he really gave up an epic-class battleship? Chao Ziqing, with a grim expression, analyzed, it's more than that. If we all perish, he becomes the lord with the highest combat contribution in the Temple of Fortune, earning massive rewards. More importantly, with Longyuan County losing its 3 pillars, it can no longer compete for the top spot in the county rankings. It's a triple win for him. Despite all precautions, Li Feng sighed, we never anticipated that Sakura Nation would deploy so many Mirage ships in Daoyou Prefecture. Even as replicas, their cost far exceeds that of ordinary epic battleships. The heart cores of Mirage beasts needed for construction are extremely rare, as the beasts themselves are extraordinary ocean creatures. In the past month, none of the millions of lords in Daoyou Prefecture have encountered a Mirage beast. He continued, the key is, to bring a lord's constructed battleship into a new zone, it must first be sealed in an inactive state using a sealing item of the same quality. Just like Jiang Qin's ghost mothership, if he wants to trade it to Inchuxia, a legendary sealing item is required. Suddenly, a shrill female voice came from the Sakura battleship, Lords of the Dragon Nation, you are surrounded. Surrender now, and I will treat you according to the Yuehua Convention for prisoners of war. Resist and it's a dead end. Zhu Yeqing explained with a grimace, that's Wuding Zhu, the governor of Fuchuan County, a disgusting pig. I almost got sick just looking at her profile picture last time. Jiang Qin teased, they say warrior lords fear nothing, but you're scared of Wuding Zhu? Zhu, you're not holding up well. Before he could finish, Wuding Zhu spoke again, Jiang Qinkuan, I've admired you for a long time. If you spend the night with me, we can negotiate anything. Jiang Qin's smile froze instantly. Man seriously suggested, Jiang Chun, our lives depend on you. Maybe you should make a small sacrifice. Zhu Yeqing immediately agreed. Is right. With Jiang's attributes, he can definitely take advantage of the situation. Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, Man continued to comfort him. Cheer up, this at least proves you're the most attractive among us. Otherwise, why wouldn't she choose Zhu? Zhu Yeqing lamented. Turns out being too handsome can be a bittersweet burden. Listening to their banter, Chao Ziqing couldn't help but smile wryly. Guys, seriously? Is this the time for jokes? A lord hesitantly asked. What do we do now? Jiang Chen remained motionless, partly disgusted by the situation before him, and partly curious to see how the others would choose to act. Just then, Li Feng spoke up with determination in his voice. This time, it's a matter of life and death. If anyone still has energy, upgrade the battleships as much as possible. Then we'll form a wedge formation and break through to the south. It's my oversight this time, and I'll be at the forefront to buy us time. Hearing this, Jiang Qian nodded to himself. Li Feng was proving to be responsible. Zhao Lingshan reassured him gently, Commander, there's no need to blame yourself. Who could have predicted they had so many Mirage ships? She paused, her tone becoming resolute, and don't even think about surrendering. It's not just about whether the Sakura Nation would keep their word. Even if we survive today, we wouldn't be able to face anyone in the next life. Seeing such resolve from a woman, the expressions of all the Dragon Nation lords became instantly resolute. They no longer held back their energy, upgrading their battleships one after another, with lights flashing continuously. Man upgraded the Divine Might to level 7 in one go. making its size comparable to Jiang Qin's Ghost One. Soon, under Li Feng's command, dozens of battleships formed a wedge formation and charged towards the Sakura nation's encirclement without hesitation. At that moment, Wuding Ju's arrogant laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, since you're courting death, then, pass my order, kill them all, leave no one alive. Except for little Jiang Qin. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wuding Ju suddenly gagged. The Empress asked with concern, "Oh, what's wrong, my dear?" Though her tone was worried, the laughter in her eyes betrayed her. Smack Jiang Qin unceremoniously slapped the Empress's rounded backside. "How dare you make fun of me, your master?" On the battlefield, although most of Fukagawa's warships were of low quality, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Following Wuding Ju's command, the lower-tier ships charged at the Dragon Nation fleet like moths to a flame, quickly entering the main cannon's range. Boom boom boom. One Sakura warship after another was sunk, with the sound of cannon fire echoing without end. Yet there was no hint of joy on anyone's face. Ing Man gritted her teeth and said, "These cannon fodders are meant to drain our energy and spiritual power. Damn it." Chao Zicheng calmly analyzed. "But if we don't attack, these cannon fodders will surely launch suicide attacks on us." Everyone was caught in a dilemma, except Jiang Qin, who appeared relaxed. He was currently flying hundreds of meters above the fleet, riding the clouds. Although the number of enemies was unexpectedly large, he felt confident. Even if the worst came to pass, he could always dive deep into the sea to escape. Jiang Qin didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he patiently waited for the distance between the two sides to close. A minute later, when he judged the time was right, he waved his hand and shot out a green light. Toast. He randomly selected a Sakura hero. A system prompt immediately appeared. You use Toast? Enemy hero Miwa's command effect decreased by 100. Please select a hero to amplify. Jaina. Jiang Qin chose without hesitation. Jaina's hero command effect increased by 40. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Qin smiled with satisfaction. This skill was practically a divine tool. Jaina originally had a level command over battleships, and with a 40 increase, it instantly surpassed the average level command. All Ghost Mothership's attributes surged again. Estimating the Mirage ship's defenses, Jiang Qin ordered Jaina, 3 unknown, full output, destroy the 4 Mirage ships directly ahead first. The Mirage ship's stealth capability was too troublesome, so they had to be prioritized. This time, Jiang Qin didn't plan to hold back, as everyone already knew he had an epic fleet. Yes, my lord. Jaina was about to act when Jiang Qin suddenly shouted. Wait. He pointed straight ahead. His voice filled with disgust. Take out that flagship first. It's just too damn disgusting. From his high vantage point, Jiang Qin had an unobstructed view and accidentally saw something he shouldn't have. Damn, that Wuding Ju's avatar is definitely beautified. He couldn't help but complain. Although Jaina didn't understand why Jiang Qin was suddenly so angry, she dutifully replied, Yes, my lord. Simultaneously, 11 massive figures silently surfaced from the deep sea, ready to launch a close-range onslaught. Meanwhile, on the flagship Fukagawa of Fukagawa County, a plump, greasy Sakura woman with a face full of flesh laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this is practically a gift. Our ambush of 2 days was not in vain. To annihilate these Dragon Nation elites, the higher-ups even specially assigned 12 Mirage ships to Fukagawa County. Mirage ships. I still remember a few days ago when Toyotomi Hideki heard about this. His eyes were red with envy. Beside her, a pale, handsome young man with a meticulously tied bow tie quickly chimed in, Darling. This shows that the higher-ups finally recognize your potential. Perhaps soon, you could be nominated as the governor of Diareo Prefecture. Though everyone knew that Wuding Ju got this chance solely because Fukagawa County's location was closest to the Temple of Fortune, allowing them to silently ambush their army here, the young man's sweet talk still delighted Wuding Ju. Come here, my little darling. She pulled the young man over, who, despite his unsteady steps, maintained a forced smile, doing his best to cooperate. Just then, a sudden commotion interrupted their intimate moment. Muto Kikumasu was reveling in the joy of victory when a sudden commotion interrupted her. Furious, she shouted. What the hell is all this noise about? Before she could finish, a hero with a face full of terror rushed over to report, Lord, we've detected a massive energy surge below. Boom. The entire battleship shook violently, as if it had been hit by a powerful attack. Alarms blared sharply and incessantly. Energy shield at 82. 53, 28. Energy shield breached. The hull is under attack. Hull damaged. Cabin damaged. Deck damaged. Just as Muto Kikumasu was about to scream in anger, a 10-meter-wide energy beam pierced through the deck, engulfing her and several others in an instant, shooting straight into the sky. Following this, 2 more equally terrifying energy beams tore through the battleship. At the same time, nearly 100 energy turrets unleashed a barrage, leaving the once epic warship riddled with holes, wooden debris flying everywhere. A system notification popped up. Your ghost mothership has killed Lord Muto Kikumasu, gaining 60,000 energy. Your ghost mothership has destroyed the Fukuoka warship, gaining 6 million energy, 200 Congo wood, 200 Tianhan iron. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, not only for avenging the detestable woman, but also for the massive experience rewards. The energy gained from a single warship was nearly 10 times that of a hero of the same caliber. Besides the Fukuoka, 3 other Mirage ships met the same fate. This round of volleys brought Jiang Chen an astounding 30 million energy. More valuable still was the acquisition of rare construction materials from the destroyed ships, all of which were precious epic-grade resources. Jiang Chen immediately issued new orders. Ghost Mothership, charge up immediately. Once the main cannon cools down, prioritize destroying the 4 Mirage ships to the west. If we can take out all the Mirages, this Sakura fleet won't stand a chance of escape. Understood, my lord. Gianna responded decisively. This overwhelming victory was all thanks to the Ghost Mothership's stealth capabilities. This invisibility not only evaded sight, but also resisted most detection skills. Although the energy cannon's power was somewhat diminished by the seawater, the 3 Ghost Motherships were positioned just 100 meters below the Fukuoka, which, for battleships hundreds of meters long, was akin to point-blank shooting. At this moment, the wreckage of the Fukuoka was visibly sinking to the seabed. This sudden turn of events left both allies and enemies in shock, especially the Dragon Kingdom lords who had been bracing for a desperate fight. Damn, that's the enemy's flagship, someone exclaimed. In the distance, a massive battleship suddenly exploded, flames shooting skyward. Everyone was stunned, filled with shock and confusion. The Fuchuan had just raised its shields, so how could it be destroyed in an instant? What kind of weapon could take down a fully shielded epic warship in one strike? Is that fat woman, Muto, really dead? Someone muttered in disbelief. Great, the enemy's leader is gone. We're saved. Another person shouted excitedly. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Someone analyzed. That attack seemed like a ship-mounted energy cannon. Could it be one of our submarines? Everyone was both shocked and thrilled, but mostly puzzled. What mysterious force was helping them from the shadows? Could Commander Li Feng have another plan up his sleeve? Ying Man was the first to think of Jiang Chen. She asked excitedly, Jiang Chen, was it you? Jiang Chen, having just finished a new round of tactical deployments with Gianna, calmly admitted, yes, it was me. Zhu Yeqing realized, so Zhang's warship has a deep-sea diving capability and has been following us from below. Does that mean it was Zhang who took down that legendary sea dragon too? Chao Ziqing and others, shocked at first, were then overjoyed at their narrow escape. Zhang is amazing, someone laughed. Even though I'm not afraid to die, it's better not to. Damn, I just sent my will back home. Another person said, frustrated, slapping their forehead. Someone remarked, the rumors about Jiang Chen's naval fleet are true, and it's even a submarine-type warship. Zhao Lingshan frowned in thought and questioned, but even a level 7 epic battleship's main cannon shouldn't have such power, especially against a fully shielded epic warship. Chao Ziqing explained, what if it was a point-blank shot? If I'm not mistaken, Zhang's warship must also have stealth capabilities. This statement made everyone envious, their eyes turning red with jealousy. They also felt a chill run down their spines. A ship-mounted energy cannon with such power, combined with deep-sea diving and stealth capabilities, was an invincible killer at sea. Everyone secretly planned to acquire high-quality detection skills and unanimously decided that Jiang Chen was not someone to provoke. Zhu Yeqing sighed. Seeing what happened to that legendary sea dragon earlier, I should have guessed. Chao Ziqing laughed, haha. Most people wouldn't have thought of it. Submarine-type warships are rare, and most are small. Who would think a battleship could dive? Everyone quickly reconstructed the events in their minds, mistakenly thinking Jiang Chen's mothership was a battleship. Jiang Chen didn't correct them, simply adding, I have a naval war hero. I'm tired of saying how envious I am. Chao Ziqing genuinely remarked. The most excited was Colonel Li Feng. If these elite forces of Longhua were lost here, he would be a national disgrace. Jiang Chen had saved the battle for Dio Azu. Li Feng resolved to report today's events to his superiors immediately. Jiang Chen was not just a talent. He was a powerful ally worth any cost to recruit, even if it meant offering him a high rank. As Li Feng pondered, another violent explosion jolted him awake. Looking up, he saw 2 Mirage ships to the west erupt with energy, their exquisite structures collapsing, and the valuable epic warships sinking into the deep sea. The Sakura fleet was in chaos. Even from kilometers away, the panicked shouts of the Sakura leader could be heard. Quick! Where are the mages, Onmyoji, Starseers? Are they just freeloaders? Report the enemy's position now? Sir, the enemy is underwater and cloaked. We can't detect them, someone fearfully replied. A bunch of useless fools. Go report to Lord Muto. Lord Muto was killed in the first attack. Damn it, cursed the Sakura leader, then declared, I am Miyamoto Kuma, and I am now taking temporary command of the fleet. Issue my orders. Deploy depth charges across the entire sea area. Brilliant, sir. And have all Mirage ships cloak. Soon, the sound of water splashing was heard as countless depth charges were dropped into the sea, slowly sinking. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 Mirage ships began releasing their mist. The cloaking of the Mirage ships wasn't visual invisibility, but rather creating their own space. If they succeeded in cloaking, even Jiang Qin's current methods would be powerless. Fortunately, Jiang Qin was prepared. He chuckled and said, "Backing down? Huh? Good. Saves me 2 rounds of volleys. Gianna, lock down those Mirage ships for me." As for the depth charges, Jiang Qin paid them no mind. Most Sakura warships were of low quality, and the area attack was ineffective. The Ghost Mothership's defenses made the depth charges feel like mere tickles. Yes, Gianna's voice came, followed by her admiration. The Lord anticipated this step. I am impressed. Jiang Qin laughed. That's called micromanagement. Gianna, you should spend more time with the Chief Angels. They're all tactical masters. Yes, my lord. Gianna replied. With a whoosh and a thud, 8 grappling guns fired, hitting the ships before they could fully cloak. The Mirage ships did manage to cloak, but the grappling guns held them securely in place. From a distance, an astonishing scene unfolded. Thick, glowing rune chains stretched across the sea like giant serpents. One end was firmly attached to the Ghost Mothership, while the other vanished mysteriously just above the water's surface. The chains were taut and straight, seemingly suspended in midair, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding seascape. Jiang Qin saw this and a smile played on his lips. As expected, the space created by the epic Mirage cannot sever the chains of the legendary warship's grappling gun. This realization threw the leaders of Sakura Kingdom into unprecedented panic. The Mirage, their last escape route, was now rendered useless. Miyamoto Yuichi, who had temporarily taken command, clenched his teeth with determination flashing in his eyes. Damn it! Ignore the ghost below the water. All forces, charge. All aerial units, take to the skies. If we can kill those few leaders from Dragon Kingdom on the sea, we'll be heroes of the great Sakura Empire. Before he finished speaking, Miyamoto Yuichi had already soared into the air, quickly leaving his epic warship to land on a well-crafted ship only a few dozen meters long. This decision revealed his caution and wisdom, as he knew his epic warship would soon become the primary target of the enemy. Following Miyamoto Yuichi's command, Sakura Kingdom's warships quickly regrouped and surged toward Dragon Kingdom like a tide. Seeing this, Jiang Qin decisively ordered, "We'll deal with those mirages later. Clear out these small fry first." Despite being slowed by towing a mirage, the Ghost Mothership's offensive capabilities remained undiminished. Dozens of blinding energy beams shot out from below the sea, each effortlessly piercing through the energy shields of superior warships, destroying enemy ships one by one. However, the sheer number of Sakura Kingdom's warships was staggering, and their aerial units practically blotted out the sky. A Silver Moon priest hero under Chao Zicheng's command, gifted with precision, quickly reported an astonishing number, 885,229. Nearly 1 million aerial units were closing in on them. Despite facing such a massive enemy force, the Dragon Kingdom leaders, bolstered by strong reinforcements, felt a surge of confidence and fighting spirit. Thousands of epic aerial units swiftly took to the skies, ready to engage. Just then, Jiang Qin's voice echoed across the battlefield. "Hold on, everyone. Let me make a move first." With that, he waved his hand, and 12 massive halos shot skyward. Upgrade. In a brilliant flash, Jiang Qin expended 8,268,000 energy to raise all the dragons to level 45, reaching the maximum level for an 8th base. This move exhausted all the energy he had gained from slaying countless sea dragons and destroying epic warships. Longju had never felt so exhilarated. She let out a resounding roar. For the Lord! For Dragon Kingdom! Then she led the other 11 dragons into the massive Sakura aerial army. Black hole. With Longju's roar, 12 enormous black holes materialized in the sky. This attack could instantly kill elite and rare sea dragons above level 55, let alone these ordinary Sakura units. Amid the terrified screams of Sakura leaders, heroes, and soldiers, countless aerial units were pulverized by the spatial forces. In an instant, 12 death zones hundreds of meters wide appeared in the sky. Jiang Qin couldn't help but marvel. What a fantastic ability for clearing out troops. However, the 12 dragons were not unscathed. Despite being level 45, they were in a precarious situation under the relentless barrage of enemy attacks. Countless long-range attacks hit their massive bodies, some delivering lethal blows from superior and epic units. The dragon's scales burst open, and blood splattered everywhere. Ing Man, witnessing this, was almost in tears with worry. Jiang Qin, call Longjio and the others back. If this continues, we'll suffer casualties. As a new leader, she understood the limitations of the rules on the battlefield of all races, knowing that the highest quality units they could bring into the new area were only of epic level. She had long coveted Jiang Qin's dragons. Others cast admiring glances at Jiang Qin. Someone remarked, "Brother Jiang Qin actually sent the dragons to fight. This selfless spirit is truly admirable. To have legendary units fight so fearlessly shows Brother Jiang Qin's excellent command." Another chimed in, "Did you hear what that dragon just shouted?" "For Dragon Kingdom," someone exclaimed excitedly. "Even though they're dragons, if we win this battle, they should all be decorated with medals." Amid the rising chatter, someone proposed, "Why not grant them Dragon Kingdom citizenship?" The black hole is an indiscriminate attack skill, so powerful that the lords of the Dragon Kingdom dare not act rashly. The dragon's fearless behavior stems not only from loyalty, but also from having the Fountain of Life as their support. Jiang Chun sent the dragons into battle as a means to harvest energy. In just a short moment, the battle log was filled with tens of thousands of reports, contributing over 80 million energy to Jiang Chan. In less than 10 seconds, a heavily wounded dragon finally couldn't hold on and plummeted towards the sea, its black hole dissipating with it. "Xiao Shi!" Long Jiao cried out in anguish, then shouted, "Retreat!" Almost simultaneously, the Sakura Lords shouted to annihilate the dragons, their hatred reaching a peak after losing nearly a 20th of their forces to the black hole attack. Ing Man made a swift decision. "Iron Eagle troopers, rescue the dragons." Other lords quickly commanded their troops to shield the dragons. Li Feng, tears in his eyes, looked at the blood-soaked dragon and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Qin is truly unmatched." The dragon's bravery united the entire Dragon Kingdom against their common enemy. A chaotic battle erupted, marking the beginning of a true war. Compared to previous skirmishes, Jiang Qin's earlier encounters seemed like child's play. Energy beams, cannonballs, ballista bolts, arrows, and spells filled the sky above the sea, which spanned dozens of kilometers. On one side were thousands of epic units, while on the other, millions of flying units interspersed with a few height-tier ones. Every moment, countless units perished. Wings of angels, griffins, dragonhawks, wyverns, angels, and demons fell like rain. A two-winged angel under Zhao Lingshan's command had just slain dozens of rare winged men but was hit by an Onmyoji's life drain, leaving it weak and vulnerable, pierced by dozens of powerful bolts, its blood raining from the sky. Even Jiang Qin's Tanine disciples occasionally fell. Zhu Jiaqua was besieged by dozens of epic demons and was on the verge of defeat. Zhu Yeqing suddenly struck his own divine acupoint heavily, 7-star life point. 3rd star. The other 6 were shocked. Xiao Qingziu. They knew this was Zhu Yeqing's ultimate move. Activating the 3rd star would leave him dead or severely injured. Bulma massive fist imprint blasted out, instantly turning an epic demon into a blood mist. In rapid succession, Zhu Yeqing transformed into a god of death, slaying dozens of epic demons in less than 10 breaths, stunning the battlefield. But soon, Zhu Yeqing's aura diminished sharply. Zhu Yeshuan cried out in pain, "Brother Xiao Qingzi, I will avenge you." Before she could finish, the scene that followed left her speechless. Zhu Yeqing pulled out a bottle of emerald green liquid and drank it in one gulp. His depleted body instantly revitalized. He laughed, "Ha ha ha. Don't look at me, everyone continue." The other 6 were overjoyed and eagerly asked about the miracle potion, its price, and availability. Zhu Yeqing quickly said they'd talk after the battle. Aside from Zhu Yeqing, Ing Iman's performance also impressed Jiang Chun. She moved with the wind, her eyes showing an earthy yellow vertical pupil, clearly activating her ancestral dragon bloodline. The intense pressure she exuded made several opposing wyverns tremble, and she had already slain several epic wyverns in a short time. Meng Tian, while guarding her, advised, "Your Highness, activating your bloodline so publicly might draw Sakura Nation's attention. Isn't it good that Sakura Nation's focus is on Jiangchen now?" Achoo, Jiangchen sneezed, wondering, "Is someone cursing me again?" He casually fired a 7-star sword energy, slaying a sneaky demon. Watching the scene of war that seemed only possible in legends, Jiang Chen's heart surged with excitement. This was the romance of men. He took several deep breaths to suppress the urge to unleash an origin god fist. Jiang Chen refrained from deploying powerful units like angels, goddess warriors, and 9 heaven saints, nor did he send out ghost fighters. The strength revealed today was already substantial. If he truly unleashed an origin god fist to shatter the void or exposed an army of angels, it wouldn't be long before Sakura Nation sent higher-level forces to hunt him down. At that point, he would have to reveal at least half of his trump cards to kill those upper-world forces, leading to a vicious cycle. Jiang Chun judged the battle to be firmly in hand. "Anyway, this battle is as good as won. Besides, I've done more than enough today." His assessment was spot on. Under the powerful firepower of 12 ghost motherships, All Sakura Nation's warships above the extraordinary level were sunk in less than 20 minutes. Although the battle raged on intensely, the constant threat of a Damocles sword hanging overhead was unbearable for many. Especially for the lords commanding rare-class warships, their eyes glimmered with fear, knowing they would be the next targets. I'm done fighting. If we keep going, win or lose, it's a death sentence. A despair-filled voice of a lord from Sakura Kingdom echoed in the communication channel. Exactly. We joined the siege for the militaries and royalties commission. What good is money if we're dead? Another voice agreed, filled with regret. Damn it. Where's the Mirage? Get us cloaked and out of here, someone shouted urgently. No more Mirage. It's too scared to show up after being locked onto by the Dragon Kingdom. If you want to live, run for yourself. Panic spread like a plague among the Sakura Kingdom lords. Desperate to save themselves, these lords were willing to abandon their heroes and troops. They coldly ordered their subordinates to buy them time, while they piloted the fastest warships, fleeing with all their might. In the fleet channel, Miyamoto Kuma screamed and motivated, even threatened. But his words fell on deaf ears as more Sakura Kingdom lords fled. We've been abandoned by our lord. The abandoned heroes and troops lost their fighting spirit instantly. Some chose to follow their fleeing lord, others betrayed outright, and only a few with high loyalty continued to fight, soon to be annihilated by the Dragon Kingdom's forces. We won. Cheers erupted from the Dragon Kingdom's ranks. The enemy no longer has high-quality warships, let's chase them down. Everyone we kill is a victory, someone shouted excitedly. Yes, let's chase them and get our revenge. Another voice echoed, filled with a sense of retribution. Despite the victory, the Dragon Kingdom suffered heavy losses. Damn it, I lost 2 squads of epic troops, a lord said through gritted teeth. Thousands of epic troops were half casualties, and 8 exceptional class warships were sunk. Fortunately, Li Feng foresaw the situation and transferred the lords to the epic warships in advance, preventing any lord casualties. Led by Yin Man, the Dragon Kingdom lords fiercely pursued the fleeing Sakura Kingdom lords. My lord, 48 of the Tanine true transmissions have fallen, but they've been revived at the Fountain of Life, the Empress reported to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded, contemplating the gains and losses of the battle. The loss of only 48 was thanks to the powerful Deshumi sword formation. Yet, the cost was significant. Reviving the Tianine true transmissions consumed energy, but the bigger expense was financial. The saying, when the cannons fire, gold flows like water, was particularly fitting. Jiang Chun thought back to the battle, where the ghost mothership's invisibility, submersion, energy cannons, and shields required immense energy. Such high-intensity combat couldn't rely on the mothership's natural recovery speed, and depended on burning vast amounts of spirit stones. Worse still, only high-grade spirit stones could replenish the energy of a legendary class warship. Jiang Chun quickly calculated that even if all high-grade spirit stones were enhanced by him, this battle consumed nearly 50 million spirit stones. For other lords, this battle would have cost billions in high-grade spirit stones. Only the wealthy could afford such warships. At that moment, Gianna suddenly asked, Lord, what should we do with the 8 mirages we've locked onto? They're hiding in the mirage space, and we can't just wait them out. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. The mirage was indeed a valuable asset, tempting even to him. Unfortunately, he didn't possess any ceiling-type items. Jiang Chen's mind flashed with information about the mirage towers, and he decisively ordered, drag these 8 mirage towers into the deep sea, as deep as possible. Gianna was taken aback and expressed concern. The deeper we go, the more energy the mothership will consume. Jiang Chun smiled confidently and explained, the harsh environment will increase the burden on the mirage space barriers, causing the mirage towers to consume more energy, much more than our shield does. That's the advantage of being a top student. Gianna suddenly understood. It's a battle of attrition. It's a bit of a brute force method, but it's also the most effective. To prevent the lords inside the mirage towers from calling for help, Jiang Chen decisively used a rare quality silent scroll, covering several kilometers of sea area. He didn't want to engage with the entire Sakura nation. Inside the independent space created by the mirage energy, chaos reigned on the mirage towers. Damn it, it's been over 20 minutes, and you still haven't cut the chains of the grappling guns, a lord shouted angrily. We can't, my lord. The chains are protected by powerful runes and can self-repair. Unless we exhaust their energy or unleash a super strong attack. These chains are too strong. The lord was furious. Useless fools. Through the mirage space, they could clearly see the external battle nearing its end. These useless subordinates, defeated by just a few dozen Dragon Nation lords. What do we do now? Don't worry, as long as we stay inside, Jiang Chun can't do anything to us. The Mirage Towers have enough energy reserves to last 3 to 5 days. Someone will come to rescue us soon. Before they could finish speaking, the scene outside the Mirage Towers suddenly changed, and the entire space was dragged underwater, with the surrounding light quickly dimming. Jiang Qin is dragging us into the deep sea. This is bad. The energy consumption to maintain the mirage space is increasing. Hurry. Call for help from other lords. We need mid-grade spirit stones for support. Even if not for us, we must save the mirage towers. Damn it. We've been silenced. Evil Dragon Nation people. Let's surrender. How can we surrender if we're silenced? We're prisoners of war, and the Dragon Nation's actions violate the Outer Moon Agreement, which is grounds for a military tribunal. Half an hour later, the energy of the Mirage Tower was exhausted. The Mirage space shattered with a loud crash, and seawater rushed in. At a depth of 10,000 meters, under the crushing pressure, the lords, heroes, and troops were all obliterated. The Mirage Tower collapsed and sank slowly to the seabed. A system message popped up. Your ghost mothership has destroyed the Mirage Tower epic, gaining energy 5 million. Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Though the cost was great, it was effective. He continued to drag each Mirage Tower into the deep sea to destroy them. Some Mirage Towers had astonishing energy reserves, and even after an hour, 3 still persisted, making Jiang Chan grit his teeth. Just as he considered whether to use another silent scroll, the Shenwei ship returned, and Ing Enyan's laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, just wiped out hundreds of Sakura warships, feels great. Jiang Chen, why aren't you chasing the Sakura fleet? Jiang Chun replied honestly, I'm dealing with the little devil's Mirage Towers here. Ing Enyan's eyes lit up. Where are the Mirage Towers you captured? Can I seal 2 of them? Jiang Chen's eyes also brightened. You have sealing items? Yep. I brought 2 epic sealing talismans when I returned to Blue Star last time. Jiang Chen immediately proposed. 1 for each of us. Ing Enyan slyly smiled. Either call me Big Sis or add a blueprint for the Tanine division building. Jiang Chen agreed readily, deal. Ing Enyan looked expectantly, but Jiang Chen directly mailed the Tanine division blueprint to her. He had intended to promote the Tanine division, and if he weren't afraid of causing misunderstandings, he would have given out dozens of them for free. Ing Enyan looked around. Hey, where are the Mirage Towers you captured? We need to find a way to force those devils out. Just then, the system message sounded again. Your ghost mothership has destroyed the Mirage Tower epic, gaining energy 5 million. Jiang Chen's face changed, and he quickly ordered, Gianna, pull the remaining 2 Mirage Towers up. Soon, 2 Mirage Towers wrapped in Mirage space surfaced, and Jiang Chen finally relaxed. Ing Enyan saw through it instantly and praised, wow, young man, you've got some wealth now, daring to compete with Mirage Towers in a battle of attrition. Jiang Chen ignored her teasing, soared into the air, and gestured with his finger in front of the Mirage space. A 1-meter diameter opening appeared, revealing the pale faces of the Sakura Lords inside. Lord Jiang Chun, we are willing to surrender, just spare our lives. The Lord of Sakura country kneeled on the ground, his voice trembling. Clearly, the recent journey through the depths of the ocean had left him shaken. Jiang Chun nodded impassively. Hand over the Mirage, and I promise not to kill you. A shrewd look flickered in the Lord's eyes. Lord Jiang Chun, the Dragon Country's language is profound. You won't kill me, but you might have someone else do it, or even force me to take my own life, right? Jiang Chun was momentarily speechless, as that was indeed his plan. Seeing this, the Sakura Lord immediately bowed his head and pleaded, please guarantee my safe return to my land. I swear by the name of Amaterasu that I will retreat immediately and never oppose the Dragon Country again. I have elders and children to care for, I beg you. He lifted his head, a look of determination in his eyes. If you don't agree, I will have no choice but to destroy this Mirage ship immediately. Jiang Chen frowned. Was this a threat? Even though the threat was delivered while kneeling, it still displeased him. However, the Sakura Lord was indeed clever, realizing his life was insignificant compared to the Mirage. At this moment, Ing Enyan intervened. Let it go, Jiang Chun. A few lords won't stir much trouble. Jiang Chun shrugged nonchalantly. All right then. The Sakura Lord breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to demand an oath from Jiang Chun. He quickly dispelled the Mirage space and respectfully said, please, my lords, take over the Mirage. Soon, all the Sakura country's lords and troops evacuated from the Mirage. Ing Enyan took out a talisman, tossed it lightly, and said, seal. The talisman expanded in the wind, quickly enveloping the entire Mirage. Then, the Mirage rapidly shrank until it became a small model about a foot square, which fell into Ing Enyan's hand. With experience from the first successful sealing, the second one was completed swiftly. Jiang Chen knew that once sealed, the warship, troops, and heroes could be traded, though their levels would reset upon re-recruitment. As agreed, Jiang Chen received one of the ships. Looking at the symbol behind the Mirage, Jiang Chen smiled. Clearly, this Mirage could be upgraded to a legendary level. He didn't rush to enhance it, as others were returning as well. Li Feng approached with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, this victory is all thanks to brother Jiang Qin's support. By the way, how is your dragon doing? He was referring to Long Shi, who had fallen into the sea. Jiang Qin replied, it's fine. Xiao Shi has been rescued. It turned out Long Shi was saved underwater by Jaina and brought to the ghost mothership. Relieved, everyone broke into genuine smiles. Zhao Lingshan summarized. Although we suffered some losses, Sakura country suffered even more. Losing over a dozen mirages, even the top royal families in Sakura country will feel the sting for a while. Chao Ziqing reminded, since we are still near the coast of Keilang County, let's not waste time and quickly deal with the remaining guardian monsters of the Fate Temple to claim our rewards. Everyone nodded in agreement. They swiftly returned to the barrier where the Fate Temple was located. With the Sea Dragon King already defeated by Jiang Chun, the guardian monsters of the Fate Temple no longer regenerated. They quickly cleared the remaining 1,000 monsters, and even the epic warship left by Andre, the Hurricane, became Jiang Qin's energy and resources. When the last sea monster fell, the Fate Temple suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. A notification chimed in Jiang Qin's ear. Your fleet has successfully vanquished the evil Sea Dragon clan. Your contribution rate is 82, and your town has gained 28 points of fortune. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up as the system continued. You have the highest contribution value and have earned the right to claim ownership of the Fortune Shrine. Would you like to occupy it? Occupy. Jiang Qun decided without hesitation. Immediately, the Fortune Shrine's interface unfolded before him. The system explained, the Fortune Shrine, once occupied, grants the Lord's town 1 point of fortune each month. A smile spread across Jiang Qin's face. The fortune accumulated by the shrine far exceeded his expectations. He wasn't surprised by his over 80 contribution rate, considering he single-handedly defeated several epic monsters and a legendary one, with the black hole swallowing a large number of ordinary creatures. As for the 1 point of monthly fortune, Jiang Qun wasn't overly concerned. In less than 2 months since the area opened, he had already amassed 57 fortune points. At that moment, all the lords of Longyuan Town received an alert. Jiang Qun, the lord, has occupied the Fortune Shrine. Longyuan Town's fortune increased by 28 points, bringing the current total to 57 points. This message hit Longyuan Town like a bombshell. An increase of 28 fortune points. That was equivalent to the combined total of all previous first-place wins in the town ranking competitions and fortune wagers. And their mayor had simply gone out and returned with such a substantial fortune boost. The surge in fortune caused the entire Longyuan town space to resonate. The space began to expand. Resources mutated, and monsters evolved. The Longyuan town channel erupted with excitement. While Enchuxia and other key members remained composed, knowing Jiang Qin's mission was to conquer the Fortune Shrine, they hadn't anticipated such bountiful rewards. Others, however, were completely ecstatic. Long live the boss. An elite-level boss. Haha, an elite-level merman leader wiped out my troop. I'm off to hunt it down, hoping to get an elite soldier token. Wow. Based on the coordinates, the town space has nearly doubled. Its diameter now exceeds 1,000 kilometers. Enchuxia excitedly messaged Jiang Qin. Jiang Qun, the Dwarf King's palace can recruit the Mountain King again. The production time has reduced to 14 days. She then added a bit sheepishly, but I'm out of money. My mom still hasn't gathered enough from the last life essence purchase. Jiang Qin replied with a smile. No worries, pay it back slowly. Huang Xian enthusiastically suggested in the channel. Brothers, we can enjoy Longyuan Town's resources, monsters, and loot rates all thanks to the boss. I propose we give half of Longyuan Town's land to the boss to help him develop quickly. Surprisingly, this seemingly generous proposal, which could have sparked resentment, was met with unanimous agreement. Yes, give the land to the boss. Haha, let the boss develop fast, and we'll benefit too. Seeing this, Jiang Chun quickly responded, Brothers, my current town map is sufficient for now. I'll let you know if I need more. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun had a sudden thought. A scene flashed in his mind. The territorial dragon vein broke through the soil and danced joyfully in the sky above the territory. The last time he saw the little dragon, it was only 6 meters long, but now it had grown to 10 meters, showing signs of ferocity. Not only that, the little dragon now appeared almost tangible, with its scales, claws, and horns shimmering faintly. It circled the territory once, not finding Jiang Qin, and a trace of human-like disappointment flickered in its eyes before it burrowed back underground. At the same time, a series of notifications sounded in Jiang Qin's ear. Town fortune increased, Dragon Vein evolution at 57. Current Dragon Vein enhancement effects increased, Dragon Vein evolution exceeds 50. New enhancement effects unlocked. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Oh, new enhancement effects unlocked. He quickly opened the Dragon Vein panel to check. Lower grade Dragon Vein. Effect. Concentrates spiritual energy, producing 570,000 spirit stones daily. Effect: high-quality resources are more likely to appear near your territory. Effect: land blessed with talent, making it easier to recruit high-quality farmers and troops. Effect: increases the drop rate for town lords, heroes, and troop units by 114. The chance of triggering good fortune when opening chests is increased fivefold. Effect: the growth cycle of animals and plants within the territory is halved, with a 10 chance of mutation, improving their quality by 1 tier, up to legendary quality. Not bad at all. Jiang Chun grinned. Shortening time effectively doubles the output, and with the legendary farmer's boost, the chance of spiritual items upgrading has reached 20. This means that out of 1,000 dragon tooth rice, 200 can advance to legendary quality. These continuous surprises put Jiang Chun in a great mood. However, the other lords weren't feeling as cheerful. On Colonel Li Feng's warship, the atmosphere was tense. Ying Man turned to Jiang Qian, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. My contribution is 3.1, so I gained 1 point of luck. What about you? No more than 20 points, right? Jiang Chun replied with a cheerful smile, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just lucky, just lucky. He paused and continued, however, the situation has changed. Luck can't be divided, so besides me, only the top 7 contributors among the lords will each receive 1 point of luck. Upon hearing this, Chao Zicheng sighed but quickly spoke earnestly. Brother Jiang, you've earned your luck through skill, and I sincerely accept it. Besides, Brother Jiang saved all our lives. The others nodded in agreement. However, when everyone recalculated the percentages, an unexpected discovery made the atmosphere tense. Andre had also gained 1 point of luck. This result left everyone present, including Jiang Chun, feeling secretly displeased. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened as he turned to Ying Man. Is there a direct route to teleport to Keilang County? Ying Man's eyes lit up, as if she guessed Jiang Chen's intention. You want to? She asked excitedly. Are you up for it? Jiang Chen asked directly. Without hesitation, Ying Man nodded. Of course. Li Feng immediately voiced his concern. This is too risky. Andre controls the portals in Keilang County, which means we would be up against tens of thousands of lords in the entire county. Jiang Chun was unfazed, pulling out 2 scrolls with a snap, his usual kill and loot combo. We'll catch him off guard, first disable flight, then silence him, take out Andre and retreat. He was already well-versed in this process. Ying Man added, I have an insider in Keilang Town, only about 200 kilometers from Andre's territory. If we're careful, it's totally doable. Hearing this, the others also became interested. Zhu Yeqing clapped his hands and laughed. Revenge is a dish best served swiftly. If we don't take out that bastard, it'll be like a thorn in my side. You people from Longyuan County are all crazy. Chao Zicheng remarked, then added, we're currently offshore, and it would take at least a few hours to return to our territory. By then, that guy will probably be fully prepared. Jiang Chun gave a mysterious smile. Follow me. Soon, everyone boarded Jiang Chen's warship. Zhu Yeqing was surprised to discover. Ha ha ha, a teleportation gate. I didn't expect Brother Jiang's warship to have building capabilities. Chao Zicheng also expressed his excitement. With this, as soon as we leave this no-flee zone, we can instantly teleport to Keilang Town and eliminate the traitor Andre with lightning speed. Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth. Count me in. Jiang Chun turned to Ying Man. Tell me the teleport gate number of your insider in Keilang Town. In reality, whether it was to kill or control Andre, Jiang Chun could accomplish the task alone. He didn't even need to bring hero troops. A full-strength punch could destroy Andre's territory. This was the confidence Jiang Chun had to risk entering Keilang County. Unfortunately, Jiang Chun didn't have the connections that Ying Man had, and using conventional methods to enter Keilang County would take several days. Soon, the teleport gate on Jiang Chen's warship glowed brightly. A group of determined individuals vanished from the deck. Watching them depart, Li Feng couldn't help but sigh. Young people really are full of energy. Keilang County, Keilang Town. A sudden system notification flashed before Andre. Your fleet has successfully annihilated the evil Sea Dragon clan. Your contribution is 1.6, and you have received a luck reward of 1. Andre sprang up from his chair, seething with anger. He grabbed the exquisite luminescent wine glass by his side and hurled it to the ground. Shards of glass scattered, glinting coldly in the moonlight. Damn it, I only got 1 point of luck? Andre roared, disbelief etched across his face. This was far from what he had anticipated. According to his plan, the Dragon Nation should have been completely wiped out, and he would have monopolized all the luck from the Temple of Fortune. The Sakura Nation is utterly useless, he continued to curse. With dozens of mirages and tens of thousands of warships, they couldn't even handle a few dozen ships? Over half an hour ago, news of the Sakura Nation's defeat had started trickling in. Andre initially believed that even if they suffered losses, at most, they would have destroyed the Dragon Nation while being severely weakened themselves. But now, judging by the rewards from the Temple of Fortune, The Dragon Nation's lords were virtually unscathed. Edmund, standing nearby, was equally furious. And we lost a Temple of Fortune too, he said bitterly. If not for the county ranking competition, Kaylaying County could have taken that temple. But the casualties would have been too high, costing us the top spot in the county rankings. Andre pounded the table in frustration. I thought I could kill two birds with one stone, but instead, I've lost both the lady and the soldiers. He gritted his teeth. It's that Jiang Chen again. Just then, reports from the front lines came in. Edmund suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it! So that's how it is. His naval fleet can dive deep and become invisible, and they're equipped with the most powerful battleships." Andre slumped back into his chair, his face dark with rage. With such an invincible fleet, Jiang Chen has become the ruler of the seas, hasn't he? Edmund nodded. We've thoroughly offended Jiang Chen. From now on, we'll have to be wary of him at sea. Plus, if there are traitors in our town who let the Dragon Nation in, our lives won't be safe either. Especially since Jiang Chen's dragon has unlocked the black hole ability. It's incredibly powerful. Andre, hearing this, replied displeased. This time, the Dragon Nation not only suffered no real damage but also gained immensely. The Sakura Nation is already giving them a hard time. I doubt they dare oppose our free will. Remember the incident in Zone 632, where our Beacon Nation's lord humiliated a female Dragon Nation lord? It caused a huge uproar, yet Qingyu didn't dare make a peep, and it ended unresolved. At worst, he paused, I'll personally apologize and give the Dragon Nation a way out. Edmund sighed in relief. If you can personally step in to ease the tension, that would be best. He added, I'm not worried about others, it's just that Jiang Chen might not play by the rules. Andre reluctantly said, I understand. Let's discuss this tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed, and he jumped up, Space Seal, and a gag order. Damn it, there's a traitor in the town. Edmund was also shocked. Could the Dragon Nation have attacked so quickly? A look of panic finally crossed Andre's face. Impossible. Those guys are still at the Temple of Fortune. How could they have reached the town so fast? Edmund quickly replied, whether it's the Dragon Nation attacking or not, we should hide for now. But their reaction was too late. Just 10 kilometers from their territory, under the protection of heroic troops, the silhouettes of 12 dragons appeared on the horizon. Alongside Jiang Chen were thousands of epic flying troops and a dozen lords. It's really them. How dare they? Andre gritted his teeth, but soon realized there was no escape. Forcing a smile, he said, everyone, we did have some unpleasantness. But from today, Kaylaying County will fully support the Dragon Nation's bid for the governor of Diaoao Prefecture. And I represent Kaylaying County in withdrawing from the county ranking competition. The last sentence was directed at Jiang Chen. Chao Ziqing sneered. Now you're scared. You should have expected this when you betrayed us. Andre quickly said, my great-grandfather was one of the 12 founders of free will. I believe even the Dragon Nation's high command wouldn't want to be at odds with us. How about I personally offer 100 million spirit stones to calm everyone down? The crowd frowned. Andre's mix of soft and hard tactics did make some sense. With the Qingyu royal family in decline, the Dragon Nation's major military district strategy in the Seventh Heaven could only be to make distant alliances and attack nearby threats. Seeing their reactions, Andre smiled smugly but refrained from provoking the Dragon Nation lords further at this moment. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Seems like you're quite wealthy. Andre responded gracefully. It's well known that free will never lacks money. Jiang Chen flashed a genuine smile and softly issued the command. Knock out the 2 lords and take them away. Kill all the other hero units. Hearing this, Andre was momentarily stunned before shouting, Jiang Chen, do you even know what you're doing? If you dare to attack us, the free will won't let you off. Edmund quickly chimed in. Yes, Mr. Jiang Chen. Even the Dragon Kingdom might not be able to protect you then. Amused by their threats, Jiang Chen chuckled. Oh, the old, hit the small ones, the big ones come routine? Classic. At that moment, 12 dragons and Tanine's true disciples began to take action. Seeing this, Ng Inman and Zhu Yeqing joined the battle without further delay. The fight erupted instantly, and the scene was brutal. It must be said, the free will indeed had deep pockets. Andre alone commanded over 300 epic units, most of which were nano-warriors. These nano-warriors boasted terrifying physiques and self-healing abilities, a unique creation of free will, giving them the confidence to stand against royal families. However, the enemy they faced was even more formidable. After a few minutes of fierce combat, Andre and Edmund were knocked out by the human-formed dragons one by one. Ng Inman looked at the 2 fallen men and remarked, why not just kill them? There's no need to leave them alive. Jiang Chen explained with a smile, I'm curious about just how wealthy free will really is. Ng Inman rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and then reminded him, this is still Kaylaying County's territory. We need to leave quickly, soon. They used an insider's teleportation array to return to Ghost One. The process was unexpectedly smooth. Although some of Kalang Town's lords noticed that their area was under a no-flee and no-speech restriction, causing some commotion, they could never have imagined that in such a short time, their county chief and county lieutenant had become prisoners. Following this, everyone from the Dragon Kingdom returned to their respective ships, while Jiang Chun eagerly took the two captives back to his territory. He immediately used mind control on them, enveloping Andre and Edmund's heads in two beams of azure light. To Jiang Chen's surprise, a golden shield suddenly emerged from Andre, protecting his soul. Jiang Chen exclaimed, "Another mental defense item. It seems to be much more advanced than Takahashi Mizuki's." As expected, a true heir of the Kalang family, Jiang Chen then adjusted the mind control tower to maximum power. After a dozen seconds, the two slowly regained consciousness and knelt, sobbing, "Master, we deserve to die." Jiang Chen nodded and got straight to the point. "Tell me, how much money do you have?" Andre responded with a flattering smile. "Master, my account on the Myriad Races battlefield holds 680 million spirit stones. If I return to the main world, I can quickly gather 5 billion spirit stones." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with surprise, thinking, they really are loaded. Edmund, although from a less affluent family, still had 230 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen initially just wanted to settle scores, but unexpectedly gained nearly 1 billion spirit stones, a stroke of fortune indeed. Adding the winnings from previous bets, Jiang Chen's territory account now held 1.3 billion spirit stones. Unfortunately, he couldn't send them back to the main world. Jiang Chen felt a bit regretful. The new zone allowed travel to and from the main world every 3 days, so all lords, except for those like Jiang Chen with no ties to the main world, only carried enough spirit stones for their current needs into the Myriad Races battlefield. After extracting all the spirit stones, items, and equipment from the two, Jiang Chen sent them on their way. To his delight, Andre also had 2 unclaimed epic nano-warrior sigils. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and tossed them to Wei Ming and Huang Xian. Suddenly, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about the Sea Dragon King's loot. The gains from this trip to the Temple of Fortune were so substantial that even the spoils from a legendary boss had slipped his mind. Quickly, Jiang Chen pulled up the previous battle log. Cynthia's strike hit the Sea Dragon King Yaij with pinpoint accuracy, and in an instant, the legendary 1-star hero vanished into thin air. The system notification popped up. Gained 13.5 million experience, 800,000 spirit stones, and a precious legendary hero soul. Jiang Chen gazed at the hero's soul in his hand, which shimmered with a mysterious light, and found himself unusually hesitant. This was a rare item he had always been reluctant to spend money on to enhance. Selling it to Ing Man could easily bring in a profit of 1 billion spirit stones. However, selling a legendary hero soul would imply that he had at least one, if not several, legendary heroes, which might draw too much attention. "Let's wait a bit." Jiang Chen sighed finally. "I have enough spirit stones for now. I'll decide once I secure the position of prefect." He quickly sifted through the information of several heroes in his mind, then used the Heart of the Lord to call out, "Yin, return to the territory." Before long, the angel Yin emerged from the teleportation array and caught the hero's soul Jiang Chen tossed to her. She was initially startled, then realized, Cynthia took down the Sea Dragon King, and it ends up benefiting me. "Are you so sure it dropped from the Sea Dragon King?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why couldn't it be for my enhancement?" Without hesitation, Yin replied, "I've discussed with the Empress and Han Yi. If Lord Jiang were willing to spend money enhancing a legendary hero soul, you would have done it already." Jiang Chen's smile froze instantly. "You all are talking behind my back?" Yin quickly explained, "What we mean is that Lord Jiang is a prudent person, and that's a compliment." Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. "All right. It would have been better without the explanation. Being called prudent isn't exactly a compliment for a man." The system notification then appeared. "Your hero Yin has used the legendary hero soul. Star level increased, current legendary 2 stars. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction as Yin's base attributes increased by 30, once again surpassing the Empress to become the strongest in the territory. Despite Andre's death and the leaderless state of Kalang County, he remained cautious. He still needed to continue hunting monsters to ensure a top ranking in the county tournament. "Hopefully, I won't trigger another Lord Slaughter ranking." Jiang Chen silently prayed, then stepped into the portal, returning to Ghost One to continue his monster hunting journey. He knew that today's epic battle would soon cause a stir in Diao State, and even throughout the Dragon Country. After all, the scale of the battle, with tens of thousands of warships and over 1 million troops, was significant, especially taking place in a new region. Andre's death would stir up undercurrents and might even lead to diplomatic talks between the high-level officials of the Seventh Heaven's 2 countries. As for Qingyu, Jiang Chen had little hope, only wishing they wouldn't hold him back. It was the military district's attitude that piqued his curiosity. Meanwhile, In the conference room of the Jiangnan Province Military District, the atmosphere was tense. Dozens of generals had been speculating about the reason for the urgent meeting, but when they saw the intelligence on the table, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The room was filled with gasps of astonishment. A few minutes later, seeing that everyone had digested the information, Xiajie spoke up. Although it's hard to believe, the information in your hands has been verified by multiple sources. Let's hear everyone's thoughts. The discussion quickly unfolded, with varying opinions. Some thought Jiang Chun was getting ahead of himself, while others supported his actions. Amidst the ongoing debate, Xiajie suddenly stood up and calmly said two words, "Appoint general." This statement caused another round of gasps. Many people's eyes lit up. Although appointing an 18-year-old as a general seemed outrageous, it undoubtedly tied Jiang Chun closely to the military district. The news quickly reached in Luoxi's ears. The always proud in Luoxi felt a rare sense of dejection. An 18-year-old major general? She sighed. Back in the day, I relied on talent and a bit of luck to rise through the ranks to become a county chief. Now, as the ruler of a city, I thought I had achieved success. Yet, Jiang Chun has accomplished in less than 2 months what took me 20 years. By the time the news reached Jiang Chun, it was the next day. A general appointment? Jiang Chun exclaimed. The commanders sure have guts. Mu Qingshuang chuckled. From now on, the county chief will be my direct superior. She felt a sense of relief, no longer caught between Jiang Chun and the military district. However, Jiang Chun thought for a moment and said, "Thanks for the kind offer, but there's no need for the major general rank." Then he rubbed his fingers together. Qingshuang, could you ask if the military district can convert the major general rank into spirit stones as a token of gratitude? Jiang Chun had it all figured out. Being a major general sounded nice, with significant power, but it also meant shouldering corresponding duties. If he were to receive orders from above, it could lead to conflicts. Most importantly, the competition for the position of prefect relied entirely on strength. Even without the military district's support, he was confident he could stand out, depending on how much of his hand he wanted to reveal. Jiang Chen's refusal was straightforward, leaving Mu Qingshuang in disbelief. He actually refused. And what does converting it into spirit stones even mean? Soon, Mu Qingshuang reported Jiang Chen's decision to the military district. When the news reached them, the leaders were incredulous and engaged in an intense discussion. An hour later, Mu Qingshuang contacted Jiang Chun with the military district's final decision. The officers have decided. Mu Qingshuang's voice came through the communicator. To confer upon you an honorary rank of Major General. You won't have any military obligations, of course. Your rights are limited as well. She paused before continuing. As for exchanging it for spirit stones, that's just talk. The Jiangnan military district might be poorer than you are now. This is evident from the fact that I, a lieutenant, only started with a well-equipped hero. Jiang Chun responded cheerfully. Great. Thank you to all the officers. Mu Qingshuang visibly relaxed and said with a smile, Sir, from now on, I'm one of your soldiers. Jiang Chun also smiled and said, Don't worry, following me won't lead you astray. As he spoke, he transferred 3 construction blueprints for the Tanine branch to Mu Qingshuang. One is for you, and the other 2 please hand over to the military district as a token of my appreciation. Remember, only female lords can build the Tanine branch. If you lack resources, there are resource points for Hien stone and blue rain gold at Chuxia's place. Yes. Thank you, sir. Mu Qingshuang responded loudly. After ending the communication with Mu Qingshuang, Jiang Chun opened the Tianyin pavilion. The Sect's fortune showed 138,830. Currently, 6 Tianyin branches had been constructed. Including the disciples from the Tianyin branches, Jiang Chun could earn over 30,000 fortune points daily, and it was growing like a snowball. Jiang Chun calculated in his mind. With 130,000 Sect fortune points, he could immediately upgrade the Empress's mysterious art to a minor achievement if he wished, but that seemed too extravagant. He decided to wait until after winning the county ranking competition before carefully considering how to allocate the fortune. Additionally, he needed to find a master for the Hydra's nest in the outer sea. News of Jiang Chen being awarded the honorary rank of Major General spread quickly. Wei Ming marveled. Even though it's just an honorary title without military power, it's unprecedented in the Jiangnan military district. Huang Xian was somewhat dissatisfied. The military district is too stingy. Our boss is so strong. He should be a full major general. Wei Ming consoled him. This is already quite impressive. Those who knew the inside story, like in Chuxia and Mu Qingshuang, were speechless. It wasn't that the military district didn't offer it. Jiang Chun simply didn't want it. A few days flew by swiftly, and the day of the first county ranking competition finally arrived. During this time, all the lords had been working hard to accumulate kill points. Jiang Chun decided to invite the core members of Longyuan County to his territory half an hour early to celebrate their impending victory in the competition. In addition to the original 7 members from Longyuan Town, there were 10 new faces. These included Xiao Wushang from Yongye Town, Yi Iran from Yinyu Town, Biashio Ian from Laoqin Town, a lively round-faced girl with dimples who had become Ng Inman's first assistant, and Zhu Jiakawa from Yiming Town. Zhu Yeshuan, visiting Jiang Qin's territory for the first time, looked around and seemed a bit disappointed, the number one person in Daoyou Prefecture. I thought Jiang Qin's territory would be like a paradise, but it looks pretty ordinary. Zhu Yeqing immediately explained, besides the Tianyin disciples, Brother Jiang Qin's main strength is at sea. And didn't you notice? The spiritual energy in Brother Jiang Qin's territory is quite abundant. That's true. Zhu Yeshuan nodded, but using mid-grade spirit stones or higher can achieve this level of spiritual energy concentration. However, when she saw the food in Jiang Qin's territory, Zhu Yeshuan was instantly shocked. Epic spiritual items and legendary spiritual meat. Jiang Qin smiled and explained, everyone has worked hard to earn points lately, especially those from the Ming domain. This is the produce of the legendary Sea Dragon King, to help everyone replenish their strength. Zhu Yeshuan immediately felt a surge of goodwill towards Jiang Qin. After all, legendary spiritual meat could enhance attributes and was a treasure in anyone's hands. Generous lords like Jiang Qin were rare. Is this the county chief rewarding the troops? Someone asked. Something like that. Jiang Qin said generously, everyone, don't hold back, eat to your heart's content. Everyone eagerly dug in. However, the little fox beside Jiang Qin suddenly sighed and put down her food. And Chuxia asked curiously, yeah, don't you have an appetite? The little fox drooped her tail and ears, looking dejected. This ranking competition. Everyone knows Longyuan County will come first. There's no money to be made. Jiang Qin teased. No money to be made. Even dragon meat doesn't taste good anymore? How about giving your portion to Xiao Zhu? She's almost finished hers. As he spoke, he pretended to take away the large plate of sea dragon meat in front of the little fox. Ah, it smells delicious. The little fox quickly protected her food and looked at Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang Qin, can you control the pace in the next ranking competition? Like in the county chief selection, making a comeback at the last moment, so we can keep making money. Jiang Qin gave the little fox a look. Do you really think I can control the scores? Jiang Qin waved his hand, projecting an image into the air, and announced mysteriously, ladies and gentlemen, I've recently discovered a Hydra lair. Anyone interested in units below the epic tier? His words were like a thunderclap, instantly drawing everyone's attention. They set aside their delicious food, their eyes fixed on Jiang Qin, faces alight with surprise and anticipation. Another wild epic tier unit building, someone exclaimed. And just like the Dwarven Palace in early summer, it can recruit legendary units, another added. Not only that, but the Hydra is a naval unit. Ng Inman interjected eagerly. Ng Inman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately said, I want a legendary Hydra. Name your price. Jiang Qin chuckled inwardly, but feigned hesitation on the surface. Well, it is a legendary unit, after all. I was planning to recruit it myself. Ng Inman was undeterred, waving her fist as she said, you sold the King of the Hill, which is also a legendary unit, didn't you? In truth, with her strength and intelligence, Ng Inman had no difficulty in slaying legendary creatures. Since the opening of the zone, she had successfully defeated 3 legendary monsters. However, her luck had been lacking. She hadn't obtained any territory upgrade tokens, hero souls, military symbols, or even unit souls, only equipment. As a result, she had yet to have a legendary unit under her command. Seeing this, and Chuxia quickly intervened to mediate. Sister Ng, how about I let you recruit the next King of the Hill? No. Ng Inman quickly declined, then turned to Jiang Qin and made her offer. 500 million for each King of the Hill, 20 million for each legendary Hydra. Internally, Jiang Qin was ecstatic, but he pretended to be reluctant. All right, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, you're the best. Ng Inman was overjoyed, raising her glass. A toast to you. With that, she downed 3 glasses in excitement. Finally, she would have a legendary unit. The group continued to chat and laugh, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout the entire game world. We now announce the rankings for the first county town competition in Daoyou State. The lord with the highest kill points is Longyuan County, with 4.852 billion points. The rewards are, County Chief Jiang Qin's attributes 100, all county residents attributes 40, Longyuan Town's luck 10, and other small towns luck 2. The second place for Lord kill points is Kailang County, with 4.378 billion. Since the scores are updated daily, the rankings are announced all at once. As expected, Longyuan County secured the first place. In fact, by noon yesterday, when the scores were refreshed, Kailang County had already given up on competing for the top spot. With the announcement of the rankings, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. The fortune of Longyuan Town instantly surged by 10 points, reaching an impressive 67 points. Under the influence of this powerful fortune, the town's space expanded once again, more significantly than ever before. This time, the rewards were particularly generous. Not only Jiangqin, but tens of thousands of lords in Longyuan County received attribute boosts, with each gaining 40 points in all attributes. Above Longyuan County, countless beams of golden light rained down, each precisely landing on a lord's head, infusing them with power. Although victory was assured, all the lords of Longyuan Town erupted in thunderous cheers. 40 points in all attributes, this is awesome, someone shouted excitedly. 40-star combat power. Grade. At level 30 with no gear my combat power was only 80 stars, this is a 50 increase. Another lord calculated excitedly. Our town finally has its own fortune, an elderly lord remarked. I remember when a few Sakura towns in Longyuan County fought tooth and nail for just 2 fortune points. Now every town has 2 points. Long live the county chief. Long live the martial lords. Long live Longyuan County. The crowd shouted in unison. We're ready to go through fire and water for Longyuan County. Jiang Chun watched the scene with a satisfied smile. The 40-point boost in all attributes not only greatly enhanced the survival ability of all Longyuan County lords, but more importantly, with a population of less than 50,000, each person enjoyed resources 10 times more than those in ordinary counties. With these combined benefits, the development speed of Longyuan County's lords would far surpass that of other counties. Zhu family's 7th child was particularly delighted. Zhu Yeshuan raised her glass and said with a smile, "To you, brother Jiangchun. For martial lords, lord attributes are far more important than hero and troop attributes." Zhu Yeqing couldn't help but tease her sister upon hearing this, already calling him brother. Xiaoxian, you're such a fair-weather friend. Do you remember how hard it was to get you to call someone brother when you were little? At this moment, Yi Iren suddenly had an idea and excitedly suggested, County Chief. Our county is vast and sparsely populated, perfect for fortune aggregation. Great idea, Iren. Ying Yinman was eager. If we're going for fortune aggregation, I'll start acquiring fortune betting tokens immediately. Others' eyes lit up, and they began discussing the possibility of fortune aggregation. Jiang Qin briefly explained the principle. 500 towns form an alliance and bet against another 500 towns, each with 2 fortune points as a stake. The victorious 500 towns could double their fortune points to 4. Repeating this process, many towns could exceed 10 fortune points. However, the conditions for fortune aggregation are quite strict. First, one must secure a top 2 finish in the county ranking competition to ensure all towns in the county receive fortune. Second, the number of lords in the county should be small enough to ensure that even after fortune aggregation, half the towns can still accommodate all the lords. These conditions are usually contradictory, but Longyuan County is an exception. Everyone looked expectantly at Jiang Chun, waiting for his decision. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun slowly said, typically, whether it's the lord ranking competition, the town ranking competition, or the county ranking competition, there will be 3 rounds. We will opt for fortune aggregation after the 3rd round of ranking competition. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing Jiang Chin's ambition intended to win the 1st place in the county ranking competition 2 more times. Ying Yinman couldn't help but comment, you're quite confident. But we only have 50,000 people in our town. Jiang Chin's tone was filled with strong confidence. When the Lord Kill ranking was first announced, didn't everyone think it was impossible? And what happened? The little fox immediately chimed in loudly, haven't you learned by now? Just blindly trust brother Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, the state channel was abuzz with discussions about Longyuan County's achievements. Chao Ziqing remarked, Longyuan County, in less than 2 months since its opening, has raised the town's fortune to 67 points. Under the 3rd heaven, at this age, with this achievement, perhaps only the 1st emperor, who carried forward the legacy of 6 generations, could compare. Ying Yinman immediately emphasized, Jiang Chun is indeed remarkable, just a bit behind the 1st emperor. This made Jiang Chun chuckle silently, as Ying Yinman seemed like every little girl who idolizes her father. County chiefs from Longhua congratulated him, while those from other countries had varied reactions. Apu said sourly, Longyuan County is really lucky, already having so many martial lords and just happening to benefit from the Lord Kill points. Li Zhenai remarked, Lord Jiang Chun is so outstanding. He must have inherited the excellent genes of our South Korea. Jiang Chen ignored these snide comments, but Toyotomi Hideyoshi's sudden remark caught everyone's attention. If it weren't for Longwa's treachery, cruelly killing Lord Andre, Kalaying County might not have lost. This is how Longhua treats its allies. This statement immediately angered Chao Ziqing. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the details are clear. Our Longhua government has held a press conference. Andre conspired with your Sakura country, violating the agreement first. So stop trying to sow discord here. Toyotomi Hideki let out a cold laugh, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. He spoke in a deep voice, That's just your side of the story. Why did Jiang Chun have his fleet secretly follow us if he had nothing to hide? Poor Mr. Andre saw through Jiang Qin's scheme and fled back to his territory, yet he still couldn't escape his fate. And if you weren't planning to harm Mr. Andre from the start, why did you plant spies in Karen County? Although Toyotomi Hideki's words twisted the truth, they seemed plausible and convincing. His accusations immediately drew a chorus of angry shouts from the Dragon Nation's leaders, filling the council hall with noise. Jiang Chun quietly marveled at Toyotomi Hideki's talent for manipulation. Then he turned to Ing Man beside him and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any insiders in Desan Town?" Ing Man was taken aback by the question and shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself, Jiang Chun must have a knack for sneaking around. She replied in a hushed tone, "No, even if we did, it wouldn't work. After Andre's death, all the county towns have detailed contingency plans. If a small town is found to be under lockdown, 1,000,000 leaders from the county would swarm in, and we'd be in danger." At this point, Ing Man paused, a hint of anticipation in her eyes, unless. Jiang Chen immediately picked up on her thought, unless we have a legendary space seal scroll to seal off the entire county. Ing Man nodded in agreement. Exactly. Once the entire county is sealed, the county chief will lose the advantage of the home portal, and everyone will be on equal footing. Jiang Chun contemplated the idea. A legendary space seal scroll was something he could enhance. However, sealing an entire county would mean a journey that could take 10 days or more, considering the vastness of a county spanning thousands of miles. After sending everyone off, Jiang Chun stretched, a tired yet satisfied smile on his face. After half a month of monster hunting, I can finally take a break. But just as he finished speaking, the state channel, still open, started displaying a series of golden announcements. The content caught Jiang Chen's attention. Opportunity descends. The glory battlefield of Yaozhou's secret realm is now open. Click to view rules. This glory battlefield involves leaders from 28 states across the human, god, demon, and mecha races. Battlefield points can be exchanged for rewards, and leaders ranking within the top 1,000 will receive a battle title. The top rank is the Golden Battle title. Warning: death in the glory battlefield is real death. Jiang Chen's heart raced. The glory battlefield? A secret realm of opportunity. And it's a massive cross-race, cross-state event involving millions of leaders. However, as he carefully examined the rules of the glory battlefield, he frowned. Each leader can only bring a limited number of heroes and troops, and it's tied to the leader's level. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, deep in thought. As the announcement from the heavenly path was made, a golden, shimmering portal suddenly appeared in the square of Jiang Chen's territory. This was the legendary entrance to the glory battlefield, which would open precisely at noon tomorrow. Everyone had a precious day to prepare. Jiang Chun carefully read through the rules. Each lord could choose to participate voluntarily, but could only bring a number of units equal to their level. As a level 20 lord, Jiang Chun could take 20 soldiers and heroes. This opportunity spanned across 10 races, including even the gods ranked among the top 100 in the myriad races, indicating the level of danger involved. Jiang Chen pondered silently. Last year's ranking placed the human race at 5,825, which was below average. This ranking included the entirety of the human race, covering branches like the Blue Star Civilization, Technological Civilization, and Cultivation Civilization. Not to mention the gods, even the demon and mechanical races were far superior to humans. The news caused an uproar across various chat channels. Battle titles. They can enhance attributes by percentage. Imagine getting a battle title by ranking in the top 1,000. Wake up, brother. With the gods participating, only royal descendants might have a chance at the top 1,000. I thought we'd only face other races during the Myriad Race Genius War, but it's happening so soon. Think carefully before entering the glory battlefield. Encountering a god lord could mean certain death. In the Longyuan County Management Group, Jiang Chen urgently convened a video meeting. And Chu Xia looked serious. The glory battlefield is a huge opportunity, but it's fraught with danger. What are everyone's plans? Zhu Yeqing was full of energy, haha. It's said that many gods are martial lords. How can I miss such a chance? Ing Yan was succinct. As a descendant of the first emperor, I won't back down. Wei Ming was confident. Count me in. Having consumed the essence of life, and with 2 teams of epic troops, he was well prepared. Tu Shanya was excited. Our Tianhu clan's Southly Prefecture was selected too. Yaya wants to participate. And Chu Xia was moved by everyone's enthusiasm. Then I'll risk it too. Though exaggerated, she had the Dwarf King, the legendary Hill King, and numerous epic storm guardians, making her second only to Ing Yan in strength. Ing Yan asked suddenly, what does the county chief think? Jiang Chen smiled. Since everyone is going, I'll join the fun too. He thought to himself, battle titles are rare treasures that can't be obtained through enhancement. Especially the first place golden battle title. Missing this chance might mean waiting for who knows how long. Despite Jiang Chen's formidable strength, facing an onslaught from hundreds of god progeny still posed significant risks. Wei Ming praised, with the combat power of your 12 dragons, entering the top 1,000 and getting a battle title is no problem. Ng Yin was optimistic about Jiang Chun. Don't underestimate him. He might have hidden cards and surprise everyone by entering the top 100. Huang Xian quickly reminded, Ng, don't pressure the boss too much. The opponents this time are elite gods, demons, and machines. Mu Qingxuang lamented, if only it were a naval battle. The boss's unbeatable fleet would surely make the top 100. Since Jiang Chun was awarded the honorary admiral, she had started calling him boss. The little fox retorted, what top 100? Brother Jiang Chun is going for first place. Ng Yin couldn't resist teasing her, yeah, you're dreaming again. The little fox stood firm. Even if he can't get first, the top 10 is no problem. Everyone just smiled. Even with great faith in Jiang Chun, they didn't dare hope for him to break into the top 10. Ng Yin's target was merely the top 100. In the end, among Longyuan County's core members, only Yi Yiren and Mu Qingxuang decided not to participate. Jiang Chun closed the chat interface, making up his mind, since I'm going, I'll aim for the first place golden battle title. What if it really happens? Thinking of the golden battle titles enhancement, he felt invigorated and whispered, level up. With the county ranking competition over, Jiang Chun no longer needed to suppress his level. After 25 flashes of light, he soared from level 20 to the current max level of 45, consuming 3,700,000 energy. After leveling up, Jiang Chun checked his latest attributes. Level 45. Attributes: Physique 372, 8900, Spirit 3770, Soul 356, 0300, Bearing 2240. Cultivation 89 Arcane Art Proficient A level. Skills: Origin Divine Fist Beginner A level, Cloud Riding Beginner A level, Toast Beginner A level. Aptitude A. Equipment 7-star set. Combat Power Rating 3606. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. With a combat power of 3,600 stars and a physique of 4,600 stars, his suddenly increased base attributes even diluted the attribute enhancement ratio of the 8-9 arcane art. He thought to himself that this was only because the 7-star set was level 20 legendary equipment. If he were to wear level 40 legendary equipment, his combat power could increase by several hundred stars more. Jiang Chen exhaled lightly, causing the air within a 10-meter radius to swirl. This was due to his sudden surge in strength, which he couldn't yet fully control. He recalled tales of terrifying deep-sea beasts whose every breath could cause localized ocean tides. Although he was far from reaching that level, he felt he was beginning to show signs of such power. It took him a good 10 minutes to barely manage his newfound strength. He then began considering candidates for entering the glory battlefield. At level 45, he could bring 45 people, and naturally, all 4 heroes had to be included. As for the troops, Jiang Chun had many powerful units at his command. After careful deliberation, he finalized the list. Besides the essential goddess warriors and 9 heaven saints, there were 20 more slots. Jiang Chun checked his current energy, which stood at 580 million. He decided to prioritize the 12 dragons that had already reached level 45. For the remaining 8 slots, he chose to bring 2 main supports and 6 crystal maidens. Jiang Chun mused that, at the same level, angels actually had higher attributes than dragons. However, most angels were only at level 25, and he didn't have enough energy to level them up. Once the selection was made, Jiang Chun began the batch promotion. The 580 million energy he'd accumulated was quickly depleted, bringing all selected troops, except the level 45 dragons, to level 40. Next, Jiang Chun opened the Tanine Pavilion interface again. The Sect's fortune displayed as 331,850,330. He quickly began advancing the Boundless Sky Misty Art and the Grand Sumeru Sword technique. System notifications flashed in succession. Consumed 500 Sect fortune points. Boundless Sky Misty Art reached proficiency. Consumed 2,000 Sect fortune points. Boundless Sky Misty Art reached mastery. Consumed 20,000 Sect fortune points. Boundless Sky Misty Art reached minor success. Consumed 500 Sect fortune points. Grand Sumeru Sword technique reached proficiency. Ultimately, Jiang Chun consumed 320,000 Sect fortune points. The Empress and the 9 Heaven Saints Misty Art reached minor success, and the Grand Sumeru Sword technique reached mastery. With the Misty Art reaching minor success, the attribute boost was significant. Physique 1200, Spirit 1200, Soul 720, Endurance 720. Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel. Having a sect is truly advantageous. How envious the disciples of Tanine Pavilion must be. Then he smugly thought, it's great to have a leader like me. An idea of joining the Tanine Pavilion flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, but he quickly shook off this odd thought. He took out a whiteboard item, preparing to enhance his nebula armor. Cost: 150 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, He then enhanced an epic set for both Jochin Xingji and the humanoid Dragona level 40 Nebula set and a level 45 Dragon Blood set, respectively. With the comprehensive upgrade in level, skills, and equipment, Jutian Shengji's combat power soared to an astonishing 2,800 stars, surpassing the legendary 3-star goddess warrior. With my current strength, even if I can't secure the golden battle title for sure, I am more than capable of protecting myself. Jiang Chun thought confidently. His rapid improvement in strength quickly drew the attention of the territory's elite. Several flashes of light appeared, and Yin, the Empress, and Jaina emerged from the portal one after another. Even Li Hani, who usually stayed in the enlightenment room, showed up. Master, has something happened? The Empress asked hastily. Jiang Chen nodded and briefly recounted the situation to the heroes. I've experienced the demon's strength, Yin said, a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. Is the divine race even stronger than the demons? Jaina licked her lips. I've never heard of the divine race or the mechanical race, but I'm eager to see what they're like. Even Li Hani raised her head slightly, saying, my sword technique has reached minor perfection, with a 3.2 times increase in sword power. I'm curious if any of the divine race can withstand my lifeless sword. Seeing the confident expressions of the heroes, Jiang Chen immediately reminded them, I can't say for sure how strong the enemy will be this time, so don't let your guard down. The women collected themselves and replied in unison, yes. Jiang Chen then thought about the people in Longyuan County. And Chuxia's foundation was solid, and both Wei Ming and Huang Xian had 2 teams of epic troops each. By comparison, the Little Fox only had the Tanine division, lacking high-end combat power. The Little Fox is both silly and cute, and I can't let anything happen to her, Jiang Chen thought, flipping through his inventory. Soon, his eyes lit up. This will do. He immediately mailed a piece of equipment to the Little Fox with a note. Yeah, keep this equipment with you. It's for saving your life in critical moments on the glory battlefield. The Little Fox quickly replied, wow, legendary equipment. And it's a summoning-type special equipment. But if such a powerful piece is given to me, what about you, Jiang Chen Gij? Jiang Chen replied, just use it. I have it all figured out. The Little Fox, being simple-minded, didn't ask further and only replied, thank you, Jiang Chen Gij. If I meet any of my Tianhu clan sisters on the glory battlefield, I'll definitely introduce them to you. Don't worry, the youngest Susu is already 9 years old and will reach adulthood next year. Jiang Chun responded with a single word, deal. Meanwhile, in Deshan County, over a dozen Sakura County leaders gathered once more. Gentlemen, Toyotomi Hideyoshi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gestured animatedly. In this glory battlefield, a lord can only bring a limited number of heroes and troops, and Jiang Chun is no exception. Without his territory, invincible fleet, or hordes of Tianyin disciples, at most he has 12 dragons to contend with. So, this is our best chance to kill Jiang Chun. The mustached Sakura County leader, Tokugawa, voiced his concerns. According to the rules, we will be randomly placed in any corner of the lower layers of the battlefield. Although I hate to admit it, Jiang Chun is no longer just a genius. He's a formidable force. You could even call him the strongest in Diaoyou Prefecture. Even if he can only bring a limited number of troops, none of us Sakura Nation lords can match him. Whoever encounters Jiang Chun is as good as done for. Toyotomi Hideyoshi patiently explained, Tokugawa, I just researched the glory battlefield's details. In such large-scale opportunity secret realms, you can spend points to locate a specific lord. We can use this feature to gather together. If our glory points are sufficient, we can even exchange them for items like a dimensional lock to trap Jiang Chun near us. Tokugawa still had reservations, but doing so will surely affect our Sakura Lord's ability to earn points. Toyotomi Hideyoshi sneered, to be frank, although there are millions of Sakura Lords in Diaoyou Prefecture, only 100 or so are eligible to compete for battle titles. Moreover, the military has dispatched a Shikigami Lord for this operation. Tokugawa was finally convinced, sighing lightly. With the support of a Shikigami Lord, Jiang Chen's dragons are no longer a threat. At this point, a clean-looking Sakura County leader spoke up. Let me organize the mission to eliminate Jiang Chen. For this, I'm willing to forego competing for a battle title. Toyotomi Hideyoshi nodded solemnly. Hojo, your noble sacrifice is commendable. Toyotomi Hideyoshi was well aware that Hojo Hidemitsu, also from the Hojo family, had long been coveting his 3 cousins, but he didn't know what kind of charm Jiang Chun had cast on the Hojo sisters to make them so devoted. It seems the sisters have been completely won over by Jiang Chen. Hideaki Hojo's hatred for Jiang Chun had seeped into his very bones. Clenching his teeth, he declared, rest assured, everyone. This time, the glory battlefield will be Jiang Chen's grave. In the 3rd heaven, within the Xianying Palace. The Divine Clan? Ing Zhang suddenly stood up from his dragon throne, the intelligence report in his hand rustling with the abrupt movement. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Xiaojiu is in the same glory battlefield as the Divine Clan? The Divine Clan was not only the archenemy of the human clan, but also a formidable adversary of the entire Blue Planet and the Xian Qin Empire. To fend off their invasions, Ing Zhang had once spent nearly half of Xian Qin's resources to construct a divine defense structure. The Wall of Gixuan stationed his most cherished eldest son there. Now, the thought of his beloved youngest daughter facing the Divine Clan filled this old father's heart with anxiety. Seeing this, Zhao Gao quickly approached, fawningly suggesting, "The Divine Clan's talents far exceed those of the human clan. The young princess is of precious lineage. She shouldn't risk herself so easily. Your Majesty should issue an edict to prevent her from entering the glory battlefield." Ing Zhang remained silent for a long while, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Finally, he spoke. "When I last returned to the Blue Planet, Afong played a song for me, which had a very wise lyric. Without experiencing storms, how can one see a rainbow? No one succeeds easily. My daughter, Ing Zhang's daughter, is not a flower in a greenhouse. If Xiaojiu truly falls on this path, then it is her destiny." "Your Majesty is wise," Zhao Gao immediately echoed. "The young princess is extraordinarily talented and blessed with great fortune. She might even make it to the top 10 in the glory battlefield rankings and earn a silver battle name." "Humph." Ing Zhang snorted coldly, his gaze like a knife sweeping over the kneeling Zhao Gao. "Stop flattering. Facing the Divine Clan, if Xiaojiu can make it to the top 100, it would already be quite an achievement. And about buying the county head position for Xiaojiu, what happened? You couldn't even handle such a trivial matter." Zhao Gao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, it was all because Jiang Chan didn't know his place. He dared to use the young princess as a shield. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths." "Enough, enough." Ing Zhang waved his hand impatiently. "You may leave now." Just as Zhao Gao was about to leave, Ing Zhang called him back. "Wait. If Jiang Chun truly makes it to the top 100 in the glory battlefield's final rankings, report it to me immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." After leaving the Jade View Immortal Hall, Zhao Gao hurriedly returned to his residence. His face finally showed a mix of shock and anger. Who would have thought that Jiang Chun would catch his Majesty's eye, just because of 12 giant dragons? His expression quickly turned sinister. "A mere commoner dares to make me apologize? I may not be able to deal with you now, but once the young princess completes her heavenly conquest and ascends, let's see who can protect you then. I'll make sure you can't live or die as you wish." The next day at noon, the portal to the glory battlefield transformed into a swirling vortex of space. Jiang Qin entrusted the daily defense of his territory to his chief disciple, Li Yin, and then softly announced, confirmed participants for the glory battlefield. Empress, Yin, Li Hani, Gianna, goddess warriors, enter the glory battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, the spatial vortex expanded outward to envelop the group. It then contracted sharply, stretching Jiang Chen and the 46 others into elongated shapes before they vanished into the portal. As Jiang Chen stepped into the first layer of the glory battlefield, a desolate, gray landscape unfolded before him. The oppressive sky seemed within arm's reach, hovering just a kilometer above. The ground was barren and strewn with bones, shattered armor, and rusted weapons, silently narrating tales of fierce battles fought here. A system notification sounded in his ear, explaining the rules of the glory battlefield. Slaying monsters earns glory points, which can be exchanged for rewards. Accumulating 1 million points grants access to the second layer. Defeating other lords yields 1/10 of their points. The battlefield is open for 3 days, after which rankings are determined by points. One can exit at any time but will forfeit battle name rewards. Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings, noting a striking white pillar of light piercing the sky about 10 kilometers away, marking the portal to the second battlefield layer. He quickly accessed the points exchange list, scanning through the prices of various equipment and items. Level 40 exquisite gear required 40 points, while a reasonably priced glory set was 2,000 points. The function to locate other lords was relatively cheap at 100 points. At this moment, Jiang Qin realized the brutal essence of the glory battlefield. It compelled different races, even those of the same race, to fight one another. While rankings depended largely on strength, luck played a crucial role too. Some might frequently encounter bosses, while others were left with minor creatures. Top-ranking lords could also meet unexpected downfalls. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chun decided to take an aggressive approach. He ordered Jing Qi to scout the surrounding terrain and monsters. Jing Qi transformed into a 20-meter-long crystal bat and soared into the sky. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun opened the chat channel. Little Fox expressed unease about the eerie environment, while Enchuxia suggested meeting up. However, Little Fox declined the help, encouraging Enchuxia to strive for the second layer. Ing Yinman pointed out that with over 3 million lords on the battlefield, it's likely thousands of kilometers in diameter, making it difficult to meet up. Wei Ming was puzzled by the large number of participants, and Yi Iran speculated that other races might be involved. Suddenly, Zhu Yeqing reported an encounter with the Godrace Lord. Everyone tensed, but Zhu Yeqing soon relayed victory, although no points were gained. Huang Xian cheered, but Zhu Yeqing cautioned everyone not to be complacent, as the opponent might have been just an ordinary God race member. At that moment, Jing Qi reported her findings. Within 100 kilometers, there were 18 life signals suspected to be lords, and the nearest monster was right beneath them. Just then, a skeletal hand burst from the ground, reaching for Jiang Chen's ankle. Jiang Chen reacted swiftly, stomping down hard. With a thunderous crash, the ground cracked like a spider web, and the area within several dozen meters sank instantly. System notifications flooded in, showing Jiang Chen had slain numerous undead creatures in one blow, earning over 1,000 glory points. Witnessing this, Gianna's eyes were filled with admiration. In the chat channel, Little Fox teased, Jiang Chen, someone underestimated the entertainment lord. Zhu Yeqing, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Chen gave a slight smile, closed the chat channel, and turned to the group, issuing his command with calm authority. Jingqi, continue scanning and keep us updated on the monster locations. Everyone else, split up and commenced the hunt. Yes, the group responded in unison. To maximize efficiency in hunting monsters, Jiang Chun divided the team into 10 groups, each no more than 10 kilometers apart. He personally led a team with Zizishan, Rinxing Longjio, and Cynthia. With the strength of their territory's champions, these monsters, at most rare level, posed no real threat. Jingqi's voice continuously echoed in the territory channel. Giselle, 7 kilometers to the north-south at a 30-degree angle. There are 300 skeleton-type monsters. Your Majesty, please advance 5 more kilometers. Over 100 ghouls have just emerged, led by a rare-level ghoul leader. Utilizing the Crystal Maiden as an efficient radar and his formidable power, Jiang Chun racked up over 10,000 points in just a few minutes, demonstrating an impressive efficiency. Fortunately, the undead in the glory battlefield seemed inexhaustible. Jiang Chun could slay them as fast as they appeared. As far as he knew, there were no overly powerful bosses on the first level. Therefore, Jiang Qian decided to claim the entire area within 100 kilometers and continuously farm points. During this time, he spent some points to locate the positions of the people from Longyuan County. Only Zhu Yeshuan and Wei Ming were relatively close, less than 1,000 kilometers away. The others were much farther. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chun was surprised to encounter a celestial lord. He remarked, I didn't expect to encounter a celestial lord so soon. It seems their participation rate is indeed much higher than that of the humans. Although Jiang Qian had seen countless images or photos of the Celestials, it was his first time seeing one in person. The Celestial opposite him stood 3 meters tall, covered in dark, bone-like armor, wielding a massive sword. Surprisingly, despite its fierce appearance, the Celestial exuded an aura of mystery and nobility, like a regal being destined to rule over all races. What left Jiang Qian speechless was that this Celestial Lord commanded a squad of rare human archers. Seeing a Celestial for the first time, Jiang Chun couldn't help but take a closer look. The Celestial Lord also seemed to be sizing up Jiang Chen. Initially cautious, upon confirming Jiang Chen's race and noticing only 3 troops with him, the Celestial Lord suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura of superiority. Human slave, bow before me, the Celestial Lord commanded arrogantly, his voice dripping with contempt for the human race. Jiang Chun faced the divine leader's divine majesty skill with complete indifference. He calmly remarked that it was simply a natural skill of the divine race, joking that it would be more effective if paired with a commanding expression and tone. However, for Jiang Chun and his companions, this display of divine power was nothing to fear. Although the divine leader, Gaiman, had his skills seen through, he maintained an air of arrogance. He coolly announced his identity and threatened to seize Jiang Chen's glory points. With a wave of his hand, dozens of dual sword fanatics and a squad of human traitor archers launched a fierce attack on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chun shook his head disdainfully, thinking that this might just be an entertainment leader who brought rare units into the battlefield of glory. He quickly lost interest in this weak opponent and ordered, Cynthia, make it quick. Cynthia responded immediately, her body instantly enveloped in crackling electricity. She used her thunder step to flash across a 100-meter void, appearing before the divine leader in an instant. Gaiman was horrified, and just as he was about to raise his sword in defense, Cynthia's spear struck his forehead, causing his head to explode with a thunderous sound. Without pausing, Cynthia continued to slaughter Gaiman's forces, including the traitorous human archers. A system notification soon chimed, informing Jiang Chun that he had gained 180,000 energy and 341 glory points. Seeing these gains, Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the divine race. Even a farming or entertainment-type divine leader possessed the strength equivalent to a level 40 exceptional hero, comparable to Enchuxia, who had consumed life essence. However, Enchuxia was an outstanding figure among humans, while Gaiman was merely a pawn in the divine race. The disparity between the two races was thus starkly evident. Jiang Chen understood well that while the strength of a territory largely depended on heroes and units, a powerful leader could significantly accelerate early development, much like the military merit leader Zhu Yeqing. Furthermore, the units unlocked after upgrading a divine territory were far more formidable than those of humans. These accumulated advantages would, in a few years, create an insurmountable gap between leaders of the two races. In a matter of moments, Cynthia had wiped out the enemy. Jiang Chen collected his thoughts and ordered a move to the next monster group. 10 hours flew by, with the battlefield of glory remaining a perpetually gray expanse, indistinguishable between day and night. Meanwhile, several thousand kilometers away from Jiangchun, two long-separated young fox girls from the Tushan clan were jumping with excitement. Yeah, Hong Hong, I finally found you all, the little fox exclaimed excitedly. Without a chat channel to locate her kin in the Tianhu clan of Nanli Prefecture, this reunion was purely a stroke of incredible luck. Aside from Tushan Hong Hong, there were dozens of Tianhu clan girls gathered here, all summoned by Hong Hong through location tracking. They surrounded the little fox, bombarding her with questions. Yeah, how have you been managing on your own over there? What level are you now? How's your township? Do you have any luck value? You're not interested in a human guy, are you? Tushan Hong Hong, though only 14 years old and petite, exuded a mature aura. After her initial excitement, she gently pinched the little fox's ear with a hint of reproach in her voice. The clan leader specially prepared a high-level city relocation order to bring you back to Nanli Prefecture, but you haven't returned for so long, nor have you reported your territory's situation. Do you know how worried everyone has been about you? Ouch. Let go, Hong Hong. The little fox quickly admitted her fault. It's my bad, but I've met a lot of friends here. The human brothers and sisters have been very kind to me. Only then did Tushan Hong Hong slightly relax, though still looking a bit helpless. And yeah, you're always so reckless. You dared to enter the battlefield of glory with just a rare hero? Do you know that this time, the battlefield of glory includes evil and powerful races like the divine and demon races? The little fox's eyes darted as she pleaded, but Hong Hong, now that I've found you, you can protect me. Seeing the little fox's pitiful expression, Tushan Hong Hong's protective instincts kicked in. Don't worry, yeah. We've already gathered dozens of sisters and over 1,000 units. I even have 2 squads of exceptional units. We may earn fewer points together, but your safety is guaranteed. Tushan Susu proudly announced, her confidence belying her young age. She continued, yeah, you wouldn't believe it, but along the way, we've scared off several lords from the god and demon clans. The little fox's eyes gleamed slyly, yet her face showed pure admiration. Wow, Hong Hong has exceptional troops. She even scared off lords from the god and demon clans. Hong Hong, you're amazing. Her exclamation made Tushan Hong Hong's tail perk up involuntarily. Tushan Hong Hong humbly replied, it's what I'm supposed to do, being the big sister and all. She didn't notice the cunning glimmer in the little fox's eyes. It's well known that the myriad races list only ranks 10,000 races, which means small races like the Heavenly Fox clan don't even qualify. However, the Heavenly Fox clan possesses an innate talent for illusions as a survival tool. Yet, the little fox didn't use illusions to hide her presence. Instead, she boldly displayed herself. Lords from powerful races naturally saw her as easy prey. The result, however, was that they ended up gifting her energy and points. Along the way, the little fox had quietly taken down no fewer than 10 alien lords. Tushan Hong Hong finally noticed the little fox's Tanine disciples and curiously asked, yeah, your human troops look quite spirited. The little fox giggled joyfully, ready to introduce her powerful troops, ranked 12th among exceptional troops on Blue Star, when a soft chuckle interrupted, a heavenly fox girl, you look quite delicious. So, are all your people here? Tushan Hong Hong's expression changed as she shouted, who? Come out right now. The space rippled like water, and a demon appeared in midair. His height was similar to an average human, with wings gently flapping behind him and a demon scimitar across his waist. Behind him hovered dozens of demon heroes and troops. Tushan Hong Hong's face grew serious as she gritted her teeth. Demon Lord, your strength is indeed formidable, but we have dozens of people. A fight would only lead to mutual destruction. The Demon Lord chuckled, turning his gaze toward the little fox. Such a wondrous heavenly fox. I can sense the rich life force within you. Have you consumed some spiritual item? Perhaps by consuming you, I could ascend to the rank of a king. Tushan Hong Hong's expression changed again. In the dark, demon, and undead races, a king represents a legendary rank, equivalent to an A-grade qualification in the human race. If this demon novice lord wasn't bluffing, it meant he was just a step away from legend. Danger! Tushan Hong Hong immediately told the little fox, yeah, when the time comes, use your illusion to escape. We'll buy you as much time as we can. The little fox instinctively stepped back, but then remembered the trump card Jiang Chun had given her. She bared her small tiger teeth and shouted, "Who's going to eat whom is still up in the air? I hope the glory points on you will be worth my while." She ordered the Tanine disciples to prepare the great Shumi sword formation while discreetly clutching a blood-red goblet, ready to face the impending fierce battle. The demon lord paused for a moment, then burst into laughter so intense it made him double over. Wiping tears of amusement from his eyes, he looked at the little fox before him with a playful glint. "Ha ha ha, what an adorable fox. If it weren't for the rule that prevents taking other creatures back from the glory battlefield, I'd love to keep you as a pet in the abyss." Tu Shan Hong Hong was anxious. She quickly leaned into the little fox's ear and whispered urgently, "Yeah, stop talking and use your illusions to escape. Forget about the hero units. As long as you break free from combat, you can exit the glory battlefield." The little fox was unfazed by this advice. She patted her disproportionately large chest with pride and said confidently, "Don't worry, Hong Hong. This demon's only use is to help me level up." Tu Shan Hong Hong was nearly speechless, and the demon lord was thoroughly provoked by the fox's arrogance. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in his crimson eyes as he coldly declared, "Such a foolish fox. I'm afraid if I eat you, I'll become stupid too." Without further ado, the demon lord turned to his hero units and ordered, "Kill everyone except that sharp-tongued fox." "Yes, my lord." With the command given, a hero surrounded by spatial ripples slowly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, other demon units turned into shadows, swiftly closing in on the celestial fox clan's formation. Spatial teleportation. Tu Shan Hong Hong screamed. His hero is also a demon with spatial power. "Everyone, form up for defense." She had already resolved that if their formation fell, they would have to use illusions to flee separately, hoping at least some could escape. The demon lord sneered, "It's useless. Against absolute power, any tactics are futile." He had been tracking this celestial fox group for some time, well aware of their strength. He chose to attack now because he noticed they were summoning other celestial fox lords. The longer he waited, the more points they would accumulate. Now, with dozens of lords, it was the perfect time. He calculated, "These lords should net me at least 100,000 glory points, huh?" Just then, a familiar thud echoed. The demon lord recalled that when he practiced spatial teleportation, hitting a spatial barrier would make such a sound. He focused his gaze and was stunned. How is that possible? His strongest demon hero was clutching his head in confusion, halted in front of the celestial fox's formation. A defensive sword array had somehow emerged from the void, protecting the foxes at its center. 30 Tanine disciples had appeared from nowhere, taking strategic positions all around. The demon lord, well-versed in many things, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful sword array, and a spatial defensive one at that. Could it be the ultimate technique of some human celestial sect?" The Desumi sword formation, when mastered, could create a domain, naturally blocking incomplete spatial teleportation. Tu Shan Hong Hong's mind was buzzing, incredulous as she looked at the little fox. Yeah. Is this an epic unit? How could spatial teleportation, and a level skill, be blocked like this? Where did Yaya get such a powerful unit? Has she found a benefactor in just 2 months? She quickly recalled the little fox's innocent demeanor earlier and fumed. "Yaya, were you playing me just now?" The other celestial fox girls snapped out of their shock, erupting in cheers. "Yaya's amazing. We're saved. Long live Yaya." Seeing everyone's reaction, the little fox felt a surge of satisfaction, like drinking an ice-cold soda on a scorching day. She thought to herself, no wonder Jiang Chun likes to show off. However, she remembered how Jiang Chun always appeared nonchalant when topping the leaderboard, as if it were a trivial matter. Trying to suppress her smirk, she calmly said, "It's just a minor epic demon. Nothing for you all to fuss over." Tu Shan Hong Hong circled around the little fox and playfully tugged on her tail, which was raised high in triumph, nodding, "Indeed. Nothing to fuss over. But what's with this tail?" The demon lord, realizing he was being ignored, roared angrily, "Don't get too cocky, foxes. You think hiding in a defensive sword array means I can't get to you? Break through this turtle shell. Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The battle erupted fiercely. The demon lord indeed had reason to be proud. All his heroes and units were of epic quality. Explosions boomed continuously, with hellfire and demon scythes relentlessly assaulting the Desumi sword formation, causing ripples that threatened to shatter it at any moment. On the battlefield, the voice of Tu Shan Hong Hong rang out loud and clear. "All charmers, weakeners, controllers, and ranged units, focus fire on the giant demon." Her command was like a detonated bomb, instantly shifting the tide of battle. The giant demon was about to take flight when it was suddenly hit by dozens of debuffs. As if dragged down by invisible chains, its speed drastically reduced. Then, hundreds of arrows and spells rained down, engulfing the massive creature. Even an epic-level unit couldn't withstand such a concentrated assault, and in no time, it became a lifeless corpse. Seizing the opportunity, the little fox shouted, "Tanine 9 slays!" All but the 30 Tanine disciples maintaining the sword formation and a distinguished hero from the division erupted in a burst of power. Over 100 sharp sword energies, like silver lightning, instantly covered a space of several dozen meters ahead. Tanine 9 slays. The signature move of the Tanine disciples was formidable in its execution. Most disciples had mastered it to an advanced level, and when unleashed fully, its power surpassed even standard level skills. An unfortunate epic hero happened to wander into the range of the sword energy and was shredded to pieces in an instant. The battle was ever-changing, with victory and defeat hanging in the balance. The Demon Lord, seeing one of his epic heroes turn to dust in the blink of an eye, could no longer remain idle. He roared, "My hero, if I don't achieve glory in this battle, 1,000 deaths won't atone for your failure." Before his words fully echoed, the Demon Lord vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared above the sword formation. His demon scimitar came crashing down with a thunderous roar, and before the enemy could lock onto him, he slipped into the void, retreating miles away in an instant. This mastery of spatial power made the great demon particularly troublesome. The impact of the Demon Lord's strike was devastating, causing the sword formation to shatter inch by inch. It wasn't until the division leader of the Tanine waved her sword, casting a gleaming light, that the massive breach was barely patched. She warned loudly, "Lord, a few more attacks like that, and the sword formation will completely collapse." The Demon Lord's laughter echoed from the void. "Ha ha ha, tremble, you weak ants. Fear me." With the situation critical, Tu Shan Hong Hong swiftly suggested to the little fox, "Yeah, if we shrink the defensive perimeter and abandon the heroes and units, can we hold out a bit longer?" The little fox glanced around, seeing the panicked faces of her sisters, and reluctantly raised the sacred blood chalice. She thought to herself, "I was hoping to save some for brother Jiang Chun." Summoning a level 45 vampire prince requires 3,000 blood power. As both allies and enemies looked on in shock, a terrifying force of blood surged forth, and within just 3 seconds, it took human form. A regal vampire prince, dressed in opulent attire, appeared on the battlefield. With elegance, he bowed to the little fox, his voice deep and filled with respect. "Honorable Lord, I am at your service to vanquish the foes before us." The vampire prince unfurled a pair of dark golden wings and soared into the sky. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glow as he shouted, "Feast." With a mere gesture, an unfortunate greater demon was immobilized midair, his body erupting with streams of black blood, which coalesced into a massive black sphere. Blood touch, the vampire prince cast another spell, transforming the blood into a net woven from countless threads of blood, ensnaring another demon who couldn't evade in time. With a gentle squeeze from the prince, the net tightened rapidly, slicing the demon into countless pieces, silencing his screams instantly. In a matter of moments, 2 epic demons were effortlessly slain, shocking everyone present. The Demon Lord, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, "How can a mere celestial fox possess such a treasure?" Tu Shan Hong Hong leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Yaya has really hit the jackpot this time." Sensing the tide turning against him, the Demon Lord shouted, "All heroes, join me in surrounding and killing this vampire prince." The little fox sneered, echoing the Demon Lord's words back at him, "It's useless. In the face of absolute power, any tactic is futile." Before her words faded, another vampire prince materialized before everyone's astonished eyes. With the addition of 2 level 45 legendary units, the battle's outcome was swiftly reversed. The Blood Chalice could summon up to 12 vampire princes simultaneously, but the little fox, aiming to conserve resources, refrained from summoning more, despite having over 90,000 units of blood power stored. Soon, 7 more epic demons were slain. Seeing the dire situation, the Demon Lord decisively declared, "I will repay today's humiliation doubly. The entire Celestial Fox clan will be annihilated for this." The former prey had turned predator, causing him heavy losses. Continuing the fight would dim his hopes of earning a battle title. With that, the Demon Lord vanished into the void, and his forces scattered. Seeing this, the little fox immediately commanded, "Don't let him escape." She quickly decided, "Use 6,000 units of blood power. Letting this guy escape would be a losing deal." A vampire prince gracefully bowed to the little fox, reassuring her, "Please rest assured, my lord. Although I can't pull the Demon Lord from the spatial rift, I can sense his position vaguely. Just follow along." Meanwhile, a Tanine disciple spread his wind god wings, transforming into a streak of light to pursue the fleeing demons. Tu Shan Hong Hong watched in awe, exclaiming, "They can fly too?" Tu Shan Susu seemed to realize something and asked incredulously, "Yeah, Are your troops the muck talked about Tanine disciples? The other fox girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly inquired, Yeah, do you know the famous Jiangqin? The little fox smiled mysteriously, reminiscing. It all started with our first collaboration to fool someone. As she recounted the story, the eyes of the other celestial fox girls grew brighter. Of course, the little fox knew what to share and what to keep secret. Treasures like the life essence were secrets she would never reveal. Tu Shan Honghong sighed enviously after hearing the tale. What a stroke of luck. Tu Shan Susu asked expectantly, can you help me buy a blueprint for a Tianyin branch? The little fox cast a disdainful glance at her. With those 2 coins of yours? Seeing Tu Shan Susu's disappointment, she added, But I've saved up a few million spirit stones recently. If my sisters chip in, I can ask Brother Jiangchun to help buy a blueprint for Susu. A cheer erupted from the group of foxes. Soon, the little fox received a system notification. Notification. Your summoned unit, Vampire Prince, has slain the demon Lord Balborg Monroe, earning 2.85 million energy and 31,328 glory points. Haha, finally took down that demon lord. The little fox shouted excitedly. Monroe? Why does that name sound familiar? Never mind. So many battlefield points. Suddenly, the little fox frowned, reaching back to touch her rear. Strange. My tail hurts. Tu Shan Honghong asked with concern. Did you keep it up too long just now? Tu Shan Susu nodded, innocently explaining, tails are naturally soft. If Yaya insists on making it hard and upright, of course, it will hurt after a while. At that moment, the little fox's tail suddenly exploded, startling everyone. As they looked closely, they saw her tail had split into 3 from the base, with 3 fluffy white tails swaying unconsciously. Three tails. Tu Shan Honghong gasped, covering her mouth in shock. What have you been eating lately? Tu Shan Susu grabbed a tail enviously. The quality of this fur is amazing. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan looked at his glory points, which had finally reached 1 million. After 10 continuous hours of battling and dealing with a dozen unwise alien lords who came knocking, Jiang Qin had finally reached the standard needed to enter the 2nd level of the battlefield. According to the military district's estimates, entering the 2nd level within 3 days would give him a good chance of breaking into the top 1,000 and earning a battle title. In just 10 hours, Jiang Chun had already met the required standards, showcasing impressive efficiency. He was well aware that the rankings in the glory battlefield would only be revealed at the time of settlement, so now was not the time to slack off. With every level advancement, the quality of monsters and the rewards would significantly increase. Jiang Chun decisively commanded, Everyone, gather at the portal. In no time, the entire team had assembled in front of the towering beam of light. The system prompt immediately chimed in. You have met the requirements to enter the 2nd level of the glory battlefield. Would you like to proceed? Just as Jiang Qin was about to select yes, a green chain suddenly shot out from the void, swiftly wrapping around his waist. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge, but he quickly dismissed the recognized this item. A system alert popped up. Kawakuchi Dusher, the Shikigami Lord, has used a dimensional chain on you. A contest of strength begins. A faint yet resolute pull emanated from Jiang Qin's waist, as if attempting to drag him into the void before him. Information about the dimensional chain flashed through his mind. It was a tool capable of piercing dimensional space and locking onto a known lord, with a redemption cost of 200,000 points. Once used, the outcome depended entirely on the strength of the parties involved. Through the rift, Jiang Qin vaguely saw thousands of figures on the other side. Feeling the force at his waist, he estimated approximately 1,400 physique points, comparable to level 42 or 43 legendary units, undoubtedly a Shikigami Lord. Even a martial lord like Zhu Yeqing might struggle to resist. However, with Jiang Qin's physique reaching 4,600 points, this pull was child's play to him. He didn't rush to act but first pinpointed the opponent's location 3,000 kilometers away, a manageable distance. A gleam flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. Since points were being delivered to his doorstep, why not seize the opportunity to harvest them before proceeding to the 2nd level? He quickly made up his mind and stepped into the void, leaving behind a single instruction. Gianna, pick me up later, at the location 3,000 kilometers away. On the other side, Kawakuchi Dusher, the Shikigami Lord, was exerting all his strength on the dimensional chain. His bear-like form towered at 5 meters, with massive hands gripping the chain tightly, his face contorted with effort. Yet, the other end of the chain seemed anchored to an immovable iron mountain. Around him, over 60 Sakura Lords, including a dozen various Shikigami Lords, were visibly astonished. Someone murmured, Are we certain we locked onto Jiang Qin? How could he possibly have such a strong physique? Seeing this, Hojo Hideaki immediately shouted, Fools! Are you so scared of Jiang Qin? He must have used some temporary physique enhancement skill or potion to match Kawakuchi's strength. Once it wears off, he'll surely be pulled over. As if to validate Hojo Hideaki's words, Kokuchi Dusher suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Ha! Jiang Qin's strength is depleting." With a powerful tug, a figure wrapped in the dimensional chain was dragged from the void. It was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin stood steadily in the air, looking down at the Sakura Lords below with an amused smile. "If you all could kindly stand close together, it'll be easier for me to send you on your way." The moment Hojo Hideaki saw his nemesis, Jiang Qin, he was filled with intense rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted hoarsely, "Jiang Qin! Ha ha ha! Even a demon like you has a day of reckoning. I'll tear you to pieces." Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow at these words, calmly pulling out a silencing scroll from his robe and tearing it open. He looked at Hojo Hideaki with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Being called a demon by you guys is quite something. Do I know you? It feels like I stole your wife or something." In his mind, Jiang Qin calculated how many teleportations it would take for Gianna to reach him, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, his words drove Hojo Hideaki to madness, and he screamed, "Attack him! Kill him! Cut him down!" Before the echo of his words faded, hundreds of flying troops instantly surrounded Jiang Qin, sealing him in tightly. Among them was not only a squadron of wyverns, but also several Shikigami Lords fused with avian spirits, each emanating a terrifying aura. The realm had been open for 2 months, and the strength of these Shikigami Lords had grown tremendously. At Hojo Hideaki's command, countless weakening, controlling, and mental assault skills rained down on Jiang Qin like a storm. Slow spell, starbind, mind shock, life drain, geomagnetic pull, all aimed at him with unavoidable precision. Yet, the effect of any skill is influenced by the attributes of both sides. With his formidable physique of over 4,600 points, Jiang Qin simply shrugged off dozens of these supposedly unavoidable skills, dispersing them like smoke. Feeling the power of these attacks, Jiang Qin showed a hint of disappointment. So, they're just small fry. But then again, gathering dozens of lords, including several Shikigami Lords, and over 100 epic troops in just 10 hours is no small feat. I can't expect too much. As he finished speaking, Jiang Qin's mind moved, and his figure soared hundreds of meters into the sky, looking down on the enemies below. As one of the Taoist's 36 celestial techniques, riding the clouds and mist was a top-tier level skill. With a spirit nearly 4,000 points strong, comparable to a level 60 legendary monster, Jiang Qin executed this skill with ease, surpassing even the likes of Angel Yin. The Sakura Lords below were left in shock, unable to believe Jiang Qin could escape their encirclement so effortlessly. Some even began to doubt whether they should retreat. Hojo Hideaki, however, screamed hysterically, "Ah, quick! Chase him down! Kill him! Don't be afraid! He must have used a rare flying artifact." Hundreds of flying troops moved at his command, attempting to encircle Jiang Qin once more. Yet, in Jiang Qin's eyes, their movement seemed incredibly sluggish. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, his spine straightening like a dragon, and his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "You should feel honored, because this is the first time I'm going all out since leveling up." He knew that pronouncing the name of a technique, word by word, with a fierce expression, could amplify its power. This wasn't a jest but a genuine augmentation brought by strong conviction. Moreover, the term origin itself encapsulated the essence of this martial art. Akin to the incantations of Western magic, the more precise the pronunciation, the more powerful the amplification. Jiang Qin channeled all his spiritual energy, rumbling sound spreading for kilometers around. The 4 characters' origin divine fist stirred the elemental energy of the world wildly, converging towards him. In just 1 second, a massive golden fist imprint, 100 meters large, took shape, its intricate patterns vividly apparent as if tangible. Even with Jiang Qin's terrifying attributes, unleashing this punch felt like bearing 1,000 tons. He struggled to hurl the fist imprint downwards, causing the entire sky to tremble. Boom! The first to collide with the fist imprint was a Shikigami Lord fused with avian spirits, its speed unmatched. Terror spread across its bird-like face as it desperately gathered all its spiritual energy to form a black armor, hoping to withstand the fatal blow. Bang! Like swatting a fly, this Shikigami Lord, equivalent to a legendary troop of the same level, lasted less than 0.1 seconds before exploding into a foul-smelling mist of blood. Bang bang bang. Explosions echoed one after another. Whether legendary Shikigami Lords, epic wyverns, or exceptional and rare troops, all were reduced to dust under this overwhelming power. Just like how a cockroach, though 100 times stronger than an ant, is crushed effortlessly by human hands. This horrifying scene left the Sakura Lords below dumbfounded. The golden light reflected their faces filled with fear. "What kind of skill is this?" an onlooker exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Such a vast range and incredible power?" Jiang Qin's attack left everyone present in awe. Some had witnessed level 50 legendary monsters in action, but even those paled in comparison to the terror before them. He's a monster. Jiang Chun is a monster. Someone cried out, their voice filled with fear and despair. I said I didn't want to come, but you insisted. Another person shouted regretfully. Quick, report Jiang Chin's strength to the magistrate. Before the words could settle, the entire space fell into a sudden silence. It dawned on everyone that they had been silenced once again, a stifling frustration that left them utterly despondent. The madness on Kataho Hideaki's face had long vanished, replaced by deep fear and regret. Inwardly, he thought, just 3 women, really? I could have any woman I wanted. Why did I provoke this disaster, Jiang Chun? This became his final thought. Boom. The ground trembled, mountains quaked. The power of Jiang Chin's punch far surpassed the elemental tide of the Hydra monster from before. As a top-tier grade skill, its energy consumption was equally immense. Jiang Chin's face turned pale as he took a deep breath, feeling over 3,000 points of spiritual energy drained in an instant. He quickly downed 2 bottles of life water, just barely recovering. As the dust settled, the aftermath was revealed in all its shocking glory. A massive fist imprint, several hundred meters in diameter, marred the earth, its deepest point reaching 10 meters like a giant had pressed a mold into the ground. The center of the imprint was crimson, a nauseating mix of blood, flesh, bones, and soil. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, the range was just right. As the master of the skill, he could adjust the reach of the origin god fist at will. If he wished, he could unleash a punch with a 10-kilometer diameter, though such power would be too dispersed to even take down a militia member of the same level. Just as Jiang Chen was feeling pleased with his handiwork, he suddenly furrowed his brow. There's still a survivor? In a flash, Jiang Chen appeared at the center of the punch mark. There lay a Shikami Lord Kawaguchi Toshi, who had previously used dimensional chains on Jiang Chen embedded in the dirt, coughing violently. It was thanks to his fusion with a bear spirit, which made him tough-skinned, and the sheer number of enemies on the ground that Jiang Chen had to expand the strike range of the origin god fist, allowing him to narrowly escape death. Kawaguchi Toshi's eyes were vacant, muttering to himself, Jiang Chen, Sakura's destined foe, nation destroyed. In an instant, Jiang Chen understood his meaning and couldn't help but smile. In an instant? Don't exaggerate, destroying Sakura isn't a small task. It would take at least a year. He then frowned, and because of you, I lost my one-punch victory achievement. With that, Jiang Chen casually unleashed a Tian Shu sword chi, obliterating Kawaguchi Toshi's head. After completing the final cleanup, Jiang Chen turned his attention to his spoils of war. With a single punch, Jiang Chen felt a surge of tremendous energy flow into his body, and the impressive value of 52 million brought him silent joy. 80% of this power came from the dozen or so fallen Shikami Lords. However, what pleased Jiang Chen the most was the gain in glory points. The 63 Sakura Lords contributed 240,000 points to him, averaging over 4,000 points per person. Jiang Chen calculated that by defeating a Lord, he could seize 1/10 of their points, meaning each Sakura Lord had accumulated about 40,000 points on the battlefield. Unfortunately, all of Hojo Hideaki's points had been used to exchange for the dimensional lock, so Jiang Chen did not gain anything from him. However, this experience made Jiang Chen realize that the Lord's points were rapidly increasing, making hunting them increasingly valuable. He quietly decided that once he entered the second-tier world, he would consciously roam and look for opportunities to gank the alien and Sakura Lords. A minute later, a magical sigil suddenly appeared on the ground. Jiang Chen recognized it at once as Jinna's level teleportation skill. This was precisely the confidence he had in daring to take risks alone. To his surprise, not only did Jinna arrive, but Empress and Angel Yin also appeared. Jiang Chen teased with a smile. I only asked Jinna to come pick me up. Why did so many of you come? The 3 women stepped out of the teleportation circle, visibly relieved to see Jiang Chen unharmed. The Empress spoke with a hint of reproach. I told Nana to bring us. Master, you are worth a fortune, and the future of the territory depends entirely on you. Please don't take such risks again. Yin and Jinna nodded in agreement. Hearing the concern in their voices, Jiang Chen responded amiably, it was indeed a bit risky this time. Alas, all for the glory points. Yin immediately assured, don't worry, Lord. Yin will go without sleep for 3 days if necessary to secure the golden battle name for you. Jiang Chen softly replied, good girl. Jinna looked around curiously. Where are the enemies, Lord? Sensing something, Yin instantly flew 100 meters into the air. When she saw the massive fist imprint with a diameter of several hundred meters on the ground, her eyes filled with shock. Is this the origin divine fist of the Lord? She involuntarily pondered whether she could withstand a punch from her Lord. The answer was yes, but it would likely require her to fully activate the wormhole defense barrier. The other 2 quickly noticed the large crater beneath their feet. realizing it was created by Jiang Qin's punch. The Empress exclaimed, "Master, your fists are getting harder." Jinna looked on with sparkling eyes, clearly deeply impressed. System notifications followed. Yin is impressed by your strength. Favorability 1, current 99 points. Jinna is impressed by your strength. Favorability 3, current 95 points. Jiang Chun was secretly pleased, recognizing that admiration for strength is indeed a natural instinct for intelligent beings, and even Yin was no exception. Yan's favorability had reached 99 points, just 1 point away from perfection. After taking one last look at his handiwork, Jiang Qin instructed Jinna, "Use the earthquake technique." Despite the massive destruction already caused, it was wise to cover it up as much as possible. Jinna understood, and the tip of her staff emitted an earthy yellow light. A rumble followed as the ground shook and soil churned. With her extensive research on the power of order, Jinna had mastered 46 different types of magic. In less than a minute, the terrain within a kilometer radius was completely altered. Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." Jinna waved her hand again, and the teleportation circle reformed on the ground. A few minutes later, the group returned to the towering light pillar. Jiang Chun placed his hand on the pillar and softly declared, "Enter the second-tier battlefield." The pillar expanded instantly, enveloping everyone within. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Sakura County Chief Group chat in Daoyo Province. "I heard that Hojoken is dead. Our county's Major Kawaguchi is also dead, and 2 of our county's lords." After heated discussion, they reached an incredible, almost unacceptable conclusion. The dozens of warriors sent to kill Jiang Qin had all perished. A female Sakura County chief exclaimed in disbelief. "How is that possible? With over a dozen Shikami Lords, hundreds of epic units, and more than 2,000 rare units, even if they faced Jiang Chen Heiden, they couldn't lose. And didn't they use the dimensional lock for safety?" Someone speculated. Could Jiang Chun have a legendary group damage scroll? Don't forget he once earned over 10,000 reputation points, which could have been used to exchange for a one-time legendary scroll, or even summoning equipment like the Horn of the Wind or the Death Chalice. But didn't he already exchange for the time-space farm? Don't forget he still has over 100 legendary points. The Hall of Legends is way more impressive than the Hall of Reputation. Even if he had such items, at most he could escape, but not annihilate dozens of lords. There's another possibility that Jiang Qin's hero has a pinpoint teleportation skill and brought his units along? Gasp. Could Jiang Chun also possess a burst skill like the 7 Stars Strike? The group speculated wildly, with all sorts of ideas emerging. Suddenly, a small mustached man proposed a shocking possibility. Could it be? The Jiang Chun file we obtained from the Dragon Kingdom is fake? As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions became exceptionally grave. Hideyoshi Toyoshi spoke in a deep voice. "Please, Kitani, elaborate." His eyes flashed with a sharp glint. "In my opinion, all this talk about a commoner lord, great entertainment talent, a great aptitude, and lack of funds are just smokescreens from the Dragon Nation." The man with the mustache seemed to have a breakthrough and began to speak fervently. "Think about it, everyone. How could a true commoner lord consistently top various ranked competitions and even create exceptional troop types? Isn't it possible that Jiang Chen himself is a great lord's heart, with great aptitude? No. He might even have a great aptitude, comparable to legendary heroes." His words captured everyone's attention. He continued to speculate. Jiang Chun is actually a peerless genius secretly nurtured by the Dragon Nation's top brass. And if we dare to speculate further, if his territory possesses the martial merit talent, then Jiang Chun himself is the strongest force of his land. This hypothesis was plausible and led all the Sakura County leaders into deep thought. Hideyoshi Toyoshi sighed. "Listening to Kitani has opened my eyes. A great aptitude can indeed rival legendary heroes. Coupled with the rewards and equipment from the Heavenly Tao, Jiang Qin's combat power might exceed 2,000 points. I was too confident in my intelligence agency. This has cost the lives of dozens of brave warriors." The man with the mustache consoled him. "Don't blame yourself, Toyoshi. At least now we have uncovered Jiang Qin's background." Hideyoshi nodded, a determined look in his eyes. "I will report this crucial information to the higher-ups immediately." Little did they know, while their assumption that Jiang Qin was the strongest was correct, their understanding of his true power was vastly underestimated. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun received a system notification. "You have entered the second layer of the Glory Battlefield and unlocked the second layer exchange list." Jiang Chun quickly surveyed his surroundings, which appeared similar to the first layer. After sensing the area, Gianna commented, "The death energy here is much denser than in the first layer." Jiang Chun nodded and ordered Jing Qi, "Scan the area." Jing Qi immediately soared into the sky to begin scanning the vicinity. Suddenly, a message alert popped up in their management group. Jiang Chen opened it to see Iran speaking somberly. "A lord from our Longyuan County has fallen. It was a warlord from Town 328. I remember he was quite strong, probably encountered a demon or divine race lord. For convenience, Yi Irin had numbered all the towns. After a moment of silence, and Chuxia sighed, casualties are inevitable, given the numerous powerful beings from other races in the glory battlefield. I've already killed 7 or 8 divine and demon race lords myself. The little fox added, I just encountered a demon lord, incredibly strong. And it took dozens of us heavenly fox sisters to barely kill him. Ng Man asked with concern, yeah, are you alright? We're not far apart. Why don't you come to me for protection? The little fox quickly replied, thank you, Sister Ing, but you'll soon enter the second layer, right? We should be able to protect ourselves with our numbers. And Chuxia agreed. Many Dragon Nation lords have found stable teams now, working in groups of a dozen or so. As long as they don't encounter overly strong enemies, they should be fine. Wei Ming suddenly chimed in. About an hour ago, I saw a Sakura Shikigami Lord, but it seemed to be in a hurry and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if rushing to reincarnate. This startled everyone. Zhu Yeqing gravely remarked, Shikigami Lords are like blooming flowers, capable of bursting with brief but terrifying power. Why would they enter the glory battlefield? Are they plotting against our Dragon Nation lords? Wei Ming suddenly realized, regretting, damn, could they be targeting the boss? I must be an idiot for not thinking of this sooner. Everyone's thoughts immediately turned to Jiang Chen, and Chuxia expressed her worry. Jiang Chen, you must be careful. If the Sakura Nation accumulates enough dimension lock points, they might really target you. Even though he had already sent those Shikigami lords on their way, Jiang Chen replied, I'll be careful. Zhu Yeqing seemed to make a decision and suddenly said, Brother Jiang, I have a skill book here that might save your life in a critical moment. A skill book? Jiang Chen hadn't paid much attention initially, but when he saw the notification from the trading post, his eyes lit up instantly. Zhu Yeqing sent Jiang Chen a rare skill book called 7-Star Destiny through the trading post. This is Zhu Yeqing's signature skill, capable of unleashing potential and boosting attributes by 1 or even several times, depending on which star is activated. If not for the terrifying side effect of losing half a life upon use, it could easily be classified as an A-grade skill. However, for Jiang Chen, who treats the water of life as a mere beverage, this side effect is negligible. Jiang Chen was both surprised and curious, so he immediately messaged Zhu Yeqing privately. Xiao Zhu, I remember that 7-Star Destiny is the signature skill of the legendary unit, the King of the Century. How did you manage to get a skill book? Zhu Yeqing explained. I got lucky and found a rare absorption stone. After using it on myself, I obtained this skill book. She didn't mention that the book was originally intended for Zhu Yeshuan, but Jiang Chen was currently facing the greatest danger. Jiang Chen was amazed, realizing that he wasn't the only one with extraordinary luck. The absorption stone is a special item, as rare as sealing items. It can be used on a target that does not resist or has lost the ability to resist, randomly granting a skill book that the target possesses. Thanks, Xiaozhu. This skill book is indeed very useful to me. Jiang Chen said sincerely. He understood the significance of Zhu Yeqing giving him a life-saving skill that even her siblings didn't have, and he felt grateful for this gesture. Zhu Yeqing laughed. No need to thank me. You saved all our lives last time, and I haven't even paid you back for the water of life. Also, can you stop calling me Xiaozhu? You're younger than me, aren't you? Hee. Jiang Chen chuckled. If I can calling Yin Man, why can't I call you that? Zhu Yeqing perked up and gossiped. Do you know how old Sister Ing is? She never reveals her age, just insists on everyone calling her sister. Anyway, she's the strongest, so we can't refuse. Jiang Chen shrugged and reassured her. Just go with it. You've been calling her that for so long. Just like how I call you Xiaozhu. In the end, Jiang Chen sent Zhu Yeqing 3 bottles of the water of life as a token of appreciation. As for the essence of life, it was too significant to deal with now, maybe later. After ending the private chat, Jiang Chen took out the newly acquired skill book. He spent 18 million spiritual stones to enhance 7-Star Destiny to legendary quality. The enhanced effect increased by 50, and the side effects decreased by 50, so Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to learn it himself. At that moment, Jing Qi descended from the sky and reported, Lord, I have completed the reconnaissance of the surrounding 100 kilometers. The nearest creatures are a group of skeleton warriors 5 kilometers to the east, led by a death knight. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, this was the second layer, and they'd encountered an elite unit so quickly. He immediately ordered, stick to the original tactics, Jing Qi will command, and everyone else will split into groups to continue scoring. After everyone moved out, Jiang Chen opened the updated exchange list. Compared to the first layer, the list was richer, and the quality cap had risen to epic. Although there were no rare items like sealing talismans or absorption stones, Jiang Chen speculated that such legendary quality and special items could only be exchanged in the third layer battlefield. However, entering the third layer required 10 million points, and he wasn't sure if he could reach that. Composing himself, Jiang Chun continued to hunt monsters. With 7-star destiny, he was confident enough to face any adversary. A day and a half passed quickly. Not many lords could enter the second layer, and during this time, Jiang Chen encountered only 2 divine race lords, whom he easily defeated. During this period, Chao Zicheng announced some bad news in the Longwa management group. 23 warlords from Wei County teamed up to score points, but were easily defeated by a single divine race lord. Only 6 lords managed to escape, while the others perished. Chao Zicheng sighed. Everyone must be careful. That divine race lord is undoubtedly at the level of a divine child. Even I would have to flee if I encountered him. Alas, if nothing goes wrong, he's likely to be the one who earns the golden battle name. Everyone offered their condolences. Chao Zicheng warned, remember the name of that divine child, Hamer Yumo. If you encounter him, run for your life. Ing Man blurted out, it's a descendant of Yumo. The little fox curiously asked, who is Yumo? Ing Man hesitated for a moment before saying solemnly, one of the god kings, the reason why the first emperor had to build the wall of the abyss. Everyone gasped. Jiang Chun was also hearing this secret for the first time, and couldn't help but marvel at how being part of a prestigious family meant knowing all the insider information. He thought to himself that if he could defeat the divine race and earn the golden battle name as a human, his name, Jiang Chun, would quickly come under the scrutiny of the alien bigwigs. It seemed like he needed to get Ing Man to share more useful information over some dragon tooth rice. Of course, there was also good news. Ing Man and Chuxia and the 7 Zhu siblings from Longyuan County had also accumulated enough points to enter the second layer battlefield. The little fox, along with her sisters, played the role of unsuspecting prey, ambushing and defeating over a dozen alien lords, thus accumulating 1,000,000 points as well. However, the little fox was wise enough not to recklessly enter the second layer. Word quickly spread in the chat channels of various races that foxes were not to be trifled with. Jiang Chun looked at his points, 5,254,200. 2/3 of the time had passed, and he had only just surpassed 5,000,000 points. Jiang Chun frowned. It seemed uncertain whether he could reach 10,000,000 points to unlock the third layer exchange list. Just then, Jing Qi suddenly sent a message, Lord, 100 kilometers away. I have discovered a cemetery. Upon inspection, I can confirm it is a dragon's tomb. Jing Qi paused for a moment before continuing, however. In front of the dragon's tomb, there are 3 demon lords, namely, Dragon's Tomb? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with delight. And 3 demon lords. Talk about being at the right place at the right time for earning points. The scene suddenly shifted to the entrance of an ancient and imposing giant cemetery, where 3 powerful demon lords were deep in conversation. That crystal bat we just saw was odd. One of the lords frowned. I couldn't detect any information about it. Perhaps it's a lord skilled in transformation. But is there a crystal tribe among those selected for the glory battlefield? Another lord sneered. Haha, it must be a troop sent by a lord who just entered the second layer of the battlefield to explore the map, the third lord scoffed. It's just a blood crystal bat, at best of excellent quality, which shows the lord's strength isn't much. The 3 demons were a spider demon, a greater demon, and a baler flame demon, standing 100 meters apart, each followed by dozens of epic hero units. The greater demon chuckled. Balborg Monroe died in the first battlefield, but he sent a message before he died, warning us about a fox? Though he was a fool, it's better to be cautious. The baler flame demon, with a straightforward personality, brandished his 5-meter-long sword and rumbled, instead of worrying about some unknown lord, I think I should be more careful of you too. Spider demon and greater demon are both cunning. Once we clear out this dragon tomb, you might team up against me? The spider demon and greater demon exchanged glances, cursing internally. Damn. Who said flame demons are brainless? The spider demon quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh, dear Balret, don't say such things. We're loving demon brothers. How could we turn against you? The greater demon agreed. Besides, we come from the same province. If we attacked you, we couldn't explain it to the other lords. If the demon race wasn't so fond of backstabbing and constantly breaking out into civil wars, they could probably climb 100 ranks higher on the list of all races. Baler Flame Demon continued gruffly. I don't care. I've already informed the elders in my clan. If I die, it'll be at your hands. When that happens, expect the Flame Demon clan's revenge in the main world. The Greater Demon and Spider Demon froze with forced smiles. This guy really has a foolproof plan. The Spider Demon forced a grotesque smile. Dear Balret, we have years of friendship. Please don't say things that damage our harmony. I hope so. Baler Flame Demon nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward with his giant sword. Let's start the fight. There's a bone dragon hero here, 8 ordinary bone dragons, and a horde of undead minions. With the dragon's tomb's enhancement, they're quite a challenge. The other 2 demon lords were about to agree when they suddenly found themselves silenced. Silenced? Baylor Flame Demon was stunned, then pointed his sword at his companions, roaring, "I knew you two bastards were up to no good. They say to burn the bridge after crossing it, but we haven't even crossed it yet, and you're already tearing it down? Are you brainless pigs?" The other two demon lords realized their area was silenced too, exchanging glances and communicating with their eyes. "Damn it. Weren't we supposed to use this guy first before making a move?" "Rubbish, I suspect you." "It wasn't me, it wasn't you. Could there be another lord?" "Impossible. Even those arrogant Godre's sons wouldn't want to face all three of us at once." At that moment, a voice came from the sky. "I'm the one who silenced you. You are loving demon brothers. Don't kill each other. Just focus on me." The demons turned to see 12 massive figures appearing on the horizon. Dragons? It's a human lord. No, not just dragons, but 3 angels too. How can a human lord be so strong? Able to tame dragons and angels? The 3 demon lords looked serious. Jiang Chun, observing from above, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the battle hadn't started yet. Whether demons or bone dragons, they were all energy and points. The spider demon quickly assessed both sides' strength and forced a grotesque smile. "Esteemed human warrior, if we clash, we'll both suffer heavy losses. Why not leave each other alone?" The flame demon shouted, "As noble demons, how can we seek peace with lowly humans?" The greater demon growled, "Shut up, Balret. Don't you see he has 12 dragons? Even if we join forces to defeat this human lord, our losses will be significant. We'll lose our chance to compete for the top 10. "Oh, right." Baylor Flame Demon realized. "Mutual destruction?" Jiangchen laughed. "If you had the capability to mutually destroy with me, wouldn't it be better for me to show up later?" His time was precious, so he immediately commanded Longjio, "Xiaojio, take the first move." "Yes, my lord." The dragons gently flapped their wings, and 12 black holes appeared instantly, drawing all the demons into their gravitational pull. "Oh no, it's the dragon that unlocked the black hole," the archdemon exclaimed, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. The immense gravitational pull of the black hole prevented him from using spatial teleportation, though it posed limited harm to epic-level demons. Only a handful of unfortunate demon troops were instantly torn apart at the center of the black hole. The rest were merely hindered in their movements. The spider demon shouted, "Don't be afraid, we can't move, and neither can the dragon when it uses the black hole." His relief was short-lived. Before Jiang Chen could give an order, the goddess warrior, the celestial maiden, and the crystal maiden darted into the black hole's range like lightning. Swish, 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 the sound of blades slicing through the air was followed by epic demons falling as easily as chopping vegetables. Although the black hole was indiscriminate, its effect on these warriors, who far surpassed legendary units, was negligible, merely slowing them slightly. The archdemon watched in disbelief as his formidable troops, whom he had been so proud of, were slaughtered like ants. Impossible. Not even legendary units could be this powerful. Could they be beyond 5-star legendary units? His words were cut short as he was cleaved in two by a blade conjured by Jing Yi. Jiang Chen said calmly, "The only reason for using the black hole was to prevent your spatial teleportation. It would have been troublesome to chase you otherwise." In less than half a minute, all demons, including 3 powerful demon lords, were annihilated. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. A total of 520,000 glory points and 18 million energy gained. Not bad. He gave a quiet command, "Proceed, and raise this dragon tomb for me." No sooner had he spoken than a 100-meter-long bone dragon emerged from the tomb, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Following it, 8 smaller bone dragons took to the sky, and countless undead minions crawled up from the ground. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun cast a goblet skill at the bone dragon hero. 15 minutes later, a system notification sounded. "Your hero, the Empress, has killed the legendary 1-star hero bone dragon Kafnas, gaining 12 million experience, 900,000 spirit stones, 1 undead dragon flute, and 1 legendary token." Jiang Chun felt a surge of joy. "Ever since my luck skyrocketed, the effect of the dragon veins has become increasingly apparent. Not only did a bone dragon hero drop a legendary token, but it also dropped equipment." He quickly checked the attributes of the undead dragon flute. It was another summoning item, capable of summoning 2 bone dragons at a time. Although the number was less than the blood chalice, it had the advantage of no consumption. He temporarily stored the legendary token in his warehouse. The Heavenly Down notification continued. Detected unclaimed wild building unit dragon's tomb. Ignore destroy occupy? Jiang Chun said softly, "Destroy." He calculated that demolishing wild or territory buildings would yield resources, with a slim chance of obtaining the building's blueprint. With only a day left in the glory battlefield, occupying it would be pointless. "Oh dragon veins, don't fail me at the crucial moment." Jiang Chun silently prayed. Alert. You have destroyed the dragon's tomb and acquired a blueprint for construction 1. Death Sand 300, Rebirth Stone 300. As soon as the system notification ended, Jiang Chun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although the Bone Dragon is considered the weakest among legendary units, and he wouldn't even bother training one if it were given to him for free, a legendary unit blueprint is incredibly valuable, worth at least tens of billions of spiritual stones. Jiang Chun felt a surge of joy. At this stage, besides him, no one else could probably build a legendary structure. Even the prosperous Longyuan town, with Chuxia, a child of fortune, would find it extremely difficult to gather the resources needed for an epic building. His mind raced. Currently, the fastest way to obtain high-quality resource points seems to be by boosting Longyuan town's fortune. Once the 3 county ranking matches are over, it will be time to gather fortune. Jiang Chun felt a bit anxious, wondering when the 2nd county ranking match would start and what the subject might be. If the fortune of Longyuan town can surpass 1,000, evolving into a legendary quality resource point isn't impossible. Aside from the contributions of the Bone Dragon hero, Kafnas, the other 8 Bone Dragons and undead minions also brought back a wealth of spoils. 78 million energy, 6.32 million spiritual stones, 450,000 honor points, a legendary unit soul, a high-level physique book, 3 pieces of legendary equipment, 8 pieces of epic equipment, and various chests, equipment, and attribute books. What a haul! Jiang Chun exclaimed. Including the recent defeat of 3 demon lords, he had amassed 1,000,000 honor points. Without hesitation, he used the newly acquired legendary unit soul on Zizishan. With a flash of light, Zizishan ascended to a legendary 2-star. Thank you, my lord. The young girl gratefully curtsied. Time flew by, and another peaceful day passed. At least it was peaceful for Jiang Chun. As for the dozens of foreign lords he had slain, their feelings were unknown. Jiang Chun watched the countdown for the Glory Arena's settlement. 1 hour 12 minutes and 58 seconds. With just an hour to go, he had finally reached 10 million points. The monsters on the 3rd floor of the arena would undoubtedly be stronger, providing not only more points but also a significant amount of energy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With that in mind, Jiang Chun began summoning his strongest allies. Yin arrived first, being the fastest. Despite being sleepless for 3 days, she still appeared vibrant, though with a hint of fatigue. My lord, do you think we have a good chance of winning the Golden War title? Jiang Chun quickly considered various possibilities and replied, I'd say there's a 90% chance. As long as we don't encounter one of those legendary protagonists who have both strength and fortune. Yin looked at him speechlessly. Is there any lord more like a protagonist than you? Jiang Chun shrugged and sighed. The battlefield of the myriad races is vast and boundless. Who knows? This was truly how he felt. Just as Jiang Chun and Yin were chatting, the Empress, Jaina, and Lihani also arrived. Suddenly, frantic messages flooded in from the Longyuan management group, marked as top priority red alerts. Jiang Chun's heart skipped a beat. Could someone be in danger? He immediately opened the chat interface. Zhu Yeching's anxious voice came through. Brothers and sisters, please help locate Zhu Yeshuan. If anyone can save Xiao Xian, I, Zhu Yeching, will be forever in your debt. The other 5 siblings of the Zhu family also spoke up, their words earnest. Yingyan quickly asked, is Xiao Xian in danger? Zhu Yeching replied, she has encountered the divine son of the Wuma clan. I fear she won't hold out much longer. Everyone was shocked. The strength of that divine son was already evident from Chao Zicheng's description. Soon, the latest location results came in. Yingyan gritted her teeth. Damn it, I'm 14,000 kilometers away from Shaoxian. And Chuxia also spoke anxiously. I'm closer, but still 2,800 kilometers away. I'm heading towards Shaoxian right now. Yingyan immediately asked, what about other county towns? Zhu Yeching responded, I've asked in the prefecture channel too, but unfortunately, Little Fox suddenly chimed in. I haven't entered the 2nd level battlefield yet. I'm heading to the Sky Pillar now. Though it's a long shot, what if I randomly end up near Sister Xin? Everyone's eyes lit up. In these 3 days, Little Fox's fearsome reputation had become increasingly notorious. Zhu Yeching seemed to grasp the last straw of hope. Sister Yeya, how long will it take? Little Fox answered, 20 minutes. Sigh, 20 minutes? It might be too late. Zhu Yeching murmured, is there really no other way? The feeling of helplessly waiting for a loved one's death was truly agonizing. At that moment, Zhu Yeshuan suddenly spoke, Brother Shaoqing. Dying on the battlefield of the myriad races is the best fate for a descendant of the Ming Emperor. I was prepared to face death the day I entered the Glory Arena. In reality, after encountering danger, she had quickly located all the lords capable of rescuing her. After all, no one wants to die. The 2nd-tier battlefield is vast and sparsely populated, with Chuxia being 2,800 kilometers away from Zhu Yeshuan. Zhu Yeching's eyes were red, and he choked up as he said, Shaoxian, if I were to... He instinctively wanted to suggest giving the skill book of 7-Star Destiny to his sister, but suddenly remembered that he had already given it to Jiang Chun. He swallowed his words. Zhu Yeshuan noticed her brother's hesitation and smiled freely. Brother, and everyone, please don't worry. Although I've only been in Longyuan County for half a month, fighting alongside all of you has been more than satisfying. She added lightheartedly, haha, my skills are decent enough. Who knows, maybe after I die, I can become a heroic spirit of the human race and be summoned by future generations. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan had quickly pinpointed Zhu Yeshuan's location, rapidly calculating a rescue plan in his mind. 8,000 kilometers? He muttered to himself, and then decisively replied in the county channel, Chuxia, you don't need to go. I have a plan. Xiaoxian, hang in there for 2 minutes. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chun, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, swiftly took out a refined hero soul. He unhesitatingly expended 50 million spirit stones, choosing enhancement option, upgrading it to a legendary hero soul. Despite possessing a fortune of 1 billion, Jiang Chun had never upgraded to hero quality due to the exorbitant cost. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to worry about the expense. Jiang Chen enhanced 2 legendary hero souls in succession, consuming a total of 100 million spirit stones. System notifications flashed continuously. Consumed legendary hero soul 1, energy 13.3 million. Your hero Jaina's star level has increased, currently legendary 2-star. Consumed legendary hero soul 1, energy 13.3 million. Your hero Jaina's star level has increased, currently legendary 3-star. Following that, Jiang Chen upgraded 5 more times, consuming another 32 million energy. In the blink of an eye, Jaina had become a level 45 legendary 3-star hero. Jiang Chen's series of actions were so smooth and decisive that everyone present was left in awe. Jaina, feeling the surge of power within her, widened her eyes in disbelief and blurted out, my lord, you're not going to take advantage of me, are you? Jiang Chen's expression was grave as he spoke rapidly. I must reach the target location within 1 minute. With your current power, how many people can you transport? Everyone suddenly realized the urgency of the situation. Gianna quickly calculated and replied earnestly, including myself, 6 people are no problem. Jiang Chen nodded. Very well, prepare for teleportation. Gianna immediately began preparing the runes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that fate truly has a hand in this? Xiaozhu gave me the 7-star destiny for the greater good, and now Zhu Yeshuan is in danger. Here I am, stepping in to save her. Could this be the cycle of karma? I thought I gained an advantage, yet I have to pay the price of 3 bottles of life water. Of course, rescuing Zhu Yeshuan was only part of the plan. Jiang Chun had another objective: eliminating the legendary divine child would significantly increase his chances of earning the golden battle title by 50%. Seconds later, a flash of teleportation light enveloped Jiang Chun, Gianna, the Empress, and the human forms of Long Jiu, Long Yi, and Long Shi, and they vanished into thin air. 3,000 kilometers away, Gianna quickly downed a bottle of life water and continued constructing the teleportation array. Meanwhile, although Jiang Chen's message had ignited a glimmer of hope, everyone remained anxious and uneasy. They stopped scoring points, fearing they might suddenly receive bad news about Zhu Yeshuan. Zhu Yeshuan herself was prepared to face death. She knew that Jiang Chun, the strongest in Longyuan County, was 8,000 kilometers away. If not for the deterrent of the Divine Mechanism Battalion, she might not have lasted even 5 minutes. At that moment, a tall, slender deity spoke calmly, beautiful human maiden, since the outcome is inevitable, what is the point of your resistance? If you submit willingly and help me achieve the golden battle title, I will forgive everything and even offer your family generous compensation. But if you persist in defiance, when I ascend to the heavens, I will annihilate your entire clan. This deity was none other than the Ummo divine child, who had recently struck fear into various races. Remarkably, he commanded a squad of legendary troops, the Tyrants, evidently having had the luck to obtain a legendary military token. Though the Tyrants, a top-tier troll unit, were somewhat slow, they were incredibly resilient. Hamer's threat only fueled Zhu Yeshuan's sarcasm. Ha ha ha, you need to play tricks to kill me and still dream of ruling the heavens? Are you trying to make me die of laughter before the fight even begins? Resigned to her fate, Zhu Yeshuan defiantly declared, if you're going to strike, do it quickly. I want to see how many I can take down with me before I go. 5 armies camp, Divine Mechanism Battalion, ready. These 2 units were renowned epic troops in Ming Domain, following the Jin Yi Wei. The 5 armies camp excelled in close combat, while the Divine Mechanism Battalion was an elite long-range force, even reaching the ranks of semi-ultimate troops. A concentrated attack from 12 Divine Mechanism soldiers could instantly kill a unit of the same level. Hamer frowned. When he first encountered Zhu Yeshuan, he thought she was an easy target, but he was nearly killed by the concentrated fire of the Divine Mechanism Battalion. As he pursued Zhu Yeshuan, he gathered his scattered subordinates, finally cornering her here. With few battlefield leaders on the 2nd level, Zhu Yeshuan could provide at least 100,000 to 200,000 points, an opportunity he couldn't miss. However, a direct confrontation might lead to casualties among his meticulously trained legendary troops. Hamer decisively ordered, "Everyone, attack and kill her." 4 epic heroes, 12 tyrants, and dozens of classic epic divine troops, the Soul Hunters, launched their assault. Hamer himself advanced slowly. As a divine child, his power rivaled that of a legendary hero. As the brutal battle was about to erupt, both Zhu Yeshuan and Hamer suddenly focused their attention on the ground between them. There, intricate magical runes appeared out of nowhere, as if an invisible, powerful mage were drawing them at lightning speed. In an instant, a massive magic circle took shape, and several figures emerged from it. Jiang Chun. Zhu Yeshuan exclaimed in disbelief. It had only been a little over a minute. 8,000 kilometers in 1 minute? Could this be the legendary 8,000 Li Cloud and Moon's technique from the Song domain? Very likely. Rumor had it that Jiang Chun had been closely associated with Zhao Lingshan from Hosong County recently. Zhu Yeshuan was both surprised and delighted, while Jiang Chun, after quickly scanning the battlefield, was momentarily stunned. Wait, the battle hasn't started yet? Did I arrive too early? He pondered to himself. Zhu Yeshuan quickly realized a pressing issue and incredulously questioned, "Mayor, didn't Xiao Qingzi already report the enemy's formation? And you brought just a few people with you? Are you here to reinforce us, or to throw your lives away?" At this moment, Hamo snapped back to reality, his face lighting up with excitement. Good, good, good. I was beginning to think it wasn't worth it, but now that 2 second-tier lords are here, even if a couple of our tyrants fall, it's not a total loss. Jiang Chun asked with interest, "Hamo, son of God, how many points do you have?" Hamo's smile vanished instantly. Despite Jiang Chen's calm tone, the question was laced with disdain, as if he was certain of his victory. "Forget it. I'll find out after I kill you," Hamo retorted through clenched teeth. Jiang Chun simply shook his head slightly and murmured, "Origin God Fist? Kill me?" Hamo scoffed. "Since you call me son of God, you should know the criteria for our divine race to elect a son of God." Before he could finish, an overwhelming fear struck him. The golden fist mark rushing towards him made him taste the fear of death for the first time. You are so despicable," Hamo roared, his body instantly swelling into a 10-meter-tall bone-armored giant, exuding an aura of supremacy. This was the battle form of an upper divine race, their strongest form. Ancestral Holy Fist, 3rd form. Eternal Nirvana. But before his move could fully form, Jiang Chen's Origin God Fist was already upon him. Boom. No. Golden and black violent energies rampaged within a kilometer radius, mingled with the unwilling roar of the Son of God. It took a full 10 seconds for the energy to gradually dissipate. Jiang Chen remarked, as expected of the Son of God, with a great aptitude and the ancestral Holy Fist. "Without tactics, even I would need to use at least 50 of my strength to finish him instantly. Now, 30 is enough." He had already seen the battle report confirming the kill. Another one-punch knockout. This doesn't quite fit the usual pattern. Jiang Chun suddenly thought of something and instinctively touched his hair, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, even though I'm getting stronger, my hair is still intact." After dealing with the enemy leader, Jiang Chun turned to Zhu Yeshuan. "Hey, Xiaoxian, what's up with you?" Zhu Yeshuan and Hamo were over 1,000 meters apart, right at the edge of an energy storm. The fierce winds roared, whipping her clothes around, but she had no time to worry about that. She stared blankly at the scene before her, murmuring, What kind of skill is this? It's unbelievably powerful." A bold speculation flashed through her mind. Could it be that Jiang Chun is also a hidden warlord? She quickly assessed the situation, thinking, if Xiaoqing activates the 3rd star of the 7-star destiny, he might gain the upper hand, but dreaming of instantly defeating the Son of God is just theta dream. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Zhu Yeshuan. She urgently shouted, "So it's the 7-star destiny. Jiang Chun, which star have you activated?" Before she could finish her sentence, she looked up to see Jiang Chan drinking a bottle of emerald green liquid. This scene confirmed her suspicions and also brought her some relief. That liquid was none other than the life-saving elixir water of life that Zhu Yeqing had just sent to Jiang Chan. Zhu Yeshuan exhaled softly, feeling a wave of relief after the initial shock. Although she wasn't afraid of death, surviving was certainly preferable. At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice reached her. "Xiaoxian, as the saying goes, if you're going to save someone, save them all the way. Leave the rest of these enemies to me. You've been chased for so long. You must be exhausted. Just cover me." Hearing this, Zhu Yeshuan rolled her eyes at Jiang Chun. She knew that each legendary unit he defeated would grant him millions of energy points. Clearly, Jiang Chun intended to monopolize these gains. However, considering he had just saved her life and used a precious bottle of water of life, she could only acquiesce. So, Zhu Yeshuan ordered her forces to stand by, ready to assist Jiang Chun if needed. Meanwhile, she was curious about the 6 heroic units Jiang Chun had brought, eager to see what surprises they might bring. Jiang Chun commanded his team, "Leave the 12 tyrants to me. You take care of the other epic units and heroes, leave none standing." Yes, they responded in unison. The battle erupted instantly. Even with only 50% of his power, Jiang Chun was able to instantly defeat the tyrants with ease, taking them down with a single punch each. The other heroes handled the epic monsters with equal skill. Zhu Yeshuan watched in awe, her mind racing with various speculations. A humanoid dragon, even stronger than I expected. Did Jiang Chun equip them with epic great honor sets? That swordswoman must be the renowned empress. She handles epic heroes with ease. Could she have advanced to legendary status? And that mage, taking down a soul hunter with a single wind blade, does she possess a passive skill like Wind's Will? Little did Zhu Yeshuan know, neither the Empress nor Jaina were using their full strength. Especially Jaina, who deliberately chose wind magic, her least proficient element, to stay under the radar. Otherwise, with her current power, a single blizzard could wipe out these foes in an instant. During the fight, Zhu Yeshuan noticed Jiang Chun drinking another bottle of water of life, which made her eyelid twitch. That's the 3rd bottle already. This debt is getting big, she thought to herself. But where did he get so much water of life? Could he have discovered a secret elf sanctuary? A few minutes later, despite the enemies attempting to flee, they were all annihilated. Zhu Yeshuan stepped forward and said solemnly, "Thank you, Mayor, for saving my life. Should you ever need anything, even if it means risking my life, Zhu Yeqing will not hesitate." Jiang Chun was about to respond politely when something struck him as odd. "What do you mean? Zhu Yeqing will not hesitate?" Zhu Yeshuan chuckled at his confusion and explained, "Well, he's my brother after all." "Ah, that makes sense." Jiang Chun understood, knowing that despite their bickering, the Zhu siblings were quite fond of each other. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Be careful." A few seconds later, Jaina finished setting up the runes. With a flash of light, they disappeared into the teleportation array. Zhu Yeshuan couldn't help but marvel, defeating a son of God in just a few minutes, gaining a massive amount of points and energites like he's here on a shopping spree. Curious, she checked Jiang Chun's coordinates again and gasped, "Wow, a teleportation of over 2,000 kilometers at once. This mage must also be a legendary hero." After all, Jiang Chun has already slain several legendary monsters. Acquiring a legendary hero's soul isn't impossible. The more Zhu Yeshuan thought about it, the more her eyes lit up. A strong ally like this is worth having. But then, she remembered something and looked down at her own flat chest, feeling dejected. Xiaoqing's original idea was for me to seduce Jiang Chun, but Jiang Chun seems to prefer someone like Yia. Soon after, Zhu Yeshuan shared the news of her rescue with the group, sparking a wave of cheers. Of course, she didn't delve into the details. Zhu Yeqing looked at Jiang Chun solemnly and declared firmly, "Even though I'm a few years older than Jiang Chun, from today on, Jiang Guo is my brother." This statement immediately elicited reactions from the others. Ying Man blurted out in surprise, "Wow, Jiang Chun, how did you manage that? Do you have some kind of teleportation skill?" The little fox was full of pride and loudly announced, "Jiang Chun is capable of anything. Just trust him without question." And Chu Xia asked with concern, "Where's Jiang Chun? Is he hurt?" Jiang Chan ignored the astonishment and praise flooding the chat channel. Heard enough of it. His recent round trip took just 7 minutes and earned him 70 million energy units and 520,000 honor points. He thought to himself, it's a pity there are so few second-level lords, let alone divine sons of the gods, otherwise staying on the second level might have been worthwhile. After defeating the divine son of Hamer with a single punch, Jiang Chun felt even more confident about earning the golden battle name. The formidable Hamer, revered as the strongest on the glory battlefield, had only 5.22 million honor points. Even if there were hidden strong lords among the others, they wouldn't be much stronger. Despite easily defeating the divine son, Jiang Chun had witnessed the formidable power of the alien race. The divine son of Hamer, in battle form, likely had a physique reaching 3,000 points, suggesting he also enjoyed exclusive attribute rewards. Jiang Chun mused that even if Xiaozhu faced him unknown, the outcome would be uncertain. The top 100 seeds on the 10,000 races list are indeed not to be underestimated. With a flash of light, Jiang Chun returned to his original coordinates. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the light pillar, entering the second level. The towering light pillar expanded instantly, enveloping Jiang Chun and all the hero units. When he found solid ground again, Jiang Chun had arrived on the third layer of the glory battlefield, where no one had set foot before. A dense aura of death surged toward him. Jaina gasped in awe, and with a wave of her hand, dozens of rare quality black warriors emerged from the ground. What was usually a simple skeleton summoning spell could now summon black warriors. Soon, Jing Qi's reconnaissance results came in. Lord, within 100 kilometers, we've detected a large number of undead creatures, including 4 epic-level monsters. Jiang Chun was overjoyed and immediately ordered, everyone, make the most of the time and split up. Jaina, use teleportation, take a magic-based crystal maiden, and focus on taking down epic-level and higher bosses. Don't worry about using up the water of life. Yes. Jaina responded loudly, then teleported away under Jing Ba's guidance. As everyone dispersed, Jiang Qin lamented, it's a shame there's only an hour left. If I had just one more day, I could easily take down 1,000 epic bosses. At that point, I'd have so many soldier talismans and hero tokens, not to mention equipment. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Chun opened the exchange list. After a quick glance, he laughed heartily, haha, as expected. Reaching the 3rd level unlocks not only legendary quality items, but also special items like seal talismans, absorption stones, and heavenly craft diagrams. Suddenly, Jiang Chun noticed a familiar item. The legendary item Time-Space Farm? It only costs 1.5 million points. Should I get one just for fun? It would save a lot of territory space. Knowing that there would be time to exchange items after the glory battlefield ended, Jiang Chun didn't rush to redeem anything. Instead, he scrolled straight to the bottom of the list. Generally, the best items are at the end of the list. Initially, he was just curious, but when he saw the 3-colored mysterious roulette at the bottom, Jiang Chen's expression froze, his shock surpassing even that of Zhu Yuexian's earlier declaration. Oh my, is that a mythical roulette? Area 328. Inside the magnificent palace, a middle-aged man with a pale, beardless face swiftly moved through a spatial array and finally entered a bedchamber. Standing before a massive dragon bed, he respectfully said, My Lord Dao, this is the preliminary draft of the treaty negotiated by Lord Li Zhang with the Sakura and Beacon nations. Please have a look. He released his grip, and the gold-bordered document floated gently into the curtains. A moment later, a lazy female voice came from within the curtains. We're giving up a prefecture in the new area, and the Beacon and Sakura nations have promised not to disturb our Qing domain's homeland. Though the voice was emotionless, the middle-aged man, having served his master for years, was adept at reading subtle cues. He immediately responded, To answer you, my Lord Dao, the main cause of this issue is a new lord from our dragon nation named Jiang Qian. He acted recklessly, killing a direct heir of the free Will-Keeling family, which led the Beacon and Sakura nations to unite. Frankly speaking, we're not in the right here. He continued, moreover, the prefecture was originally in the middle of our dragon nation's war zone, and the Sakura nation has already gained a significant advantage. We can't compete with them. By issuing this statement, you're simply going along with the flow, which also highlights our status as a celestial empire. The Lord Dao was noncommittal and asked, What is the name of that prefecture again? Diaoyou Prefecture. The middle-aged man promptly replied, What about its geographical importance? The middle-aged man had a sudden inspiration and pointed to a plate of snowflake tukaho cake outside the curtains, saying, Diaoyou Prefecture is like a sesame seed on that cake, wipe it off, and it's gone. But the cake remains a cake. This analogy pleased the Lord Dao, who chuckled lightly. If that's the case, then so be it. As the middle-aged man was about to leave, the Lord Dao called him back. Wait, what was the name of that troublemaker again? Jiang Chun. Oh right, Jiang Chun, he's quite the talent, isn't he? Fearing a change of heart, the middle-aged man quickly said, He's just a lucky commoner. Might even die in the glory battlefield of the new area this time. The Lord Dao gave a soft and then continued, Does Jiang Chun have a hero named the Empress? The middle-aged man was startled, wondering how the Lord Dao knew so much. He quickly replied, Jiang Chun is rebellious and deserves death. I suggest we send the 8 Banners army to execute him as a warning to others. The Lord Dao paused, sighed, and said, Forget it. Issue my decree. Let Jiang Chun rename his hero. Let me think, call her Xiao Chui. The middle-aged man immediately responded loudly, I thank the Lord Dao on Jiang Chen's behalf for bestowing the name. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood on the glory battlefield, his heart pounding wildly. He stared at the mythical roulette in front of him, something almost impossible to find in the new area, and it filled him with excitement. Mythical roulette, upon summoning, there's a high chance to obtain legendary quality items, and a small chance for mythical quality items. Each spin costs 10 million glory points. Jiang Chun recited the rules in his mind, calculating his next move. Due to the constraints of the heavenly rules, his creation divine stone couldn't currently enhance items to mythical quality. It would likely require him to clear the heavenly campaign and reach the 6th heaven to achieve this. Small chance. Jiang Chun repeated the words. Even if it's a slim chance, as low as 1, he felt compelled to try. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun suppressed the urge to summon the mythical roulette immediately. Special items like sealing talismans were also necessary to exchange for. With this in mind, Jiang Chen accelerated, quickly reaching the first graveyard. Origin God Fist, he shouted. Boom. A massive fist imprint fell, wiping out hundreds of monsters of at least rare quality along with the graveyard from the map, earning Jiang Chen thousands of points. As he flew towards the next monster gathering, he ordered in the Territory channel, everyone, kill monsters with all your might. Don't worry about consuming the spring of life. Your lord is in desperate need of points. Although the others didn't know what had suddenly spurred Jiang Chen, they all responded loudly. Without concern for consuming the spring of life, Jiang Chen's points increased at a terrifying rate. An hour quickly passed. Countdown. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The glory battlefield was about to settle, and Jiang Chen stopped, slowly descending to the ground. He checked his points, 13.92 million. 3-layer battlefield indeed, earning over 3 million points in an hour. If I push a bit more, reaching 14 million points shouldn't be an issue. Jiang Chen calculated. That means, after the mythical roulette, I'll have 4 million points left to exchange. Jiang Chen opened the chat channel and found that most lords had already stopped farming points, and the chat was bustling with activity. In the Longyuan County channel, someone excitedly shouted, "Almost there. The glory battlefield is about to settle." Another voice, confused, said, "It's strange. I'm just a small fry with no hope of getting a battle title. So why am I so excited?" "Getting a battle title is the most direct display of strength," someone explained. "Soon, we will know exactly how many top-tier warriors our county has, how many Dragon Kingdom has, and even the proportion of powerful humans." This thought filled Jiang Chen with anticipation. He speculated that he and a few other leaders would surely make it into the top 100, especially himself, as the advantage of having a legendary dragon filled him with confidence. However, he reminded himself not to be overly confident, as the strength of foreign warriors should not be underestimated. Suddenly, a shout interrupted his thoughts. "Whoa, everyone! Check the state channel. The second county ranking competition has started," someone exclaimed. Jiang Chen didn't need the reminder. The system notification had already popped up. He had been eagerly awaiting this ranking competition, but he hadn't expected it to start at such a critical moment. The timing of this is impeccable, he thought. Jiang Chen quickly opened the state channel, where several golden announcements were pinned at the top. The announcements were clear. The second county ranking competition had begun, with the following rules. 1. Ranking content. Agricultural index. Click for detailed rules. 2. Rewards. First place county. County leader all attributes 100, county citizens all attributes 40, town fortune 10 for the leader's town, other towns fortune 2. Second place county. County leader all attributes 50, county citizens all attributes 20, town fortune 5 for the leader's town, other towns fortune 1. Third place county. County leader all attributes 30, county citizens all attributes 10, town fortune 3. 3. Settlement time, 12 p.m., 15 days later. Seeing that the ranking was based on the agricultural index, Jiang Chen smiled. Last time, he had easily won the fortune wager by simply building 10 spiritual fields, even with the support of the entire county's Sakura Lord in Shiba Town. He was calculating, I will soon upgrade to level 9, expanding my territory, and then I can build spiritual fields on a large scale. Though I'm not sure if a few billion spirit stones will be enough. Fortunately, this harvest is huge, and once I'm out, I can hold a small auction within the Dragon Kingdom. What pleased Jiang Chen even more was that the agricultural index wouldn't refresh daily but would be announced at settlement. This meant he could set up betting pools and earn a fortune again. At this moment, Ing Yimin stopped fighting monsters and encouraged everyone in the group, "Don't be discouraged, even though our town has only a few thousand people. Remember that county leader Jiang has a time-space farm." Zhu Yeqing chimed in. It seems that the timing of this county ranking competition was intentional. Because the second-level battlefield exchange list includes various spiritual field blueprints and spiritual seeds, we can definitely exchange for some. This statement was immediately met with agreement. And Chuxia added, "That's right, with so many of our county's lords entering the second-level battlefield, even if we can't make the top 3, the top 10 is definitely within reach." Wei Ming, a bit regretful, said, "I spent most of my points on epic sets to speed up monster killing. I'll use the remaining tens of thousands to exchange for high-grade spiritual fields and seeds." Little Fox suddenly popped up, saying, "I think everyone should exchange for whatever they need. As long as we trust Brother Jiang Chen, we are sure to get first place." Although that was true, Jiang Chen frowned and replied, "If you can't speak properly, say less." Ing Yimin suddenly reminded, "Time's up, let's talk about the agricultural index later." As soon as she finished speaking, golden light surged in the sky. Everyone's expressions became solemn as they instinctively held their breath. At the same time, from Xinying Palace in the Third Heaven, to the Zhu family, the Yin family, the Jiangnan Military District, and even across various powers in Sakura Country, Lighthouse Country, and North Bear Country, All eyes turned to Diao State. In this competition across 10 races, if a newcomer truly managed to enter the top 100 and secure a bronze battle title, it would not only bring glory to their nation but also to the human race. The family of such a person would undoubtedly hold a grand celebration for 10 days. The glory battlefield points were locked, and the system's voice announced, now announcing the rankings and distributing rewards. In the sky, rankings were being rapidly announced at the rate of 1 per second. 1000, Layman Mechanical Tribe, awarded Black Iron Battle Title, Reputation 100, 999, Huang Xian Human Tribe, awarded Black Iron Battle Title, Reputation 100, 998. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up with delight. Could there be reputation points as rewards? Might the top 10, or even the first place earn legendary points? This was an unexpected bonus. Since the domain break battle, all heavenly activities had been town or county level, naturally not offering personal reputation. But Glory Battlefield was ranked individually, so reputation rewards made sense. In the Longyuan County channel, Huang Xian was too excited to speak clearly. Ha 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 brothers, I made it into the top 1000. I got a battle title and 100 reputation points. Although he had entered the second level battlefield, actually earning a battle title felt surreal. All the lords of Longyuan County, whether on the Glory Battlefield or in their own towns, erupted in cheers. Considering all the races, there must be over 1,000 counties participating in the Glory Battlefield. Huang Xian is amazing. A battle title. I didn't even dare to dream of it. Our Longyuan County has another strong warrior. The lords who hadn't entered the battlefield were anxious. Can any expert start a live stream? I'd even pay. Wei Ming immediately responded. I'll do it. It's no trouble, why charge? With that, he quickly set up a live stream, pointing the camera at the rapidly updating leaderboard in the sky. Instantly, tens of thousands of viewers joined the stream. And Chuxia and others also congratulated him, once again acknowledging the importance of alliances. After all, the Huang family of Donghai City was just a third-rate lord family, and Huang Xian had only started with a well-equipped hero unit. By aligning with Jiang Chun, Huang Xian had surpassed many first-rate second-generation lords to earn his ranking. After the excitement, Huang Xian gratefully said, it's all thanks to the boss's guidance. I still have 500,000 points. Boss, do you need anything? I can help you redeem it. Jiang Chun replied, no need, Xiao Xian. Just focus on developing your territory. Huang Xian nodded firmly. Don't worry, boss. Wei Ming was equally thrilled because he had already confirmed with Huang Xian that his own glory points were only a few thousand less than Huang Xian's. Huang Xian's ranking meant that he was also in the top 1,000. Sure enough, 2 minutes later. 883, Wei Ming Human Tribe, awarded Black Iron Battle Title, Reputation 200. Everyone congratulated him again. Wei Ming excitedly rubbed his hands together and promised, rest assured, boss, I'll focus entirely on developing my territory. He could already imagine the family's reaction when he brought this news back. As long as he didn't fall, he was the definite successor of the Wei family. However, he now had no interest in being the head of the Wei family. Following the boss was much more comfortable. Xia Wushang suddenly sighed. It seems I'm the only one holding everyone back. Even though the Xia family was one of the top 3 families in Baihe City, comparable to the Yin family, his highest quality unit was only excellent. Jiang Chen laughed, Brother Wushang. Once we leave the glory battlefield, I'll help you out. Xia Wushang, afraid Jiang Chen would change his mind, immediately agreed. Thank you, big brother. If it's about shares in my territory, you're welcome to invest. Yi Yiren joked. I never thought I'd see the day when the proud Wushang Senior would bow to capital. Ha ha ha. Xia Wushang laughed heartily. Following Boss Jiang isn't shameful. Yi Yiren eagerly asked, can capital also take care of your little sister? Before Jiang Chun could reply, Ying Yinman chimed in, Yiren, as a girl, you'd better stick with me. Be careful, or Jiang Chun might take advantage of you. Yi Yiren. Everyone laughed and joked, but the state capital channel was abuzz. Chao Ziqing remarked, Longyuan County already has 2 strong warriors with battle titles. No wonder they stood out in the first county ranking competition. Colonel Li Feng praised. The real strong warriors of Longyuan Town haven't even appeared yet. They might make it into the top 100. Li Zhenai questioned. Huang and Wei are major surnames in my South Korea. Could these 2 lords be branches of our South Korean lineage? The lords of the Dragon Nation were irritated. Little Fox ranted indignantly in the county management group. Why does this South Korean woman always claim everything is theirs? Wei Ming was annoyed. I say, yeah, we're not things. Huang Xian joined in the fun. You're the one who's not a thing. Both were in such high spirits that they even made jokes. And Chuxia consoled. Let it go, yeah. Right now, South Korea is still allied with Dragon Nation. Let the clown be. Little Fox muttered. I think she's an ungrateful traitor, bound to stab us in the back someday. The rankings continued to be announced rapidly. Soon, Bai Xiaotian from Laoqin Town made the list, securing the 728th place. It seems that Ng Man has indeed taken good care of her, starting with at least a few teams of epic units. The rankings continue to be announced, with two of Zhu family's 7 children landing at 646th and 699th place. Zhu Yeqing couldn't help but laugh heartily. Our Zhu family hasn't lost face, brothers. The sight of Dragon Country's lords repeatedly making the list made the lords of Sakura State feel embarrassed. One of the Sakura lords gritted his teeth and whispered, "Damn it. How does Dragon Country have so many powerful figures? And the strongest ones haven't even appeared on the list yet." Someone suddenly realized, "Haven't you noticed? 5 people from Longyuan County have already made it to the list." This revelation made everyone gasp. No wonder Longyuan County topped the leader's kill points ranking. Besides Zhu Yeqing and Zhu Yeshuan, other members of the Zhu family also appeared on the list one after another. As the rankings moved into the top 200, the remaining candidates grew increasingly anxious. Everyone knew that the later you appear on the list, the higher your rank. A few minutes later, Ng Man marveled in the management group chat. Jiang Chun and Xiao Zhu make sense, and even Chu Xia has the king of the hills, but are Xiao Xin and Yaya really that strong? Could they be in the top 100? Little Fox proudly explained. Yaya has hundreds of Tianhu clan sisters helping her hunt monsters. Everyone suddenly understood the Tianhu clan had placed all their hopes on Little Fox. And Chu Xia laughed and added, "More than that, Yaya has been playing dumb and outsmarting countless lords from the divine and demon clans." Suddenly, Zhu Yeqing sighed. Xin Xin made it to the list, but unfortunately didn't make the top 100. The ranking showed 179, Zhu Yeshuan, human, reward, black iron battle title, reputation 900. Zhu Yeshuan was quite composed. It's already lucky to have survived this time. Everything else is a bonus. Not long after, Zhao Lingshan also made the list. 121, Zhao Lingshan, human, reward, black iron battle title, reputation 900. She narrowly missed the bronze battle title, just 21 places short of the top 100. Colonel Li Feng consoled her. "Lingshan, don't be discouraged. This at least proves your strength." Although Zhao Lingshan felt a bit disappointed, she forced a smile and said, "My original goal was to be within the top 200. Achieving this rank already leaves me satisfied." Soon, the 101st place was announced. Quentin Beelzebub, Demon Clan, reward, black iron battle title, reputation 900. The system announced, in 1 minute, the bronze battle title winners will be revealed. After the 101st place was revealed, a thunderous cheer erupted in the Longyuan County channel. "Ha ha ha, great news, the boss's name wasn't called. He's in the top 100. The boss made it into the top 100. That's the bronze battle title." Wei Ming laughed heartily. The boss has a team of legendary dragons. Is it strange for him to be in the top 100? In my opinion, it's surprising that big shots like Ng Man and Zhu Yeqing also made it into the top 100. Ng Man wasn't pleased. "What do you mean, Xiaowei? Jiang Chun making it into the top 100 is expected, but me making it is a surprise." Considering that he still relied on Ng Man, the financial backer, to purchase fortune wagering tokens in the future, Jiang Chun quickly amended, "Ng Man is a terrifying presence that even I fear." Wei Ming hurriedly agreed. "That's right. Sister Ng is destined to be the ruler of Xianqin, and perhaps even the supreme of all worlds." Ng Man shivered and quickly said, "Stop, stop. You're giving me goosebumps with this talk." At this moment, a knowledgeable lord suddenly noticed something amiss. "Wait a minute. Did anyone see in Chusha's name earlier? How could the owner of the Dwarf King's palace not make the list? And what about Yaya?" This reminder unsettled everyone, and gasps echoed through each territory. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "Oh my, could it be that we might have 5 people from Longyuan County in the top 100? At this moment, the rankings continued to be announced by the Celestial Order. As the 100th name appeared, the entire Lord's Channel of Longyuan County erupted in excitement, even spilling over into the entire state channel. 100, Tu Shan Yaya, Heavenly Fox Clan, awarded bronze battle title. Reputation 1000. This result left everyone in shock. The Heavenly Fox Clan, a race considered weaker than humans, managing to break into the top 100 was simply unbelievable. Zhao Lingshan from Hosong County turned pale upon hearing the news. She murmured to herself, "Why? How can a leader of the weak Heavenly Fox Clan rank higher than me?" Recalling the sacrifices she made for the revival of Zhao Song, forsaking her childhood, studying diligently, and sleeping only 4 hours a night only to be surpassed by one of Jiang Qin's minor followers, filled her with resentment and bewilderment. Colonel Li Feng, a representative from the military district, had a complex expression upon hearing the news. As the group favorite of Longyuan Town, he knew the basic information about the Little Fox very well. He was aware that the Little Fox's group was merely a branch of Heavenly Fox refugees who fled to Blue Star due to the Heavenly Fox Star's chaos centuries ago. Colonel Li Feng thought of Mu Qingxuang, who started on the same footing as the Little Fox, and sighed inwardly. Just because the little fox chose to stand by Jiang Chen from the start, she ended up being blessed by luck and received Jiang Chen's favor. In this world, humans are indeed outdone by foxes. Ultimately, all of Colonel Li Feng's shock transformed into a long sigh. Although the leaders have courage, they placed their bets too late. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Colonel Li Feng's mind. If one of Jiang Chen's minor followers could make it into the top 100, could Jiang Chen himself possibly break into the top 10? If this were to happen, after creating an outstanding troop type last time, Jiang Chen would once again make a global splash. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic idea. Just then, Jiang Chen's communicator buzzed with a video request. It was from the little fox. Jiang Chen accepted the call and saw the excited little fox, smiling as he said, "Yeah, well done. Making it into the top 100. This result indeed surprised Jiang Chen. Even with the blood chalice, the little fox shouldn't have achieved such a good ranking, as summoning a vampire prince has its limits in terms of frequency and duration. However, the little fox encountered her kin, and nearly 100 heavenly foxes helped her find targets, doubling her efficiency in defeating enemies, making this result unsurprising. The key factor was that the little fox happened to rank 100th, earning a bronze battle title. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at her good fortune. However, the little fox wasn't there to boast. She eagerly asked, "Brother Jiang Chen, can I buy a Tanine branch blueprint for 20 million spirit stones?" Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then realized, "Is it for your sisters?" The little fox nodded repeatedly, her tail wagging like a little fan. Yes, the money was painstakingly gathered by the sisters. As she spoke, the little fox zoomed the camera out, revealing nearly 100 heavenly fox girls behind her, all wagging their tails and looking at him expectantly. Wow, they're all fox spirits. Jiang Chen thought to himself, quickly steadying his mind. After a moment's consideration, he said, "Yeah, are you willing to take on something big?" The little fox's interest was immediately piqued. "What's something big?" Jiang Chen explained with a smile. "I'll immediately transfer you 5 Tianyin branch blueprints. The remaining cost can be paid back by the Heavenly Fox clan in installments at the lowest market interest rate. These days, the Tianyin Pavilion's Sect fortune has increased to 100,000, and as the number of branches grows, the growth rate will only accelerate." The little fox was momentarily stunned, then leaned closer to the camera and whispered, "Brother Jiang Chen, how about I secretly take a few candid photos of Susu and Hong Hong to use as collateral?" Jiang Chen's face turned dark as he firmly refused. No need. He thought to himself, such fragile sisterhood. A gentleman may appreciate beauty, but he must act with integrity. In the first battlefield, the heavenly fox girls cheered upon hearing the news. Great. Long live Jiang Chen. Long live Yaya. We never imagined Yaya would have such influence with Jiang Chen. After ending the call, the little fox adopted a boss-like demeanor. If not for her 3 tails wagging excitedly, her expression might have seemed genuinely serious. She addressed her sisters, "Sisters, go back and immediately inform the clan leader. We must use all the resources of Nanli State to build the Tianyin branch." Tushan Susu nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Sister Yaya. We won't let your efforts go to waste." The title Sister Yaya made the little fox's tail stand even taller. She continued, "Sisters, complete your exchanges and exit the glory battlefield as soon as possible. I also need to head to the second battlefield to exchange points and prepare for the upcoming county ranking competition." After entering the top 100, the announcement speed began to slow. However, just as one wave settled, another surge arose. The commotion caused by the little fox entering the top 100 hadn't yet died down before it was overshadowed by an even greater uproar. 92. And Chuxia, human race, awarded bronze battle title. Reputation 1000. The state channel erupted once again. Is it another big shot from Longyuan County? Rumors have been swirling around, claiming that this goddess owns a dwarven palace capable of recruiting the king of the hill. Jiang Chen initially thought it was all hearsay, but now it seems to be largely true. The legendary Hill King unit really makes one marvel at how Longyuan County, despite having few lords, is teeming with powerful figures. Jiang Chen was calculating in his mind. A small county has 3 strong contenders in the top 100. No, wait, there's also the descendants of the first emperor and the Ming emperor. 5 in total. This number made the lords present gasp in astonishment. This glory battlefield has participation from 28 states and over 800 counties. Typically, having 1 lord from a county in the top 1,000 would be impressive. Yet Longyuan County has 5 people in the top 100, which is insanely strong. Colonel Li Feng remarked, "I was wrong earlier. Jiang Chen doesn't need to be in the top 10. Just having 5 lords from Longyuan County in the top 100 is enough to make waves across Blue Star. Longyuan County will undoubtedly become the top county in Long Country." True to its name, Longyuan is the dragon emerging from the abyss. However, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at Enchuxia's ranking. He thought, there's still a shortcoming. Although in Chuxia's power source is her war talent, it's only grade, which can't compare to someone like Zhu Yeqing, a royal descendant. I need to find a way to get Chuxia a couple of territory upgrade tokens. It doesn't have to be a grade, but at least grade. Just then, the rankings continued to be announced. 83, Zhu Yeqing, human, awarded bronze battle title. Prestige 1200. 82, Chao Ziqing, human, awarded bronze battle title. Prestige 1200. 81, Toyotomi Hidekazu, human, awarded bronze battle title. Prestige 1200. 3 consecutive names from Biashio state made the crowd of lords cheer. Even lords from the other 2 human states felt a sense of pride, being of the same race. Jiang Chun pondered. Chao Ziqing, a descendant of the fourth heaven's Chao family, hiding so deeply. It seems he's not just an ordinary member of the Chao family. Could he be like Wen Yining, a descendant of that infamous Chao from the fourth heaven? And this Toyotomi Hidekazu, managing to outrank both Chao Ziqing and Little Zhu, his strength is not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen didn't know that Toyotomi Hidekazu had spent a fortune hiring 2 powerful Sakura Lords who had entered the second layer to help him hunt monsters, aiming for a spot in the top 100. By now, all Dragon Country Lords from Biashio State, except for Jiang Chen and Wen Yining, had made the list. 74th place, 66th place, 58th place. With each announced rank, the Lords of Longyuan County erupted in cheers. The rankings were down to the top 50, yet 2 people still hadn't been listed. Many began to loudly pray. Jiang Chun, you must make it into the top 10. And Chuxia, Little Fox, Wei Ming, and others were on edge, even more nervous than the 2 contenders themselves. Just then, Yiren suddenly requested a private chat. When the video connected, she appeared grave and said, "Boss, something big has happened." Jiang Chun curiously asked, "What's going on?" Yiren replied solemnly, "A messenger from the clear domain in Area 428 has suddenly descended with a will, saying they want to see you. And also," a flicker of anger crossed her eyes as she grit her teeth, "the clear domain just announced some news. District 488, Freedom State." A towering, kilometer-high circular building stood majestically at the heart of the territory, its futuristic design underscoring the authority of the Free Will headquarters. At this moment, in the top-floor conference room of this skyscraper, the 12 leaders of Free Will had gathered, the air thick with tension and excitement. An elderly gentleman, his face lined with wrinkles, elegantly broke the silence. "News from District 428, C.I. Liu, the de facto ruler of Qingyu, has announced the abandonment of the newly developed Daoyou continent." As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted into a chorus of jubilant laughter. Sitting next to the old gentleman was a middle-aged woman adorned with dazzling jewelry. Her glittering ensemble enough to impress any connoisseur. Each of her earrings was, at the very least, a legendary grade piece. With a broad smile, she turned to the elder beside her and said, "Old Karen, we really have to thank your descendant for this. His death provided us with the leverage we needed against Qingyu." The elder, referred to as Old Karen, displayed a moment of sorrow on his face. "Oh, my poor Andre, he was one of my most valued heirs, the one I intended to pass on my will to." Yet, his words were met with disdain from the middle-aged woman. "Come on, you must have tens of thousands of heirs like that. If it weren't for this incident, you probably wouldn't even remember Andre Karen's name." At this point, a blond young man sitting across the table spoke up, his expression serious and tone calm. "Don't worry, Old Karen, the Karen family will have exclusive rights to 10 of Longyuan Town's map." Hearing this, a bright smile spread across Old Karen's face. "Oh, dear Ross, look at you. We are the closest of partners." He then added admiringly, "Just look at your vibrant body. I think I should also find a young body to carry on my will." Ross, the blonde youth and CEO of Free Will, paid no mind to Karen's insincere words. He surveyed the room and spoke with determination. "Let's be patient for another month or 2. Once Sakura Country secures the position of Prefecture Lord, they will fulfill their promise and hand over Longyuan County to us. By then, we can harness the gathered fortune to transform Longyuan Town into the first town with 1,000 points of fortune in the new district, making it a cradle of strength for Free Will." The middle-aged woman couldn't help but marvel. This deal is truly profitable. Who could have imagined that a county, just 2 months into development, would give rise to such a precious town of fortune? Old Karen timely reminded, "We must also guard against Sakura Country reneging on the deal, as Longyuan Town's value is immense." The woman scoffed, "Reneging? We're businessmen, assisting Sakura Country because they offered a high price. If they dare to renege, we'll make them pay dearly." Meanwhile, on the battlefield of honor, Jiang Chun was learning the details from Yiren, his brows slightly furrowed. The Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Country jointly pressuring Qingyu, and now Qingyu has announced the abandonment of Daoyou continent? Could the death of one Andre truly alarm the Board of Free Will? Jiang Chun quickly deduced free will's intentions. Their target was likely Longyuan County, or more precisely Longyuan Town. With over 1,000 towns in Longyuan County, each possessing at least 2 points of fortune, their combined value was immeasurable. Moreover, Longyuan Town already boasted 67 points of fortune, amassing such a formidable foundation in just 2 months, a rarity even in a century on Blue Planet. Qingyu's announcement to abandon Diaoyou continent was more than mere words. It meant that when Diaoyou continent faced invasion, Qingyu, as the representative organization of Dragon Nation's Seventh Heaven, would no longer provide any military support, especially against adversaries descending from the upper realms. If powerful figures from the old districts descended, even with level restrictions, they would be far beyond the capacity of ordinary new lords to withstand. Yi Iren understood the gravity of the situation and asked anxiously, "Boss, what should we do?" Jiang Chun smiled calmly. "Given the circumstances, what else can we do? Since Qingyu has abandoned Diaoyou continent, then I declare that Diaoyou continent will also sever ties with Qingyu, no longer recognizing Qingyu's rule over Dragon Nation in the Seventh Heaven." Sever ties with Qingyu? Yi Iren stared at Jiang Chun in astonishment, hearing him utter the most domineering words in the calmest tone, feeling her mind was a bit overwhelmed. It's well known that all Dragon Nation soldiers from District 1 to 666 in the Seventh Heaven are nominally under Qingyu's command. Over the past century, there have been new lords who declared independence from Qingyu due to its decay, such as Balian Continent, Taiping Continent, and Tian Country Continent. But they all met tragic ends, easily crushed by powerful figures from other nations' upper realms due to lack of support from the upper realms. Only upper realm powerhouses can contend with upper realm powerhouses. Jiang Chun confirmed that Yi Iren hadn't misheard, then asked, "Is there anything else?" Yi Iren steadied herself and continued to report, "Yes, the Qingyu envoy delivered C.I. Li's decree, ordering your hero empress to change her name to..." Jiang Chun suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. "Xiaotsue? How did that old witch come up with such a refreshingly unique name?" He glanced at the empress beside him, wondering if she'd go berserk if she were really given the name Xiaotsue. "What's the matter, my lord?" The empress looked at Jiang Chun with a puzzled expression, instinctively touching her cheek. "Is there something on my face?" Jiang Chun nodded with a slight smile. "It's a green flower." At that moment, news swept in like a whirlwind. Lords from all directions received shocking news. Qingyu had announced the abandonment of Diaoyou Prefecture. Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Abandoning Diaoyou Prefecture means giving up Longyuan County? Are the rulers of Qingyu out of their minds, publicly giving up the top county and launching? Chao Ziqing, Zhao Lingshan, and other county leaders from Long Kingdom were deeply confused. If Qingyu gave up on Diaoyou Prefecture, what was the point of their efforts to vie for the governor's position? Even if they succeeded, wouldn't everything become an illusion in the face of future powerful arrivals from Yinghua country's old districts? Zhao Lingshan was on the verge of a breakdown. She muttered through gritted teeth, "I fought tooth and nail to win the position of county chief, and now Qingyu just abandons it? Without the county chief position, how can I restore Zhaosong? Do I really have to retreat and try again next year? But with tens of billions of spirit stones invested this year, would it all go to waste?" She slammed her fist on the table in anger. "This is a disgrace. An utter disgrace." Equally furious was Ng Man. Usually composed, she couldn't control her emotions at this moment. "I never thought in my life that anyone other than Jiang Chun could trigger my bloodline evolution. Today, I've seen it." Jiang Chun frowned at her words. "Hey, why drag me into this when you're cursing Qingyu?" Unfortunately, Ng Man seemed lost in her own world, oblivious to his words. Soon, Yi Iren announced Longyuan County's decision to break away from Qingyu on the county channel. Wei Ming and other staunch supporters of Jiang Chun naturally raised both hands in agreement. It's likely that if Jiang Chun decided to take on the old district from over 200 years ago, they'd follow without hesitation. However, many expressed concerns. Some whispered, "This, even if we don't mention the old districts over 10 years old, how could we defend against the arrival of a lord from the 665 district just a year ago?" At that moment, Ng Man seemed to snap out of her evolutionary state and loudly declared, "Well done, Jiang Chun. With your decision, even if Qingyu doesn't support you, my immortal Qin will." Zhu Yeqing also passionately stated, "I can't represent Mingyu, but I can speak for the 7 Zhu family members in Longyuan County who support Jiang Chun." And Chu Xia joined in to rally support. "Don't be afraid, everyone. When upper realm experts descend, their levels will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao." Despite this, many lords remained rational. They understood that even at the same level, the skills, equipment, items, and innate talents of upper realm experts were far superior to those of new district lords. They recalled the fate of Bai Lian, once known as the Saintess of Bai Lian province, who despite having dozens of legendary troops and hundreds of epic troops, met a tragic end against upper realm experts. Sensing the hesitation among the group, Jiang Chun quickly posted a pinned announcement on the county channel. Brothers, we fought Sakura and seized our fortunes and county to get here today. But you all see the current situation in Diaoyou Prefecture. Who knows when the old district experts from Sakura country or even Lighthouse country will arrive. And we won't have any support. I'll say it again. The permission to relocate from the county has been granted. I won't stop anyone who wishes to leave, and I wish them the best of luck. In the county management group, Wei Ming pondered. Why does the boss's statement sound familiar? Huang Xian chimed in. When our town first broke through the domain, the boss said the same thing to our town's lords. More than half of them relocated, and now they regret it deeply. Wei Ming fell into contemplation at these words. Jiang Qin indeed had his considerations. He welcomed with open arms those long kingdom lords who chose to stay during such a critical time. Those who chose to leave were understandable. However, if he successfully overcame this crisis, it wouldn't be easy for those who left to return to Longyuan County. This was undoubtedly another opportunity for Jiang Chun to purify the county team. At that moment, Enchuxia suddenly shouted, Sister Ying's ranking is out. Winning the Yin-Man human tribe rewards a bronze battle title. Prestige, 2400. Yin-Man grabbed her hair with both hands, tugging at it a few times, her face full of frustration. Ah, I'm just so close to the silver battle title. Her voice was filled with annoyance. But soon, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Still, earning 2,400 prestige points isn't bad. Yin-Man muttered to herself, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Once I gather 10,000 prestige points, I can exchange them in the Hall of Prestige for the legendary hero soul. Then, I'll help Sister Ming achieve legendary status. The people around her also felt sorry for Yin-Man, including Jiang Chen. He sighed inwardly. I've done my best to clear the obstacles for you. But if you don't push yourself, there's nothing more I can do. Jiang Chen's strength in the second-tier battlefield was unrivaled. He had slain nearly 30 alien lords, some of whom possessed legendary units and were even stronger than Yin-Man. In fact, Yin-Man wasn't weak. Besides her personal combat prowess, she had equipped herself to the maximum extent a new lord could reach. It was just that luck didn't seem to favor her despite slaying several legendary monsters. She hadn't acquired a troop token. If Yin-Man had a team of legendary units, her strength would certainly not be inferior to that of the Son of God, Hamer, and she might even break into the top 10. Even so, Yin-Man's ranking drew attention from the Sakura Lords. Although she held the same bronze battle title, her ranking was far superior to that of Toyotomi Hidekazu. More surprisingly, Jiang Qin's name had yet to appear on the leaderboard. Toyotomi Hidekazu gritted his teeth and said, could Jiang Chun really make it to the top 10? Whether they wanted to admit it or not, Jiang Chun had already secured his place as the strongest in Diaoyou continent. 20. Arlita Beelzebub Demon. Rewards a bronze battle title. Prestige, 2400. The rankings quickly announced up to the top 20. Chao Ziqing's eyes showed a complex mix of emotions: envy, admiration, hope, and even a tinge of jealousy. Could Jiang Chun really make it to the top 10? If he does, it would break a century-old record on Blue Star. The 2 million lords of Diaoyou continent, whether watching live or via broadcast, were all fixated on the leaderboard. Lords from the Dragon Kingdom hoped Jiang Chen's name would appear as late as possible, while those from other countries, including the friendly North Bear country, wished for his name to appear immediately. They wanted the human race to thrive, but not with the Dragon Kingdom dominating. Among everyone, only Zhu Yeshuan, who had witnessed a glimpse of Jiang Chen's power, had full confidence in him. Easily slaying a son of God, entering the top 10 shouldn't be difficult, she thought to herself. Rank 19, 16, 13. Finally, the 11th spot was announced. Hyler Mechanical Tribe. Rewards a bronze battle title. Prestige, 2400. The entire Diaoyou continent erupted. 2 million lords, regardless of their intentions, shouted with various emotions. Colonel Li Feng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, he's really in the top 10. Jiang Chun is too strong. Dragon Kingdom? No. Blue Star? How many years has it been since a lord achieved such a feat? Ha ha ha. He embraced his deputy, only then realizing his clothes were soaked with sweat. The deputy also chuckled. Oldly, you've been a soldier for over 20 years. Why are you acting like a rookie? Getting so worked up over something like this? You call this something small? Li Feng punched his partner's shoulder. Don't tell me you weren't nervous. Similar celebrations erupted in the Dragon Kingdom's territories. In contrast, the Sakura Kingdom's lords were in mourning. How can Jiang Chun be so strong? Lord Toyotomi Hidekazu only ranked 81. The mustached Sakura Kingdom mayor said sourly. Apu chimed in. Could it be that Jiang Chun isn't on the list at all? It's possible. Although the glory battlefield mainly tests strength, luck is also a crucial factor. Maybe Jiang Chun was unlucky and got a map full of monster wastelands. Jiang Chun keenly noticed the attitude of this descendant of Ashoka. It seems this guy has realized that the Dragon Kingdom officially abandoned Diaoyou continent and started cozying up to the Sakura Kingdom, he thought. Of course, these skeptical voices were soon drowned out. Even if there were few monsters, Jiang Chun was a powerful lord with a team of legendary dragons. In the Longyuan County Channel, Wei Ming excitedly asked, "Ha ha ha, everyone, guess what rank our boss will get?" And Chu Xia wiped the sweat from her palms, revealing a relieved smile. The exact rank doesn't matter anymore. Even if it's the 10th, it's a silver battle title. Chu Xia's right. Ying Yin Man generously said, "Congratulations, Jiang Chun." Zhu Yeqing excitedly added, "Ha ha ha, can we start celebrating now?" Jiang Chun replied with a smile, "Let's wait until I've redeemed the rewards, then everyone, come to my territory." These days, the fierce competition for points in the Lord's Slaughter and the Glory battlefield has left everyone exhausted. On a peaceful afternoon, the group gathered to relax and discuss the upcoming county ranking competition. Suddenly, Little Fox exclaimed excitedly, "The 10th place has been announced, and it's still not Brother Jiang Chun. Oh my, Brother Jiang Chun is so amazing. He's truly Yu's hero." Everyone turned to look and indeed found that the 10th place was another deity lord. Ying Yimin couldn't help but marvel, "Jiang Chun, you're really aiming for the stars, aren't you?" As the rankings continued to be revealed, everyone's expressions shifted from surprise to doubt, and finally to disbelief. Even the usually composed Zhu Yeshuan began to gape in astonishment, muttering, "No way, it's already the 4th place, and it's still not Jiang Chun." Quickly, the 3rd place was announced, yet another deity lord. Little Fox's cheeks flushed with excitement, and her 3 tails wagged rapidly. "Oh my gosh, the 3rd place isn't Brother Jiang Chun either." It dawned on everyone that only the top 2 spots were left. If the 2nd place wasn't Jiang Chun, then the thought alone made everyone feel a rush of blood and a dizzy spell. Zhu Yeqing clutched his chest, stammering, Jiang Big Brother is really aiming for the heavens." And Chu Xia's reaction was the most intense. Earlier, when everyone speculated whether Jiang Chun could make the top 10, she was merely sweating with nervousness. But now, in less than a minute of waiting, she was drenched in sweat. She kept silently chanting in her mind, "Go Jiang Chun, you must, you must." The lords of Diaoyou Prefecture, who thought the results were set and were ready to head home, were once again stunned by the unfolding events. The entire Diaoyou Prefecture seemed to fall into a spell of silence, enveloped in a deathly quiet. Each of the top 10 names was announced with about a minute's interval, but this minute felt like an eternity for the 20 million lords of Diaoyou Prefecture. Finally, under the anxious gazes of everyone, the 2nd place was announced. 2. Daiga Deity Clan, awarded silver battle title. Reputation 10,000. The crowd erupted in an uproar. It wasn't Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, a human lord. To achieve 1st place in a multi-race secret realm, including powerful races like deities, demons, and machines. How is this possible? Famed across Blue Star? No. It should be famed across humanity. Someone timidly suggested. Could it be that Jiang Chun really didn't make it to the list? Fengchen Hideki suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, that must be it. Katanakin guessed right. Jiang Chun didn't make it at all. How could a human be first? That's impossible. Even if a human got 1st place, it would be my great Sakura nation taking 1st. His words were becoming somewhat incoherent. As if sensing the lack of suspense after the 2nd place announcement, the heavens responded. Just as Fengchen Hideki finished speaking, a blinding golden light illuminated the entire space, forcing everyone to squint. When the light faded, a single line of gilded characters hung in the sky. 1. Jiang Chun, Human Clan, awarded gold battle title. Reputation 20,000. On the 3rd heavenly realm, within the golden hall of the Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng sat on the dragon throne, letting out a cold snort, a glint of frost flickering in his eyes. "If Sile dares to step into the 3rd heavenly realm, I will have her torn apart by 5 dragons." His voice was deep and authoritative, resonating through the magnificent hall. Soon after, Ying Zhang turned his thoughts to more expansive concerns. The lower realms serve as the foundation for the upper ones. Only after the success of the campaign against the heavens by the lords of the 7th realm can one ascend to the 6th, and so forth, he mused, furrowing his brow. If the Dragon Kingdom collapses in the 7th realm, then it will be difficult for fresh blood to enter beyond the 6th. At that point, the demise of Xianqin, the mighty Han, or the glorious Tang would only be a matter of time. Ying Zheng's gaze turned to the distance, as if piercing through layers of heavenly realms. On a smaller scale, all the forces, resource points, and the fortune of small towns that Ying Yiman has developed over the past 2 months would vanish like smoke. Moreover, the moment she loses her mayoral privileges, one of her heroes will be randomly disbanded. He spoke with a hint of helplessness. "You must understand. Each of Ying Yiman's heroes is a revered sage from the Xianqin Hall of Immortals." Ying Zheng stood up and paced back and forth in the Golden Hall. "Yet I cannot directly send celestial troops to aid her, as that would expose Ying Yiman's identity, leading to even worse consequences. Besides, the cost and preparation time required to descend from the third, heavenly realm are countless times greater than descending from the old district of the seventh realm. Suddenly, Ing Zheng's anger flared, causing the entire Xianying palace to tremble slightly. Countless heroes, troops, and even vassal lords within the palace were filled with apprehension, unsure of what could have provoked the wrath of the Lord of Xianqin. Below, Zhao Gao also appeared furious, echoing, "If those cowards from Qingyu dare to ascend to the upper realm, there would be no need for your majesty to act. The emperor of the sixth, heavenly realm would dispose of them." Unfortunately, they seem determined to retreat and live out their days in the seventh realm, knowing they are unwelcome. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Gao received a message. His face immediately lit up with joy. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The ranking of the young prince has been announced 22nd place. To achieve 22nd amidst so many formidable opponents truly befits the bloodline of Your Majesty." The anger on Ing Zheng's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of satisfaction. "Oh, 22nd place?" He nodded. "I recall that Xiao 19 doesn't even have a legendary troop yet. Achieving 22nd is indeed commendable." After a while, seeing Ing Zheng's mood improve, Zhao Gao cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, with the constant threat of old district lords descending upon Daoyao State, it's not wise to always be on the defensive. It requires significant preparation time for us to descend from the third, heavenly realm. Should I notify the young prince to relocate for development?" Ing Zheng pondered for a moment and sighed helplessly. "That seems to be the only option." "Yes." Zhao Gao was about to leave when he suddenly received another message. He glanced at it casually and was instantly frozen in place, disbelief written all over his face. "Impossible, this can't be true." Ing Zheng frowned. "What are you mumbling about?" Zhao Gao stammered. "It's just that I just received a message that's quite unbelievable. Please wait, Your Majesty. I will verify it immediately." Soon, after verifying through a dozen different channels, the result was the same. It was indeed true. Suddenly, Zhao Gao felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up abruptly to find Ing Zheng staring at him with a displeased expression. Terrified, he fell to his knees with a thud. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but this news is truly astounding." "Speak up," Ing Zheng commanded sharply. Zhao Gao took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, a few days ago, you instructed me to monitor Jiang Qin's ranking in the glory battlefield. The results are out now." Despite his deep-seated hatred for Jiang Qin, Zhao Gao dared not conceal anything of interest to Ing Zheng. Jiang Qin has surpassed all new lords of the divine, demon, and mechanical races to claim the first place in the glory battlefield, earning the title of Golden Battle Name. Ing Zheng shot to his feet. "What did you say?" Zhao Gao was astounded, having not seen Ing Zheng so taken aback in ages. He quickly repeated in a loud voice, "Reporting to Your Majesty, the new Lord Jiang Qian has taken first place in the new district glory battlefield, earning the Golden Battle Name." Ing Zheng knew Zhao Gao wouldn't dare deceive him, especially with information that could be easily verified. He paced rapidly across the Golden Hall, his eyes gleaming. First place. A human lord, able to surpass these powerful divine races? It's known that those divine sons and daughters possess a-level talents, each one as powerful as a legendary hero. He pondered for a moment. Could it be that this generation of alien newcomers is just a facade, strong on the outside but weak within? No. Xiao 19's 22nd place proves the alien races are not weak. Suddenly, Ing Zheng laughed heartily. "Ha ha, excellent. Although this youngster has repeatedly seized Xiao 19's opportunities, this time he has brought honor to the Dragon Kingdom and the human race. Longyuan County is aptly named, like a dragon emerging from the abyss." Listening to Ing Zheng's laughter, Zhao Gao felt frustrated, knowing he wouldn't be able to trouble Jiang Qin anytime soon. He rolled his eyes and suggested, "Your Majesty, it's a pity for such talent as Jiang Qin to perish. Should we have Jiang Qin retreat with the young prince? If he loses the county, perhaps he could serve as the young prince's loyal aide." Before he could finish, Zhao Gao secretly felt smug. What is being first accomplished? He'll still have to abandon everything and start anew. With the loss of his positions as mayor and county chief, the depletion of all resource points, and the diminishment of the town's fortune, much of Jiang Qin's efforts over the past 2 months have gone to waste. Zhao Gao couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, his lips curling into a subtle smile. At that moment, Ing Zheng's authoritative voice rang out once more. "Let Jiang Qin decide for himself. Moreover, Jiang Qin has greatly enhanced the prestige of our Dragon Kingdom. Isn't he fond of money? In the name of the Immortal Qin, reward him with 1 billion spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's eyes flickered with a trace of greed and envy, but he quickly suppressed his inner turmoil and respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Majesty. I will see to it immediately." Meanwhile, in the glory battlefield, a godly lord clad in golden armor, named Di Jiawuma, was gazing at the leaderboard in the sky. His eyes reflected disbelief as he muttered to himself, even with 7.8 million glory points, I only managed to secure second place. And I was beaten by a human lord. Dijia furrowed his brow in thought for a moment and continued to muse, Hamer, that useless fool, didn't even send a message before he died. Did he fall at this person's hands too? Haha, how long has it been since a human name appeared at the top of the multiverse rankings? Truly intriguing. Behind Dijia, in addition to a squad of epic soul hunters, 2 teams of legendary light and dark sanctum stood silently. These godly magical units, under the command of a divine hero, possessed combat power far exceeding that of Jiang Qin's tyrants. In theory, they were even stronger than Jiang Qin's goddess warriors, crystal maidens, celestial fairies, and angels. Dijia glanced at Jiang Qin's name one last time and softly said, Human Jiang Qin, I will remember you. It's a pity that the glory battlefield is boundless, and we may never meet. I hope to face you in the battle of the multiverse geniuses. With that, Dijia transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the glory battlefield. It wasn't just Dijia. All the powerful beings from the godly, demonic, and mechanical races who participated in the glory battlefield etched Jiang Qin's name into their memories. Jiang Qin's name quickly spread among the outsiders. The lords of Diao State, though mentally prepared, were still dumbfounded when the heavenly Dao officially announced Jiang Qin's victory. The entire Diao State plunged into an eerie silence. The silence was broken by the heavenly Dao's announcement. The glory battlefield will close in 10 minutes, and all lords will be transported back to their territories. Any unredeemed glory points will be reset to 0 after the battlefield closes. Only then did everyone awaken from their daze. Li Zhenai immediately spoke up, Lord Jiangchun, I sincerely invite you, along with Tu Shanye, Wei Ming, and Huang Xian, to return to South Bang Nation. South Bang Nation is your eternal home. The little fox Tu Shanye, upon hearing her name mentioned, erupted, Eternal home? Is your South Bang Nation a coffin? Seeing Li Zhenai rendered speechless, the crowd felt secretly pleased. Chao Ziqing loudly praised, Brother Jiangchun is amazing. A golden battle name. This is truly a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom and the human race. Zhao Lingshan was visibly excited. It's not just the golden battle name, but also 20,000 prestige points. That's 20,000. How many things can be exchanged in the Hall of Prestige? At least a few legendary war symbols, right? Alexei remarked, the Dragon Kingdom has always produced powerful individuals, but witnessing Brother Jiang Qin's incredible prowess today, I am genuinely impressed. Haha. Colonel Li Feng added with a smile. Let's not forget, back when Brother Jiang Qin only had 10,000 prestige points, he attracted a team of legendary dragons. Now, with 30,000 prestige points, who knows if he'll attract legendary heroes? These words sparked envy and realization in the eyes of the crowd. They realized that a single team of dragons might not have been enough for Jiang Qin to claim first place. A common thought emerged in their minds. Jiang Qin must have more hidden cards. Leading from the front indeed leads to further advancement. At this moment, in the third battlefield where Jiang Qin was, a system notification popped up. A team of champion knights, admiring your fame, is on its way to your territory. Jiang Qin looked at the notification and couldn't help but marvel at the immediate effect of prestige. The champion knight, a classic tank unit for humans, boasts an epic quality that would thrill any ordinary lord. However, for Jiang Qin, it was hardly noteworthy. His attention was captured by 2 golden ancient characters that descended in a blaze of radiant light, quickly merging into his forehead. A system notification sounded. You have acquired the golden battle name. Godslayer? Jiang Qin took a deep breath, musing to himself, Godslayer? That's quite the audacious name. He immediately checked the attributes of Godslayer. Godslayer. Golden battle name. Effect. While active, all units in the territory including the Lord receive a 30 boost to all attributes. Special. When facing divine enemies, the effect doubles. Note. Activation requires the consumption of top-grade spirit stones. The straightforward yet powerful effect made Jiang Qin's eyes light up. He quickly understood the origin of the battle name might evolved automatically based on his performance on the glory battlefield. Having slain the most divine beings, including a demigod, earning such a battle name was more than fitting. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If the divine race finds out about my battle name's attributes, I'll never have a moment's peace. With this golden battle name, Jiang Qin finally caught up with the likes of Ying Quan and others in terms of lord talents. As for the top-grade spirit stones needed for activation, they were merely a trifle for him. Fortifying one costs just 100,000 spirit stones. The golden battle name lay hidden in Jiang Qin's brow, ready to be activated with just a thought. With time running short, he decided to make the most of the last 8 minutes to redeem his rewards. Jiang Qin quickly opened the third-year redemption list and scrolled straight to the bottom. Taking a deep breath, he decisively declared, Summon Mythical Roulette. 10 million glory points vanished in an instant. A colossal tricolor roulette, spanning over 10,000 meters in diameter, gradually solidified in the void, hovering like a giant UFO above. Jiang Chun was relieved to be the only one on the third floor. Otherwise, this spectacle would have surely caused a huge commotion. The roulette spun rapidly, its rewards a blur. Jiang Chen felt a connection between his consciousness and the roulette. He promptly commanded, "Stop." The roulette gradually slowed down, and Jiang Chun could finally make out the items on it. Military tokens, hero orders, equipment, blueprints, scrolls, attribute books, everything imaginable. Gold represented legendary, while tricolor indicated mythical levels. A rough estimate showed that mythical items made up about 30%, which was quite decent. Jiang Chun focused intently on the pointer, muttering softly, "Dragon vein. Oh, dragon vein. Let it be something good this time." The pointer crawled slowly like a snail, eventually stopping just at the edge of the tricolor section. Jiang Chun punched the air in excitement, and the surrounding hero units erupted in cheers. Even the usually stern Yin couldn't help but remark, "It was worth it. All those sleepless nights were worth it." The Empress expressed slight regret. "Too bad it's not a hero order or a military token." In truth, Jiang Chun most desired the mythical hero's soul. If the Empress, the sacred master of Tanine, could ascend to mythical status, the Tanine Pavilion would surely rise dramatically, possibly developing powerful new traits. "It is a bit of a pity," Jiang Chen admitted with a smile, "but at least it's not a blueprint." He wasn't yet able to enhance mythical-grade resources, and if he drew a mythical building blueprint, it might be a long wait before construction could begin. Jinnah curiously examined the reward. From the illustration, "It looks like a sapling. A mythical-grade sapling. Could it be the world tree of the elves? It doesn't quite look like it. Could it be the legendary peach of immortality tree? If it's a ginseng fruit tree, that would be amazing." Everyone began to speculate. Soon, the tricolored glow enveloped the sapling and gently placed it into Jiang Chen's hands. Upon seeing its attributes, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. "Ha ha ha, while it's not a ginseng fruit tree, it's not far off." Jinnah eagerly asked, "What is it, Lord? Please tell us." Jiang Chun merely smiled without answering. Even the usually composed Li Hani looked at him expectantly. Yin, though outwardly calm, had her ears perked up. The Empress, knowing Jiang Chun well, rolled her eyes and said, "Let's disperse, ladies. I doubt the master will tell us." True to form, Jiang Chun gave a mysterious smile and said to Jinnah, "I can only tell you this much for now. With this treasure, your research on the power of order will definitely advance by leaps and bounds." Jinnah's eyes sparkled with interest. There was one thing Jiang Chun didn't mention. This sapling was also a heavenly treasure, perfectly aligned with the second county ranking competition's focus on agricultural index. He pondered, how much could a mythical-grade spiritual item boost Longyuan County's agricultural index? With 4 million glory points remaining, Jiang Chun began contemplating his next steps. Jiang Chen's eyes quickly scanned the exchange list of the glory battlefield, his fingers deftly tapping on the light screen. Wisely, he avoided equipment and scroll items, focusing instead on the newly unlocked rare artifacts of the third heaven. The ceiling charms and heavenly craft diagrams shimmered with exceptional quality, each requiring 200,000 points. Jiang Chun calculated that these artifacts would soon be upgraded to legendary quality in his hands. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret about the function of the heavenly craft diagrams. If he had obtained them earlier, he wouldn't have been so anxious when destroying the dragon's tomb in the second-tier battlefield. This magical blueprint could perfectly restore buildings of the same quality. Meanwhile, the non-graded absorption stones were even more precious, each costing a whopping 500,000 points. After completing the exchange, Jiang Chun softly commanded, "Exit glory battlefield." With a flash of blinding light, Jiang Chun returned to his own territory. The familiar surroundings made him sigh with relief. There's no place like home. Turning to his companions, he announced, "Everyone, you've worked hard. Take the afternoon off. The drunken Immortal Tavern and Huaqing Pool are now open for you." Cheers erupted as the crowd quickly dispersed. The dragons eagerly raced to the drunken Immortal Tavern. The 9 heaven saintess, addicted to soaking in hot springs, headed straight for the teleportation array, clearly aiming for the Huaqing Pool on Ghost One. The diligent goddess warriors also moved towards the teleportation array, and Jiang Chun knew they were likely off to continue their sea monster hunts. In no time, only 4 heroes remained, their eyes fixed on the sapling in Jiang Chen's hand, anticipation gleaming in their eyes. The Empress tentatively asked, "Master, what about you?" Jiang Chen chuckled, "I'm going to plant a tree. Once it bears fruit, you'll all get your share." Yin praised, "The Lord always calls us the role models, but truly, the Lord himself is the real role model." Yin's sister is right. Li Hani nodded repeatedly. "I'm heading to the enlightenment room to train. I think my moon and flower sword will soon reach its peak." Despite the substantial gains from the glory battlefield, Jiang Chun wasn't in a rush to inventory them. He first posted an announcement in the Longyuan County Management Group. Everyone, sort out your gains, and come to my territory in an hour. He then waved his hand to create an independent space. Upon entering the space, Jiang Qin immediately activated a tenfold acceleration and took out a standard farmland blueprint. Consume 40 million spirit stones to enhance the Saint-grade spirit field, he murmured. The Supreme Spirit Field was of epic quality, while the Saint-grade spirit field was a legendary quality structure. With the help of the accelerated space, Jiang Chun quickly completed all the resource preparations needed for the enhancement. Construct Saint-grade spirit field, complete immediately. With the command issued, a divine field unfolded before him. With everything in place, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and carefully took out the mythical sapling. Jiang Chen gazed at the unassuming, iron-black sapling in his hand and couldn't help but express his admiration. A flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes as his fingers gently brushed over the sapling's rough surface. This seemingly ordinary sapling was, in fact, one of the 3 legendary spirit-opening trees known to humanity. The Enlightenment Tea Tree, the Bodhi Tree, and the Wisdom Tree were collectively referred to as the spirit-opening trees. While they didn't directly enhance attributes, they could lead to rapid advancements in skills and techniques. The Enlightenment Tea was more focused on sudden insights, while the Bodhi seeds and wisdom fruits were geared towards enhancing comprehension. A thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. This was one of the reasons why even new region lords feared the old ones, despite their levels being suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The gap in skills and techniques accumulated over time posed the greatest threat. He recalled some information he had heard before. Mastering an A-level technique to the minor completion stage could boost combat power by at least 10,000 stars. Meanwhile, a level 100 ordinary monster only had around 10,000 star power. Jiang Chen shook his head, realizing that even an A-level technique like the ethereal technique required decades, if not centuries, to break through in its later stages, let alone his 8-9 mystical arts. Jiang Chen's gaze returned to the sapling in his hand, a glint of excitement in his eyes. With the Enlightenment Tea Tree, combined with the Enlightenment Room of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, the combat power of his territory's heroes and soldiers, and even his own, would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, he couldn't help but wonder. How long would it take for this divine tree to grow, blossom, and bear fruit? With a wave of his hand, Nongyi entered the specially designated space, respectfully asking, "Lord, what are your orders?" Jiang Chun cast a green light that merged into Nongyi's forehead and then solemnly declared, "From now on, this space will be known as the Enlightenment Space. Only you and I have access here. Your sole task is to plant and nurture this Enlightenment Tea Tree until it produces the first batch of Enlightenment Tea." Nongyi was initially stunned as he received the sapling from Jiang Chun, then trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "The Enlightenment Tea Tree. It's truly the Enlightenment Tea Tree." It took him a full minute to compose himself before he respectfully vowed, "Rest assured, my lord, as long as the tree lives, I live. If the tree perishes, so do I." Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Get started." Nongyi immediately set to work, meticulously digging the soil to find the best planting spot for the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun glanced at his resources and softly commanded, "Upgrade territory. Consume 148,000 spirit stones. Complete immediately." A system prompt followed. "You have upgraded to a level 9 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the infirmary building. Territory area increased to 420,000 square meters." With a rumble, the territory's diameter expanded by about 100 meters, instantly increasing the area by 90,000 square meters. For Jiang Chun, who possessed a blessed land, this meant an increase of 180,000 square meters. Jiang Chun quickly planned the use of the expanded territory in his mind. Besides reserving space for upgrading high-grade buildings, he intended to build fields and residences in the remaining areas. The infirmary, unlocked after reaching level 9, could accelerate the recovery of heroes and soldiers. For ordinary lords, the infirmary was a significant advantage, but for Jiang Chun, who had the spring of life, it was hardly of any use. Given the importance of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, Jiang Chun wasn't in a hurry to leave the Enlightenment space. He supervised while organizing the spoils from the past 3 days in the Glory battlefield. First were the basic energy and spirit stone gains. In the 3 days on the Glory battlefield, Jiang Chen's group acquired 480 million energy and 18 million spirit stones. Including the daily gains from thousands of heavenly sound disciples and overseas, Jiang Chen's energy had reached 760 million. The most valuable of the other gains was undoubtedly the golden battle name, God Slayer. Next was the blueprint for the legendary troop building, Dragon's Tomb. Following that were 20,000 reputation points. Lastly, there were the legendary battle token, the undying dragon flute, and the 4 pieces of ordinary legendary equipment dropped by the bone dragon. As for the gains below the legendary quality, they were abundant. 328 epic equipment, 2,408 excellent equipment, with half from the third-level battlefield and a small portion from contributions by alien powerhouses. There were 18 epic hero souls, 79 excellent hero souls, 26 epic troop souls, 213 excellent troop souls, 5 epic hero orders, 28 excellent hero orders, 28 epic battle tokens, 112 excellent battle tokens, 1 advanced attribute technique, already used by Jiang Chun, 83 intermediate attribute books, 308 basic attribute books. Other chests, equipment, scrolls, and materials were too numerous to count. Looking at the organized gains, Jiang Chun couldn't help but sigh. What a bountiful harvest. It's a pity that the third-level battlefield only gave me a little over an hour. Imagine if I could have farmed it for a whole day. Seeing Nong Yi still busy, Jiang Chun wasn't in a rush. He casually pulled out a rocking chair to lie on and then retrieved a legendary quality moon soul fruit, taking a bite. The juicy moon soul fruit burst in Jiang Chun's mouth, making him squint with satisfaction. Having consumed so many, even the legendary moon soul fruit could no longer provide attribute boosts for Jiang Chun. This precious spirit item, which could increase dozens of attributes for ordinary lords, was now just a treat for Jiang Chun's taste buds. Jiang Chun leisurely enjoyed the tranquility of the moment. Meanwhile, his victory in the glory battlefield and the acquisition of the golden battle name continued to stir discussions. In the Jiangnan provincial military district, a brief discussion ensued. Xiajia announced the results, his voice resonating in the conference room. If there are no objections, Jiang Chun's military rank will be elevated to honorary lieutenant general. He paused briefly to explain. The reason it's not a full general or even higher is to leave room for Jiang Chun's future remarkable achievements, such as in the upcoming battle of the 10,000 races. The attendees nodded in agreement. Some even joked, we can't end up calling him honorary marshal, can we? This elicited light laughter from the group. Xiajie continued, what are your thoughts on the Qingyu announcement? According to regulations, once we reach the 7th heaven, we will be under Qingyu's jurisdiction. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. The commanders, indignant, began to express their opinions. Daioezu is a strategic location that we fought tooth and nail to secure. How can we give it up so easily? One general angrily exclaimed, slapping the table. Another chimed in, that old witch from Qingyu sold off an entire state with just a word. At this rate, Longgua's assets in the 7th heaven will be squandered. Why not follow Jiang Qun's lead and declare independence from Qingyu? Someone suggested, quickly gaining support from many others. However, a more measured voice cautioned, don't be rash. Qingyu at least helps us withstand pressure from the old regions. The consequences of breaking away are unimaginable. General Su scoffed, interrupting, at this rate, Qingyu won't be able to offer us any decent support anyway. Everyone knows about the demotion of the 8-banner army, right? The room fell silent. Everyone understood the implications of the troop demotion. Once at the epic peak, the 8-banner army now had only the 4 regular banners retaining an initial epic 1-star rank, while the 4 embroidered banners had degraded to excellent troops, becoming a laughingstock across Blue Star. Xiajie suddenly spoke in a deep voice, soon, Marshal Feng will return from the battlefield of the 10,000 races. With over a month until the state capital battle, Daioezu will maintain its current status for now. At the mention of Marshal Feng, all the generals immediately showed their respect. We'll follow Xiaolao's instructions, they responded in unison. Meanwhile, at the Free Will headquarters, the 12 top officials had just adjourned their meeting when they received the news of Jiang Chun's golden battle title. Ross had no choice but to reconvene the group. After a brief discussion, they quickly reached a consensus. A genius like Jiang Chun, if not usable by the Beacon Nation, must not be allowed to remain. Even if they couldn't kill Jiang Chun now, they had to suppress his development at all costs. Ross loudly declared, even if Free Will has to personally intervene, we must help Sakura country secure the position of prefect. Then, using the prefect's authority to suppress Jiang Chun's county chief authority, we can eliminate him once and for all. Soon, several talented lords on par with Andre used advanced city relocation orders to move into Keilang County in Daioezu. Free Will's pieces were in place, and a conspiracy against Jiang Chun was quietly unfolding. At this moment, Enluashi was overwhelmed with a whirlwind of emotions. Her eyes sparkled with joy and disbelief, yet there was a hint of worry lurking within. Her daughter had hitched a ride with Jiang Chun and unexpectedly earned a bronze battle title at the Dwarf King's palace, which filled her with ecstasy. However, the news of Jiang Chun declaring Longyuan County's secession from Qingyu made her heart skip a beat. Enluashi took a deep breath, her eyes showing a determined glint. If it really comes to a crisis, I have no choice but to descend, she resolved silently. As a powerful warlord, she was not one to shrink back. Although descending from District 642 to District 666 would instantly deplete her 20 years of accumulation, she was willing to bear this responsibility for the sake of her country and family. Meanwhile, the envoy from Qingyu, who had been persistently negotiating at Yiren's territory, made a complete turnaround in attitude upon learning of Jiang Qin's first-place achievement. He hastily withdrew his demands, eager to relay this astonishing news back to Qingyu. Jiang Qin was engrossed in reading the latest intelligence from Jiangnan Province's military district, which included movements from Sakura Nation and Beacon Nation. He looked up and said to Mu Qingxuang, please thank the commanders at the military district for me. The value of this intelligence is immeasurable, though the honorary lieutenant general title is of little importance. Mu Qingxuang stood at attention and replied, yes, sir. As Jiang Qin pondered the possible reactions from various factions, an unexpected visitor from Xianqin arrived. Zhao Gao calmly stated, 10 billion spirit stones, a reward from a prominent figure in Xianqin for your performance. You should express your gratitude. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully replied, please convey my thanks to the distinguished figure behind you, Zhao Sr. Zhao Gao was quite displeased with Jiang Qin's response, thinking that this young man was lacking in etiquette, and resolved to inform the emperor at the first opportunity. After Zhao Gao departed, Jiang Qin immediately accessed the trading post, sending 300 legendary quality dragon tooth rice to Ng Inman with the note, payment has already been made. Shortly thereafter, Ng Inman excitedly sent a video request and also mailed 10 billion spirit stones. Jiang Qin frowned and said, didn't I mention that the payment has already been made? Ng Inman, unusually bashful, explained that it was for another matter. She earnestly requested that if Jiang Qin encountered the Hall of Prestige again, he could exchange for her a legendary hero's soul. Through the video, Jiang Qin noticed Meng Tian behind Ng Inman, looking touched. He instantly understood Ng Inman's intentions if Meng Tian could advance to legendary status. Ng Inman's combat power would soar once more. Considering the 20-fold profit and the enhancement of an ally's strength, Jiang Qin had no reason to refuse her request. He pretended to hesitate for a moment before saying, all right, since we're comrades. Ng Inman cheered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Thank you, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin watched her jubilant expression and kindly asked, with so many epic heroes, is one legendary hero soul enough for you? It's enough, it's enough. Ng Inman quickly waved her hands. After all, you also have many epic heroes, and you need legendary hero souls too. This left Jiang Qin feeling a bit regretful, but he didn't show it on his face. After ending the communication with Ng Inman, he immediately accessed the system interface and spent 50 million spirit stones to enhance a legendary hero soul. He secretly planned that the next time the Hall of Fame appeared, he would transfer this hero soul to Ng Inman. With a swift gain of 2 billion spirit stones, a smile crept onto Jiang Qin's face. His thoughts quickly shifted to his next plan, constructing high-quality spirit fields, or even sacred spirit fields to climb the agricultural leaderboard. In his view, the more spirit stones, the better. Just then, Nong Yi's voice came through. Lord, the enlightenment tea tree has been successfully planted. Jiang Qin was delighted and couldn't wait to step into the enlightenment space. The sight before him was astonishing. The enlightenment tea tree in its growth phase had transformed dramatically. Its gnarled black branches glowed with a metallic sheen, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy in the space like a sponge. The powerful suction created a small vortex of spiritual energy within the space, and the entire area was filled with a faint wooden fragrance. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, feeling a clarity in his mind, as if any doubts about his skills and techniques were instantly resolved. Such a domineering effect, he marveled. It seems that even without brewing tea, just cultivating under the tree could bring immeasurable benefits. This made him even more eager for the enlightenment tea leaves. How long until the first batch of leaves can be harvested? Jiang Qin asked eagerly. Faced with Jiang Qin's question, Nong Yi hesitated. Divine objects are beyond comprehension, but based on my experience in such a favorable environment, if the Lord wishes to drink enlightenment tea, it would take as soon as 100 years or as long as 300 years. Jiang Qin was momentarily speechless. Even with the enhanced spiritual energy concentration of a blessed land, and the meticulous care of legendary farmers with sacred spirit fields and various spiritual springs, the enlightenment tea tree still required centuries to grow. He couldn't help but recall the legendary tales of the mythical peaches of immortality, which took 3,000 years to bloom and another 3,000 years to bear fruit. It seemed those tales weren't exaggerated after all. Jiang Qin calculated silently. For an ordinary lord, even if they acquired an enlightenment tea tree, it might take hundreds of generations to yield results. But on second thought, a century seemed reasonable. He remembered the first time he planted an epic spiritual item, which had a growth cycle of 40 days. The difference between epic and legendary was vast, and the gap between legendary and mythical was even greater. Luckily, I have the dragon vein, which halves the growth cycle of all crops and… Jiang Qin waved his hand. Time acceleration. Maximum 50 times time acceleration. Millions of spirit stones instantly shattered, transforming into pure energy that burned brightly, pushing the time flow in the martial space to its current extreme. Jiang Qian quickly calculated. 10 million spirit stones could only sustain one day of 50 times acceleration, so a month would be 300 million spirit stones. It's all small change, he consoled himself. Yet even so, Jiang Qian realized it would still take at least a year to drink enlightenment tea. Still too slow, he thought, frowning. To further shorten this cycle, besides upgrading the territory and enhancing the strength of the blessed land, I must seize fortune and advance the dragon vein. A resolve formed in his heart. Therefore, in this county ranking competition, I am determined to win first place. Just at that moment, it was also the agreed time. Jiang Chen opened the teleportation array permissions, and with successive flashes of light, and Chuxia, Ng Yiman, and Xiao Huli stepped out one after another. Before Jiang Chen could speak, and Chuxia excitedly exclaimed, "Another secret realm has appeared outside my territory, and it's a large one." Jiang Chen was taken aback, his mind quickly recalling information about large secret realms. They were richer in resources and, generally speaking, had more than one entrance. The news in Chuxia brought excited everyone immensely. Ng Yiman couldn't help but remark, "Sometimes, I really wonder if Chuxia has some special lineage." And Chuxia shrugged, half-jokingly saying, "You're not the only one who wonders, I do too." She paused, a sly glint in her eyes. "Oh, and there's something else you might not know. The day before the glory battlefield opened, I defeated a legendary creature that invaded our territory and even got a piece of legendary equipment from it." Everyone was stunned into silence at her words. Even Jiang Chun, who was usually calm, couldn't help but marvel. The town's fortune paired with Chuxia's constitution is simply unbeatable. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If the fortune increases again, could it possibly spawn a mythical creature? While everyone was still absorbed in their surprise, a little fox suddenly bounded over to Jiang Chun, pulling a softly glowing cup from her pocket. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang Chun." Jiang Chen took the cup and examined it closely, finding that the power of blood in the holy blood chalice still had 40,000 points left. He thought to himself, "It seems the little fox is quite frugal." It dawned on everyone then that the little fox's bronze battle title was thanks to Jiang Chen's secret support. Wei Ming looked at the little fox's angelic face and devilish figure, sighing, "Beauty is justice. There's no arguing it." Jiang Chen turned, smiling as he asked, "Wei, what did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch it." Wei Ming was startled and quickly changed his tune. "I meant, boss, you're so handsome that everything you do is justified." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Ng Yiman muttered under her breath, "A narcissist and a sycophant." Then she curiously asked, "Is this a summoning-type legendary equipment? Would you sell it for 200 million spirit stones?" Hearing the price, Jiang Chen was tempted, but after a moment's hesitation, he declined. "I'll consider it when I'm short of money." He calculated in his mind that the Holy Blood Chalice and the Immortal Dragon Flute were special pieces of equipment that didn't require wearing and could summon instantly when needed. The summoned units don't count towards the territory's population and consume no energy. While they might not seem significant to him, in the face of formidable enemies, these items could be crucial for turning the tide of battle. Suddenly, Yiren exclaimed, "Huh? Yeah, your tail." Everyone then noticed the little fox's anomaly. The little fox proudly wagged her tail. "You just noticed?" Wei Ming anxiously asked, "Why is Yaya's tail split? Is it a deformity?" The little fox retorted, "You're the deformed one. Your whole family is. This isn't a deformity, it's evolution." And Chuxia explained, "It's been many years since a three-tailed celestial fox appeared on Blue Star." "Yaya, you're really impressive," she said as she ruffled the little fox's head. The compliment made the little fox beam with pride. Yaya is now the pride of the whole village. Ng Yiman suddenly scooped up the little fox under her arms, lifting her up. "It's said that celestial foxes can evolve up to 9 tails. Yeah, you still have to work hard." "Ah," the little fox shouted, "Ng Yiman, don't hold me like I'm a pet. Ha ha ha, I'm holding you like a child, and you didn't even call me sister. Naughty kids get spanked. Help." The little fox pretended to call for help, but her eyes sparkled with joy. Jiang Chan watched them play with a smile. This time in the glory battlefield, everyone returned with great rewards. Even the weakest, Wei Ming and Huang Xian, managed to exchange for a few sets of epic gear. But since they were on the same map as other races, even Ng Yiman didn't dare to relax, feeling the pressure. Without Jiang Chun, Zhu Yeshuan wouldn't have made it back. Now suddenly returning to a safe environment, everyone was playfully letting off steam. A few minutes later, the food was served, and everyone took their seats. "Wow." Zhu Yeqing stared blankly at the small bowl of steaming rice porridge in front of her. Legendary dragon tooth rice? It's only been 2 months since the area opened, and Boss Zhang's time-space farm has already cultivated legendary dragon tooth rice? Or was it from a treasure chest? Jiang Chen laughed. "A batch just matured recently. Everyone can take 2 grains when you leave." Wei Ming quickly grasped the significance, excitedly saying, I wonder how much the agricultural index will increase with just 1 grain of legendary dragon tooth rice? 10,000 or 20,000. With that, the others realized the potential. An hour after the glory battlefield ended, the shock and excitement brought by Jiang Chun had gradually been replaced by the anticipation for the second county ranking competition. After all, people must look forward. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yeqing laughed heartily, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She exclaimed, with the legendary artifact and the combined fortunes of all the towns in Longyuan County, we should definitely secure a spot in the top 10. And Chu Xia was also swept up in the optimistic mood, a hint of ambition flashing in her eyes. We've exchanged for so many high-quality spiritual fields and seeds. If we push hard, a top 3 finish isn't out of the question. However, Yiren frowned slightly, dampening the excitement. It's going to be tough, she said, shaking her head with a heavy tone. At least 10 counties are almost maxed out with populations nearing 1 million, while our Longyuan County has only 46,000 people. That's a difference of over 20 times. It's undeniable that Yiren, as the county deputy, had an intimate understanding of the data for Longyuan County and all of Biashio State's counties. Her words carried the most authority. Xia Wushang interrupted with a chuckle. Yiren, did you remember wrong? Our Longyuan County's population is 48,000. His smile suddenly froze, his expression changing abruptly. Damn, could it be that some lords have already left? As the town mayor, Xia Wushang could only see migration notices and population statistics for his own town. Yiren sighed, a hint of worry in her eyes. That's right. The impact of the Qingyu announcement is too great. I just checked Longyuan County's registry and found that within just an hour after the honor battlefield ended, 2,000 lords had left. She paused, continuing her analysis. Our chances of making the top 3 are less than 10%. If the population continues to decrease, the possibility will approach 0. Yiren's frown deepened. And Longyuan County is relatively better off. Wei County and Hosong County have already lost tens of thousands of lords. The reduction in lords affects not only this agricultural index ranking competition, but also our alliances with the San Country and Nan Bang Country, who are now showing ambiguous attitudes. This is a further setback for the upcoming governor's battle. The threat from the old regions loomed like a sword of Damocles over all the Dragon Nation lords. Yiren's analysis quickly dispelled the good mood that had just been present. Wei Ming clenched his fists, angrily saying, Are these guys all cowards, fleeing at the sight of a strong enemy? Zhang Qian immediately stopped Wei Ming, his expression serious. You can't say that. These compatriots who chose to stay and fight against Sakura Nation after the breach are already heroes. Zhang Chun spoke sincerely. Even if Zhang Qin declared that he could fend off the old region strong, no one would believe him unless he revealed his trump cards like the Fountain of Life, Angel Legion, Goddess Warriors, Crystal Maiden, and Legendary Mothership. But no lord with any sense would do that, as it would be akin to offering their neck to the enemy. Besides, Jiang Chun couldn't guarantee victory against the old region lords. Suddenly, a little fox, who had been lurking in the Diao State channel, angrily chimed in. These cowardly Sakura people are so annoying. They know we're losing population and are getting arrogant again. Especially that guy Kitani Ryuichi. Jiang Chen glanced at the regional channel and sure enough, Kitani Ruichi, the mustached Sakura County chief, was spouting off. Ha ha ha, Usinian lords, have you become complacent after a few local victories? Now, without Qingyu's support, you're like stray dogs. Where's Jiang Chun? Come out. Self-created troops, invincible fleet, golden battle name. It's laughable. No matter how strong you are, can one person's agricultural index match 1,000 or 10,000? And you talk about leaving Qingyu? Himph, I'd say Jiang Chun, you'd better tuck your tail and leave Diao State while you still have a chance. Otherwise, when the great Sakura Empire takes the governor's seat or the old region's strong come, you won't even be able to run. Ha ha ha. Kitani Ryuichi's arrogant words made the little fox stomp her feet in anger. Many Dragon Nation lords also cursed him in the channel. However, after their outbursts, more quietly migrated away from Diao State. Although Kitani Ryuichi's words were harsh, they held some truth. And Chuxia, with a serious expression, analyzed, Kitani Ryuichi may seem crude, but he's actually employing a provocation tactic. He's deliberately taunting Jiang Chun, afraid that Jiang Chun might really leave Diao State. Everyone immediately understood in Chuxia's point, their expressions growing even more serious. The ultimate goal of the enemy was to eliminate Jiang Qin, this extraordinary genius. After all, if Jiang Qin moved to the heart of the Dragon Nation, it would be much harder for them to act against him. Despite everyone's concerns, Jiang Chun smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, everyone, just focus on farming. At that moment, Ying Yinan suddenly flipped her hand, producing a golden token, which she tossed onto the table with a snap. She smiled mysteriously. Everyone, take a look. Yi Iren looked at Ng Een Man with surprise, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A fortune gambling token? Ng Een Man nodded solemnly and turned her gaze to Jiang Chun, her tone serious. The town's fortune greatly enhances the growth of spiritual items. If we manage to complete a fortune convergence, our chances of securing a top 3 spot could increase by half a percentage point. She paused, a hint of regret crossing her face. Unfortunately, fortune gambling tokens are extremely rare. If the 11th volume could unlock the Myriad Realm store, we could purchase more and aim for the first place. Everyone's eyes lit up as they turned to Jiang Chun, waiting for his decision. However, Jiang Chun shook his head, dismissing the proposal. The half% increase isn't significant enough, and the tokens are too rare. Let's save them for after the 3 ranking matches, Jiang Chun said calmly, clearly confident. Come on, let's eat first, then head back to plant the fields. Tomorrow, we'll explore that large secret realm together. Jiang Chun's composure was fueled by the confidence the enlightenment tea tree brought him. He used his mayoral privileges to check the agricultural indices of Longyuan County and Longyuan Town. The county at 7.68 million, the town at 5.54 million. The town's agricultural score accounted for nearly 80 of the county's total, and this proportion continued to grow. Just an hour ago, Longyuan Town's agricultural index was only over 100,000. The moment the enlightenment tea tree was planted, the agricultural scores of both the county and town skyrocketed by 4 million. Fortunately, only Jiang Chun could view these figures, or it would surely cause an uproar. As the enlightenment tea tree grew, the agricultural score soared rapidly. After a hearty meal, Jiang Chun fulfilled his promise to Xiao Wushang. He brought out equipment, hero tokens, and military tokens that he no longer needed, allowing everyone to choose. Hundreds of epic equipment, thousands of excellent equipment, and epic hero tokens and military tokens left everyone in awe once again. Xiao Wushang eagerly grabbed an epic hero token and 3 epic military tokens, saying with satisfaction, I used to barely breathe in front of all the big shots, but now I can finally speak with confidence. Apart from Wei Ming and a few other loyal followers of Jiang Chun, everyone else willingly paid. Jiang Chun's account saw an influx of 5.3 billion spirit stones, bringing his total to 36 billion. Yeah, stay behind. As everyone was leaving, Jiang Chun called out to the little fox. A few people exchanged knowing glances, thinking their leader was finally making a move on the adorable Yeah. Once everyone left, Jiang Chun looked at the somewhat nervous little fox and tossed her a legendary military token. In the early summer, there's the King of Hills, so our Yeah shouldn't be lacking. The little fox instinctively caught the legendary hero token adorned with golden patterns, momentarily stunned. A legendary, military token. She snapped back to reality, leaping with joy and cheering, Thank you, Brother Jiang Chun. Long live Brother Jiang Chun. Watching the little fox's innocent and lively demeanor, Jiang Chun felt a tinge of envy. Simplicity is a blessing. Unlike Zhu Yeqing and others who would politely decline, the little fox, perhaps due to her trust in Jiang Chun, didn't question why he would give away such a legendary token. The little fox didn't rush off, but instead chose to recruit in front of Jiang Chun. Soon, a squad of knight units emerged from a portal, forming a neat line and saluting the little fox. Greetings, Lord. These knights rode powerful exotic warhorses, their scales visible through the gaps in their armor. The knights, both male and female, were fully clad in heavy armor, obscuring their appearances. They are the human legendary unit, State Knights, with an initial 16-star combat power, Jiang Chun commented. Not bad. Over the years, the advancement path for human knight units has become quite refined. At level 7, the Knight Hall recruits rare units, heavy cavalry, which advance to excellent units, Royal Knights, then to epic units, Champion Knights, and finally to legendary units, State Knights. The State Knights have no weaknesses but also no standout strengths. Their skills lean towards being tanky, making them relatively average among legendary units, comparable to the Tyrant I defeated. Their greatest advantage is high loyalty. As long as the Lord doesn't make foolish decisions, they won't easily betray. Just then, a recent heavenly message flashed through Jiang Chun's mind, and a Tanine disciple reported, Lord, a squad of knights has appeared outside the territory, requesting to join and serve you. What a coincidence. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up as he told the little fox, Bring your new recruits and follow me to the city wall. Soon, Jiang Chun stood atop the city wall, looking down at a squad of champion knights below. He addressed them, Knights, my territory may not suit you, but I can help you find an equally strong lord. The champion knights below exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. We came here because of your reputation. But not only did you refuse us, you even plan to sell us? The lead captain's voice had barely faded when his gaze was suddenly drawn to the scene behind Jiang Chun. 12 imposing figures appeared out of thin air, each exuding a suffocating sense of pressure. National Knights! The captain exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Jiang Chun nodded slightly and calmly explained, "That's right. These 12 national knights are indeed the subordinates of that lord." Without further words, the champion knight squad immediately pledged their allegiance to the Little Fox, becoming her new unit. The Little Fox was dumbfounded, unable to believe she had acquired another epic-level unit for free. With her newfound legendary and epic units, the Little Fox left through the portal. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen re-entered the enlightenment space, using the 50x time acceleration to enhance the spiritual fields and materials. Despite already having the enlightenment tea tree, he was determined to go all out and, while resources were abundant, to construct all supreme-grade spiritual fields. By evening, Jiang Chun looked with satisfaction at the newly developed planting area, which now included 40 additional supreme-grade spiritual fields. These fields and enhanced materials had cost a total of 2.7 billion spirit stones. Soon, these fields were filled with various legendary and epic spiritual plants, causing the agricultural index of Longyuan Town to soar by over 5 million. After leaving the planting space, Jiang Chun opened the state channel to quickly browse the latest news. He found that the number of lords in counties like Hosong and Wei in Long Kingdom had decreased by more than 30, while Longyuan County was slightly better off, with just over 40,000 lords remaining. However, one surprising piece of news caught Jiang Chen's attention. Kitani Ryuichi had set up a betting pool at the exchange to provoke Long Kingdom, arrogantly declaring, "People of Long Kingdom, if you're as confident as you claim, dare you wager your counties? If not, then shut up from now on." Huh? Jiang Chen chuckled and remarked, "Kitani is quite the character. Maybe the 2.7 billion spirit stones I just spent can be recouped." He yawned as he spoke. Spending long periods in the glory battlefield and accelerated space had completely disrupted his biological clock. The next morning, Jiang Chun enjoyed a lazy sleep in. After waking up, he emerged from the teleportation array on Inchusha's territory with the pre-selected units. The long-absent Dwarf King, Grenny Storm, appeared more spirited than ever. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Grenny, Jiang Chun turned to everyone and said, "You're all early." Inchusha briefly introduced the mission. "This time, we have a secret realm that can accommodate 20 people at once, and each lord can lead 30 combat units." Xiao Wushang raised a concern. "A large secret realm might have other entrances, and we could encounter pioneers from other races. We only have 17 people now. Should we gather 20? Ing Inman, full of confidence, said, "No need. With our current lineup, we're not afraid even if we encounter the gods." Jiang Chun thought for a moment and said, "Hold on. I'll bring 3 more people." The teleportation array flashed repeatedly, and the long-absent Kataho sisters appeared with their units. Kataho respectfully greeted everyone, "Good morning, County Lord, and all the honorable members of Long Kingdom." Although aware that the Kataho sisters were now under Jiang Chun, many still instinctively frowned at the sight of Sakura people. Jiang Chun simply smiled and didn't offer further explanation. Under Inchusha's guidance, the group arrived at the entrance to a secret realm, towering several dozen meters high. "Enter." With Inchusha's command, the entrance expanded with a glow, enveloping everyone. As they set foot on solid ground again, the voice of Heaven's Path echoed in their ears. "Notice, you have entered the Sword Heart Secret Realm." Sword Heart Secret Realm? Sword Heart. Inchusha furrowed her brow, pondering, why do these words sound familiar? Jiang Chun reminded her. Li Jinglin. Yes, Li Jinglin. Inchusha suddenly realized, 100 years ago, the legendary sword Immortal Li Jinglin abruptly fell. Before his death, he exiled the entire Sword Heart town he had painstakingly cultivated for a century into the void. For 100 years, countless lords, including the Qingyu officials, have searched in vain for the whereabouts of Sword Heart Town. Could this Sword Heart secret realm be related to Sword Heart Town? As Inchusha explained the concept of Kung Fu, Jiang Chen's gaze was already scanning the surrounding secret realm environment. They found themselves on a desolate desert plain, with an area of about 100 meters around the teleportation point enveloped by a massive light array. Jiang Chen speculated that this secret realm clearly had more than one entrance, but he was unsure which territories the other entrances led to, or whether the human race had a foothold there. Jiang Chen appreciated the presence of the light shield, which was evidently arranged by the Heavenly Way to protect newly arrived lords from ambushes, lasting for several minutes. As he looked into the distance, he saw a colossal city standing several kilometers away, which appeared to be the primary exploration target of this secret realm. Between the teleportation point and the giant city, squads of elite human swordsmen were patrolling. Jiang Chun keenly noticed that among them were rare units like great swordsmen, and occasionally, even the exceptional sword dancers. Suddenly, Jiang Chun frowned. Despite the surface calm, his incredibly powerful soul sensed something amiss. Zhu Shan, he silently invoked, instantly activating his golden battle name. A faint golden glow appeared at his brow, and all his attributes surged by 30. At that moment, Gianna leaned in and whispered, "My lord, there are enemies." Jiang Chun gave a barely perceptible nod, remaining on guard. Meanwhile, Anchuxia's words sparked memories of Li Jinglin's deeds among some people. Zhu Yeqing picked up the thread, explaining, "It's said this sword Immortal acted with both righteousness and wickedness, earning mixed reviews. In his later years, he drove all lords out of Jianxin Town after becoming obsessed with swordsmanship. The main reason people have sought Jianxin Town is because it houses an epic-level weapon shop, the Sword Tomb." This revelation caught the attention of the lords who were hearing this tale for the first time. Wei Ming exclaimed excitedly, "An epic sword tomb? If we could obtain the blueprints for it, we could forge epic weapons endlessly." Everyone began discussing the value of the sword tomb. However, Xiao Wushang poured cold water on their excitement, saying, "Even if we find Jianxin Town and destroy the sword tomb, it's not guaranteed we'll get its construction blueprints. Unless we have an epic-level heavenly crafting blueprint." Ing Man dismissively said, "We're worrying about something that's not even close to happening. Let's focus on pioneering instead, right, Jiangchen?" Jiangchen nodded in agreement and instructed Katahomai, "Please scout ahead." Katahomai promptly responded, "Yes." Although Jiangchen was sure there were enemies lurking, he didn't know who they were or what methods they might use. At this point, the value of the Kataho sisters as cannon fodder became apparent. Everyone began preparing for the imminent battle. Suddenly, Meng Tian, standing beside Ing Man, shouted, "Wait." She put away her aura sight and told Ing Man, "Miss, we in the teleportation point are surrounded by a massive killing formation." The group was shocked upon hearing this. Jiangchen asked, "Senior Ming, do you know what kind of formation it is?" Meng Tian politely replied, "If I'm not mistaken, it's the Blood River Formation." Jiangchen realized he had heard of this formation before. He couldn't help but admire Meng Tian's extensive knowledge. Even after activating his golden battle name, which gave him attributes comparable to a level 60 legendary hero, he could only confirm the presence of an enemy. Yet Meng Tian, a mere level 50 epic hero, could deduce the enemy's origin and skills. Meng Tian continued advising Ing Man, "Miss, setting up the Blood River Formation requires connecting with the River of Blood, indicating the enemy must be a pureblood descendant from an ancient vampire clan. For your safety, I suggest we withdraw from the secret realm and plan carefully." Jiang Chun interrupted, "It seems we're already out of time." Wei Ming exclaimed, "Damn, our space is sealed." Just then, an elegant voice echoed from the void, resonating across the heavens and earth. The ability to detect formations suggests the human race isn't as weak as its ranking on the myriad races list suggests. The voice of the vampire lord echoed in the void, tinged with surprise and disdain. Originally, he planned to trap everyone with a river of blood the moment the shield dissipated. But now he had to change his strategy. "Fortunately, you seem to be strong. I hope the rewards will satisfy me." As soon as he finished speaking, an endless sea of blood surged forth from the void, forming rivers of crimson. These blood rivers, resembling human veins, meandered through the sky and earth, covering a kilometer-wide area in a terrifying blood domain. Meng Tian quickly explained, "The Blood River Formation draws power from the River of Blood. The longer it runs, the more powerful it becomes. Of course, the consumption is greater too." Previously, she merely wanted to prevent Ing Man from taking risks, but now battle was unavoidable. Confident in Longyuan County's strength, Meng Tian suggested they immediately break the formation. Jiang Chun made a swift decision, Ketsu, Mei, your Kamakura warriors lead the charge. Everyone, break the formation with all you've got." The sisters' eyes burned with fervor as they responded in unison, "Yes." Ing Man, and Chuxia, and Little Fox each had a bronze glow flash across their foreheads, signaling the activation of their battle names. Though they hadn't experienced the Blood River Formation's power firsthand, they dared not underestimate it, instantly entering their strongest state. As they stepped out of the shield, a narrow blood river, suspended 2 meters in the air, began to churn violently. The river water quickly coalesced into several blood-colored creatures, solidifying into shapes resembling blood-red gems. These creatures, connected to the blood river by their lower halves, had diverse upper body forms, including humans, insects, and even angels and gods. Such capillary-like blood rivers numbered in the thousands. Blood statues are merely puppets of the Blood River Formation. As long as there's sufficient energy, they are endless. Don't get bogged down in battle. Break out of the formation's range quickly. Meng Tian shouted. A Kamakura warrior slashed, collapsing 2 beast-shaped blood statues instantly. Yet, supported by the blood river's energy, they swiftly reformed. The vampire lord's voice echoed again. "A lord capable of acquiring a large secret realm entrance is indeed no weakling. But sadly for you, you've encountered me." With those words, the blood sea boiled. Countless blood statues of fine and rare quality emerged, occasionally towering over 10 meters as extraordinary quality statues. The vampire lord was clearly exerting full effort, aiming for a swift victory. Faced with this daunting scene, Little Fox unhesitatingly waved her hand, sending 12 national knights charging forward. She expended all her accumulated energy, elevating every national knight to level 45. Despite lacking a hero's command, with the bronze battle name support, the national knights cut through the ordinary monsters like slicing through melons. Echoing strike. A national knight stomped heavily, shattering all blood statues within 10 meters, even severing the blood river. The hidden vampire lord gasped, "These aren't epic units, they're legendary national knights. Do you belong to a human royal family, or a celestial sect's holy son?" Others were equally astonished, staring at Little Fox. Although some had noticed her extraordinary cavalry unit earlier, they had merely thought of them as champion knights. Even Ng Man only had a legendary Hydra. Remembering that Little Fox had been left alone with Jiang Qian yesterday, envy flickered in everyone's eyes. Wei Ming couldn't help but mutter, "This must be some backdoor deal." At that moment, a pale vampire youth slowly emerged from a blood river, flow 100 meters high. Dressed in a sharp tailcoat, his lower half still submerged in the blood river, he applauded softly, "Impressive. But if you think a single squad of national knights will allow you to escape my blood river formation, you're dreaming. Legendary units? Do you think I don't have any?" With a wave of his hand, the youth sang an oily aria, "Noble blood kin, are you tired of the blood of human slaves? Go! Turn these human warriors into our feast." 12 vampire princes suddenly emerged from the blood river, their figures seemingly formed from the crimson liquid itself. These formidable beings immediately joined the battle, fiercely clashing with the national knights. Surprisingly, the vampire princes appeared to have the upper hand. Following them, hundreds of epic and numerous exceptional units surged forth like a tide, accompanied by a dozen vampire lords. At the forefront stood a young vampire, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. He shouted loudly, "Insignificant humans, fear us, tremble before us." Ng Man was initially tense, but upon seeing the enemy lineup, she scoffed dismissively. "This guy is so confident, but is this all he's got?" As expected, the young vampire's triumphant declaration was cut short, his smile frozen in place, as the national knights were just beginning their counterattack. With a command from Inchuxia, dozens of dwarf units swelled in size like balloons, with 4 transforming into 10-meter-tall dwarf giants. The young vampire's eyes widened in disbelief. "Storm Guardians? And is that the King of the Hills?" The King of the Hills is considered mid to high tier among legendary units, but this was just the beginning. Ng Man's 100 battles armored army, bolstered by heroic leadership, lordly talents, and the bronze battle name, was nearing legendary status. Led by Bai Tsong, 20 of these troops formed an invincible battle formation. The Zhu family's 7 children were not only all epic units of the Bright Domain, but also powerful martial lords. Although the Blood River formation enhanced the vampire unit's attributes, injury recovery, spiritual power recovery, and stealth capabilities, Longyuan County's forces were overwhelmingly strong. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. A vampire duke, sensing the unfavorable situation, tried to retreat into the Blood River. However, as his lower body merged with the river, several storm hammers struck, stunning him in place. The King of the Hills then delivered a mighty blow, reducing his upper body to dust. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly within the Blood River formation. The vampires began to panic. "By the river of blood, what powerful enemies have we provoked? Retreat to the Blood River formation." But they soon realized that the formation might not withstand the enemy's onslaught. Jaina lowered her blue staff and asked, "Lord, do we even need to intervene?" 12 human-shaped dragons looked eagerly at Jiang Chen. Only the Empress remained unusually calm, standing beside Jiang Chun without any intention of joining the fight. Jiang Chen, observing the one-sided battle, sighed, "Forget it. Intervening now would just be stealing the kill." Hearing this, Meng Tian's expression turned peculiar, eventually giving way to a wry smile. "It's not that the Blood River formation is too weak, but rather that Longyuan County is too strong." 5 minutes later, the Blood River formation could no longer withstand the battle's intensity and collapsed. The collapsing river didn't fall to the ground, but instead receded back into the void. Jiang Chen strained his eyes and could faintly see a vast, smoke-like blood river flowing into the depths of the void. This was the Blood River, as renowned as the Yellow Springs. With the formation broken, the surviving vampire lords turned into bats, fleeing in a panic, only to be captured eventually. A cowardly vampire lord spilled everything he knew like beans. The group learned that this secret realm had 4 entrances, located in the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest of the giant city. Besides humans and vampires, the other 2 entrances led to the territories of the winged people and the goblins. The vampire lords had already slaughtered the winged people and goblin lords who entered this time. Upon hearing this, many people showed expressions of contemplation. In such a secret realm, even fellow humans might end up in conflict, let alone different races. The first to enter and explore the secret realm were undoubtedly the strongest on the map, possibly even led by the county chief. The young vampire, capable of communicating with the blood river, must have been a prodigy with ancient bloodlines. Now, they all perished silently in this secret realm, with their family and friends unaware of their fate. Such is the harsh reality of the multi-race battlefield. After dealing with all the vampire lords, Jiang Qin smiled. It seems entering the secret realm a day late has its benefits. The vampires have already cleared out some small fry for us. Each entry into the secret realm is a separate mirrored space. If other Longyuan County Lord teams encountered the vampires or even the Blood River formation, they would likely be wiped out instantly. And Chuxia expressed concern. Though vampires are not as powerful as gods, they are still a strong race, ranked 996th among the myriad races. According to the large secret realms rules, each mirrored space and each entrance can only be used once. This means that in the current mirrored space, they won't encounter any other races, allowing them to explore safely. However, if other Longyuan County Lords enter again, there's no telling when or where they might encounter different races. They might even face hundreds of goblin mechs while fighting a boss. Of course, the reverse could happen too. For instance, if the winged people and the secret realm boss were to fatally wound each other, a Longyuan County Lord could easily swoop in for the win. That's why large secret realms are 100 times more dangerous than regular single-player secret realms, and Chuxia's concern is not unfounded. Even someone as strong as Jiang Qin did not venture alone this time, and even brought the Kataho sisters as a precaution. Of course, the rewards of a large secret realm are directly proportional to the risks involved. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qin said, generally speaking, in these large secret realms, the strongest faction usually has a way to monopolize the realm. Let's clear the realm once and see what happens. A minute later, the battle ended. A system notification sounded in Jiang Qin's ear. Your unit Longju has killed the Sword Dancer, an excellent 2-star unit, earning 55,000 experience points, 3,000 spirit stones, and an excellent unit token for Sword Dancer. Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh out loud at the generous rewards. Ha ha ha, it really is a unit secret realm, he exclaimed excitedly. Unit secret realms are the most valuable among all secret realms, producing various unit tokens. And tokens bound to units are several times more expensive than other tokens of the same level. Among excellent units, the Sword Dancer's cost effectiveness is slightly higher than that of the Royal Knight. Although these tokens were of limited use to Jiang Qin, he immediately realized their importance to other lords in Longyuan County. He mused to himself, if Longyuan County had 10,000 Ing man, what would he have to fear from the strong in the old district? Half an hour later, the group finished clearing all the secret realm monsters outside the city. And Chuxia, looking at the dozens of new unit tokens in the warehouse, said happily, as expected, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Even if we don't need these tokens, selling them would bring in a considerable income. Zhu Yeqing gazed at the towering city walls before them and sighed. Ordinary lords might only be able to reach this point when exploring secret realms. Zhu Yeshuan comforted him. It's not so bad. At least this giant city chose the city route instead of the fortress route. She turned to Jiang Qin, smiling. It's up to you now, Mayor. Jiang Qin didn't say much and softly uttered, black hole. 12 giant dragons soared into the sky, unleashing black holes against the city's defenses. To the group, this level of defense was virtually non-existent. After breaking through the city, and following another hour of intense battle, they pushed forward relentlessly and finally reached the Lord's mansion. The City Lord was a level 60 sword spirit, an epic hero with a combat power of 3,000 stars. To Jiang Qin, such an opponent was merely a one-strike enemy. However, the scene before them was beyond everyone's expectations. The City Lord sat leisurely atop a building, sipping wine, with a nearly rusted iron sword in his arms and several empty wine jars beside him. Even as his subordinates were being slaughtered by enemies, he only cast a casual glance, paying no further attention, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. Zhu Yeshuan, intrigued by this unique boss, said eagerly, it's the first time I've seen such an interesting boss. Since I also use a sword, can I solo this boss? Jiang Qin immediately laughed. I didn't compete with everyone for monsters in the Blood River array earlier, so I think this boss should be mine. Seeing Jiang Qin's clear intention to claim the boss, Zhu Yeshuan rolled her eyes. However, considering Jiang Qin's significant contributions to the county, they wouldn't object even if he claimed 10 bosses. Jiang Qin wasn't truly concerned about the boss's power. He was simply curious about what peculiar items the boss might drop. Yet, what happened next took Jiang Qin and everyone by surprise, inadvertently saved Zhu Yeshuan's life once again. Just as Jiang Qin and his units approached within 100 meters of the Lord's mansion, the seemingly inebriated City Lord gently tossed aside his wine jar. Stroking the rusty sword hilt, he remarked, After nurturing this sword for 10 years, I finally met an opponent worthy of its blade. Clang, the iron sword barely unsheathed an inch. However, 100 meters away, Jiang Chun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, a sharp aura piercing through him, a chilling sensation sweeping over his entire body. In that critical moment, only 5 words echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. I'm going to split apart. A sword light flashed across 100 meters of empty space in an instant. Although only a few meters long, it was so brilliantly condensed that it seemed to dim the entire world. Compared to Yan's massive sky blade strikes that span hundreds of meters, this sword light was minuscule, yet it contained unparalleled power. Lord, be careful. The great Sumi sword style. The Empress warned loudly. Protective field. Windshield. Fire resistance ring. Jaina shouted, casting 6 instant defense spells in front of Jiang Chen. Everyone, including the 2 heroes, moved at their fastest speed, trying to shield Jiang Chen. Although the Fountain of Life was their safety net, their actions were purely instinctive. However, the speed of the sword light far surpassed their reactions, rendering their efforts futile. In that critical moment, Jiang Chun simultaneously activated 2 explosive skills, 7-star Destiny Strike. God Slayer. He pushed his divine soul to the limit, concentrating all his power into his fist to meet the sword light Hedon. Bang, 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 the sword energy sliced through several magic shields, in the great Sumi sword style. Clank, slightly dimmed sword light struck Jiang Chen's fist, producing a metallic ring. Jiang Chen managed to block the strike, but the immense force sent him flying. With a swoosh, his figure vanished from the spot, and a loud crash was heard hundreds of meters away as he smashed into a house, reducing it to rubble. All this happened in fractions of a second, leaving many with relaxed smiles on their faces. When they finally realized what had happened, shock was etched on each of their faces. Jiang Chun, are you alright? Damn, what kind of skill is that? Sword nourishing technique. It's said that powerful warriors can nurture a sword for 1,000 years to slay gods and demons with a single strike. He dares to harm the boss. Let's kill this bastard. I'll go check on Jiang Chun. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Chen's voice emerged from the debris. I'm fine. Then, stepping on a cloud, he flew out of the ruins and hovered dozens of meters in the air, calmly saying, I took your sword. Now try taking my punch. With that, Jiang Chun launched a gentle punch, using only 30% of his strength, sending a golden fist mark whistling through the air. The city lord, observing the golden fist mark, neither dodged nor counterattacked. Instead, he expressed delight. After taking my sword, not only are you alive, but you're not even seriously injured. Perhaps you can. Boom, the city lord's words were cut short as his body exploded into a mist of blood under the origin god's fist. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling as though he'd punched into cotton, not satisfying. At this moment, the Empress flew to Jiang Chen's side, anxiously asking, Master, are you all right? Ah, you're hurt. Jiang Chen didn't put on a brave face and admitted, I am indeed injured. I was careless this time. He extended his hand, revealing a 1 centimeter long wound on his fist, with the tender flesh beneath faintly visible, slowly healing. It was the first time Jiang Chun had been injured, prompting him to reflect, I've become a bit arrogant due to my recent smooth successes. That sword strike just now, if I hadn't diverted the force at the last moment, would have drawn blood, possibly even exposing bone. If the power were 5 times stronger, I could have been gravely injured or worse. Even with my 7-star Destiny Strike and Warname activated, a wise man avoids danger. I must not take such risks in the future. Jiang Chun slowly descended to the ground, his solemn expression prompting everyone to gather around to check his injuries. Zhu Yecheng, inspecting Jiang Chen's hand, exclaimed in shock, You call this injured? For a battle-hardened martial lord, being pierced through would only count as a minor wound. The Empress, however, was displeased. Humph. Our lord's body is priceless. We would rather die than let him suffer a scratch. Jaina and the dragons nodded furiously in agreement. Everyone chuckled, marveling at Jiang Chen's ability to lead. Wei Ming, experienced as he was, glanced at the Empress and wondered. Could her affection for the Lord already be maxed out at 100 points? Our boss is truly impressive. Zhu Yeshuan patted her chest in relief, lamenting, They say surviving a great disaster brings good fortune. So why am I facing another disaster after the last one? Ying Man, her eyes sparkling, speculated. Could he be a hidden martial lord? Though she hadn't directly felt the power of that sword, judging by its destructive force, she doubted she could withstand it even with her ancestral dragon bloodline activated. Meng Tian spoke with a grave expression. Jiang Chen easily withstood a sword aura that had been nurtured for 10 years. He must possess at least the combat power of a level 50 legendary hero. Moreover, he seems to have a way to conceal his aura, as my aura sight revealed nothing about his strength. In reality, Jiang Chun had no such method to hide his aura. The difference in their attributes was just too vast. More astonishing was that the City Lord's sword cultivation skill had reached a near-perfect level, along with a near-perfect level of sword intent. The power of that sword strike was several times stronger than Meng Tian had imagined. If it weren't for Jiang Chun, this sword could have slain any opponent except Zhu Yeqing. As everyone was discussing this brief episode, a heavenly notification suddenly appeared. Your team has slain City Lord Li Kong. Everyone's sword heart, Secret Realm Authority 1. The first lord to reach 200 points of authority will become the Secret Realm Guardian. 200 points? Wei Ming exclaimed. The boss of the Secret Realm is so strong. Who else but the boss can withstand a single strike? Most secret realms have their bosses at their strongest during the initial exploration. And Chusha laughed and explained, I suppose once we gain the Secret Realm Guardian status, we can dominate the Secret Realm. It's all up to Jiang Chun now. Hey, Jiang Chun, what are you thinking about? Jiang Chun snapped back to reality and remarked, I was checking the boss drops. Taking that sword wasn't for nothing. Hearing this, everyone was curious about what the boss had dropped. The notification soon displayed. You have slain the Secret Realm Guardian, gaining energy 600,000, Spirit Stones 80,000, Epic Soldier Talisman Sword Spirit 2, Blank Household Register Sword Heart Town 1, Sword Cultivation Skill Book 1. This epic hero level boss had a massive drop. Not only did it yield 2 Epic Soldier Talismans, but it also dropped the Sword Cultivation Skill Book that had just injured Jiang Chun. But what thrilled Jiang Chun the most was the Blank Household Register. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chun shared the attributes with everyone. Blank Household Register Sword Heart Town. Input territory information to migrate your territory into the Sword Heart Town map. Coordinates are random. Usage condition. Lords with 12 books or fewer. Note. Each lord has only one chance to migrate in and out of Sword Heart Town. Hiss. Sword Heart Town's household register. Everyone gasped. Zhu Yeqing excitedly said, we guessed right. Li Jinglin released the household register before dying. Then, Zhu Yeqing explained the value of the household register. A household register from an ordinary town might be worthless, but one from a town blessed with fortune like Xianyang Town of the Immortal Qin is immensely valuable. Each year, Xianyang Town releases a limited number of spots, and even descendants of demigod lords must draw lots. It's said that many unlucky strong individuals have been waiting for hundreds of years. Another way to obtain a household register is through a blank household register. Only after reaching the position of a prefect can one craft it. By filling in one's territory information, one can migrate to the corresponding town at any time. The Immortal Qin also auctions a certain number of blank household registers each year to raise military funds. Some powerful lords, before their demise, would hide their towns and release household registers, setting conditions for obtaining them. For example, 100 years later, a human lord with 12 books or fewer, who slays an 80 level or higher legendary hero, has a 0.1 chance to drop a household register, thus selecting a talented successor. As for how Li Jinglin set his conditions, it remains unknown. Sword Heart Town was a small town 100 years ago, and its monster levels likely reached the 7th heavens limit of level 200. According to the town decay formula, even after 100 years of abandonment, the monster levels in Sword Heart Town would be above level 80. And Chusha quickly calculated and warned, Jiang Chun, you mustn't act rashly. Li Jinglin's restriction of 12 books for entering Sword Heart Town surely harbors ill intentions, possibly to harm geniuses and take revenge on society. Others also chimed in, advising Jiang Chun to think carefully. Facing the concerned gazes of everyone, Jiang Chun chose not to explain too much and simply said, don't worry, I'll be cautious. Jiang Chun was contemplating that a sword tomb was an invaluable asset, especially at this stage. He happened to have a heavenly craft map, which could guarantee obtaining the sword tomb blueprint. After enhancement, it would become a legendary grade sword tomb. He decided to reach 12 books as soon as possible and secure the sword tomb before the state capital contention. By then, everyone in his territory could wield a legendary weapon. The group split up to explore and, after confirming there wasn't a 5th entrance, exited the secret realm. Jiang Chun announced that it could be entered 1,000 times daily, encouraging everyone to form their own teams to hunt monsters, reminding them only to be wary of other races. Ng Man asked Jiang Chun if he planned to go solo, but he didn't respond and returned to his territory first. Jiang Chun spent 19 million spirit stones to choose enhancement option, gaining the Dragon Heart Sword Cultivation technique. He summoned Li Hani to introduce the unique features of this legendary sword cultivation technique. The Dragon Heart Sword Cultivation can absorb dragon breath to accelerate sword cultivation, perfectly aligning with the dragon veins and dragon tooth rice in Jiang Chun's territory. Li Hani's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing this would significantly enhance her swordsmanship power. Soon after, Jiang Chun re-entered the secret realm, this time accompanied by Gianna, the goddess warrior, and the 9 heaven saintess. In the new mirrored space, The city walls and enemies had been completely reset. Jiang Chun smiled with ease and ordered Gianna to attack the city. Gianna began chanting a spell, and the entire secret realm became oppressive. A minute later, she waved her staff and unleashed a terrifying blizzard. Empowered by Golden Battle Name and Ice Will, the spell instantly turned the massive city into a frost-filled hell. Swordsmen screamed amidst the flying ice shards, turning into blood mist. Jiang Chun watched the continuous stream of battle reports and marveled at the efficiency of mages in clearing monsters in large secret realms. Meanwhile, 20 winged race lords witnessed the catastrophe, shocked by such a formidable opponent. Realizing the danger, they hastily retreated from the secret realm under the lead youth's command. The blizzard lasted several seconds before ending, leaving Jiang Chun with thousands of battle reports. The remaining enemies were quickly cleared. He then cautiously challenged the city lord again, finding the boss significantly weakened and easily defeated it. After the battle, Jiang Chun reviewed his spoils. Dozens of excellent soldier tokens, 1 epic soldier token, nearly 10 million energy, and hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. He immediately listed 20 sword dancer tokens on the exchange, each priced at 500,000 spirit stones, limited to purchase by Dragon Abyss County Lords. These rare excellent soldier tokens sold out instantly, bringing Jiang Chun over 10 million spirit stones in revenue. Wow, it's like printing money. Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement as his fingers danced rapidly across the screen, constantly refreshing the secret realm. His goal was clear it 200 runs as soon as possible to fully control this mysterious domain. As Jiang Chun went on his frantic spree, wave after wave of sword dancer tokens fell like snowflakes, piling up into small mountains. The sight left the other lords of Longyuan County utterly speechless. They exchanged bewildered glances, all entertaining the same bold guess. Could their leader have discovered an astonishing treasure trove? Hiss, someone gasped. Could it be another secret realm? And one that spawns troops, no less. Jiang Chun knew that the secret realm wouldn't remain a secret forever, so he didn't bother hiding it. At that moment, Chusha quietly sidled up, muttering under her breath, "He's going through it so fast. I knew he had some hidden cards." As she spoke, she threw in a few tokens of her own. With the Dwarf King's Palace and the Tanine branch under her belt, Chusha had long since lost interest in ordinary elite troops. This move only solidified everyone's suspicions about the secret realm. In less than an hour, news of another secret realm in Longyuan Town spread like wildfire across Diaoyou Prefecture. And this time, it was one that could produce exceptional troops. The news had the Sakura Lords turning green with envy. They grumbled discontentedly. Why do the Longhua territories always get the secret realms? And Longyuan Town again? Is this the power of fate? What irked them even more was Jiang Chun's restriction that only lords from Longyuan County could purchase the tokens. Damn it, we're all from the same planet. Jiang Chun is discriminating against us Sakura Nation lords. One of them shouted angrily. However, the Sakura Nation lords soon turned on each other. Just wait. Once our Deshan County gets the top spot in the agricultural index, every town will gain 2 points of fortune. A Deshan County lord boasted smugly. The top spot is ours, Beigu County's. Deshan can only settle for second. A Beigu County lord immediately retorted. Damn it, is Baiguken looking to compete with Lord Toyotomi? The squabble continued. Meanwhile, a few strong newcomers to Kalayang County quickly reached out to Yiren, demanding that Longyuan County share the large secret realm under the guise of alliance. Such shameless demands only made Yiren laugh in exasperation. Time flew by, and 11 days passed in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, no foreign races showed up in the secret realm again, saving Jiang Chun quite a bit of trouble. During this time, Ying Inman, leveraging her extensive network, finally located a hall of prestige. Jiang Chun kept his promise and exchanged for a legendary hero soul, helping Meng Tian successfully advance to a legendary hero. This move made Ying Inman the second lord in Longyuan County, after Jiang Chun, to possess a legendary hero. Boom! With the explosive sound of defeating the secret realm boss for the 200th time, Jiang Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been grinding for 7 to 8 hours straight and was nearly exhausted. A system notification popped up. Your secret realm authority has reached 200 points. You have become the secret realm guardian. Seeing his newly acquired authority, Jiang Chun's face broke into a satisfied smile. He immediately ordered, seal the teleport points. With a wave of his hand, all but the one leading to Longyuan County dimmed and fell silent. Now I can safely organize the other warlords of the town to grind the secret realm, even if we don't defeat the boss. Jiang Chun mused aloud. Despite his efforts, he could only manage about 20 runs a day, and many of the secret realm runs over the past days had been wasted. During these 10 days, the number of lords in Longyuan County had dwindled to 36,000. Other counties in Longhua fared even worse, with their numbers nearly halved. However, the recent days saw the numbers stabilize, indicating that those who wanted to leave had mostly done so. There were only 3 days left until the second county ranking contest concluded. To everyone, it seemed that the Longwa counties, with their severe population loss, were already out of the running for the top 3 spots. Jiang Qin pondered. I wonder how high the agricultural index of the Sakura counties can go? Ng Yinman said she could gather intelligence, but it's been so long without any news. Just then, Jiang Qin's communicator chimed. Beep beep beeping Yinman was sending a video request. Upon connecting to the video call, Ng Yinman frowned and revealed a shocking piece of information. Her intel indicated that the agricultural index of the top 5 counties in Sakura country was at least 1 billion, even reaching 1.5 billion. In stark contrast, the agricultural index of Laoqin town was only 2.3 million, and the entire Longyuan county excluding Longyuan town was between 40 to 45 million. Even more surprising was that a Sakura lord in Deshan county had acquired a time-space farm, boosting their agricultural index by millions daily. Hearing these numbers, Jiang Chun felt a sense of relief. In his martial arts space, the Dao comprehension tea tree had grown to the height of a person. In his planting space, thanks to the time acceleration he heavily invested in, the sacred farmland had already been harvested 5 times, producing such a vast amount of spiritual goods that extra warehouses were needed for storage. Currently, the work meals for ordinary Tanine disciples in his territory started at epic quality. Jiang Chun discreetly checked the county and town interfaces, discovering that the county's agricultural index had reached 2.8 billion, with the town even higher at 2.37 billion. This not only confirmed the accuracy of Ng Yinman's intel, but also boosted Jiang Chun's confidence. However, the time-space farm obtained by Deshan County piqued his interest, as it was a treasure even he didn't possess. Although it could be exchanged for in the glory battlefield, Jiang Chun had been reluctant to spend his glory points. He resolved to seize it at the first opportunity. Ng Yinman curiously asked Jiang Chun about Longyuan town's agricultural index, guessing it must be at least tens of millions. Jiang Chun, playing coy, said that revealing the truth might dampen her enthusiasm. In reality, even if all the lords in Longyuan County stopped production, they would still comfortably hold the top spot, thanks to the extraordinary capabilities of the mythical Dao comprehension tea tree. Ng Yinman misunderstood Jiang Chen's intentions, thinking he was worried she might give up trying. She expressed her understanding and firmly stated, then I won't ask. Even if the top 3 are out of reach, we must strive to keep our spot in the top 10 and secure the attribute rewards. Jiang Chun praised her attitude, jokingly adding that if they secured first place, she would deserve the highest credit. After the call ended, the management group chat buzzed with notifications. Zhu Yeqing was surprised to find that the other 3 teleportation points in the secret realm were closed, suspecting Jiang Chen's handiwork. Wei Ming teased Jiang Chen about whether he had farmed 20 times a day, to which Jiang Chen retorted that he wasn't like Wei Ming, who spent all day fooling around with the hero AI Hua. And Chuxia confirmed that Jiang Chen had indeed maxed out at 200 runs, explaining why he was able to sell so many Sword Dancer tokens. Jiang Chen felt secretly pleased, as he still had many Sword Dancer tokens yet to sell. Irin immediately organized the distribution of new secret realm slots, ensuring the 1,000 daily attempts wouldn't go to waste. Zhu Yeqing excitedly predicted that within a year, Longyuan County could popularize exceptional troops, potentially resisting the veterans from the older districts. Finally, Jiang Chun checked the betting pool at the exchange. Currently, only 8 counties had made the leaderboard, with the total spirit stone amount exceeding 10 billion. Deshan County led with 3.8 billion spirit stones, followed closely by Beigu County and Keilang County. Although no county from the Dragon Nation had made the list, Jiang Chun wasn't surprised. He calculated that before the settlement 3 days later, the wager could multiply several times, equivalent to getting 30 sacred farmlands for free while making a handsome profit. Satisfied that everything was in place, Jiang Chen stretched lazily, ready for the impending harvest. For 15 days of battle as a lord, 3 days of glory on the battlefield, and 10 days of dungeon runs, Jiang Chen finally realized he was the true workhorse of his domain. He decided it was time to reward himself. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared from the teleportation array. On Ghost One, Zizai Tian and Fanning Tian were chatting leisurely by the Huaqing pool. Zizai Tian, enviously eyeing Fanning Tian's shapely figure, curiously asked, Sister Fanning Tian, when will I ever grow to be as charming as you? Fanning Tian chuckled and reassured her, don't worry, little sister. Give it time, and you'll have what you desire. She paused, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Do you think all men prefer my kind of figure? Zizai Tian blushed and muttered, Sis, you could just say you're talking about the Lord. Suddenly remembering something, she excitedly added, but the Lord's new cultivation technique is amazing. He's looking more and more fit these days. Last time I saw. Fanning Tian interrupted with a laugh. You're even more cheeky than the men. The two shared a knowing smile and continued to enjoy their relaxing time. Just then, the teleportation array at the bow of the ship lit up. With a flash of light, Jiang Chen appeared on the deck. The two women were startled and quickly stood up, exclaiming in unison, My lord, we're just on our break, not slacking off. Jiang Qin's attention was captured by the scene before him. Zhai Tian was dressed in a light summer outfit, while Fanning Tian wore an enticing pink dress. The contrasting styles stirred a warmth within him. Suppressing his inner flutter, he asked, "Where's the Empress?" Zhai Tian's cheerful voice answered, "The Empress just went out to hunt monsters. She's not on the ship." Jiang Chun frowned slightly and then smiled wryly, realizing how long he'd been cooped up. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Since you're on break, carry on. Don't mind me." With that, he switched to a pair of swim trunks and leapt into the Huaqing pool, finding a J-Dragon bed to lounge on comfortably. Zhai Tian seemed a bit awkward, while Fanning Tian's eyes sparkled as if she was pondering something. Finally, she seemed to make up her mind and swam over to Jiang Chen. "My lord," Fanning Tian said softly, "you've worked so hard for the territory these days. You must be exhausted. How about I help you relax?" Zhai Tian quickly interjected, "Let me do it. Massage is my specialty." She prided herself as Jiang Chen's personal masseuse. Fanning Tian giggled, "Why don't we both do it?" With that, she took a deep breath and submerged her head in the water. Zhai Tian watched curiously and said, puzzled, "Strange. I've mastered massage techniques, but I've never seen this kind of method before." SSS Jiang Chen drew in a sharp breath, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible shield rose around the Huaqing pool, completely isolating it from the outside world. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, feeling thoroughly refreshed. This is what life should be like. Jiang Chun thought with satisfaction. As the top lord of Biashio Prefecture, I can't just spend all my time grinding and enhancing resources. Although he wasn't naturally inclined to hard work, recent heavenly activities had left him with no choice. Now that the agricultural rankings were in his grasp, he didn't hesitate to grant himself a short vacation. With the Huaqing pool revitalizing him and the water elements replenishing his energy, Jiang Chen indulged in 3 days of lavish living at sea. Meanwhile, as his territory's manpower shifted toward resources, his domain swiftly upgraded to level 10, expanding to a massive 550,000 square meters. The impressive city walls, nearly 10 meters high, stood majestically, with orderly streets and neatly arranged buildings within. Jiang Chen's territory was taking shape, resembling the early stages of a city. 3 days later, at noon, Irin initiated a video conference. She sighed. "The competition for the county rankings is fierce this time. I just hope we can squeeze into the top 10. Ing Yimin, however, was full of confidence. "According to my intel, making it to the top 10 shouldn't be a problem." "That's good." And Chuxia nodded in agreement. "Even though we don't have the small town's luck bonus, the 5 to all attributes for every lord within the county isn't bad. At least it wasn't all for nothing." She then half-jokingly added, "Jiang Chun, with the betting pool about to close, you're not going to suddenly bet 10 million spirit stones on our Longyuan County again, are you?" Jiang Chen immediately shook his head in denial. 10 million? I'm not crazy. Even if half of the Dragon Nation's lords have moved away, Jiao Prefecture still has nearly 20 million lords. Even if only one of them bet a few spirit stones on each county for fun, Longyuan County alone could accumulate hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. So 10 million wouldn't be enough. He glanced at the time, 11:48, just 2 minutes left. At this moment, the little fox interjected angrily, "The people from Sakura Nation are at it again. Especially that Kitani Ryuichi. His words are unbearable." And Chuxia comforted her, Yeah. Let's not look at the chat channels to avoid unnecessary annoyance." "Exactly." Zhu Yeshuan agreed. "I haven't opened the prefecture channel in 10 days. Sigh. The little fox drooped her head, her ears twitching. "I know, but I just can't help it." Wei Ming tried to console her. In the past 2 months, all those Sakura lords who challenged the boss Kami Hakiuchi, Mudo Sora, Takeda Shinichi, single one of them is long gone. Thinking about that makes me feel a lot better. Though they chatted and laughed, it was clear they were trying to make the best of a tough situation. After all, if they could retaliate, they wouldn't choose to endure the insults. But the reality was that they lacked the strength. This time, with all Dragon Nation counties failing in the rankings, any rash confrontation would only lead to humiliation. Now, the prefecture channel had become a playground for Sakura lords, occasionally joined by a few from Lighthouse Nation and Asen Nation. It seems Asen, the fence-sitter, has fully sided with Sakura Nation, Jiang Chun remarked. An alliance without the restraint of power is indeed fragile. In Borough County, Apu stood alongside a bald lord, with hundreds of epic soldiers, the Buddhas, behind them. The bald lord, hands clasped together, asked, "Governor, aren't we getting too close to Sakura Nation lately? Dragon Nation is our ally, after all." Apu replied calmly, "Master Amal, if Dragon Nation had a chance of taking Diao Prefecture, it would indeed benefit us more. But as things stand, Dragon Nation's lords are beyond saving. If they truly considered us friends, They should forgive and understand our betrayal. Otherwise, they're being unreasonable. Don't you agree? The bald lord pondered for a moment and concurred. Indeed, I didn't expect your understanding of Buddhist philosophy to be so profound. It's irrefutable. Apu smiled. You're too kind, Master Amal. Besides, in this county ranking, Borough County might have a shot at the top spot. I'm sure Sakura Nation will offer us satisfactory terms. In Wei County, Chao Zicheng watched the prefecture channel, seething at the confident Sakura Lords. Damn those Japanese. And damn Qingyu. If not for half the Dragon Nation lords moving out of our county, would we have to endure this? He then turned to a tall, ugly young lord beside him. Old Dian, if this were the fourth heaven, what do you think would happen if the Japanese dared to act so arrogantly? The ugly young man, named Dian Kong, was from the Dian family, a prestigious martial lord family, and was the most powerful martial lord in Wei County. It was rumored that Dian Kang's talent was already at AB level, and he had awakened a mysterious bloodline that allowed him to grow stronger through eating. Even Zhu Yeqing admitted that without activating the 7-star fate, she might not be a match for Dian Kong. During the initial county ranking competition, Dian Kong single-handedly earned millions of kill points for Wei County. Hearing Chao Zicheng's words now, he was momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, Dian Kong responded with his trademark gruff voice, "Our ancestors will beat them to a pulp." Chao Zicheng laughed heartily, then turned serious. Old Dian, we need to hurry up and level up. Let's aim to start the battle against the heavens within 10 years and soar straight to the 6th heaven. Dian Kong frowned, puzzled. Zicheng, didn't you say we were going to establish a force in the 7th heaven to resist the invaders and restore the glory of Longhua? Stop. Chao Zicheng interrupted Dian Kong decisively, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. That was the previous plan. Who could have guessed that Qingyu would turn out like this? Not only do they fail to support us warzone leaders, but they also hold us back. I'm done with them. At that moment, Dian Kang's attention was caught by the betting board. He hurriedly shouted, Zicheng, look, the betting board is locked. Chao Zicheng, uninterested, asked casually, what's there to see? Did someone bet on our Wei County? Someone did, but not much. Dian Kong replied with a look of regret. But who knows which fool bet 1 billion spirit stones on Longyuan County? If I had that, I could buy so much spirit meat. Chao Zicheng was taken aback. A legend suddenly flashing through his mindits said that someone in Longyuan County always liked to bet on themselves in the last few seconds. Meanwhile, in Longyuan County, oh my gosh, 1 billion! Zhu Yeshuan exclaimed. Which fool did that? Did someone with Parkinson's accidentally place the wrong bet? As a newer resident of Longyuan County, she hadn't witnessed Jiang Chen's glorious moments of triumph in various betting arenas. However, those who had followed Jiang Chen from the beginning, including Ying Yinman, all widened their eyes in disbelief, looking towards Jiang Chen. The little fox was about to cry, woo, but Ying Yinman, and Chuxia, Wei Ming, and Huang Xian interrupted her in unison. Yaya lost another billion. The little fox pouted in frustration. Why are you stealing my lines? Then she turned to Jiang Chen, eagerly asking, Brother Jiang Chen, was it really you? Jiang Chen, however, put on a stern face, scanning the crowd, and asked in a displeased tone, who mentioned Parkinson's just now? Jiang Chen's reaction was like a heavy hammer, instantly striking at the heart of everyone's speculations. It turned out that when the boss said, how could it be just 10 million? He wasn't complaining it was too much, but rather too little. This realization sent a collective gasp through the crowd. If we really clinch the top spot, doesn't that mean every one of our thousands of towns in Longyuan County will soon have 4 points of luck value? Someone whispered excitedly, eyes gleaming with disbelief. Recalling the scene where the town leaders of Yinghua fought fiercely for 2 points of luck, it now seemed so pitiful, pathetic, and laughable. A shared thought emerged in everyone's mind. All of this is because we have our boss. If anyone else had made such grandiose statements, everyone present would have thought they were crazy. But Jiang Chen had already created too many miracles, even doing the unthinkable by electing himself as the county chief. Because of this, they were already half convinced. The most shocked was Ying Yinman. She keenly realized that Jiang Chen wouldn't bet 1 billion spirit stones unless he was extremely confident. Leveraging the intelligence network of the Xianxining family, she had a rough grasp of the agricultural index of each town in Longyuan County. After a quick calculation, she was astonished to find that Longyuan town alone contributed at least 1 billion to the agricultural index. As she recalled her conversation with Jiang Chen 3 days ago, it dawned on her. Jiang Chen didn't tell her the specifics not because he feared she'd slack off, but because he was worried she wouldn't make any money. Thinking of this, Ying Yinman felt a pang of frustration and mumbled under her breath, fooled by that guy again. Though she wasn't short of money, being kept in the dark like a fool every time was indeed irritating. After the initial surprise, everyone's curiosity was piqued. They were eager to know the source of Jiang Chen's confidence and how he managed to pull it all off. Suddenly, Zhu Yeqing's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Could it be that Zhang Laoda reached the third level in the glory battlefield, where there are legendary items like the time-space farm? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. That's very possible, someone echoed. Xiaozhu is really smart. We assumed no one could reach the third level, but we overlooked that Zhang Chun is a golden battle name recipient, someone who single-handedly subdued both the god and demon races. And the second county ranking competition was announced just before leaving the glory battlefield. Another chimed in, Lauda could have exchanged for something specific. If Lauda exchanged for 10 or 8 times space farms. However, Jiang Chen ignored their speculations and turned his attention back to the betting board. The numbers on the board were clear. 1. Deshan County, 921 million spirit stones. 2. Beigu County, 781 million spirit stones. 3. Palyuo County, 758 million spirit stones. 4. Kalayang County, 728 million spirit stones. 8. Longyuan County, 100.7 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen's prediction was spot on. In the final moments, a massive influx of bets came in. Palyuo County, in particular, saw a sudden surge of 300 million spirit stones, surpassing Kalayang County. It seemed that some people were very confident in their farming abilities. Meanwhile, many lords who hoped to snag a bargain placed bets as well. All 32 county towns in Diaoao Prefecture received bets, with even the most inconspicuous towns having at least tens of thousands in spirit stone wagers. Despite Longyuan County having only a few tens of thousands in population, Jiang Chen's miraculous track record as county chief attracted a staggering 700,000 in bets. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the total pool amount, 4.6 billion spirit stones. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, not only did I secure 40 sacred spirit fields for free, but I also earned an extra 2 billion spirit stones. At the same time, the prefecture channel was buzzing with activity. More and more people were noticing the anomaly in Longyuan County, and the atmosphere became lively. Even many lords from the Dragon Kingdom began to chime in. Damn, Longyuan County just got an extra billion spirit stones, someone exclaimed. I bet 100 spirit stones on every county. Am I about to hit the jackpot? Longyuan County has odds of 45.6. Don't celebrate too soon. Another person analyzed calmly. Palyuo County also suddenly gained 3 billion spirit stones. That means those guys are even more confident. Who knows if Longyuan County or Palyuo County is the real deal, or if they're both just bluffing? Chao Ziqing, looking delighted, muttered to himself, could the rumors be true? Is Jiang Chun really a cheat? Although Chao Ziqing's Wei County didn't rank high, as long as Sakura County didn't take first place, he was satisfied. Li Zhanai, Apu, and Alexei wore expressions of confusion, shock, and curiosity. They were skeptical, especially Apu, who wouldn't have bet 3 billion spirit stones on his own county without confidence. But with only 10 minutes left until the results were revealed, they all chose to remain silent, not daring to mock Jiang Chun for fear of being humiliated later. Bei Gu Longyi, however, couldn't hold back and shouted, even if all the tens of thousands of people in Longyuan County were farming lords, they couldn't make up for the population gap. Has Jiang Chun gone mad? Suddenly, his expression turned serious, as if he had figured something out. Could it be? I know, Jiang Chun must have obtained a faith artifact or something like that. He's just hyping himself up. In trying to provide a reasonable explanation, Bei Gu Longyi racked his brain. Surprisingly, some people agreed with him. Bei Gukuin truly is one of the brightest minds of our Sakura Empire, someone flattered. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, with an air of scholarly wisdom, nodded in realization. The so-called power of faith is directional emotion, whether positive or negative. After all, bad publicity is still publicity. As long as we are shocked by Jiang Chen's actions now, he can harvest the power of faith, and later, when we all mock him, he can reap another wave of faith power. In his quest for the power of belief, Jiang Chen didn't mind becoming the butt of jokes, showcasing the ambition of a true leader. The compatriots from Sakura Nation grew cautious, quietly reminding themselves not to mock Jiang Chen, lest his plans be thwarted. Although the other Sakura lords didn't fully grasp the situation, they nodded in agreement. Suddenly, one Sakura lord couldn't help but say, I can't control my thoughts. I keep thinking about Jiang Chen. Ryuichi Kitani sighed upon hearing this, exclaiming, that's the terrifying thing about Jiang Chen. He understands human nature to the core. Even the people of Longyuan County, who had just guessed the truth, looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. While the explanation seemed plausible, he had to admit that Ryuichi Kitani's imagination was impressive. It was a shame he wasn't writing novels. Amidst the crowd's speculation, confusion, and surprise, 10 minutes quickly passed. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. The rankings for the second county town competition in Diaowa Prefecture are now being released. 10th place, Zhaotian County. Reward, County Chief Yumiko Saden. All attributes 20. All county residents attributes 5. and Zhaotian Town's luck too. Zhaotian County's strength had always been uncertain, and its place on the list was in doubt. Now, just making it to the list sparked cheers from all its lords. The announcement continued with the 9th, 8th places, and so on, quickly reaching the 6th place. All those listed so far were Sakura counties. Despite anticipating this outcome, the Dragon Nation lords couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. After all, the luck reward was only part of it. It also meant that every one of a county's million lords would receive a 5 to all attributes. While it seemed small, it was these incremental differences that widened the gap between people. On Chusha side, if it weren't for the announcement from Qingyu, or even if it had come out half a month later, Wei County and Hosong County might have made the list. Especially Wei County. Zhu Yeqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Chao family's land cultivation technique is an epic farming skill. Even my ancestor, Emperor Ming, personally sought to purchase a batch from the Chao family. Hearing this, Jiang Chun was intrigued. The renowned skills of these great families in Dragon Nation were indeed impressive. The previous cup of wine had already given him a taste of success, and he secretly decided to get his hands on a copy of the land cultivation technique from Chao Zicheng if the opportunity arose. At that moment, Ng Inman suddenly spoke up. We're at a critical juncture now. So let's focus more on our Longyuan County instead of those irrelevant things. The little fox pouted, saying, but Brother Jiang Chun always seems so calm and composed. You can't read anything from his face. Wei Ming, in a teasing tone, flattered. The boss is a cunning old fox. How could we ordinary folks possibly guess his thoughts? Old fox. The little fox tried hard to get a clear view of Jiang Chun's backside, confusedly asking, is Brother Jiang Chun a fox too? Both Jiang Chun and Wei Ming were left speechless at this remark. At that moment, the 5th place was announced. To everyone's surprise, Kita Valley County snagged 5th place in the county ranking competition. The rewards were immediately revealed. County Chief Kita Ryuichi received a 20 boost to all attributes. All county residents received a 5 boost to all attributes, and Kita Town's fortune increased by 2. The result hit everyone present like a sledgehammer, leaving them stunned. After a moment of silence, Kita Ryuichi exclaimed incredulously, 5th place. My Kita Valley County was supposed to take 1st place. How can it be 5th? His voice was filled with disbelief and anger. As one of the top contenders for the championship in this county ranking competition, the early exit of Kita Valley County delighted the lords of Long Country. Chao Zicheng's eyes gleamed with a hint of mockery as he curiously asked, Kita, weren't you the one boasting the loudest just now? How did this 5th place happen? Hearing this, Kita Ryuichi was infuriated, glaring at Chao Zicheng with fiery eyes. You dare mock me, Chao Zicheng? One day you'll fall into my hands, and then I'll make you wish for life over death. Chao Zicheng was unfazed and instead burst into laughter. Ha! I love it when you bark ineffectively. Kita Ryuichi was thoroughly enraged by this remark, gritting his teeth as he threatened. Do you believe I won't send my troops and flatten your Wei County right now? Sensing the tension rising, Toyota Hideki quickly stepped in to mediate. Kita-kun, victory and defeat are common in warfare. Don't take it too hard. However, Kita Ryuichi, already like a mad dog, immediately turned his wrath towards Toyotomi Hideki. Toyotomi-kun, you must be secretly rejoicing, right? Rejoicing that you've lost your biggest competitor. Toyotomi Hideki frowned, thinking to himself that this guy was truly ungrateful. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny that he was indeed quite pleased. Suppressing his anger, Toyotomi Hideki calmly said, You're joking, Kita-kun. I just think you're placing too much importance on rankings. You're even losing your composure and bringing shame to our great Sakura Empire. Before he could finish, the 4th place was announced. The Mountain County unexpectedly took 4th place, with rewards as follows. County Chief Toyotomi Hideki received a 20 boost to all attributes. All county residents received a 5 boost to all attributes, and the Mountain Town's fortune increased by 2. Impossible! Toyotomi Hideki erupted in anger. I was supposed to take 1st place with the Mountain County. How can it be only 4th? Kita Ryuichi sneered and retorted. I hope Toyotomi-kun doesn't imitate my words. Toyotomi Hideki had no time to bicker with Kita. Forcing himself to calm down, he analyzed through gritted teeth. The rewards for 4th to 10th places are the same. If I were only aiming for the top 10, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths, even spending a fortune to accelerate the time of the space-time farm. His mind was a whirl of emotions. How can Burrow Town and Keilang Town be so strong? And that 3rd county, could it really be Longyuan County? As everyone held their breath, the 3rd place was announced. Keilang County took 3rd place, with rewards as follows. County Chief Austin received a 30 boost to all attributes. All county residents received a 10 boost to all attributes, and Keilang Town's fortune increased by 3. In Burrow County, Apu wore a confident smile. Haha, I didn't expect the 2 biggest rivals from Sakura Country to be knocked out so quickly. How disappointing. Keilang County did well, though. With hundreds of thousands of people, they managed to secure 3rd place. The Baldemar proudly agreed. These people seem to forget that while we A3 may not match the Beacon country in technology or the Long country in heritage, we have plenty of farmers. Apu was also fixated on the rankings, brimming with confidence as he said, this second county ranking competition is practically made for us A3 country. If we can take first place this time, we'll definitely be able to wrest more benefits from Sakura country. Just as he finished speaking, the second place was announced. Borough County secured second place, with rewards as follows. County Chief Apu received a 50 boost to all attributes. All county residents received a 20 boost to all attributes. Borough Town's fortune increased by 5, and the fortune of other small towns in Borough County increased by 1. Apu's words still echoed as their smiles froze on their faces. In Longyuan County, a burst of cheers erupted. Despite being big shots, they were still young men and women around 20 years old. The main thing was, against all odds, Longyuan County had turned the tables once again, which was truly magical. Boss, you're awesome. I'm completely convinced. Xiaozhu, didn't you say you were completely convinced last time? Long live Jiangchen brother. Long live the fox. Wei Ming shivered and quickly pleaded. Yeah, enough is enough. Isn't this joke getting old? He feared the joke would spread too far, and Jiang Chun might hold him accountable later. And Chu Xia teased, why don't you go be a son-in-law to the fox tribe, Jiang Chun? Then you could count as half a fox. Jiang Chen mused, that would be another story entirely. It seemed even the heavens knew that with the announcement of the second place, there was no suspense about the first. Therefore, without much delay, it was quickly announced. The results of the county ranking competition are out, and Longyuan County has claimed the top spot. As the county magistrate, Jiang Chen's attributes instantly increased by 100 points, and all county residents received a 40-point attribute boost. Longyuan Town's luck increased by 10 points, while other towns gained 2 points each. In an instant, a myriad of golden rays descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Longyuan County, with each beam precisely landing on a leader's head. The crowd erupted. Cheers rang out, deafeningly loud. Another 40 points to all attributes. Adding to the previous 40 points, we've gained an 80-point increase. I'm only level 40 now, but my combat power can rival those grade talent geniuses. Think about it, less than 30 people sharing a town with 4 points of luck. Even top-tier second-generation leaders might not have such treatment. A perfect start, guys. This is what a perfect start looks like. Some clenched their fists in excitement, while others jumped up, hugging their companions. Lords who recently relocated would surely regret it upon hearing this news. Longyuan County is our home. One leader shouted, even if the Sakura Old Region Lords descend, we'll fight to the death. Yes, we'll die in Longyuan County if we must, another echoed. An inch of land, an inch of blood, 30,000 young men, 30,000 soldiers. The chants rose again, the crowd's morale soaring. Though these slogans were somewhat driven by emotion, the spirit was strong. 30,000 lords united, their momentum was unstoppable. Jiang Qian clenched his fist, feeling the additional 100 points of attributes coursing through him, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. Indeed, this was a perfect start. In any new region, once you miss the top spot in the lord rankings, town rankings, or county rankings, there's no chance to compensate. Even Ing Man, the emperor's daughter and the top second-generation lord of the Dragon Kingdom, couldn't recover unless she restarted in another region. But doing so would mean the heroes transformed by legendary lords like Meng Tian would have to be disbanded, becoming human spirits, uncertain of when a lucky lord might summon them again. Ing Man clearly wouldn't do that. It's safe to say that meeting Jiang Chun cost her hundreds of attribute points. This is why Jiang Chun was determined to win first place in all competitions, even if it meant revealing his strength, despite Luashi's repeated advice to keep a low profile. The town's luck soared to 77 points, bringing numerous benefits: monster advancement, resource mutation, and spatial expansion. In the Dwarf King's Palace, the recruitment cycle for the King of the Hill was shortened again, allowing one to be recruited every 10 days. The Dragon Vein effect in Jiang Chen's town also strengthened, though no new special effects appeared, likely waiting for the town's luck to exceed 100 points. At this moment, Ing Man took out the luck wager token again, waving it at the camera. Jiang Chun, each town's luck has reached 4 points. Should we start the luck convergence now? The effect of converging luck at 4 points is twice as strong as before. Jiang Chun smiled and replied, let's not forget, there's still another county ranking competition. If we start converging now, we'll have to do it again later. Hearing this, everyone was speechless, thinking this guy is really confident. And Chu Xia sighed, but, given the nature of this region's heavenly Tao, I'm afraid the third county ranking competition will be combined with the prefecture lord battle again. Brother Jiang and everyone, I'm not trying to dampen the mood. Yi Iran suddenly spoke up. When we had 2 points of luck, Keilang County was already eyeing our Longyuan County. Now with 4 points of luck, and the county's population reduced to only 30,000, Such a well-established county and town haven't appeared in 100 years on Blue Star. I'm afraid it will soon attract. I understand what you mean, but so what? Jiang Qian interrupted Yi Iren softly, saying calmly, to not be envied is mediocre. If we're afraid of this and that, we might as well move early to the safest heartland of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Qian is right. Ying Yinman loudly agreed. If Sakura country and Free will want war, we'll give them war. She then chuckled. I thought only Xiao Zhu could say such a dramatic line. Zhu Yeqing, who had been listening with enthusiasm, was suddenly cooled by Ying Yinman's teasing, muttering quietly, I call it youthful spirit, okay? You old cynics want it, but can't have it. After chatting a bit more, Yi Iren ended the video call. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and sent a message to Chuxia. Chuxia, open the portal to your territory, I'll give you a little extra help. Apart from Ying Yinman and the Zhu family's seventh child, the others still lacked depth. Although in the eyes of ordinary lords, they were already unattainable, to Jiang Chun, they were still too weak. This county ranking competition effectively challenged the bottom line of Sakura country again. From now on, strong figures from the Sakura Old region could descend at any time, so preparations must be made. In a secret room in Kalayang County, 5 Caucasian men and women sat in a circle, each with a furrowed brow and a serious expression. Their abilities were formidable, at least on par with Andre, who had been slain by Jiang Chun. Among them, County Chief Austin was particularly lucky. Just a month after the district opened, he had acquired a legendary military token, which was why he was dispatched by the high-ranking members of the Free Will to Diaoyou Prefecture, with the purpose of countering Jiang Chen's dragon. A fiery blonde girl named Claire suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. We're only ranked 3rd. Losing to those farmers in Baluo County is one thing. But hasn't Longyuan County been reduced to just over 30,000 lords? Austin sighed and explained slowly, Claire, don't forget Jiang Chen's ranking in the glory battlefield. You mean the glory points? Claire frowned, pondering. Even if he exchanged them all for spiritual fields and seeds, it's impossible. She trailed off, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed with wide eyes. Are you saying Jiang Chun reached 10 million points and unlocked the 3rd exchange list of the glory battlefield? Austin nodded in affirmation. That's the most reasonable explanation at present. Perhaps the 3rd battlefield allows exchanges for farming artifacts like a space-time farm. Claire shook her head in disbelief. His luck is just too good. It seems like every step he takes, fate is on his side. She began to list Jiang Chen's lucky history. When fate announced the hero power rankings, Jiang Chen opened a chest and obtained a hero beyond his level. When fate announced the troop power rankings, Jiang Chun created an extraordinary troop. When fate announced the resource collection rankings, Jiang Chun encountered the Hall of Fame and exchanged for tens of thousands of exquisite chests. There are just too many coincidences. Claire sneered. It's as if Jiang Chun is fate's favorite child. No, it's father. Austin shook his head. Reaching 10 million points isn't something that luck alone can achieve. No matter how good his luck is, he must have enough strength to back it up. Besides the dragon, he surely has other trump cards, at least. I'm no match for him. Claire scoffed. What can one person's strength do? Can it really stand against an entire county? She continued with a sneer. Jiang Chen is truly short-sighted. We've offered a sky-high price of 10 billion spirit stones, yet he refuses to give up the position of Longyuan County Chief. After the prefecture battle, he won't get a single spirit stone. Austin chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming. Luckily, he's short-sighted, or Longyuan County wouldn't be flourishing as it is today. He explained that the county rankings involved various fields, and most counties could only achieve good rankings in their areas of expertise. A county like Longyuan that develops comprehensively is a rare gem. After all the towns gained 4 points of fortune, Longyuan County's value multiplied several times over. Suddenly, Austin's eyebrows lifted, and a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps we won't have to wait until the prefecture battle to acquire ownership of Longyuan County. Claire was taken aback, then delighted. Is the Sakura Nation going to act? Austin nodded in confirmation. The Sakura Lords from Area 663 are preparing to descend and want us to cooperate with their actions. Claire laughed heartily. It seems Jiang Chun has really pushed the Sakura people to the edge this time. Austin addressed his companions. Descending from Area 663 only requires registering 3 days in advance. Everyone, get ready to take over Longyuan County. Claire excitedly declared. The first place Hill King of the Dwarf Palace is mine, and I don't like the name Longyuan County. Let me think of a better name. The others exchanged glances, looking resigned. Although Austin was the strongest, in terms of status, Claire held the highest position, not only because of her last name, Ross, but also due to her seniority. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had just walked out of the teleportation gate of Enchuxia's territory, only to find Luoshi standing there alongside Enchuxia. Luoshi, seeing Jiang Chun, struggled to express her feelings. Jiang Chun, you're really something. She hadn't held any hope for Longyuan County's agricultural index ranking and hadn't paid much attention to it. But while handling official duties for Donghai City, she suddenly received a notification. Donghai City's Two Realms altar had successfully nurtured new talent, promoting Administrator and Luashi to level 4 permissions. This took her by surprise, especially since she had just been promoted to level 3 Administrator 2 months ago. She immediately connected it to the county rankings and used her administrator privileges to enter the new district. There she discovered that Longyuan County not only ranked well, but came in first place. And Luashi managed to calm herself and smiled. I heard you're giving Chuxia special training? I came to take a look. But let me say up front, I'm really short on cash, so I'll have to owe you. Jiangchen reassured her. Take your time paying it back, you'll never finish in this lifetime anyway. He glanced around and asked, where's Granny? Granny took a team out to hunt monsters. And Chuxia replied, why? Jiangchen didn't waste words and directly pulled out the legendary hero's soul. He secretly hoped that after advancing, Granny's command over dwarf troops could reach a level. The mother and daughter were both stunned. The legendary hero's soul? And Luashi's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. After frowning in thought for a moment, she incredulously asked, have all 4 of your heroes advanced to legendary quality? Jiang Qian sighed inwardly, realizing that he had inadvertently revealed another 1% of his strength. This was precisely why he had been reluctant to showcase the legendary hero's soul before. When his heroes were still at the epic level, no one would trade something as valuable as a legendary hero's soul. Fortunately, the mother and daughter before him could be trusted. Jiang Chen believed that even without his instructions, they knew what should and shouldn't be said. He turned to Chuxia with a smile and said, I'll be counting on you, Director In, to handle the public opinion confusion in the future. And Chuxia, recovering from the shock, rolled her eyes at Jiang Qian and remarked, for legendary heroes. No wonder you could claim the golden battle name. This is your biggest secret. You've hidden it well. She paused, realizing, you must have used all 20,000 prestige points to exchange for hero souls, sold one to Ingjia, and the one before me is another. With this realization, and Chuxia's face showed a look of gratitude. Soon, Granny returned to the territory, and after learning about the situation, he was so excited that he danced around. Jiang Chen extended his hand, and Granny, understanding, crouched down to let Jiang Chen pat his shoulder. Young man, keep up the good work. Jiang Chen encouraged. Granny immediately flashed a flattering smile. In the future, if there's anything you need, Lord Jiang Chen, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Jiang Chen was very pleased with this attitude. He thought to himself that if anyone ever said dwarves were straightforward again, he wouldn't agree. And Chuxia couldn't stand it any longer and frowned. Granny, are you treating me like I'm invisible? Granny quickly pleaded, my lord, I figure you and Lord Jiang Chen will be one family sooner or later. So who I pledge my loyalty to doesn't really matter, does it? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, thinking, good capabilities and a way with words. Granny is truly a talent. Soon, the light representing the hero's advancement faded from Granny. And Chuxia immediately checked Granny's attributes and cheered. That's great. A level command. Granny has a level command over both the Mountain King and the Storm Guardian. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Truly impressive. Apart from Chuxia, the heroes and troops of Shaohuli and Weiming and Longyuan Town didn't match well enough to justify advancing to legendary status. However, Jiang Chen had recently uncovered many epic and exceptional hero souls. Most of the heroes under others, except for the Division Pavilion Master constrained by Tanine Pavilion's quality, had already advanced to epic. However, Luashi suddenly sighed and said, you're willing to expose your strength and bring out the legendary hero soul because you're concerned that Sakura country might take action, right? That's right. Jiang Chen didn't deny it. After all, having one more legendary hero increases our chances of success. Although Chuxia's strength isn't quite on par with Yin Yin, it's not far off. Of course, cultivating people like Chuxia also served another important purpose, to appropriately overshadow his dazzling brilliance. After multiple battles and the heavenly rankings, if his revealed cards were quantified, they might already be close to 10. This made Jiang Chen a bit uneasy, too dangerous. Meanwhile, in District 663, a plump Sakura Lord was busy atop a giant sacrificial platform. This was the Ascension Platform, a building unlockable at level 18 and used for ascending to the upper world or descending to the lower world. The celestial platform stood tall in the center of Sakura Nation, its powerful and mysterious functions accompanied by numerous restrictions. A rotund lord of Sakura stood before it, scanning the feedback with a pained expression on his face. An old district lord descending to the lower realm without even bringing their territory? Only the lord, heroes, and units can be taken? He muttered to himself, the longer the time span, the higher the cost, the longer the registration time. Sacred crystals, illusion sea sand. Why are these materials so expensive? When he saw that it required the core of a legendary beast to descend 100 units, the Rotund Lord couldn't help but turn around and pitifully ask, I don't want to descend anymore. Is that okay? Below, a delicate-looking Lord of Sakura was engrossed in browsing the universal market. Without looking up, he advised, all the costs for this descent to the new district are covered by the military, and will receive a substantial subsidy. It's quite a good deal. The Rotund Lord struggled to turn back, doubt etched on his innocent-looking face. Toyotomican, your brother needs our old district's support to deal with a mere commoner lord from Long Nation? Is he that incompetent? The delicate lord, Toyotomi Yiming, was the elder brother of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the governor of Deju County. Despite the rotund man's seemingly comical demeanor, Toyotomi Yiming dared not take him lightly. This seemingly clumsy man was, in fact, a Shikigami lord with a permanent contract with the gluttony evil god of the spirit realm, having once devoured dozens of powerful town-level lords on his own. Once he lost control, he spared no one, not even his allies. To strengthen his persuasion, Toyotomi Yiming explained seriously, this Jiang Chun from Long Nation is no ordinary lord. There's talk in the main world that he might be a genius comparable to Zhu Yuanzhang of Ming Domain. If we don't eliminate him, he will inevitably become a major threat to our Sakura Nation in the seventh heaven. Of course, both in Long Nation and Sakura Nation, every year a few so-called geniuses appear, supposedly comparable to historical figures. It's merely commercial hype. Toyotomi Yiming was well aware of this, so he added a practical allure. And, Jiang Chun possesses 12 dragons. Dragons? The Rotund Lord's eyes gleamed with greed as he involuntarily licked his lips. They must taste delicious. I want to go to the new district to eat dragon. Seeing the Rotund Lord finally agree and complete the registration, Toyotomi Yiming felt a sense of relief. Although he was confident that with a 3-year advantage, even with suppressed levels, he could easily handle Jiang Chen. His legendary unit, the Sword Saint, had reached level mastery in its techniques, with the technique alone adding over 1,500 stars of combat power, not to mention the advantages in equipment and skills. To ensure absolute success, the military had also arranged over 100 warlords to descend together. But even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, let alone dealing with a potential rival. Bringing along someone as formidable as Kamishiro Shirshir ensured absolute security. Suddenly, the Rotund Lord Kamishiro Shirshir rubbed his round belly, saying with a hint of distress, talking about food makes me a little hungry. Toyotomican, would you like to stay for a meal? Toyotomi Yiming's face changed slightly, forcing a faint smile. I wouldn't want to intrude on Kamishirikan's enjoyment. With that, he hurriedly stepped into the teleportation array. Staying any longer might have turned him from a guest into a snack. That gluttonous evil god, once it went berserk, showed no regard for foe or friend. Meanwhile, in Longyuan County, Jiang Chun had just returned when he received an unexpected video request. He immediately connected, smiling as he asked, Brother Zicheng, what brings you here? Chao Zicheng got straight to the point, speaking earnestly, I wish to purchase some high-quality spiritual items from Brother Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun understood immediately. Longyuan County was known for its top agricultural index, and anyone with a bit of insight could attribute this to Jiang Chen's efforts. The most popular theory was that Jiang Chen had exchanged for a large number of time-space farms on the Glory Battlefield's third layer. Thus, everyone believed Jiang Chun had an abundance of spiritual items. And indeed, he did. Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, Chao Zicheng quickly added, to be honest, Brother Diankong has a unique talent skill. By consuming high-quality food, he can rapidly increase his attributes. Getting stronger by eating? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. How effective is it? Soon, the giant-like figure of Diankong appeared in the video. Though not a man of many words, Jiang Chun quickly grasped the essence of this skill, his excitement growing. This skill seemed tailor-made for him. His territory was abundant with high-quality spiritual items. If this skill were applied in Tanine Pavilion, Jiang Chun tried to suppress his excitement, calmly stating, to be frank, I do have a lot of high-quality spiritual items. But as Brother Zicheng knows, I recently earned 4.6 billion spirit stones, so I'm not exactly short on money. It was quite satisfying to tell someone like Chao Zicheng, a top-tier second-generation lord, that he wasn't short on money. What does Brother Jiang Chun want then? Chao Zicheng asked. I want the Tunshin technique and Brother Diankong's skill. Jiang Chun stated his desire directly. Chao Zicheng's face shifted to one of difficulty. The Tunshin technique is a closely guarded secret of the Chao family. But before he could finish his sentence, a notification from the trading system arrived. As the notification chimed, Lord Jiang Chun received a shipment of rare legendary spiritual items via the exchange, a portion each of Dragon Tooth Rice, Moon Soul Fruit, and Qiming Fruit. Upon hearing this, Chao Zicheng was utterly shocked and stammered. Jiang Chun, apart from your space-time farm, do you have a legendary farmer as well? Jiang Chun smiled faintly and replied ambiguously, Brother Zicheng, why don't you give it some thought? Chao Zicheng's expression fluctuated upon hearing this. He initially intended to trade for a batch of epic spiritual items, but Jiang Chun had given him an astonishing surprise. These legendary items not only had remarkable effects on Dian Kong, but were also greatly beneficial to himself. More importantly, these items could significantly enhance the attributes of his epic troops, the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. After weighing his options, Chao Zicheng spoke up. I'll trade a book on agricultural technique along with some spirit stones. However, I need some time. Jiang Chun readily agreed. Deal? Chao Zicheng added, however, if you're hoping for Dian Kang's skill, I'm afraid I can't help. It's an innate skill, and even brother Dian Kong doesn't have a skill book for it. Jiang Chun was unfazed and replied with a smile, just let me try to extract it twice. Whether it succeeds or not, it will fulfill the trade. Extract twice? Chao Zicheng was taken aback for a moment, then realized, you mean with absorption stones? Jiang Chun nodded in confirmation. Chao Zicheng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Jiang Chun, you certainly have an impressive collection of treasures. Clearly, a book on agricultural technique was a precious asset even for a member of the Chao family like Chao Zicheng. 3 days later, at noon, Chao Zicheng finally handed over the agricultural technique book to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun couldn't help but wonder if Chao Zicheng had stolen it from his family. Then came the skill absorption phase. Jiang Chun had only 2 absorption stones, but luck was on his side, and he obtained the desired skill book on the second try. The skill was named Big Eater. Despite its simple name and grade rank, it was a passive skill that accelerated food digestion, converting it into attributes. As Jiang Chun gazed at the plus signs on the back of the 2 skill books, he softly said, consume 18 million spirit stones to enhance the supreme agricultural technique. Consume 25 million spirit stones to enhance grain god. The enhanced Big Eater not only saw a significant improvement in its effect, but also gained a more prestigious name. Just as Jiang Chun was contemplating how to allocate these 2 powerful skill books, a rapid series of notifications suddenly erupted in the Longyuan management group. Beep, 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 beep. The highest level red alerts flashed frantically, as if heralding a significant event. Among them were over a dozen county leaders from Sakura, including Toyotomi and Beiguo. They gathered nervously on the open ground outside Deshan town, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Toyotomi Shui whispered, it's here. All eyes immediately focused on the vast cleared plaza ahead. The air rippled with golden waves as countless golden runes quickly converged in the sky, forming a massive magic array. Then, a dazzling golden beam of light descended with a roar, illuminating the entire plaza. From the beam emerged a tall figure clad in black armor, each step exuding immense pressure. Behind him followed hundreds of formidable heroes and troops. Someone exclaimed, isn't that the legendary Blade Master? Such a powerful presence. Toyotomi Shui quietly explained to those around him, Toyotomi Yiming is a county-level powerhouse like us. However, with an additional 3 years of development, he's far beyond our reach. He at least commands a legendary hero, with a level mastery over Blade Masters and Sword Masters, coupled with a level hero leadership, level warlord talents, and enhancements from techniques and equipment. Any of his Blade Masters could easily wipe out a warlord from our new district. These words sparked excitement in the eyes of the surrounding Sakura County leaders. One couldn't help but say, finally, we can defeat Jiang Chun, avenge our grievances, and seek retribution for the tens of thousands of Sakura warriors who perished at Longyuan County and at sea. Toyotomi Shui eagerly stepped forward, excitedly calling out, brother, you're here. Toyotomi Yiming nodded, his gaze fixed on his own interface. He remarked in surprise, level 55? Has someone in Diaoyou province already reached level 10? Toyotomi Shui was taken aback. Level 10? As far as I know, the highest level leader in Sakura Nation is still level 9, and it might take a few more days to reach level 10. A Sakura County leader interjected. If anyone's reached level 10, it must be the leader of Longyuan Town, perhaps even Jiang Chun himself. After all, Longyuan Town now boasts 77 luck points, with mid to high level resources far surpassing ours. His tone was filled with envy. Toyotomi Yiming chuckled. Jiang Chun? Now I understand the saying. Heaven may forgive sins, but self-inflicted ones are unforgivable. Just because he reached level 10, our levels increased to 55. Had I known, I wouldn't have risked inviting Camillo Boar to descend. At this point, other county leaders familiar with Toyotomi Yiming also came forward to greet him. Toyotomi Yiming patted Toyotomi Shui on the shoulder, then politely addressed the group. Gentlemen, please hold on a moment. Soon, more golden beams descended continuously. Each beam heralded the arrival of a leader, accompanied by hundreds of heroes and troops. Kamakura warriors, Starseers, Onmyoji, Kuchisekiana. These troops were at least of excellent quality, with even a 10th reaching epic status, and occasionally a squad of legendary quality could be seen. These leaders bore expressionless faces, their eyes gleaming with ferocity and bloodlust. Toyotomi Shui's eyes gleamed with excitement as he asked, "Are these all Imperial military leaders?" Toyotomi Yiming proudly replied, "This is my 23rd Squadron. They recently secured the top 3 positions in the Imperial competition against Long Nation leaders. They're heroes of the Empire." Just then, another beam of light appeared, and Camillo Bor emerged, accompanied by only a few dozen troops. He immediately shouted, "Where's the dragon? Take me to eat the dragon." Seeing the puzzled expressions on the others' faces, Toyotomi Yiming grandly recounted Camillo Bor's illustrious achievements, further exciting the Sakura County leaders present. One leader enviously remarked, "Jiang Chun will surely be remembered in history for dying under such a grand lineup. It's quite a privilege for him." Toyotomi Yiming chuckled. "Jiang Chun? Haha, we paid a heavy price for this descent. How could one Longyuan County satisfy Kamiya-sama's appetite? We'll kill Jiang Chen first, then eradicate all Long Nation leaders in Daoyao province." He continued, "Without the Qingyu announcement, we might have been cautious. If all veteran district powerhouses descended indiscriminately to slaughter enemy rookie leaders, there would be no new leaders on Blue Star, and the leader civilization would gradually decline. But Daoyao province is different. It's now Sakura Nation's territory. This is officially acknowledged by Long Nation's Qingyu. Even if we slaughter these millions of leaders, the Blue Star United Council will strongly support our just war." Toyotomi Shuyi, thinking of the impending scenario, excitedly added, "Back then, General Koizumi of District 632 only slaughtered a town in Long Nation. His statue now stands in the Imperial Shrine, admired by future generations. If my brother manages to wipe out the millions of Dragon Nation lords in Daoyao Prefecture, his ranking in the Jing Nation Temple will surely surpass General Xiaochuan." Toyotomi Hideki's eyes sparkled with excitement, but a hint of concern soon appeared. He frowned and said, "I'm just worried that Jiang Chun might back out at the crucial moment and move away from Daoyao Prefecture. We're fighting on foreign soil in Longyuan County, without any portal access. Who knows how long it would take to reach Jiang Chen's town?" Toyotomi Yami smiled confidently and said, "I've already prepared for that." As he spoke, he carefully took out a golden scroll from his pocket, which glowed with light. Toyotomi Hideki's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A legendary space sealing scroll?" He then explained, "Although legendary space sealing scrolls are incredibly rare, they can still be purchased for a hefty price after building the Myriad World Mall. Anyway, the military will cover the expenses." All the Sakura County leaders beamed with joy upon hearing this. This scroll can seal an entire county, even blocking interworld passages, making it impossible for Jiang Chun and his team to escape back to Blue Star. This effectively nullifies Jiang Chen's county authority. Soon, all the old district lords arrived at the designated coordinates. Toyotomi Yami quickly conducted a review. 318 legendary units, 4,828 epic units, and 38,250 excellent units, along with the Super Shikigami Lord, Kamiyo Inoshishi. All units were at the new district's maximum level of 55. Toyotomi Hideki thought to himself, "My brother is truly cautious. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" He then said seriously, "To prevent Jiang Chun from escaping, please deploy troops to Longyuan County as soon as possible. Additionally, request the lords of Kitani County and Yagyu County to surround Longyuan County. Not even a fly should escape." Kitani Ryuichi, not daring to be arrogant like last time, bowed respectfully and said, "Hi. I apologize for my previous rudeness, Toyotomi-san. This time, I will fully cooperate with the actions of the old district lords." After returning the bow, Toyotomi Hideki addressed the others. "Other Dragon Nation counties might come to Longyuan County's aid. Our task is to intercept these reinforcements and ensure Jiang Chen's defeat without fail." Meanwhile, the management team of Longyuan County was holding an emergency video conference. Ng Inman reported rapidly, "According to the latest intel, the elites from the old Sakura district have arrived." This news shocked everyone. Even though they had anticipated it, they didn't expect it to happen so soon. Ng Inman continued, "The bad news is that the old district's army has just passed through the neighboring Yagyu County's portal and will likely reach the outskirts of our county soon. The good news is, this proves there are no traitors within Longyuan County. Otherwise, they would have already used a traitor's teleportation array to invade our county, catching us off guard." She took a deep breath and added, "Sakura Nation is extremely cautious, keeping everyone silent during the operation." To relay this information, an agent from Xianqin, who has been embedded in Sakura Nation for 20 years, exposed themselves. Finally, Ng Inman looked around at everyone with a solemn expression. "The enemy this time is very strong, and time is of the essence. Let's discuss any effective strategies we might have." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Jiang Chun, awaiting his decision. Upon hearing Ng Inman's first words, Jiang Chun immediately sprang into action. He quickly issued orders for the Phantom warship to navigate upstream along the River of Tears and lie in wait near the Goblin territory. Concurrently, he decisively instructed everyone, including units farming in the outer seas and Crystal Valley, to return to the territory without delay. Jiang Qin's mind raced, his first thought being whether these veteran players from the old regions were carrying the legendary space sealing scrolls. He was almost certain the answer was yes. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Jiang Qun earnestly thanked Yin Man. He sincerely said, "We owe this to the intelligence from the Xianqining family. Without it, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Jiang Chun was well aware that the capacity of Crystal Valley was limited and its level relatively low, which meant most of the hero units, including Jaina, Angel Yin, and the Empress, were out farming overseas. If the entire county were suddenly sealed, his territory would face significant danger, not to mention the other lords. He then analyzed. The agricultural index was settled 3 days ago. Based on the timeline, the Sakura Lord from District 663 is the one descending this time. With a 3-year gap, we aren't without a chance. He decisively commanded, have all Lord's hero units return to their territories immediately. Considering the geography, Jiang Chun continued to strategize. Yagyu County is west of Longyuan County, so relocate all the county lords' territories to the east of Longyuan Town, Old Qin Town, and Yiming Town. These 3 towns will serve as the first battleground against the formidable foe. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Wushang and Yi Yiren promptly expressed their commitment to codefend Longyuan Town and Old Qin Town, respectively. Yin Man suddenly raised a crucial question. Do we know if the old region lords will descend at level 50 or level 55 this time? Just as Jiang Chun was about to respond, and Chu Xiao remorsefully admitted, I'm sorry, everyone. I just leveled up to 10 3 days ago. The group felt a heavy silence, but they quickly offered words of comfort. They all understood that in Chu Xiao's territory was rich in resources, and it was important not to hold back out of fear. Wei Ming suggested seeking aid from other counties, but Jiang Chun and Yin Man immediately rejected the idea. They explained that the Sakura nation must have anticipated this, and other counties were likely facing threats as well. This crisis would have to be resolved independently. Yin Man praised Jiang Chen's insight, while Jiang Chun secretly felt relieved that his true intentions weren't exposed, simply didn't want others to come and snatch the monsters. After adding a few more suggestions, everyone went their separate ways to take action. The once calm Longyuan County suddenly burst into activity. Discussions buzzed everywhere. Some were worried, others were excited, but ultimately, not a single lord chose to flee. Jiang Chen was heartened to see that, in the face of this life-or-death battle, none of the remaining 36,000 lords in Longyuan County backed down. Whether driven by oaths or beliefs, they all chose to stay and fight the enemy. Next, Jiang Chen assisted Yi Yiren in relocating the lords, while Chu Xia and others organized the incoming support lords, assigning them to guard the 4 teleportation points of Longyuan Town in shifts. As Yin Man predicted, other Dragon Nation counties also encountered threats from the Sakura Nation's lord armies, with even the Lighthouse Lord approaching Hosong County, putting Zhao Lingshan on high alert. To Jiang Qin's surprise, in this situation, Chao Ziqing still sent the powerful martial merit lord, Dian Kong, alone to support them. Half an hour later, the Empress, who had returned to the territory, suddenly reported, Master guessed correctly. The enemy indeed possesses legendary space-sealing scrolls. The county's space has been sealed, Jiang Qin softly remarked, for plundering and murder. How could they miss out on silence? Once they penetrate deep into Longyuan County, I'll add a legendary silence scroll for good measure. Other lords also discovered that the county's space was entirely sealed, rendering teleport arrays and portals useless. Wei Ming cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, another legendary space seal. Everyone instantly recalled the infamous incident in District 632, where Sakura General Koizumi Takeo had used a legendary space-sealing scroll. Jiang Chen reflected on his past encounters with Koizumi Takeo, remembering when Kamihachi Yui implemented the dragon-slaying plan against him. The head of the Shikami Lords, Koizumi Shiro, was a descendant of Koizumi Takeo. Jiang Chen murmured, Koizumi Takeo, District 632. Within 3 years. Then, he decisively ordered the Empress to commence large-scale fortification, consume 300,000 Sect luck points, advance the ethereal art to mastery, use legendary hero soul to advance the Empress to legendary 2-star, use legendary hero soul to advance the Empress to legendary 3-star. Jiang Chen spared no expense, as waves of advancement and upgrade light radiated from the Empress. Meanwhile, Toyotomi Yami led his tens of thousands of strong warriors and Shikigami Lord Jindai Shin into Longyuan County. He instructed Lord Yagyu and Lord Kataya, I entrust the task of guarding Longyuan County's borders to both of you. Eliminate any stragglers. As for Jiang Chun and these so-called strong lords of Longyuan County, leave them to me. I will not silence Longyuan County. If anything changes, you can contact me anytime. With that, Toyotomi Yami led his army to launch an offensive against Longyuan County. Rings of light rose up, enveloping the Empress in a dazzling glow. This sight left both Jaina and Lihani utterly stunned, and even the well-experienced Empress found herself taken aback. Jaina, in particular, was astonished. She had once received similar treatment on the battlefield of glory, but back then, she had only reached a legendary 3-star level. Once the light dissipated, the Empress quickly adapted to her newfound strength. She let out a gentle sigh and, as the steward of the territory, couldn't help but express her concern. "My lord, isn't this a bit too extravagant? So many resources could have been used to enhance other sisters, which might have been more cost-effective." Jiang Chun carefully reviewed the Empress's attribute panel. Empress, legendary level, 55. Affinity, 100. Title, as you wish. Base attributes, Heavenly Sound Master 30. Physique, 13,850. Title, 4,150. Cultivation, 3,488. Spiritual power, 10,140. Title, 3,042. Cultivation, 3,488. Soul, 7,243. Title, 2,172. Cultivation, 2,448. Capacity, 9,174. Title, 2,752. Cultivation, 2,160. Cultivation method, Ethereal Technique Mastery level, Heavenly Sound Technique Minor level. Skills, Hero Command, Combat Power, 17,136. Jiang Chen had expended 400 million spirit stones and 300 million energy to instantly elevate the Empress to the current hero's peak legendary 9-star. Observing these astonishing attributes, Jiang Chun couldn't help but admire. 17,000 combat power. This rivals an 80-level legendary monster. And this is just her unarmed strength. Although the legendary 9-star Empress didn't significantly improve her efficiency in defeating monsters compared to her legendary 1-star state. As for someone of the Empress's or Yan's caliber, the limiting factor was no longer the speed of vanquishing but the speed of encountering them. However, in the face of invasions from seasoned lords, the territory required a supreme guardian. Jiang Chun, although capable of becoming a supreme force after activating his battle name and 7-star destiny, had limited duration. Moreover, his injury in the Sword Heart secret realm served as a stark reminder. The decision to enhance the Empress was due to her possessing the epic title Heavenly Soundmaster, which allowed her to leverage the Sect's fortune to boost her ethereal technique. The attributes boost from mastering the ethereal technique was significant, nearly equivalent to the full attributes of a level 50 legendary unit. At the current stage, the level 55 Empress was an invincible presence. Jiang Chen's only regret was that even at legendary 9-star, the Empress's command over heavenly sound disciples remained at an A level. Only a mythical grade hero soul or special maps like the hero's ancient path could advance the Empress to mythic levels. Subsequently, Jiang Chun began upgrading his main combat units in bulk, consuming over 20 billion accumulated energy. Key forces included 12 Goddess Warriors level 55, 12 Heaven Saints level 55, 12 Dragons level 55, 36 Crystal Maidens level 50, 208 Angels 12 at level 50, the rest at level 40, 700 Heavenly Sound True Disciples level 40. Besides the Empress, Jiang Chen also upgraded the magic-oriented Crystal Maidens, Jingqi, Jingba, and Jingjier, to legendary 9-star, consuming 48 million spirit stones and 450 million energy. Although their combat power couldn't match the Empress, they reached 6,600 stars, with their soul power exceeding 10,000 points. Their ability to transform into crystal bats allowed them to scout over a 2,000-kilometer radius with impressive speed, making them ideal for intelligence gathering. Jiang Chen lamented, "We're not short on spirit stones for now, but energy is scarce." Despite his energy acquisition rate being 100 times that of ordinary lords, the consumption by high-level units far exceeded this. He hoped the incoming Sakura Lord from the old district would bring more high-level heroes and units. Soon, Jiang Chun rode Longjio to the western teleportation point of the small town. From above, he observed that the western side of the teleportation point was bordered by the town's spatial barrier, while the other 3 directions were surrounded by hundreds of territories. Connecting territories as a defensive line was the basic tactic of town defense battles. And Chushia's territory was at the front line, bristling with various defensive structures. Thunder towers, thorny stone walls, poison mist bunkers, saber-toothed barricades. Thanks to Anchushia's abundant resources, she could sustain such a consumption of buildings. Jiang Chen roughly estimated the assembled force below to be no less than 1 million strong. Though over 99 were elite or rare units, the sheer scale was nonetheless intimidating. The appearance of 12 dragons sparked a wave of cheers from the lords below. Jiang Chen's voice echoed from above, carrying a hint of determination. "Brothers, the dragon has a mobility advantage. To ease the pressure on the town, I have decided to scout the enemy and conduct guerrilla warfare." The lords below were taken aback, raising their voices in protest. The old district lord might have some tricks up his sleeve. "If there's a strong control, you'll be in danger, boss," one lord shouted anxiously. Exactly. As long as we hold the 4 teleportation points, the enemy can't do anything to us. There's no need for you to take such a risk, another lord echoed, concern evident in his voice. Jiang Qian merely waved his hand, signaling them to rest assured. A dragon broke away from the group, landing steadily in front of Enchushia's territory. His voice resonated again. I'll leave one dragon here to help you guard the teleportation points. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the remaining 11 dragons dived sharply, plunging into the town's teleportation point and vanishing instantly. Meanwhile, 700 Tanine disciples, 20 dwarf rocketeers, and the solitary Mountain King had dispersed to various teleportation points, ready to assist in the defense as per Jiang Qin's instructions. Xiao Wushang watched the scene unfold, moved by what he saw. Boss Zheng not only risks himself, but also leaves one of his strongest dragons with us. Standing nearby, Enchuxia was filled with worry. Though she knew Jiang Chun commanded 4 legendary heroes, the enemy's true strength was still unknown. She silently prayed for his safety. After leaving the town map, Jiang Chun swiftly made arrangements. He directed Dragon 2, Dragon 3, and Dragon 4 to take detours from outside the town to guard the other 3 teleportation points. Soon, he reunited with Yin, the Angel Army, Crystal Maiden, and the Goddess Warrior. These heroes and units were too conspicuous, so Jiang Chun had transported them outside the town before the spatial seal. Suddenly, Jing Qi's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Lord, the enemy numbers in the tens of thousands. After entering Longyuan County, they split into 10 squads, sweeping through the towns along the way. Judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading straight for Longyuan town. They dare to split their forces? Such arrogance. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. However, he quickly realized that this situation could work to their advantage. If tens of thousands of strong enemies gathered together, even if he could defeat them, he couldn't ensure their complete annihilation. Even one escapee could compromise his strategy. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chun said, "Give me the coordinates of the nearest squad." "Yes, my lord," Jing Qi responded promptly. "The nearest coordinates are directly west of the town, approximately 14,000 kilometers away from you." "Over 14,000 kilometers, huh?" Jiang Chun sighed with a hint of resignation. With the spatial seal in place, even as the county lord, he was limited to the most basic marching methods. This was why he was reluctant to start a county war before gaining prefecture-level authority. A battlefield spanning tens of thousands of kilometers could take half a month for a single battle, most of the time spent marching, which was too time-consuming. Fortunately, he brought only powerful flying units this time, with the slowest capable of reaching speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. In a coordinated advance, Jiang Qin finally arrived 300 kilometers from the target enemy by noon the next day. Retrieving a regular silent scroll from his storage space, he unhesitatingly consumed 10 million spirit stones to enhance it to a legendary level. After some thought, Jiang Qin opened the management group chat to send a message, preparing everyone for the upcoming action. Good news, the enemy has split their forces. The pressure on each town won't be too great. Jiang Qin announced in the group chat. To disrupt the enemy, I plan to silence the entire county. Don't panic when it happens. Just hold the town's teleportation points. Little Fox, seeing the message, asked with some confusion, "Can the county lord really do that?" In contrast, Enchuxia, who knew Jiang Qin's capabilities best, pondered aloud, "Could it be a legendary silent scroll?" Jiang Qin glanced at the responses in the chat, his lips curling into a slight smile. Without further explanation, he tore the scroll in his hand. In an instant, the entire county fell into silence. The slaughter was about to begin. "Lord, after investigation, this town is also deserted. No Dragon Kingdom lords in sight." The report of the Enyang sage echoed through the quiet town. Toyotomi Yiming let out a cold snort, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Scorched earth policy, is it?" he murmured to himself. Longyuan County sure acted swiftly, relocating all their lords to the rear in such a short time. In a single day, he had led his team through 10 towns, finding them all eerily empty. As Toyotomi Yiming's gaze swept over the town before him, something caught his eye. A dense aura of spiritual energy lingered in the air, and in the distance, 2 rare resource points gleamed enticingly. "What a prosperous town," he couldn't help but exclaim. Longyuan County has thousands of such towns, not to mention the legendary Longyuan town with its 77 points of town fortune. With this thought, a glint of ambition flashed in his eyes. An entire county like this promised to Lighthouse Nation. What a disgrace to the empire. A thought crossed his mind. Once the Dragon Kingdom lords were defeated, should he have his brother take over Longyuan County as a future powerhouse for the Sakura Empire? His musings were interrupted by a booming voice. "Toyotomikin, I'm hungry again. Where's the dragon?" Kamishiro Yutaka called out from 100 meters away. Toyotomi Yiming snapped back to attention and quickly responded, "We're heading straight to Longyuan town. Not only is there a dragon, but also a wealth of epic and even legendary spiritual items. If you're too hungry, feel free to have a snack for now. Alright, I suppose that'll do, Kamishiro Yutaka sighed. His body rapidly expanded, transforming into a 10-meter-tall mass of flesh. He reached out with his enormous hand, grabbed 2 vacanted silver moon rangers nearby, and stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation. The gruesome sounds of chewing, accompanied by splattering blood and cracking bones, made the surrounding Sakura lords instinctively step back in fear. After swallowing, Kamishiro Yutaka slowly returned to his original form, wiped his mouth and lamented, Toyotomican, I'm almost out of snacks this time. If it's not enough, I'll have to trouble you. You know, anything less than epic quality won't satisfy my master. Toyotomi Yiming regretted bringing this monster along, but knew it was too late to dwell on it. He immediately issued orders to the group to head straight for Longyuan town. However, just as he sent out the message, he exclaimed in shock, silenced? For 15 days? A legendary silence scroll? How did Jiang Chen get so lucky to acquire such a treasure? Or has he reached level 11 and built the world mall? Toyotomi Yiming's expression darkened as he shouted, you can run, but you can't hide. Everyone, march at full speed. He want us at Longyuan town within a day. Meanwhile, 2,000 kilometers to his left, a fierce battle was already underway. 8 dragons hovered in the air, facing 10 eager Sakura lords. Matsumoto Nobuyuki, acting as the squad leader, sneered, a mere entry-level black hole, without dominion or lordship talent bonuses, how naive. Sword Saints, cut them down. Dozens of Starseers joined forces to cast a defensive star spell, easily neutralizing the black hole's effects. Then, 12 elders in samurai attire stepped forward, shouting in unison, Aye slash. 12 fierce sword lights sliced through the void, each extending dozens of meters. Jiang Chun felt the sharpness of the sword energy and couldn't help but admire. Old zones are indeed formidable, not something a new zone can withstand. This was Jiang Chen's first encounter with the old zone's powerhouses from 3 years ago. He didn't rush to attack, intending to first gauge their strength. The results did not disappoint. These sword saints were indeed powerful. The Empress quickly analyzed their abilities, preparing for the battle ahead. Though these sword saints were only at level 55, their combat power reached around 5,000 stars. The Iato slash was a level skill, and judging by the power of some of their strikes, it seemed to have reached mastery. The Empress was about to continue her analysis when Long Jio interrupted her from below. Sister Empress, if you say a few more words, little Jio might just die. Long Jio's voice was tinged with evident tension. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Take action, let's finish this quickly. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light burst from his forehead. The golden battle name was activated. Instantly, the attributes of every unit in the territory, including the Empress, increased by 30. However, at this moment, the Empress didn't need to act personally. By Jiang Chen's side, Zizishan swung his sword with lightning speed. 100-meter-long azure sword mark, Shumi, formed instantly in front of Long Jio, cleaving the void like a chasm and perfectly blocking the sword saint's Iato slash energy. Boom! The sword light, which would have easily killed Long Jio, collided with the Shumi sword mark and shattered into pieces, scattering as wild energy. The Shumi sword mark only rippled slightly before returning to calm, clearly capable of withstanding several more strikes. The sword saints were indeed formidable, but the 9 Heaven Saintess, empowered by the golden battle name, was even more so, with a clear advantage. The Sakura squad leader, Matsumoto Nobuyuki, was dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. What kind of unit is this? However, the real shock was just beginning. Gianna gently waved her blue staff, causing ripples in the void, revealing hundreds of angels and crystal maidens standing within. Though the invisibility spell was only clever, cast by the legendary 3-star hero Gianna, it was completely undetectable by the Sakura Lords. Upon seeing the angelic legion, the Sakura Lords were initially silent, then erupted in an overwhelming outcry. Angels. I can accept angels, but principal angels, dominion angels, power angels. This is a full-fledged angel formation. This is impossible. How can a structured legendary unit appear in a new region that's less than 3 months old? Even if Jiang Qin discovered a wild unit building, he couldn't possibly have legion-level production. Illusion. It must be an illusion. However, their last glimmer of hope was quickly extinguished. This was the Angelic Legion's debut, at least against other lords. Although one was a tech angel and the other a magic angel, Yin seemed to have rediscovered the feeling of leading the angel sisters of the Merlot heavenly court. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she shouted, Sisters, for our Lord, slay all the invading enemies before us. As a heroic warrior, Yin always leads from the front. She activated the wormhole defense barrier and the power of thunder, descending like a dazzling meteor into the center of the enemy's formation. With a deafening explosion, the violent energy tore a dozen onmyoji to shreds, scattering their remains. The Sakura Lords were stunned, their eyes wide and minds blank, unable to comprehend the origin of the angelic legion. They muttered in fear, "Damn! How can a two-winged angel be this powerful?" The stargazer quickly regained their composure and shouted, "Use the star chains to restrain this angel. All ranged units, focus fire and take her down." No sooner had the words left their mouth than dozens of star chains snaked towards Angel Yin, binding her tightly like a giant cocoon. Matsumoto Nobuyuki had just begun to smile with satisfaction when the wormhole defense barrier, now reduced to its smallest size, suddenly expanded to 10 meters. With a piercing crack, the star chains shattered like brittle twigs. The combination of a perfected A-level skill and Yan's formidable attributes made her nearly invincible until her spiritual energy was exhausted. Yin tore through the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, the angelic army followed closely behind, descending from the heavens. Holy flames, angelic swords, and divine strikes rained down like a meteor shower. Due to Jiang Qin's insufficient energy, apart from a few power angels reaching level 50, most of the angelic legion were at level 40. Despite the bonuses from divine sets, golden battle names, and heroic leadership, they were still slightly inferior to the opposing level 55 epic units. Miyamoto quickly noticed this and breathed a sigh of relief, shouting, "Don't be afraid, everyone. These angels are at most level 45, nothing to worry about." However, his understanding was limited, having never witnessed a regimented unit, especially an organized angelic legion, in action. The lead angel, Hathaway, gestured, "Mind link," instantly connecting the minds of her squad's 12 angels. Then, dozens of commands were issued like lightning. Eve and 5 other power angels simultaneously pointed their swords, Heavenly Guard. 6 defensive skills were cast on 6 power angels. Just then, the heavily fortified power angels reached the swordmasters. With swift coordination, they eliminated 2 swordmasters who were stronger than them. A Sakura Lord cried out in anguish, "Damn it! Focus fire on these damn angels." Coming from a small family with only one exceptional hero at the start, he had struggled for 3 years to exchange for 2 squads of epic units, only to lose 2 members in an instant, causing him heartache. Hundreds of attacks rained down like a storm. At the rear, lead angel Hathaway remained calm, executing extreme micromanagement. Her voice resonated in the angels' minds. "Avril, in 0.3 seconds, move 5 meters southwest at a 36 angle, and coordinate with Athena to take down that swordmaster. Modesty, in 0.2 seconds, move 4.8 meters directly south. There's an 81 chance the bodies of 2 swordmasters will shield you from this attack. Eve, use holy persuasion on the 32nd ninja from the left, aiming to kill the 2 stargazers beside him and throw the enemy's rear into chaos." With a single thought, Hathaway issued hundreds of commands, seamlessly integrating them into the minds of the wise and powerful angels. The angel squad of 12 operated like a finely tuned machine. Boom, boom, slash, slash. The hundreds of attacks from the Sakura Lords were effortlessly neutralized. Another swordmaster was slain by Avril and her companions. The 6 power angels moved swiftly, covering each other while maximizing damage and minimizing consumption. In just 10 seconds, they had killed 7 swordmasters and retreated before the Heavenly Guard collapsed. Facing enemies several times stronger, the angel squad struck and withdrew, defeating powerful foes and escaping unscathed. This was due to Jiang Qin's prior instructions to minimize casualties, so Hathaway didn't even use the damage link or resurrection as trump cards. System notifications chimed continuously. "Your unit Avril has slain a swordmaster. Gaining energy 550,000. Phoenix Singing Sword Epic 1. Your." Jiang Chun was very pleased with the angels' combat performance, thinking, although angels are average in attributes, their coordination is truly formidable. To counter the angelic legion, only a force like goddess warriors with overwhelming power would suffice. The Empress also showed interest, saying, "After this battle, we must have Brahma and the others learn from the angel sisters. It's better than soaking in the Huaqing pool during every break. By the way, my lord, if we get more absorption stones, could we create a skill book for MindLink?" Jiang Chun found the suggestion very feasible and readily agreed. "Once we have 11 books, we can build the universal market. Acquiring a few absorption stones shouldn't be difficult by then." 16 squads, 208 angels, left the Sakura Lords in disarray. Of course, if it were only the angelic legion, Miyamoto thought he might have a fighting chance, as he and his deputy each had a squad of powerful legendary units. But the intervention of goddess warriors and the 9 heavens sacred maidens shattered his hopes. Zilith, moment the thunder battle form activated, Amanda seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, appearing instantly before a swordsman with her thunderous steps. The thunder spear in her hand, like a long dormant lightning serpent, struck fiercely. The swordsman felt his breath catch, a flash of terror crossing his eyes. Just from this overwhelming presence, he knew he couldn't withstand this lethal strike. In this critical moment, two nearby swordsmen moved to assist him. Boom Thunder's spear clashed with three precious swords, sparking fiercely. Amanda only paused momentarily, while the three swordsmen staggered back several steps, barely able to keep their footing. Amanda, the legendary 3-star goddess warrior at level 55, might have a combat power under 5,000 stars, but her physique had already reached an astounding 9,000 points. With the blessing of the golden battle name, her physique even surpassed the 10,000 mark. Amanda let out a cold laugh, ready to strike again. However, in the blink of an eye, Zaishin activated the wind god's wings, sweeping past Amanda like a gust of wind. In an instant, one swordsman's head flew high, blood spurting forth. Amanda shouted indignantly, "Zaishin, with so many enemies, why are you stealing mine?" Zaishin replied succinctly, "There are many enemies, but only about 20 legendary warriors." The two squads of swordsmen instantly became highly sought after, likely never imagining they'd be in such demand. Matsumoto Nobuyuki witnessed this scene, feeling a dizzying shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, his mind screaming, "What kind of troops are these? It must be an illusion. That hero using invisibility must also be using illusions. It has to be." Before he could clear his thoughts, the goddess warrior deputy leader, Giselle, stepped up to him. In his horrified gaze, Giselle delivered a precise strike to his neck, knocking him out instantly. Jiang Chun weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He wasn't sure if the death of these lords would be noticed by other enemies, potentially raising their alertness. After all, there are many ways to determine a lord's life or death, such as soul plates or spirit lamps. Out of caution, Jiang Chun decided to keep some alive for now. The other Sakura lords, seeing the unfavorable situation, were terrified. They shouted, "Jiang Chun's power far exceeds everyone's expectations. If we split into 10 squads, he'll likely defeat us one by one. No wonder he silenced the entire county. Scatter and escape. We must get this message to Captain Toyotomi and the military high command." The Sakura lords had completely lost their fighting spirit and immediately led their troops in a breakout attempt. However, the Crystal Maidens had already set up an inescapable net over 100 miles away. The Sakura lords' breakout was futile, merely adding minor obstacles for Jiang Chun, with the outcome already sealed. Half an hour later, the battle was completely over. The Empress, Lihani, and Jaina didn't even have a chance to act, and the Crystal Maidens only cleared out a few stragglers. In this battle, 4,182 enemies were slain, and all 10 Sakura lords were captured alive. During the chase, Jiang Chun worried that these Sakura lords would act like hard-headed warriors, using their deaths to warn their comrades. But it turned out they were more like Yamamoto 46 talking about suicide, while actually fearing death, revealing the true nature of the Sakura lords. Jiang Chun turned to Jaina and gave a new command. "Jaina, it's your turn." Jaina nodded in agreement, and 10 beams of blue light shot from her staff. "Mental cage," she murmured, beginning to use her special ability. It must be admitted that Gianna is a true academic, with an astonishing breadth of knowledge. Jiang Chun is cautious about giving her ordinary magic skill books, fearing that overwhelming her might hinder her learning process. Gianna has mastered the mental cage, a clever psychic magic that can completely trap a target's consciousness in the mental realm. With her formidable soul, if she wished, these Sakura lords would never awaken, effectively becoming living vegetables. During the battle, one of Jiang Chun's power angels was unfortunately killed. Although the main angel can provide optimal tactics, it is not an omniscient deity. Fortunately, the main angel has unlocked the resurrection skill, allowing the power angel to be revived on the spot. Despite the ease of the battle, Jiang Chun remained vigilant, realizing his own strength was only a tenth of the enemy's. He was secretly relieved that the veterans of the old district were arrogant enough to split their forces. Otherwise, even if they won, it would have been a costly victory, let alone a complete annihilation of the enemy. Jiang Chun quickly analyzed the strength comparison between the two sides, and then collected all the rewards with a single click. The spoils were substantial: 520 million energy, 3 legendary pieces of equipment, 185 epic items, 1,250 excellent items, and 3 level skill books along with several clever skill books. These were the spoils from killing enemy lords, heroes, and troops, with a high probability of acquiring their equipment and a small chance of obtaining skill books or other items. Looking at these rich rewards, especially the massive amount of energy, Jiang Chun smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, "Today, the Sakura lords have handed me their heads. One day, I will stand at the pinnacle and tread upon the heavens." With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chun summoned upgrade auras. System notifications sounded in succession. Consumed 2,367,000 energy, your unit Lorraine has leveled up to level 50. consumed 2,367,000 energy. Repeatedly, 22 more power angels reached level 50. Jiang Chun thrived in battle, and his strength surged once more. He turned to Jing Qi and ordered, "Find the coordinates of the next Sakura squad." "Yes, my lord." Jing Qi replied after a moment of sensing, "There is only one enemy team within 2,000 kilometers of us, and their target seems to be Yiming Town. However, Jingba is still 300 kilometers away from us, returning at full speed. She should bring the latest enemy positions." Due to being muted, Jiang Chun could not communicate with his heroes and troops through the Lord's heart, relying instead on the Crystal Maiden to determine the enemy's latest position. Fortunately, the legendary 9-star Crystal Maiden had a vast detection range and incredible speed, allowing Jiang Chun to maintain control over the situation. Before long, Jingba returned, marking the latest positions of all the Sakura squads she had detected on the map. Jiang Chun glanced at it and immediately decided, "Let's deal with the nearest one first." While Jiang Chun was methodically clearing out the enemy forces, his action of muting the entire county left all the lords of Daiwa State bewildered. Sakura County chiefs quickly convened an emergency video conference. Kitani Takashi exclaimed, "Not long ago, I was in contact with Lord Toyotomi, and he absolutely had no intention of muting the entire county." Yagubai, the chief of Yagyu County, agreed, "That's right. This mute must be Jiang Chun's doing. Perhaps Jiang Chun detected Lord Toyotomi's divided forces and wants to fish in troubled waters, seeking a chance of survival." Many Sakura County chiefs frowned. Jiang Chun was already the top figure in Daiwa State, and with the Golden War title, his strength was unfathomable. If he led all the warlords of Longyuan County to ambush one squad, there would indeed be significant risk. Lord Toyotomi was too careless. Who would have thought Longyuan County had a legendary mute scroll? Could it be that Jiang Chun is truly a child of fortune? Someone exclaimed. Yagyu suddenly suggested, "Should we have the armies of Yagyu and Kitani counties march into Longyuan County to support Lord Toyotomi?" The suggestion brightened everyone's eyes, especially Kitani Takashi. The benefits of plundering a county's resources, especially a rich place like Longyuan County, were immeasurable. Toyotomi Yiming might have had a mind to keep the spoils to himself. But now, with the situation changed, even if they entered, they could claim it was out of concern for the safety of Toyotomi Yiming and others. However, Toyotomi Hidaichi suddenly laughed. "There's no need. Brother Yiming has copied the soul marks of all the lords in the old district and given me a set. In the unlikely event that someone meets with misfortune, I would know immediately, and it wouldn't be too late to take action then. Moreover, my brother cannot send messages, and neither can Jiang Chun. This so-called muting of the entire county is merely Jiang Chun's last-ditch effort." In his heart, Toyotomi Hidaichi added, "Brother, I can only help you this much. I hope you make a fortune in Longyuan County." In just one day, the number of Dragon Kingdom lords in Daiwa State dwindled by more than half. The combined lords of over a dozen Dragon Kingdom counties barely totaled 1,000,000. Previously, it was only imagined that the old district lords would descend, but now it had become a harsh reality. No one could guarantee that after Longyuan County's fall, their county wouldn't be the next target of the Upper Realm lords. By then, it might be too late to escape. Within the Dragon Kingdom Alliance Management Group, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The sudden communication blackout in Longyuan County caught everyone off guard. Colonel Li Feng stared intently at Jiang Chun's avatar on the Lord's list, his brow furrowed with complex emotions swirling within him. "I never expected the Sakura nation to act so swiftly," Li Feng muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. "I thought the old region lords would only descend after the prefecture lord battle. I must admit, the Sakura nation's operation truly embodies the phrase, 'Speed is the essence of war.'" Standing nearby, Chao Zicheng wore a wry smile. By the time they realized, Longyuan County was already sealed off. An average of 4 points of fortune. The value of Longyuan County is simply too immense. Brother Jiang Chun shines too brightly. He paused before continuing, and even if he knew in advance, given Brother Jiang Chun's nature, he wouldn't have relocated. Zhao Lingshan suddenly clenched her fist, her teeth gritted in anger. "In the name of free will, they're still supposed to be our allies, right? Yet this time, they directly sent troops to block our rescue. It's utterly despicable." Chao Zicheng shook his head, his tone filled with resignation. "Free will is just a bunch of profit-driven merchants. With such significant interests at stake in Longyuan County, how can we expect them to keep their word?" Then he let out a faint, bitter laugh. "But Brother Jiang Chun, always full of surprises, silencing an entire county it's a way to muddy the waters, isn't it?" Li Feng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Fortunately, Toyotomi Yiming's arrogance led him to split his forces, giving Longyuan County a chance to defeat them won by Oni's slim hope for victory. Despite his words, everyone present knew it was merely self-consolation. This hope was far too fragile. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chun traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, eliminating 6 small squads of Sakura Lords. Jing Qi reported, "My lord, as you predicted, the remaining 4 Sakura squads are targeting Laoqin Town, Yiming Town, and 2 squads are heading for Longyuan Town. It's estimated that battles will erupt in these 3 towns today. The marching speed of these old region lords is incredibly fast, crossing over 10,000 kilometers from Longyuan County's border to its heartland in just 3 days." Jiang Chun pointed to a mark on the map, his gaze sharp. "This is the squad led by Toyotomi Yiming, right?" From several cowardly old region lords, Jiang Chun had already gathered all the enemy's information. "Yes," Jing Qi confirmed. "Let's deal with Toyotomi Yiming." Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "As for the remaining enemies, let's leave them to the 3 towns to handle themselves." This decision was primarily to provide cover for himself. Otherwise, news of Jiang Chen single-handedly annihilating hundreds of old region elites would soon spread across Blue Planet. Then, the descending lords might not just be from the 3-year-old regions. Another reason was to make the lords of Longyuan Town aware of the strength of the old region lords, preventing them from being complacent. As for Laoqin Town and Yiming Town, Jiang Chun had already dispatched a squad of crystal maidens to wait in the shadows, ready to intervene should things take a turn for the worse. Soon, Jiang Chun confronted his final target, Toyotomi Yiming. A lieutenant in the 663rd District Sakura Special Forces, he had repeatedly led military lords to invade Dragon Nation's territory, leaving a bloody trail. This time, he volunteered to descend with Shindai Ai, a genius of the Shindai family, who had permanently contracted the cursed god of gluttony within a year, making him one of the strongest Shikigami lords in the 663rd District, once devouring dozens of warlords and nearly 10,000 troops single-handedly. Toyotomi Yiming was unaware that most of the lords he brought had already been wiped out. Upon confirming Jiang Chen's identity, he was overjoyed, laughing as he spoke to Shindai Ai. "Ha ha, Shindaken, your dragon has arrived." Shindai Ai had run out of his own provisions, and without suitable snacks, he'd have to resort to consuming his troops. In Toyotomi Yiming's eyes, Jiang Chun was a timely delivery service. He couldn't help but quip, "I really should give you a 5-star rating." Although he said otherwise, Toyotomi Yiming secretly ordered hundreds of airborne troops to encircle Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Kamiyo Sure excitedly sensed something and pointed at Jiang Chun, saying to Toyotomi Yiming, "Toyotomi, I've found that delicious food is everywhere, and the most delectable isn't the dragon, it's him." Toyotomi Yiming was taken aback, and then his expression changed drastically as he finally understood the meaning of "delicious food is everywhere." But it was too late. The space ahead rippled, and the Angel Legion and the Crystal Maiden appeared instantly. Crystal Storm, Angel Sword, Holy Strike, Sacred Flame. With a thunderous roar, the battle erupted instantly. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun joined the fray, and Jianna, Lihani, the goddess warrior, and the 9 heaven saintess leaped from the dragon's back to join the fight. Toyotomi Yiming and the dozen Sakura lords were stunned. Angels? So many angels? They were shocked to discover that these level 55 angels were actually the weakest among their enemies. To avoid harming the Sakura lords, Jianna refrained from using area effect skills like Blizzard, opting instead to unleash dozens of wind blades. Whether it was the fragile Onmyoji or the heavily armored Kamakura warriors, they were effortlessly sliced in half. Lihani's performance was even more astonishing. Despite being only a 1-star legend, her swordsmanship, amplified by 3.2 times, made even Drank sword energy comparable to Brank skills. The sword energy she casually released required even a sword saint to exert full power to counter with a quick-draw slash. Toyotomi Yiming's proud legendary units were like children in this battle, easily crushed. His eyes were wide with rage, about to call on Kamiyo Sure, only to find that he had already taken action. Kamiyo Sure murmured to himself, "Eat them. Eat them, they're all mine." His body rapidly expanded from 5 meters to 10, 30, and finally an astounding 50 meters tall. Everyone present watched in shock as Kamiyo Sure transformed into a colossal giant, 100 meters tall, with a deep purple, corpulent body. Avril, leveraging her speed, left a 10-meter-long black gash on Kamiyo Sure's back with her sword. Yet, this damage was negligible to the giant, and the wound began to heal rapidly. Despite his massive size, Kamiyo Sure's speed was unaffected. Each step spanned dozens of meters, and the ground trembled beneath him, the rumbling echoing for miles. "You're the most delicious. Come and become a part of me." Kamiyo Sure roared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked on in astonishment at this mountain of flesh, thinking, how can a level 55 Shikigami Lord be this powerful? Even with a permanent contract with an evil god, it shouldn't be possible. Could it be the will of the evil god? Toyotomi Yiming laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, the flesh mountain form. I didn't expect Kamiyo to summon the flesh mountain form at will. It won't be long before Kamiyo becomes a servant of the gluttony god." How many years has it been since the Camillo family had a servant of the gluttony god? With Camillo, once we return to District 663, those few cities in Dragon Country will be ours for the taking, Toyotomi Yiming triumphantly shouted to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian, do you even know what the concept of 10,000 star power is? Today, you'll witness it firsthand. However, in his excitement, he failed to notice that the angels weren't blocking Camillo sure. Instead, they were deliberately making way for him. Jiang Qian quickly regained his composure and, looking at the flesh mountain just a few hundred meters away, softly asked, Empress, could you report your combat power? The Empress replied with a smile, with the blessing of the golden battle name, my combat power has reached 22,000 stars, and my physique is at 28,000 points. Jiang Qian pointed angrily at Fengchen Yiming in the distance and exclaimed, he just called me a country bumpkin. The Empress heard this and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, though her voice remained gentle. Please wait, my lord, I will handle this for you. Before her words had fully left her lips, her figure had already darted like a phantom to stand before Camillo Sure, her slender form an impenetrable barrier. Camillo Sure was momentarily stunned, then sneered and swung a massive palm. Get out of my way. I want to eat the one behind you first. His hand stirred the air, creating a small storm within a radius of several hundred meters. The Empress remained unruffled, softly uttering, great Sumeru sword technique. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, a brilliant sword mark effortlessly blocked Camillo Sure's attack. A thunderous roar reverberated for miles. Camillo Sure felt as if his hand had struck an unbreakable crystal wall, the searing pain causing him to gasp. Before he could recover, an overwhelming aura of supremacy burst forth from the Empress. She coldly declared, you should thank my lord for his mercy. Heavenly sound 9 slashes. As soon as she spoke, 9 formidable sword energies, each 100 meters long, materialized instantly. Camillo Sure's body was immediately torn apart, collapsing like a toppled stack of blocks. Limbless and reduced to a mere torso, he could only writhe on the ground, wailing in agony. The entire battlefield fell into a stunned silence, even the angels were left speechless. Yin, having casually slain a sword master, remarked enviously, it must feel amazing to overpower with sheer force. The heavenly sound 9 slashes may be a clever skill, but each strike was as powerful as my Skyblade strike. Yin was well aware that although the heavenly sound 9 slashes was just a clever skill, the Empress had already reached a minor mastery when recruited. After 2 months in the Enlightenment Chamber, and with time acceleration, she had achieved full mastery. Any fully mastered skill is formidable, especially when wielded by the Empress. Fengchen Yiming's smile froze on his face as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How? How is this possible? How can such a powerful being exist in this new region? Is this a mythical hero? Once again, reality proved that when faced with an unbeatable foe, the Sakura Lord's reaction was predictably similar. Fengchen Yiming was no exception. He chose to flee immediately. However, even with the protection of the few remaining sword saints, he was quickly captured and knocked unconscious by Cynthia after barely escaping a kilometer. Camillo Sure swiftly returned to a normal human form. Despite being reduced to a torso, he continued to shout about his hunger, a testament to the terrifying nature of the evil god. Jiang Qian found it irritating and immediately ordered Gianna to cast a mental cage on all the Sakura Lords. Zizishan asked in confusion, there are only 3 enemy squads left. We can easily take care of them. Why keep these Sakura Lords? 3 squads. Jiang Qian shook his head, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. The slaughter has only just begun. The mind control tower hasn't seen newcomers in a long time. In Longyuan town, a brutal battle had erupted. In stark contrast to Jiang Qian's relaxed demeanor, the fight here vividly demonstrated the harsh realities of war. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and a squad of legendary units, the Tyrants, appeared out of nowhere in the town center. And Chusha reacted immediately, shouting, control them. She activated her bronze battle name, unleashing a series of powerful skills, Black Hole, Storm Hammer, Gravity Gun. As everyone knows, the value of control units is second only to the ultimate units. Xiao Wushang had previously struck lucky, obtaining a technological unit called Potential Energy Mech from an epic token. Its signature skills, Gravity Gun and Black Hole, combined seamlessly. Gravity projectiles accurately hit the Tyrants, instantly weighing them down so heavily they couldn't escape the Black Hole's pull. Immediately after, tens of thousands of ranged units launched their attack. Arrows, magic, and bullets rained down like a storm. Defensive structures joined in, firing beams of light, lightning, frost, and flames. Energy ravaged the battlefield, creating a truly awe-inspiring scene. My Tyrants, came the faint, exasperated shout of a Sakura Lord from the front lines. How are these newcomers so strong? It took over 10 seconds for the tyrants to barely break free from the black hole and gravity gun. However, what was once a squad of tyrants was now reduced to only 9. Meanwhile, various epic and elite units continued to pour in at the entrance, intensifying the battle even further. Charge! Enchusha commanded, as hundreds of thousands of rare human heavy cavalry launched a suicidal charge, their hooves causing the ground to tremble. Despite the vast difference in power, the tyrants still displayed terrifying lethality. With a casual swing of their spiked clubs, they crushed dozens of heavy cavalry into pulp, sending flesh flying. Each slash from the sword, Saint cleaved hundreds of cavalry in half. Yet, the sheer number of heavy cavalry managed to block the Sakura army at the town entrance. With the support of other high-tier units, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. After several minutes of fierce fighting, the Sakura side began to falter. "Damn it!" cursed one of the Sakura lords. "The tactical depth at the entrance is too small. They're using trash units to drain our high-tier units. If this continues, we'll suffer heavy losses. Let's wait for other squads to arrive, and then launch a full assault." "Should we attack from other entrances?" another lord suggested. "We can send units to scout the way first." "Strange, why hasn't Lord Toyotomi arrived yet? Could something have happened?" "Impossible. Lord Toyotomi has nearly 100 legendary units, plus the demonic Godashi." After some discussion, the Sakura lords reluctantly withdrew, leaving behind 100 corpses. The Dragon Kingdom lords erupted in cheers. Although they had lost over 100,000 elite and rare units, they had managed to kill legendary enemies, marking it as a significant victory. However, Xiao Wushang's face remained grim. "So these are the old district lords. They're incredibly strong. If they weren't worried about heavy losses, we wouldn't have held this position for more than an hour." And Chusha sighed. Jiang Chun went out to harass them. "I hope he's not in danger, given how strong the enemy is." Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chun had silently returned to the town through another entrance. Crystal 7's detection range now covered the entire town. "Not bad." Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction after hearing Crystal 7's report on the entrance battle. "With this calculation, even if I don't participate, Longyuan County's combined forces can withstand 5 Sakura squads." After ensuring there was no danger, Jiang Chun focused his mind. A beam of green light shot down from the psychic control tower, enveloping the unconscious Toyotomi Yiming. As expected of a strong old district warrior, it took a full minute before the control was successful. Toyotomi Yiming awoke gradually, falling to his knees, weeping in repentance. "Oh my, I dared to strike against the great Dragon Kingdom. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Master, what can I do for you and the Dragon Kingdom before I die?" Jiang Chun nodded. "There is indeed something you can do." Listening to Jiang Chun, Toyotomi Yiming's eyes lit up with fervor. "Only a dead Sakura lord is a good Sakura lord. Yagyu County and Kitani County dared to surround Longyuan County. I'll lure them into Longyuan County for you to deal with." Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. However, as the commander of this invasion, Toyotomi Yiming going personally would arouse suspicion. After some discussion, Jiang Chun also controlled 2 of Toyotomi Yiming's trusted lords. The psychic control tower was currently level 6, with 1 slot remaining. Jiang Chun pointed at Godashi. However, as soon as the green light touched Godashi's head, a chaotic and evil voice echoed in everyone's mind. "Insignificant and ignorant humans, do you dare to control a god?" Jiang Chun seemed unsurprised. So it's a trace of the gluttonous will of the 7 evil gods of the spirit realm. No wonder Godashi is so strong. Ignoring the voice, he instructed the psychic control tower to output at full power. Yet, the evil god's will was indeed resilient, managing to resist. Jiang Chun frowned and then softly said, "Upgrade." In a flash, the psychic control tower upgraded directly to level 9, significantly increasing its power. A dark spirit emerged from the forehead of the divine boar, transforming into various forms of gluttonous creatures. Images of a wide-mouthed monster, a ravenous snake, and even the mythical beast Taodai flickered and shifted in the air. Sensing its impending doom, the malevolent gods will struggle desperately, emitting waves of spiteful energy. The 7th Heaven, Sector 666, Blue Star Domain, Daoyao Prefecture, Longyuan County's Magistrate, Jiang Chun, the sinister will roared, "I have uncovered your secret weapon. Brace yourself for the retribution of my true form." Jiang Chun chuckled softly in response. "You think you know my secret weapon? Do you take me for a fool? Longyuan County is currently under a legendary silence spell. How can a mere will like yours transmit information?" He continued to undermine the evil will's confidence with his words. Minutes later, unable to withstand its controlled fate, the evil will self-destructed with a bang, dispersing into a cloud of black mist. Jiang Chun sighed in relief. Finally, this threat is dealt with. He knew that a will must rely on a host, and with the divine boar being the only Shikigami Lord present, the evil will couldn't exist independently once the boar was subdued. Half an hour later, Toyotomi Yimei arrived outside Longyuan town with the divine boar, addressing 10 Sakura Lords. From now on, you just need to intermittently launch probing attacks to hold the Dragon Nation Lords of Longyuan town at bay. Once I handle other formidable foes, I'll come to support you. Hearing the term formidable foes, the squad leader felt a shiver, suspecting there was a reason for the other squad's delayed arrival. Yet, as a soldier, he maintained his professional discipline. After confirming Toyotomi Yimei's identity, he asked no further questions and replied solemnly, "Understood, Lord Toyotomi." In the subsequent hours, Toyotomi Yimei hurried to Laoqin Town and Yiming Town, delivering the same orders. Meanwhile, Jingba reported the battle status of the other two towns. Laoqin Town, with the legendary hero Meng Tian, by Tsung's grade command, and seemingly endless high-quality scrolls and consumable items, successfully repelled the enemy's assault. Yiming Town, being weaker, barely held on thanks to the intervention of the Crystal Maiden outside the town. Simultaneously, two of Toyotomi Yimei's trusted aides set off for the Longyuan County border. Amid this intricate situation, Jiang Chun was deftly orchestrating the entire scenario. The following morning, at the border of Longyuan County, Kitani Ryuichi's face lit up with delight. "Lord Toyotomi has invited us into Longyuan County?" Entering the Dragon Kingdom to take advantage of the chaos has always been the dream of every Sakura warlord. Standing before Toyotomi Yiming, his trusted aide reported the latest battle developments with a solemn expression. The main forces of Longyuan County, including Jiang Chun, have been completely defeated. Jiang Chun himself was personally slain by Lord Toyotomi. The aide's voice carried a hint of excitement. However, the Dragon Kingdom lords are scattered across various small towns, making it difficult for our 100-man squad to eliminate them all swiftly. The legendary sealing scroll can only last for 15 days, after which the Dragon Kingdom lords will surely flee Diaweo Prefecture. We hope Lord Kitani can send troops to help eliminate these remaining forces. Kitani Ryuichi listened without a doubt to this reasonable explanation. The strength of the old district lords was unfathomable, and the chance of their defeat was minimal. Even if he had doubts, with space and information completely blocked, there was no way to verify. "Please convey my gratitude to Lord Toyotomi," Kitani Ryuichi said solemnly. "I will immediately mobilize the army to enter Longyuan town and ensure no Dragon Kingdom lord is left unchecked." The aide quickly expressed gratitude, saying, "Lord Kitani, you are too kind. You have tirelessly defended the border these past days, and your efforts are invaluable. Lord Toyotomi has already planned the marching route for you." It suggested to split the army into multiple squads to improve efficiency. As he watched the two old district lords depart, Kitani Ryuichi murmured to himself, "Toyotomi Hidaichi, look at how considerate your brother Toyotomi Yiming is. Both from the Toyotomi family, yet the difference is so vast." Kitani Ryuichi immediately mobilized 50,000 warlords from Kitani County to advance into Longyuan County from the east. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Luxian County also swiftly took action. The prosperity of Longyuan County was well known, and the resources plundered from destroying a single town were enough to offset the cost. Half an hour later, a 1,000-man team suddenly appeared on the edge of Longyuan County, led by 2 male and 1 female warlord. Although their numbers were small, nearly half were legendary units. The leading middle-aged male warlord, Munga, frowned and said, "To shorten the landing time to just a few days, we of Xianqin paid such a price. Yet we are still a step too late." The female warlord curiously asked, "Munga, who exactly is our target to make Xianqin mobilize such forces?" Munga shook his head and sighed. "I am not sure, only that it is an order from the third heaven." The female warlord pondered. Perhaps this Miss Ng Yin is a descendant of an ancient royal family? After all, it is not uncommon for powerful lords to leave offspring in the main world through the interrealm passage. These lords have long completed the heavenly battle and entered higher worlds. Munga sternly interrupted her. "This is not for us to inquire. We shouldn't concern ourselves with the looting Sakura lords and head straight to Laoqin town. We might still make it in time." Meanwhile, in the Yujing Immortal Palace of Xianying Palace, the air seemed to solidify into a volcano on the verge of eruption. After a long silence, Qin Shi Huang's calm voice broke through. "Are you saying that Xiao Shizhou might have encountered misfortune?" Zhao Gao wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, the Sakura Kingdom acted too swiftly this time. However, our Xianqin warlords have already descended upon Longyuan County. With Meng Tian restored to legendary rank, I believe she can ensure the safety of the young prince." After a brief silence, Ing Zheng coldly said, "If anything happens to Xiao Shizhou, then there is no need for Diaweo Prefecture to exist." Zhao Gao respectfully responded, "Yes," secretly thinking that if the person is gone, there would naturally be no worry about Ng Yin's identity being exposed. Though life and death are fated, an emperor's wrath could indeed result in countless casualties. Soon, the news of Longyuan town's fall spread throughout Diaweo Prefecture. The Sakura lords were jubilant, while the Dragon Kingdom lords fell into despair. It's over. All over. A Dragon Kingdom lord cried in agony. Jiang Chun was a ancient millennium genius for our Dragon Kingdom, the hope for our rise. Who would have thought that hope would be extinguished like this? As expected, new district lords are no match for old district lords. We should leave as well, another lord suggested. Once these old district powerhouses are free, we won't even have the chance to escape. Instantly, another massive wave of lord migrations began, with countless people fleeing Diaoyou Prefecture. Even Jiang Chun, renowned for his prowess in battle, couldn't perform miracles. Were they just going to stay and wait for death? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Toyotomi Hideyoshi had some doubts, feeling that this didn't quite align with Toyotomi Yiming's usual style, but he quickly dismissed these concerns. He thought to himself, with the combined strength of Toyotomi Yiming and Kamadai Sure, how could they possibly lose? Moreover, the two lords who just reported were indeed his brother's trusted aides. With Jiang Qin dead, Toyotomi Hideyoshi felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. In high spirits, he immediately sent a few messages through the communication channel. Gentlemen, Jiang Qin, the troublemaker, is finally dead. I've prepared a modest feast in the territory, and I invite you all to celebrate with me. Oh, and I've just recruited 2 squads of top-quality geishas. At that moment, Jiang Chun was unaware of the massive chain reaction his rumors had set off. He was simply feeling a bit anxious due to a lack of energy. When Jing Qi brought back the news, excitement instantly lit up Jiang Chen's face. 2 counties, 100,000 warlords. Although each county had nearly 1,000,000 lords, there were various types of lords besides warlords, and every town had to leave some military force behind for defense. This unexpected windfall of luring in 100,000 warlords was a pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen quickly calculated that even if each Sakura lord brought only 100 high-quality troops, the haul from this operation could yield nearly 5 billion energy points. Moreover, there were at least 20-30 rare quality, a few extraordinary, and even epic quality troops, along with the lords themselves. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought, with this, once I reach level 12, I can skip the power accumulation phase and directly enter Jianxin town to claim that precious sword tomb. However, Jiang Chun soon frowned. The ban on flying and communication would lift in less than 10 days, and once that happened, the truth would be revealed. He wondered if he could finish off so many enemies in time. He patiently waited for half a day until the Sakura lords from the 2 counties had advanced over 1,000 kilometers before taking action. Yin, lead the Angel Legion. Empress, take the 9 Heaven Saint Maidens and all the Tanine disciples. Everyone else, follow me. Jiang Chen decisively ordered, all forces, eliminate the Sakura lords with full force. Crystal Maiden, make sure to scan the battlefield and leave no survivors. Everyone responded in unison, yes, Lord. Kitaguchi Ryuichi and Yagyu Shiro cooperated seamlessly, dividing the county lords into multiple teams. Jiang Chun soon encountered one of these teams. This group was estimated to have over 500 Sakura lords, with nearly 100,000 troops and heroes combined, marching in a mighty procession. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, Jiang Qian immediately recognized the leader of this Sakura army as the mayor of Kitaguchi County, Kitaguchi Ryuichi. Speechless, Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel. What a coincidence. A thought crossed his mind. If Yaya were here, she'd be overjoyed. He remembered how Kitaguchi Ryuichi's boasting had once infuriated the little fox. Takashi Katani's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Jiang Chun standing on Long Jia's back. Jiang Chen? You? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Did you fake your death to deceive Lord Toyotomi Yiming? Jiang Chun sighed inwardly as he observed Katani's terrified expression. Even at this point, these seasoned warriors couldn't shake their ingrained belief in being invincible. He murmured softly, ignorance is bliss, indeed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun gathered all his spiritual energy. A rumbling echoed through the heavens and earth as the energy swirled like a tornado, forming a massive golden fist imprint that blocked out the sky. The golden glow illuminated the terrified faces of the Sakura lords. With no time to waste, Jiang Qin unleashed his full power without hesitation. The enormous fist imprint descended upon the densest part of the crowd. No, please. Kitani only managed to utter a scream before being engulfed by the fist imprint. Boom. After the deafening explosion, thousands of Sakura lords were reduced to dust in an instant. These once proud elites, who had emerged victorious among millions, perished without a trace, not even leaving behind their bones. Jiang Qin's log was instantly flooded with thousands of battle reports. If not for the relatively loose formation of the Sakura army, the results of this strike could have been several times greater. The goddess warriors, dragons, and crystal maidens also joined the fray. Black hole, crystal storm, lightning projection, powerful abilities were unleashed one after another. The Sakura lords, who had fantasized about plundering resources from Longyuan town, were now filled with cries of panic, pleas for mercy, and curses. They never imagined they would become the prey. Just 20 minutes later, Jingqi reported to Jiang Qin, "Lord, the enemies have been completely annihilated. This battle was remarkably easier compared to fighting the old district lords, yet the rewards were just as significant. In merely 20 minutes, they had gained 2.4 billion energy." Jiang Qin's heart stirred with the thought that if they could wipe out all 100,000 lords, they could amass hundreds of billions in energy. Of course, this group included Kitani, a county chief with nearly 1,000 epic units, which meant more energy. Subsequently, Jiang Qin's powerful forces split into 3 teams, swiftly clearing out Sakura lords in 2 counties. The Sakura army, comprising hundreds to thousands of lords, stood no chance against Jiang Qin and his allies. Due to the spatial silence, the surviving lords were unaware of their impending doom and continued dreaming of plunder and slaughter. After clearing the 10th wave of lords, Jingqi suddenly said, "Lord, there's a very strange and powerful team." As Jingqi described them, Jiang Qin's expression grew serious. 3 lords with hundreds of legendary units? This was undoubtedly a warlord, even stronger than Toyotomi Yiming. Considering Toyotomi Yiming's previous words, Jiang Qin quickly deduced, so the reinforcements from Xianqin have arrived. Although the official stance was to abandon Diaoyou's state, they couldn't stop private forces from arriving. Given Ng Inman's status, such reinforcements were not surprising. Jiang Qin suddenly smiled. "Well, this way, I can quietly reap the benefits. As for the limelight, haha, I'll leave that to the little girl Ng Inman." A day later, 3 Xianqin lords arrived at Old Qin town. They hailed from the renowned 642 district, far surpassing the Sakura lords of the 663 district in strength. As soon as the battle began, the Sakura lords guarding Old Qin town were terrified. So these are the formidable foes Lord Toyotomi warned us about. Could something have happened to Lord Toyotomi? At that moment, Ng Inman noticed the reinforcements outside and led the Old Qin town lords to break through the encirclement. "Brothers, let's wipe out these Sakura scoundrels. Vent our anger." The 3 lords were overjoyed to see their rescue target safe and sound. Leading them, Mengsheng shouted, "Missing Inman, I am Mengsheng from District 642. We've been sent by the upper realm to assist you." "Thanks a lot." Ng Inman nodded. "I was wondering why the enemy's attacks were so weak these past 2 days. Turns out you've been keeping them at bay." Although Mengsheng had doubts, this was not the time for discussion. "Let's deal with the enemy first." The other Old Qin town lords were stunned. Is our mayor really that impressive, to have strong allies from District 642? Even more surprising is that while it normally takes over 20 days to register for a regular arrival from District 642, they managed to shorten it to just 5 days. Who knows how many resources that cost? All this time, although Ng Iman's offline workshop was thriving, distributing high-quality hero orders and military tokens like they were free of charge. Even many of the lords from Old Qin town had moved their entire families to Longzhou in the main world. However, the power displayed by Ng Inman today once again shattered their understanding. Amidst the astonishment, the team led by Ng Inman swiftly and decisively took down 10 Sakura lords with minimal losses. After the battle, she turned confidently to the Ming brothers, saying, "Let's go rescue our compatriots in Longyuan town and Yiming town." Ng Inman felt a surge of excitement within her. "Jiang Qin, oh Jiang Qin, even you have to rely on me one day. Just the thought makes me happy." Since the opening of the district, she had been suppressed by Jiang Qin. In the recent county ranking competitions, she had no choice but to rely on Jiang Qin's influence to gain various fortunes and attribute rewards. But this time, she could finally hold her head high in front of Jiang Qin even if it was due to her family's influence. However, Meng Shang hesitated. His mission was solely to ensure Ng Inman's safety, and he didn't want to complicate matters. At that moment, Meng Tian, standing beside Ng Inman, sharply rebuked, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the lady's orders?" A flash of displeasure crossed Meng Sheng's eyes. Although Ng Inman's status seemed very noble, how could a hero dare to boss him around? Yet, when he looked up and saw Meng Tian's face, he was instantly shaken to his core. You, as Old Qin Town, Yiming Town, and Longyuan Town were liberated one after another, they joined the hunting army, participating in the siege against the Sakura lords. The lords of each town worked in perfect harmony, leaving no survivors. Even those who occasionally slipped through the cracks were secretly dealt with by the Crystal Maiden sent by Jiang Qin. The entire Longyuan County had effectively become a meat grinder targeting the Sakura lords. 7 or 8 days flew by in no time. Jiang Qin checked his remaining energy, 19 billion. This was after he had consumed 16 billion energy to level up 700 disciples of Tanine and the Angelic Legion to level 55. In other words, in less than 10 days, the Sakura lords had provided Jiang Qin with over 30 billion energy. If he had been grinding monsters normally, it would have taken at least 2 months. As for other equipment, skills, and rewards, they were countless. 3 days ago, Jiang Qin's territory met the prerequisites for level 11 Town Hall. and he successfully upgraded, unlocking the All-Worlds Mall. However, he hadn't had the time to explore this new feature due to his focus on monster hunting. Jiang Chun pondered the timing. With the space and communication lockdowns, the outside world had no way of knowing the situation in Longyuan County. But the lockdowns were about to end, and the true state of Longyuan County would soon be exposed. He couldn't help but wonder about the current situation outside. What Jiang Chun didn't know was that a fierce argument had erupted between Sakura Nation and Free Will over the ownership of Longyuan County. Indeed, faced with the tempting prospect of Longyuan County, Sakura Nation shamelessly broke its promise. They claimed that Diaoyou Prefecture belonged to Sakura Nation and that Longyuan County was an inseparable part of Sakura Nation, though they offered other compensations to Free Will. Naturally, this infuriated Free Will. The leadership of Free Will immediately ordered troops from Keilang County to take direct control of Longyuan County. They didn't believe Sakura Nation would dare to start a war. At this moment, both sides were at a standoff outside Longyuan County, ready to clash at any moment. As for Dragon Nation, as a complete loser and an outcast, no one paid any attention to it anymore. Not far from the outskirts of Longyuan County, Austin and Toyotomi Hidaichi stood a kilometer apart, locked in a distant standoff. Their gazes clashed like sharp swords, and the air was thick with tension. Austin's eyes blazed with anger, his voice dripping with accusation. Toyotomi Hidaichi, if it weren't for our Free Will assisting you and pressuring Qingyu to make an announcement, would your Sakura veterans dare to descend? His tone was filled with disdain. Now that Longyuan County has been captured, your Sakura Nation is breaking the contract? Toyotomi Hidaichi wore a deceitful smile, his voice gentle yet sly. Lord Austin, one mustn't speak carelessly. Free Will is our friend, and isn't it natural for friends to help each other? He paused, then continued, moreover, as a token of gratitude for Free Will's assistance, I've already transferred 100 billion spirit stones to your account. Upon hearing this, Austin's face turned as dark as ink. He let out a cold laugh, a hint of scorn in his eyes. 100 billion spirit stones. The value of Longyuan County is far more than trillions in the long run. His voice was low and menacing. Aren't you afraid that we from Keilang County might support the people of Long Nation in the upcoming prefecture battles? Toyotomi Hidaichi waved dismissively, his tone slightly contemptuous. You're joking. Right now, all the Long Nation lords in Diaoyou Prefecture combined are probably not as numerous as those in Keilang County. He paused, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Besides, our Sakura veterans are in Diaoyou Prefecture, and I'm confident they can neutralize any instability. A glint of coldness flashed in Austin's eyes as he gritted his teeth and asked, Are you threatening me? Do you think our Free Will lacks veteran leaders? Toyotomi Hidaichi suddenly put on an expression of feigned compassion, his voice filled with false concern. Please, think it over. Once Free Will breaks the rules, the consequences will be unimaginable. Austin's face was a mix of anger and helplessness as he listened. He knew well that Sakura Nation dared to bring down their veterans because Long Nation had lost support from theirs. If Free Will did the same, it would mean full-scale war, something that might not align with Free Will's interests, and certainly wasn't a decision he could make alone. In the end, Austin could only grit his teeth and leave with a harsh parting shot. Toyotomi Hidaichi, I hope your Sakura Nation won't regret this. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a silhouette brimming with fury. Watching Austin's retreating figure, Toyotomi Hidaichi felt a surge of satisfaction. Although he had offended Free Will this time, he knew the higher-ups would bear the brunt of the pressure. He began to envision a bright future. After securing Longyuan County, he could accumulate enough fortune to build several small towns with 1,000 points of fortune, or even a town with several thousand points. To him, this was paradise on Earth, a rarity even decades ago in the veteran regions. The surrounding Sakura County leaders were equally thrilled, eagerly imagining the promising prospects after capturing Longyuan County. They enviously talked about Baigoken and Yigukun, speculating on the benefits they had gained there. Some even began discussing the top-notch women among Longyuan's leadership, especially mentioning one from the Xianqining family. Their conversation was filled with lewd and vulgar remarks, joking about photographs. Just then, Toyotomi Hidaichi glanced at the prefecture channel and was momentarily stunned. He saw an unbelievable message. To Shanyaya. Phew. The space seal has finally lifted, and the air outside the county feels so sweet. So happy. Toyotomi Hidaichi muttered in disbelief. Isn't this the annoying fox spirit from Longyuan County? How is she still alive? Other Sakura County leaders also noticed the little fox's appearance, first surprised, then overjoyed. They excitedly discussed this escapee, even arguing over who would capture her first. Someone recalled the incident hundreds of years ago when the Tianhu clan refused to become slaves of the great Sakura Empire, speaking with a sense of vengeful satisfaction. However, their joy was short-lived. Within a minute, the prefecture channel was flooded with shocking messages. Wei Ming, Yaya is fast indeed. Probably timed it just right to use the portal. Zhu Yeqing. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Almost died. But the past half-month was truly exhilarating. And Chuxia, I need some fresh air too. Couldn't chat for the past half-month. Nearly drove me crazy. There are a few Yagyu County lords gathered in the northwest of the county. Anyone up for some help? Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeshuan. I'm in too. Seeing the constant stream of messages, the Sakura County leaders were dumbfounded. They exchanged bewildered and uneasy glances. Finally, someone couldn't help but voice the question on everyone's mind. Why do I feel something is off? Yingman suddenly appeared before everyone, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she announced, fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, we have won. Upon hearing this, Toyotomi Hideki was thunderstruck. He began to shout frantically, his voice filled with disbelief. This can't be true. It must be fake. How could a new county possibly withstand the old district lord? They must be bluffing. My brother is chasing them down. It has to be that way. The other lords from Sakura County exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes betraying their anxiety. Not far away, the lords from Keilang County, who hadn't yet retreated, widened their eyes, secretly wondering if something was amiss. At that moment, other lords from the Dragon Kingdom's counties started to appear. Chao Zicheng's voice was a mix of surprise and incredulity. You all? You're still alive? Weren't you supposed to be dead? Zhao Lingshan exclaimed excitedly. I had already packed my bags, ready to move. Oh, to those of you planning to relocate, hold on, things have changed. Indeed, that was the case. After the news of Longyuan County's fall spread, only a few 100,000 lords remained in Daiao Estate. They risked staying to witness the tragic outcome firsthand, to etch it into their memory as motivation to move forward. Colonel Li Feng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is great. It's so good to hear you're all okay. He eagerly inquired, by the way, what about Jiang Chun? Is Jiang Chun all right? The many lords of Longyuan County, who had just come out for some fresh air, were stunned. Huang Xian couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Someone actually spread rumors that we were dead? And Chuxia added, I think Jiang Qian is still hunting down the lord of Beigo County. You have no idea. He's gone on a rampage. It took a good 10 minutes of explanations from the lords of Longyuan County for all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom to finally believe that Longyuan County had indeed achieved victory. Instantly, cheers erupted everywhere. Wonderful. Longyuan County is safe, and Jiang Chun is unharmed. Someone shouted excitedly. An emotional female lord couldn't help but start sobbing. Wah. Curious, someone asked. Hey, Miss Upstairs, I understood why you cried when the news of Jiang Chin's fall came out, but why are you crying now that everything's okay? The female lord replied through her tears. I just can't help it. I feel like crying. Wah. Chao Zicheng suddenly asked, can you tell us how you managed to fight against the old district lords? Zhu Yeqing was the first to speak, wearing a smug smile. Ha ha ha, we really have to thank Sistering for her connections this time. At that moment, Jiang Chun quietly arrived outside the county town through a teleportation door. He overheard Zhu Yeqing's enthusiastic explanation and silently gave a thumbs up in his mind. He then chimed in, we really owe it to the great Yin Man. As the county chief, I feel truly humbled. Yin Man, hearing this, immediately encouraged, don't lose heart, Jiang Chun. You've done a fantastic job already. I just have some helpful family connections. Her proud demeanor made Jiang Chun chuckle inwardly. For the past 2 weeks, Longyuan County had been under a lockdown. The exact number and strength of the enemies remained unclear to everyone. Although they would eventually notice something amiss, given that everyone knew how many foes they'd slain, the disappearance of the 10,000-strong Sakura Lord in Longyuan County was bound to raise suspicions. By then, news of the Xianqin family rescuing Longyuan County would have spread far and wide. Jiang Chun was secretly delighted. This was truly a case of reaping rewards quietly and feeling immensely satisfied. As time passed, the Sakura Lords and Lighthouse Lords gradually came to terms with the harsh reality. Suddenly, Austin burst into laughter, pointing at Toyotomi Shuyi and exclaiming, Lord Toyotomi Shuyi, I won't be polite about those 10 billion spirit stones. You can have Longyuan County for your Sakura nation. The other Kuling County lords also showed expressions of satisfaction. Although they didn't gain Longyuan County, and Jiang Chun was also an enemy of free will, seeing the treacherous Lighthouse nation suffer was immensely gratifying. Moreover, they gained 10 billion spirit stones for free. Toyotomi Shuyi was ashen-faced, muttering to himself, how did this happen? This time, not only did Sakura Nation gain nothing, but they also lost the trust of their ally, the Free Will faction. The loss of 10 billion spirit stones was now the least of their worries. Worse still, the whereabouts of his brother Yimei remained unknown. The information had clearly come from 2 of his brother's trusted aides, so why? Suddenly, a realization dawned on Toyotomi Shuyi as he thought of the betrayal by the Hojo sisters. Damn it, how did I not see this earlier? If only I'd been more vigilant. But reality doesn't allow for if only. Toyotomi Shuyi felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant, unable to even respond to Austin's mockery. The rapid descent of powerful figures from District 642 must have consumed considerable resources. From their strength, they were at least county chief level. Who exactly was this Ing man? The age-old truth is that civilians don't fight the government. Even if there were old district lords among the populace who disliked Qingyu's actions enough to risk everything to descend upon the new district, they couldn't possibly contend with the Sakura military. For the civilian side to muster 100 strong warlords, it would require a massive force like that of Tianping State, Tianghua State, or Balian State. However, everyone knew that no such powerful lord forces had emerged from the new districts in Longhua in recent decades. This was the fundamental reason for everyone's astonishment. At this moment, Toyotomi Shuyi suddenly snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Quick! Retreat to the county town. We're too close to Longyuan County and could be attacked by those Xianqin powerhouses at any moment." The other Sakura lords finally realized the danger and fled in panic, wishing they had extra legs. Austin hesitated for a moment, but then also ran for it, as they were now mortal enemies with Longyuan County. As soon as the lockdown was lifted, Jiang Chen immediately sent the Angel Legion and other covert units back to the Ghost Battleship. As for the Ghost Battleship waiting near the Goblin territory, it had returned to the sea 10 days ago after Jiang Chen dealt with the old district Sakura powerhouses. Another day passed, and the legendary silence effect was finally lifted. Instantly, information flow resumed inside and outside Longyuan County. News of the deaths of the invading lords from Kitani County and Yagyu County was relayed back to their respective towns, causing widespread mourning. Any lingering hopes the Sakura County chiefs had were now completely dashed. The power of the Xianqin lords instilled fear among the Sakura lords, who dared not venture beyond the teleportation range within the county town for fear of attack. In Toyotomi Shuyi's territory in Deshan Town, the Sakura County chiefs were engaged in a heated discussion. The Xianqin lords are too powerful. It's said that only 3 of them defeated over 100 of our special forces lords. Even a powerhouse like Camillo is no match. Toyotomi Yimei bears inescapable responsibility for this. If he hadn't been so arrogant and divided our forces, how could we have been defeated by just 3 people? Toyotomi Ye's face turned grim. He had received confirmation that all the lords, including Toyotomi Yimei and Camillo, who descended this time had perished. This old district descent was orchestrated by him. Not only did it end in disastrous defeat, but it also cost the lives of Kitani Ryuichi and Yagyu Shiro, 2 county chiefs. This severely impacted his reputation in Diaozhou. Ladies and gentlemen, I acted too hastily in this operation. Toyotomi Hideki suddenly stood up, his face filled with sorrow. With a trembling voice he said, "Though I truly wish to commit seppuku to atone with my life, Jiang Chen, our great enemy, remains undefeated. Therefore, I must continue to live, letting endless guilt torment me." The Sakura prefecture leaders exchanged glances, a hint of disdain in their eyes, but they still reluctantly offered comfort, saying, "This isn't your fault. Thank you for your understanding." Toyotomi Hideki bowed deeply, a full 90 degrees. Then, straightening up, he declared passionately, "Gentlemen, our failure was due to acting too rashly. According to my calculations, including Longyuan County, the Dragon Nation's lords in Diao Ao State number less than 400,000, while we, the Sakura Nation, boast over 14 million lords. With this numerical advantage, as long as we proceed steadily, it's impossible for us to lose the prefectural lord battle. Once we secure the prefectural lord position, we can turn the whole Diao Ao State into our territory." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Mayor Tsukahara added, "Also, to be on the safe side, I suggest we request reinforcements from the battle zone lords, like, from Zone 632. Upon hearing Zone 632, everyone's expression turned serious. The scene shifted to Jiang Chen's territory. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen with a peculiar look, as if trying to see through him. Ing Man spoke on behalf of the group, asking, "This time, there were 100,000 Sakura lords invading from Beigu County and Lushan County, but after all our efforts, we found that the total number of Sakura lords killed was less than 10,000. Mayor, could you help us analyze how the remaining 90,000 died?" Zhu Yeqing and others quickly nodded in agreement, curiosity written all over their faces. A hint of shock flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he thought, "The Xianqin lords are truly unfathomable." Ing Man couldn't help but mock, "Are you putting on an act? Should I pull some strings and get you a little gold statue?" And Chuxia, aware that Jiang Chen had 4 legendary heroes, immediately stepped forward to try to ease the awkwardness. This action, however, earned her several eye rolls from Ing Man, who muttered, "Blinded by beauty." While everyone has their secrets, Jiang Chen's achievements in this battle were truly astounding. Killing 90,000 lords alone. The group roughly estimated the energy Jiang Chen must have gained, and the numbers made their heads spin, not to mention the equipment he must have obtained. Wei Ming couldn't help but exclaim, The boss's energy from this is enough for a year and a half, right? Jiang Chun merely shrugged without offering much explanation. He couldn't reveal that the energy was already spent. After upgrading to level 11, Jiang Chen had elevated the levels of all main battle heroes and troops to level 60, consuming 9 billion energy. He then recruited 10 squads, totaling 130 angels, and upgraded them all to level 60, using another 9 billion energy. Finally, he was left with just over a billion energy for emergencies. Having grown familiar with Jiang Chen, Yi Iren coquettishly asked, "Mayor, do you have any unused equipment you could spare for me?" Jiang Chen glanced around the square and smiled. "Everyone, step back 10 meters." As they stood puzzled, a loud boom echoed, and a mountain of equipment suddenly appeared in the center of the territory square, towering over 10 meters high. This must be hundreds of thousands of pieces. Despite being somewhat prepared, seeing so much equipment piled together made everyone gulp involuntarily. "Hurry and pick," Jiang Chun said nonchalantly. "This is only a tenth." After a while, Ying Man remarked, "Are you planning to single-handedly equip an entire county?" Naturally, Jiang Chun reserved the epic-level equipment and above for those closest to him. The rest, being of excellent quality at most, were distributed by Yi Iren under the guise of county benefits to the warlords of Longyuan County. After reaching level 12, the prefectural lord battle and the 10,000 tribes prodigy battle will commence. That's when the real curtain rises. The stronger the 36,000 lords of Longyuan County become, the more Jiang Chen's influence and power will naturally increase. Once everyone dispersed, Jiang Chen finally had time to check out the new building unlocked at level 11, the Universal Marketplace. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.